You can get it to quote unquote match reality because you have the Saros cycle to determine when an eclipse will be. Eclipses, there's a table where eclipses have been predicted out using the Saros cycle out like 3,000 years.
Yeah, but you're blowing past the fact that it matches reality like it's nothing.
What are you talking about? What do you mean? Hey, Universe Sandbox
I just can't
is
take you
not
seriously. I'm
predicting
sorry.
yeah, because of your ignorance.
No, you're ignoring just pure logic.
You have no logic. You are presenting nothing.
Listen, bro.
I didn't present anything. I just
look.
Whatever.
I'm
Never
asking you real
mind.
simple.
Forget it.
No.
Yeah.
Using a 3D software.
Right.
That's impossible.
What's impossible?
Yeah,
to use a heliocentric model, right? A bunch of space balls in spherical geometry and Kepler's laws of planetary motion to predict when an eclipse will happen.
If you sit there on top of the little ball and then you fast forward time, and if you catch an eclipse, then you can.
Okay.
It does work.
That is not. It's not a physics simulation that you're using.
Does it matter?
Yes, if the programmers of the game punt in all the eclipse times, right? They said, okay, game, when this guy here fast forwards to some date, right, that we know there's an eclipse time, make sure that you render an eclipse.
Yeah.
No, that we don't know.
They actually implement the repeating cycles.
3,000 years. What do you mean don't know?
Yeah. Actually, you can sit there for like years and just fast forwarding into even more years ahead. And if you catch some, you'll predict them. Like 50 in a row.
We already know. We already have predictions of the Saros cycle.
Post-dictions.
And listen, Universe Sandbox needs to call fucking NASA and tell them, why are you using this antiquated Saros cycle method? We have a video game that predicts eclipses.
Yeah, but the math is using the model to predict them.
No, it's
not.
Show us the fucking code then.
And the model reflects the predictions.
Show us the code then.
Everyone knows the code. Even a 12-year-old made an app.
Yeah, show us that code.
Show us the
I don't know. It's math.
Spit it out.
Okay, you're just this is what he said. You're just making claims without evidence or logic. You're just claiming shit that you don't know.
I'm uneducated on the topic. That's why.
Who's uneducated?
I am.
He said he's uneducated.
Well, then why are you making claims about it if you don't know anything?
I'm not making claims. I'm just telling you what I think. Okay, it doesn't mean that I'm right. It's just my
You're
opinion.
saying something that you blindly
This is like one of those things, like we don't know how the inside the black box works, but whatever they say, you know, how the black box works inside, as long as you get your widget out of the black box, it must have did it. So if it says it uses black magic, chicken cuts, and witchcraft, and you hit the button on the black box and it's supposed to spit out a razor, that's how the razor was made, because they said that's how like inside the black box works. You have this piece of software, right?
So basically,
it produces an eclipse, and in your mind you think, oh, this black box, it's using the heliocentric model to render this, right? Therefore, that must be what it's doing. That's not what it's doing, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not using a heliocentric model.
All I'm saying is, I'm looking at a sphere with a bunch of other spheres rotate.
That's just fucking 3D rendering, dude. That doesn't mean anything.
I know, but just hear me out, okay? I'm just watching those spheres spin around, and it's matching reality. Like, that's pretty basic for me.
Matching reality where? From where?
I don't know.
You say shit, dude. This is the shit I was talking about. Remember I started? Like crazy fucking shit that you guys say. This is like, you're like, oh, it matches reality. Okay, where does it match reality?
You're saying Universe Sandbox doesn't use the heliocentric model?
Pardon me?
Yes, it does.
It does.
What are you talking about?
Universe Sandbox. It does use the heliocentric model.
What ephemeris does it use?
I don't know, but you can see it.
Yeah,
You
you have
can
no idea what you're
see
talking
that
about.
it
You
uses
can
the sun.
see it. You can see it.
Yes, you can open
That
the
sounds
game
sciencey.
and look at it.
Oh, cool. You can just look at it. So you like, what do you do? Like, look at your screen and look out the window and be like, that kind of looks the same. Is that what you do?
Yeah,
Yeah, sure. I'm sure that's exactly what you did. You looked at your computer screen while you're looking out the window and like, that kind of looks the same. That's what you did?
yeah.
No, you didn't. Stop. Jesus
Oh, I
fucking
didn't.
Christ.
Okay.
You're a psychopath, dude. Another one.
I am. I'm literally insane because I looked at a game and thought, "Yep, that works."
No, because you just lied.
That's what I did.
You know goddamn well you didn't fire up Universe Sandbox, look out your window, and compare what you saw at your window with the sun and what you saw on your fucking screen. You know goddamn well you never did that.
Yes, I did. Actually, I did it myself as well.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. So I'm talking about psychopath liars. Like, why would he lie? Like, what would the point of that be?
I don't think he lied.
Oh, so he has an east-facing fucking window, and he just happens to have his fucking goddamn screen there. So he can look at his fucking computer screen and fucking watch the sun. And he has a clear view of the fucking horizon. Or he has a giant window. Oh, let me guess. He actually has a fucking dome ceiling. So he can see where the sun is. It doesn't have to be at the horizon. It could be anywhere in the sky. Just think about it for a second, what he said, how stupid it is. Think about actually having to do this today. What you're going to do, right? You're going to set up Universe Sandbox, right? Somewhere.
It's free, by the way.
Okay, great, fantastic. I know what it is. Okay, you're not giving me information. So you're going to set up this. You're going to do this today. You're going to set up Universe Sandbox for today, and you're going to make sure that you can see your screen and the sun at the same time. And you're going to compare. Make sure you orient it right because you got to be looking in the right direction. You need to know your cardinal directions. I don't know how you're going to find that without a compass. Oh, you can't use a compass. Maybe you can use the sun, or maybe you can use the stars. I don't know how you can see the stars.
Model.
Listen, do you understand that how technically difficult it would be to make the observation he said he made?
I guess, yeah.
You guess? Try to do it.
I actually missed what he was. He's like, I don't know.
He was saying that he observed the sun while looking at Universe Sandbox.
Yeah, you can actually do that. It has like current time thing. You click it and it like resets to real time.
What the hell are you talking about?
Like if you give it like the time and the date, it will reflect reality.
Oh, and like I asked, how did you check that?
Like you said, like he went outside
How did you check that? You looked outside, so you looked at Universe Sandbox, and then you looked out your window at the same time and looked at where the sun was, and then you compared the two?
No, like well, kind of, yeah. Like you look out the sandbox, you see where things are, then you go outside, and you see where the sun is. It's exactly what it says
It's exactly. Now it's exactly.
Yeah, pretty much.
Christ. Pretty much exactly.
Well, I think
pretty much probably likely exactly.
I think it's very accurate, like extremely.
How accurate? Can you
like,
quantify it?
As accurate as it gets.
So exactly.
As if it's actually,
You're embarrassing yourself at this point, man.
I don't know. You're asking me questions weirdly.
No, I'm not. No. You're trying to create a false sense of confidence with rhetoric.
I'm just comparing a model.
You've never done. No, you're not comparing anything. You've never done the comparison. And you know
I
you've never done it.
I never did.
The other guy didn't.
No, I guess he did, but like I never did. No,
he didn't. You didn't.
Yeah, I didn't.
Nobody did.
He said he did.
What ephemeris did you use? Ephemeris is the position of objects in the sky, right? Now, they use an ephemeris, okay? It's the most accurate way. Universe Sandbox isn't using ephemeris. Doesn't match reality.
Just a compass. Like, you know where north is. You face north and whatever.
Did that.
No, I never did.
That's not how a compass works.
But I'm sure if I actually tested it out, it would reflect reality. Like, that's how confident I am.
Yeah, then why do they print magnetic declination, magnetic north on maps, on navigation maps? Why do they print that on there?
I'm so confident that it would reflect reality. I never tested it.
You know what Dunning-Kruger is?
I heard of the word, but no, like, I don't know.
It's having an inflated confidence, right? A self-assurance in your own beliefs, right? In your own confidence.
Because I'm confident in other intelligent people that they would point it out if there was something wrong with it.
Quoting, print magnetic declination on a map and say you're wrong.
I don't know what you're saying now. Sorry.
No, you just said if you take a compass, you think it's going to point north. Well, the people that you're citing that you think have the answers, they say you're wrong. It's not me.
Yeah, I know, I guess. But that's because I'm probably
right? I said, these aren't my claims, dude. I'm not telling you my claims. I'm telling you the globe model as they say it is. It's not me. I'm not the one claiming they don't predict eclipses with the heliocentric model. That's them. If you type in NASA and Solar Cycle, boom, that's what you get. You get them explaining it. How eclipses are predicted. It isn't me saying it. It isn't my opinion. It isn't some flat earther bullshit. It's their bullshit. And if you don't believe it, then you don't believe them. Do you understand that?
I guess, but that's...
I guess?
Yeah.
What kind of fucking answer is that?
I don't know, like...
Do you have Google?
You made me reconsider what I said.
See what comes up.
Because I said one thing and you told me that I was wrong, and I'm trying to believe you. So when you say that, like, I don't know, I guess you're right.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
What do you want me to do?
See, the problem is you're trying to figure out what you're supposed to say, and then that's where...
I don't know anything about it. All I know is star trails, and that's very convincing for me.
I'm glad you're convinced.
Well, there you go. You also said you don't know anything about it, so...
Cool. I don't, except for that. I don't know about that either. It's just...
You don't even know about that because you thought they were circles. You thought they were a rotation. You thought a bunch of ideas about that weren't even accurate.
Yeah, but no, like, we all know what that is. It's just a recording of where stars were a minute ago.
Yeah, they look like circles, right?
Oh, and it does result in
circles?
trails.
Yeah, are they circles?
It's a circular motion that they're making, yeah.
No,
they're making a circular motion.
What are you trying to get me at?
Because they don't actually make circles. The star
trails
overlap.
I know. Everyone knows that. That's not something you should be explaining to me. We know it's not making circles. The actual circles. It's not a circle. Well, it's a star.
But you're basing your opinion on your abstract idea
it is a good method to record the motion, and you can't say that it doesn't.
The motion of what?
Of itself, like whether it's the ground moving or the sky rotating, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
Okay. Oh, it's irrelevant.
Jesus Christ.
It's irrelevant because it matches perfectly to the globe. So we can stop looking for
that, and that is not correct. You're just ignorant, man.
That's in my opinion, okay? I'm not saying I'm correct.
It doesn't. This isn't about...
I'm just telling you why I believe in the globe. I'm not saying that I'm right.
So if I fire up, you know what stellarium is, right?
Stellarium?
Yeah, stellarium.
Like a bottle full of stuff?
No, stellarium is a piece of software like Universe Sandbox.
Oh, okay.
But it's actually accurate.
Okay.
Universe Sandbox is a toy.
I guess.
It's a toy. No, it's not. I guess that's what it is. It's a toy.
Maybe, yeah.
So, Stellarium and Celestia, okay, they use New Horizons, JPL ephemeris, JPL's Jet Propulsion Laboratories. That's not the important part. The important part is you can fire up Stellarium, right?
And look at the sun with your phone, and it shows it.
It doesn't match reality.
I think it does, because you mentioned.
Just think it does, but we
No,
have
no, no.
evidence
I
that
saw it.
doesn't.
I saw
But
it.
we have
I was
okay.
outside and I was pointing, and it was pretty damn accurate.
Pretty damn
Maybe
accurate.
not exactly, but like it did show the sun to be below my feet at night.
Okay. All right, dude. I'm done. You can talk to somebody else. I'm going to the gym. I got better shit to do. Dude, it's crazy, man, of where I started talking to you, man. You're fucking you drank the Kool-Aid just like everybody else, bro.
Okay, that's just a polite way of calling me stupid. Like, I don't appreciate
No. No, that's a way of calling you brainwashed.
But yeah, but that's just also saying that I'm stupid to be brainwashed.
No. Smart people get brainwashed.
Then what is it?
You don't think smart people can be brainwashed?
No, I don't think they could.
You would actually be way wrong, dude.
The
smarter people are, the more likely they are to be brainwashed.
I don't believe it.
They did the Ash experiments.
You can't call somebody smart and stupid at the same time.
There was something called the Ash experiments where they were told to shock somebody, right? The person wasn't really being shocked. They found out the more intelligent the people were, the further the people would go to shock them.
Yeah, but your position's that up.
Killing them. Do you understand?
Okay, fine.
The point is that your intuition about smart people, it's typically wrong.
I don't know.
Is that your answer to everything? No culpability, no responsibility. It's crazy, man.
It's just a speck of dust rolling around.
To know who's the person that calls him a stupid or an intelligent person. That makes all the difference.
Good point.
I don't think anyone here is stupid. Like, in fact, I think you're all much smarter than me. Which is why I think you're all trolling.
Well, I guarantee you that he is way above you, and when you are contradicted with Indio, it's like you are contradicting yourself with Pythagoras. With more than 2,000-year-old truths, facts of the world, which are known.
See, Victor, you have this incredulity, right? You think that the more someone learns about the gold model, the more they'll come to believe it. When the exact opposite is true.
Yeah.
The more you know about the gold model, the more it looks like Swiss cheese.
I mean, it depends. It depends on the person.
No. Not in my experience.
Yeah.
So you don't think there's gaps between? So you don't think there's intelligence gaps?
No, but listen, there are intelligence gaps, but there's also knowledge gaps. And when I'm talking about the more someone learns about the globe, right? No. Look, you can be a fucking genius, right? But if you've never read English literature, you're ignorant about English literature.
Right, which is what makes them different.
No matter what your intelligence is. So a lot of people...
You're relating the two, though.
Well, so there's a lot of people that are intellectuals that have never looked into the gold model and have taken it for granted. I've talked to PhDs, astrophysicists, all that stuff, right? And then when you start interrogating them, they know about, and they got advanced degrees. And they know as much as a ninth grader. Because they're ignorant as to the subject. Because they've taken it for granted. Right?
No, I get that.
NASA spaceships, that's all I need to know. It's not my field. I don't need to know about it. It was proved by Eratosthenes with fucking 2 sticks 2,000 years ago. That's all I need to know. They don't know anything. Okay, when you actually start looking into it, these so-called globe proofs.
Fuck you!
So anyway, yeah,
Yeah,
running
this
interference, same
explains it
old, same
all.
old. So same old, man. Same
He's a
old
waste
stuff
of
all the
breath.
time.
He's a
So
waste of
boring.
breath.
So the point is that when you start looking into it, when you start looking into the details, right? The devil's in the details. Like, okay, so there's a Coriolis effect. Okay, what's the evidence for the Coriolis effect? Start looking for that evidence. Doesn't exist. Okay,
It's not
what's
a
the
problem
evidence?
for me.
What I'm just saying is that when you start looking for the evidence for it, you find more and more holes. You think that like flat earthers are intelligent, maybe we just don't understand the gold model, or maybe we don't know enough. And that
I
there's
just
somebody
think
else out there that knows more.
you're
Well,
all trolling.
well, that is an ignorant opinion.
I'd rather call you trolls than stupid. I'm sorry.
Well, it's an
I
ignorant
rather
opinion. You have an
call you a
ignorant opinion, dude.
fanatic.
You're just trying to cope, man. That you have a worldview that's based upon a
What do you
house
mean I'm
that
trying to? I'm not even calling you stupid. Like, I
no,
think
you.
that's pretty nice of me. But like, you always
Hold
mute
up.
me and ban
You're
me.
straw
I
manning.
didn't do anything to you, so
No,
I
you
don't give a
didn't.
fuck.
But
I don't give a
like
fuck what
one of
everybody
the
else says.
Vector,
30
every time you open
mods
your
did.
mouth, you are either posing yourself as a fanatic or you're bringing straw man.
I'm just
You're
the
straw manning.
99.9% of the others.
Look,
You
why
never
can't we just be
present.
right? Why do we got to be trolling or stupid? Why is that those the choices? Why
It's
can't we just?
fun. Like, I see you have
Why can't
fun
we
all
just
the
be right?
time.
Why can't we
Because
just
you,
be right? We're right, you're wrong. Why can't we
because
do
the
that?
odds are against you, like, by
Oh, how
far.
did you come up with those odds?
Because you don't even have anything to
What is
replace
that?
the globe model with.
What gold model? You don't have a gold model.
I know, but like, you're saying that you're right.
You don't know because
And
you
all we're
Because
mentioned
of
that
observation of reality.
y-
That's why we say we're right, because
she
observation of
just
reality. The same reality
she
that you
just
observe,
contradicted.
the flat motionless earth that you actually observe in reality, right? The spinning sky and all that shit, that's in your head. You realize that, right? It's not
yeah,
experiential.
because it makes sense. It is in my head, and I am
Okay,
biased.
so it's part of your imagination.
It is.
Fantastic. We're done here. I don't need to say anything else. You live in imagination land. But we're trolling
Oh my
because we
god.
decided not to live in your imagination.
I mean, it has
Fantastic.
to be in my imagination. I can't see the whole entire Earth. And I assume it's round.
Yeah, Vector, you can thank to the modern medicine for barbarizing the therapy and operation of lobotomy, which would have been your last resort for
I,
salvation.
I mean, if you could replace the globe model with one that works
Yeah,
better,
the low model, you just
I will
admitted that
I
you
will
don't
join
have
you.
it. Listen, when you contradicted yourself with Indio, you said you have the globe model. Indio told you there is no model, no
I
globe
never
model.
I
And
never
then
contradicted
you
myself.
said you know, and it's irrelevant.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's Star
you took the
Trails.
poster. Listen, in the argument,
Star
you took the
Trails
poster
work
of the
nowhere but
ignorant
on the
person
globe.
interrupting me.
Come on, dude. You're obviously a troll, man. You don't want to live in his imagination.
You know,
I'm not ashamed to say I did imagine it, because
listen, Vector. I'm telling you, the
I
only
can't
solution to
imagine the
save
flat Earth
this
either.
to perform the operation of which is called lobotomy. If you don't do that,
I mean, if you're
you
trying to make a point, like,
will
hurry up,
gain
please. It's
everything.
taking too long.
Yeah.
You don't have to
I'm
imagine a
not
flat Earth. You can just
insulting
go
you.
outside,
Like,
bro. No, but you can just go outside. You don't have to imagine anything.
no, but you can't see the whole entire Earth, though, can you?
What makes you think you'd ever be able to do that?
Yeah. Are you God?
Can you,
Nothing.
like in the globe model, can you see the entire Earth at once?
That's the difference between me and
Yeah,
you. I
let
don't
me.
need to say that. I don't need to see the entire Earth to know that
You
it's
just
round.
you just said
Like you
that you
said,
did 5 seconds
like you
ago.
said, like
You
you
just said
said,
you did 5 seconds ago.
I didn't.
Like,
But
yeah,
what
you
you said
did.
Yeah,
was
you
more
did.
I said
correct.
you experienced a flat Earth, and you're like, I don't need to see the whole thing.
Right.
I can't see the whole thing.
What you
And then you're
said
like,
was
well,
the
now I
most
don't need to see the whole thing because I can imagine it's a globe.
right. Exactly. So
You
I
didn't
don't
say
need to see it. All I can
imagine.
do is
You said
imagine it.
no, but you said no, didn't you?
No to what?
You said you don't need to see the whole thing to know it's a globe.
Right.
That's what you
Because I
said.
can always imagine it
No, you
and
actually
know
don't.
that it is.
So imagination is knowledge.
To me, it is.
Holy
Yeah.
fucking shit,
He's
bro.
a fanatic.
Why
You
would I
Fanatic.
ignore imagining things?
you had it right,
Pure.
What's
fanatic.
Pure.
wrong with
Fucking
imagining things?
crazy fanatic. Nothing's wrong with imagining things. When you say my imagination is knowledge, that's psycho crazy.
No,
Yeah.
it's just an intellectual
No, it's not intellectual anything
exercise.
about it.
Psychosis,
Being
brother.
naive, requires no effort. To achieve knowledge requires effort.
Yeah, but I'm not slamming my IQ down to zero.
Yeah. Well, the best place for you is a place of entertainment, and this place is not an entertainment place.
At this point, he could just
You're
imagine his own IQ.
in your own location. Yeah.
I don't know. That's all I'm saying. The
No,
model works for me. Like, I don't see no holes in it.
I understand what Leah is saying here. It's the parable about fake it until you make it. Imagine yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a very powerful tool in self-help books and self-help lectures and stuff.
Yeah. You're so passive aggressive all of a sudden.
Well,
But
no,
whatever.
I'm agreeing with you. What are you talking
At
about?
least you didn't mute me, so that's cool.
Just make sure you're never present around children,
Hey,
please.
dude, you can't say that shit, man.
Yeah.
I'm 18, like, I'm
Sorry.
always around children.
You're an adult.
That's right.
Fanatic. How would you spot a fanatic person? Dogs.
Yeah, it's like probably one of those things like pornography. I really can't define it, but I knows it when I sees it. a passionate person and fanatical. There's probably like a line there that's kind of gray. I suppose it
Yeah.
probably goes into fanatical. The tiebreaker would be if they forcing other people to comply, with some sort of method like intimidation or violence or whatever. Where someone who's
Yeah.
just passionate about a topic doesn't really give a shit what other people think. They like that topic and they're going to stick with it. If someone says, "Hey, pineapple does not belong on pizza," and they're like, "Fuck you, I'll order 2 pizzas next time." That could be a passionate person, but not really fanatical. But like, say if a fanatical person would be, "Oh, you don't like it, but I like it, so now every Thursday will be pineapple on pizza day." Kind of like the leader of North Korea. You see what kind of like an atheism leader would look like. They just get to
Oh my
call.
God.
Wait, this
That's
is
how they
Speculation
present him
Sunday, right?
to us, but
Yeah.
he's totally not.
Yeah, I just
Like,
watched a YouTube video just randomly popped up in my stream. It says 18 facts you might not know about North Korea. It was pretty crazy. Like, no one can have the same hairstyle that Kim Jong Un had. Everyone had to, if anyone had a name Kim, they had to change it to something else. Like the day one of their leaders died is a national day of mourning, and if you smile at all during that day, it's like 1 month in the gulag in
No.
all their punishments are basically just time in concentration camps.
Yeah.
Like
And if you don't mourn hard enough, that's also punishment.
when people get married, like I'm just shooting off my hip here. I'm not, there's much more in detail and stuff. But when they get married, there's no honeymoon. What their honeymoon consists of is going to the local statue of Kim Jong Un or Kim Jong whatever Un or Il, and you lay all your presents in front of the statues, and then take a picture with the statues. That's your honeymoon.
That's a pretty good honeymoon, right?
Yeah, but all the stuff that people would be like, "Hey, I got a blender for a wedding or whatever," like. All that stuff you have to give to the state, and then the state redistributes it how they want to give to who's the next in line for a blender or whatever.
Oh shit. That's not good.
Yeah, women can't drive
Based.
or ride a bicycle.
Based.
Yeah, and they said this because this way it would reduce traffic accidents. But no one's really driving anyway. Like the number of cars in the country are just like ridiculously low. Everyone walks everywhere they go.
And actually, if I'm not mistaken, they still consider Kim Il Sung to be the actual leader of North Korea. Even though one of his sons is technically in charge, they still consider Kim Il Sung the leader.
Yeah, he's still like beyond the grave type thing. Like he's leading through divine or some sort of like super, like he's the greatest human ever, and just his psyche alone, like his dead body, just inspires people to do the right thing. What's funny too is like a lot of the stuff they claim, like the Kim family, like when he was born, like winter turned summer for like 4 days. By the age of 7, he had mastered all forms of human communication. Like age of 12, like he wrestled a bear. It's the same type of shit that they say for Elon Musk. Like at 7th grade, he took a computer science class, and the teacher stepped down so he could start teaching it. All that sort of like crazy shit they say about Musk. Musk took an IQ test at a kindergarten, and it went over the top of the chart. Like he maxed out the test. Like he got everything correct, and it was like an IQ over 9,000. That sort of cult of personality, like to get you around to start worshiping an individual instead of actually thinking about, hey, is this person just full of shit?
That's not true about Elon Musk. His mother was the girlfriend of the general of Pentagon. And her child was having many disabilities, mental disabilities, and he was always favored, placed in the best schooling systems, despite his inabilities to cope. He required special assistance to actually learn anything. And he was given everything. He was sent to MIT, pushed, kept there by the generals from the Pentagon. This is who Elon Musk is. He's a victim. Dogs are gods. Yeah, I know Elon Musk way long before you do, from the early 2000s, and I even chat with him on internet. So yeah, piece of evidence. These guys are still using the word evidence like a mantra, spell, even in 2024. I
Right.
don't follow.
So you said I use evidence like a mantra. What do you think that means?
Yeah, read what Dogs Are Gods said in the chat. He's saying about after the guy was in contradiction with Indio about the sorrow cycles. So Dogs Are Gods is saying in the chat, sweet silence while the flurfs ignore the globers with evidence. Good job, guys. And then he's addressing to me, he's tagging me, saying that I'm repeating the same arguments after they were debunked. And he's saying, yes, but my arguments with that guy were... Sorry?
His opinion's irrelevant because I have audio recording of him saying you don't prove the hypothesis in science, buddy. Like, this dude needs to just shut up and sit down.
Awesome. If you disagree with that statement, can you find anything disagreeing from like a scientific body or?
You are literally a sophist retard.
Who
and I don't
invited
feel like
you?
talking to you because you don't know the
So
definition
that's
of
just
words.
an ad hominem.
I know, and I'm engaging in ad hominem because I know you. I've met you before. I don't even have patience to have a conversation with you again. Is the point? because you're literally trying to change the meaning of a word that scientifically means literally a testable, provable thing. Like, what the hell,
No,
dude?
you're just
That's what a
incorrect about the
hypothesis is.
terminology.
It's
Can
a
you
scientific
like
theory. Shut up. It's a scientific theory that you can test and prove. But you're trying to act like it
can
isn't.
you give one thing that can be provable?
Holy shit. I'm not talking to you because you're a sophist and you're just going to claim that anything I say is wrong. Because, oh no, all flat earthers wrong, must be wrong. So I literally can do no right. I don't want to have a conversation with you. Like, there's dogs
It's
out
got
there
nothing
that
to
are
do with
smarter
you
than
being a
me.
flat earther. This is just epistemology 101. Unless you have something that can take your knowledge to proof, you don't have proof. And the only things that you can know to be like provable, and these are things only to yourself, are that you exist unless you can show that you're getting the knowledge from some divine entity. So the only things you can prove are things that God has told you, and you have to prove that God
And
exists to say that you
Listen,
have proof.
I had to step outside to talk to you.
for
I'm really
a
cold.
fact. So I can safely
I didn't hear
say that you are the son of your mother.
Hey,
This
yeah,
is a
repeat
fact.
what you said. I accidentally talked over you and he didn't hear the first thing you said, bro.
So the guy who asked if you can present any irrefutable fact. Yeah. So my answer to your question is that you are the son of your own mother.
That's begging the question of whether I actually exist or whether
No,
I'm
it's
an
not
AI
begging the
robot.
question. It's a fact. It's a fact.
So I'm going to repeat back to you. That's begging the question of whether I exist or whether I'm just a robot, like an AI.
I didn't put into question your existence.
That doesn't matter. Your statement that I am the son of my
Where
mother
did you pull that
is begging the
out
question of whether
from?
I actually exist.
Well, I never made such statement. I said you are the son of your own mother as an answer to your question that if we can present any fact.
Yeah, and you're wrong about that because I could be AI or even
Okay,
more than
you're
that.
not the son
I
of
could
your
be in a
mother.
simulation, right?
Bastard. You're
Okay,
done.
just name calling now, I guess. Am I muted
No,
again?
bastard is actually an unwanted child, which you declared yourself in the
What if
chat.
I was
So,
to have say
it's
when
not
did I
me
declare in the
calling you
chat
name.
that I'm a bastard? When did I say I'm a bastard?
When you said that I'm wrong, when I
Yeah.
said that you are the son of your own mother, so you denied your own mother.
No,
That
so
makes
what I'm
me
saying
think
is that
you
you
want
can't prove
to
that to be true. How do you prove that to be true? How do you prove I exist?
I just told you, but you're not hearing.
Okay, so you're proving that I exist by saying that I'm the I'm the son of my own
Listen,
mother.
I never questioned your existence, and
You see
the
how that?
subject of your existence has never been into discussion. You brought it out of your ass into this discussion
How
incoherently.
you instantly fell apart, instantly got upset when I told you that there's a way to question me being the son of my own mother?
I don't care what you have to say now.
Well, maybe you
You have
should care because I'm
already
making logical
proven
arguments you can't refute. And if you
You've
can't refute someone's
already
logical argument, that
proven
means you're probably not
you
being
are.
logical in any of your arguments.
You
You
don't
are
have to
not.
care. He's just pushing
So,
buttons to control. He doesn't have any logical arguments. Only
Yeah.
claims that
I
he
do
can
actually. Here's a logical argument for the shape of the
You have
Earth. The Earth
verbal
is a globe
diarrhea,
because the
dude.
sun must cross your eye line before it hits the horizon. Done.
Did you
It's not
say
going
that
down
I'm
though, is it?
wrong when I said you are the son of your mother?
No, I said you can't prove it. Do you want me to go through the discussion again so you catch up?
What the fuck are you, like a god, a man who was never born, a man without a belly button?
I could be AI. I could have been created in a
Uh,
lab and you just don't know about the
uh,
technology. I
um,
could be in a simulation and you don't exist. And so saying that I'm
I
the son
could
of
be
my
a
mother means
genius.
that
Fuck that.
maybe there's no mothers, there's no sons. It's
Yeah,
just literally like we're brains in a vat that have been
yeah,
always existing.
yeah. You could get even pregnant, right? Fucking disgrace.
I think it's enough entertaining this idiot. It's pointless. Waste of time.
Disgusting.
It'll just be more of the same for the next hour.
How can a man bring so much shame to his name and family? It's terrifying, scary, the world we live in. My God.
You know, we have to acknowledge that some people have been arguing Globe Earth for years on Flat Earth servers. Let that sink in.
Yeah, I know many of them. But these new cold-blooded snakes are like bleeding venom, not spitting it like a snake, you know?
You know, it's a sad state of affairs when your last line of defense against an argument is, well, I might not even exist. Right, dogs? How you doing today, buddy? Go ahead, get begin.
He cannot admit if he exists or not. Any certainty is like blasphemy for them, you know?
Right. Can't even say if his mom is his mom.
Yeah. Oh my God. Man, if I had such a son or daughter, oh my God. He's gonna be handcuffed on the heater and I'll whip him like like the horse thieves, you know?
As they say, don't feed the trolls.
Yeah.
It's like feeding a stray cat. Next thing you know, you got 20 cats around your house.
Well, cats are stupid, so, and we easily surpass them, so.
Actually, what I don't hear a lot of people talking about is that pets can spread parasites.
Yeah, they do, actually, yeah.
Yeah. And people wonder why they get cancer. It's a huge
Actually,
reason why people are getting
those
sick.
parasites are
Parasite
on the
infections
floor.
from the environment, not just pets.
Yeah. Vast majority of those parasites and eggs, they remain on their fur. So when you pet them, you're actually infesting yourself with the parasites. And anything you touch is unclean.
Which, I mean, I look at as parasites. They thrive on the weak, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So,
because the
if
weak
we're healthy,
will have a
spiritually, mentally, physically,
yeah.
then
The weak
it's
people,
not.
they
I
have
don't see it as that big of a threat. But people who are not healthy, that could be a problem.
Yeah, lifestyle makes you
right,
strong or weak. Your lifestyle. And this implies to have a good lifestyle, it requires to have a lot of knowledge. Otherwise, you will have a low quality lifestyle. And that means you are exposed to all the filth.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah. Man, God was
Imagine not
not
being
serious. He
knowledgeable
was
and
very
intelligent enough
funny.
to realize that the propaganda is not true, right? Like, imagine being in a constant state of fear, believing in germ theory and all this garbage. Oh my gosh, the invisible boogeyman's gonna get me. Imagine the toll that puts on that puts on them.
Mhm.
It's kind of hilarious, actually.
They fear even STDs.
Fear is by far the most effective propaganda mechanism known to man. Because it can make people ignore their intuition, their gut feelings. That's very powerful. It's because they're weak-minded. Right? They're weak.
Yeah.
They can't think for themselves.
Yeah.
They're
Dogs are
complacent
God.
and they want...
Stop tagging me. I don't want to discuss with you, debate with you, argue with you. So I'm politely asking you to stop tagging me. Yeah, because I asked you so. That's why.
That's funny. Bringing up the ad homs. I will blatantly insult somebody if I don't respect them. It's not about debate or discussion. So me using a quote ad hom is non sequitur to what you're trying to do. It doesn't even fit. Fucking category error. Because we're not debating or discussing anything. You retard. Yes, I will use an ad hom on you to the person. That's what ad hominem means. To the person. Because I'm talking to you. Relax. I know you're bored. It's actually endearing, though. Honestly, it's a little annoying, but it's actually endearing. Like, people like dogs are gods. I mean, it is kind of funny when you step back and you just look at the bigger picture. But I'm just saying, I'm not getting drawn into the debate or discussion. I came in to chill and listen to you.
It's on you now.
You can say whatever you want to. I just came to chill and listen. And if anything, yeah, I'll just blatantly say I woke up deciding to troll you, dogs are gods. You specifically. Nobody else, just you. But yeah, that's the kind of love, I guess. Good morning. I hope you have a good day. Anyway, stay blessed, bro.
He says, I bet $1,000 you can't give a piece of evidence for terrain over germ theory.
Well, what in the non sequitur?
I have a mountain of evidence, but something tells me he wouldn't pay up. Louis Pasteur, the guy who peddled the germ theory, he's a fraud. He's a plagiarist.
Yeah.
Just like Albert Einstein. He's a fraud. Now Bernard had it right. And then later on,
Picard.
And then later on, Antoine Béchamp picked up from there. The terrain is everything.
Dogs are just trying to bait you into
POS talk.
Well, I was actually. I'm serious when I say I hope everybody has a good one. Like, has a good day, stays blessed, and all that. Like, I'm not being passive aggressive. I'm being honest. Whether you're on one side or the other, whether you're blue car or dogs or gods or whatever, I honestly hope everybody has a good one today.
Yeah. He failed the minimum requirements of diplomacy, so that's why I asked him to stop tagging my name. He didn't present himself who he is. He didn't salute. He didn't ask me if I would speak with him.
You've been here for a while, haven't you?
Irrelevant.
Irrelevant.
Yeah, it is irrelevant for how long I have been here. When a new person starts speaking with me, they must ask the question, who am I? And then I will ask the same. So
Who
we
are
have
you?
to know who we are speaking to.
So who are you?
I'm a guy from Romania.
How is Romania?
It's a very beautiful country and land
You make good
and
money over there?
mountains. Financial lifestyle is not very good at all. Vast majority of people actually struggle to exist financially. So, if you're not a wicked person, cheating, liar, scammer, you have no means to actually.
I've heard that
Yeah.
a lot of people in Romania choose the criminal life.
Sorry?
I've heard that a lot of Romanians, there's no job, so they choose to rob and steal and things like that.
Well, after the so-called revolution, system change from communism to democracy, it has been in the country was in a process of destruction, stealing. People have been educated in this sense and lifestyle, you know. I mean, the European and US corporations, they didn't require a country which was coming with its own industry and technology to bring competition to them. Okay, they needed a country with people with their hands in their arses and with natural resources which they can rape and steal from. So they had to destroy everything, to cut all the industry, sell it to scrap metal, or move it, actually the oil refinery, move it to Vienna, Austria. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. And this was done by governing systems which were like following the US Democrat ideas, the Western democratic governing systems, you know. This is what they did to the country. And guess what? We still have a mountain of gold in Romania, which is estimated worth is about $600 trillion. So we can pay all the US debt 3 times. But yeah, we are not allowed even to do mining. So all the mines in the industry had to be shut down, closed, destroyed. When actually the first mine in the whole damn world is in Romania, and the first oil shaft, yeah, that was drilled in the earth to get oil, and the method of drilling was invented and done in Romania. And the oil refining process also invented in Romania. But yeah, it's, people think they live in a good world. It's fake. The
You ever
wicked and
listen?
the
You ever
rapists
listen
are
to that
really...
System of a Down album, Toxicity?
Sorry, what about Toxicity?
The album Toxicity by System of a Down.
Album? I don't know what that is.
Anyways, he talks about how the environment's completely polluted. He's spot on. I mean, that's the name of the game.
Oh,
Pollute the
yeah.
environment, right?
Oh, I see.
The
Yeah.
food, the water, the air,
Yeah.
everything.
Poison everything.
Right.
Yeah.
Because to be healthy is not profitable.
Yeah, true.
Right. Your
What
big
the hell?
pharma,
When
big
you have
pharma is a $1
to...
trillion industry, right?
When a man retires at the age of 65, yeah, so he works for about 45 years in his lifetime, and then pay him a pension for the next 55 years. When the man lives a healthy lifestyle and stuff, yeah, the man can live way above 100 years, up to 120. In Japan, there are many people that lived even more than 120 years. So,
I mean, have you ever wondered if the powers that be are even human at all? The reason why I asked
they
that
are not.
question is
They are not. I had a
I get
cousin.
they're psychopaths, right? That's understandable, right? That's an obvious one. But
Yeah,
who would pollute the very world that they also live in if they are in fact human? It doesn't make any sense.
well, the powers that be is the system, an entity which has no physical body or one voice, but it's actually the entity which a group, a gathering of people actually become.
Right.
And from, yeah, let's say we have 1,000 people getting together, starting to do things. Yeah, they plan. And that group of people will be able to do a whole lot more than what can a single man do. A single man will never be able to actually compete with them, you know,
Obviously,
or
yeah.
yeah. So that entity, even if one of or 100 of those people die, um, you can see in its inner working, like progress. If they are building something, okay, the building process is slowing a little bit down, but you have 900 people which produce children, yeah, educate them, teach them to work, train them from early age to be good workers, and they will be added to the group. The group number grows. So, yeah, they will always be a lot more than a single person. And yeah, I had a cousin who was had a very high function in the military. He was a admin on the radio stations, air traffic controller, you know, and he was giving reports directly to the generals or taking orders and executing those orders, you know, missions, wherever, preparing everything as the generals ordered. And he told me how he actually knew that there were cases. He knew each other with that general, and he knew how the general, what kind of person the general is. And most of the times, the general didn't even had to call him because he was doing those things he saw, and he knew that the general will want this and that. And it was very good, you know. The general was very happy, but many times now that you know the person, you can predict. But then all of a sudden, at some point in some mission, the general is calling you and tells you, look, this is the order and this has to be done like this. And he's saying to the general, okay, but this looks like it's not your personal belief and decision. And the general said, yeah, this is from the Supreme Commander, you know, but the Supreme Commander is not the president. So the general was actually confirming to him, you know, they were talking about an entity which is the boss behind, but you're not allowed to officially speak about him. So they were talking among themselves, friendly, but they were not divulging this officially in the media, mainstream media, you know. And yeah, so I had this knowledge from very early age, like I was 12 years old. Yeah. And my cousin was a very smart and intelligent person. he did the military academy with straight A's. Yeah, he got well, prize money in prizes. Then University of IT with straight A's. So the Romanian government was actually paying everything for his studies because he was A plus student, which is very rare. And also the cybernetics university. He had 3 universities degrees with straight A's. And he was also serving in the military while doing all this. But no matter how smart or intelligent he was, he took his life. He hung himself after an incident which happened in my city. There was an alarm saying that an UFO, unidentified flying object, was in the Romanian airspace, and he had to give order for jet fighters to go in recognition flight, identification, and this stuff. And he gave some orders to the pilots. One pilot followed the orders, the other ignored his orders, and he crashed with his airplane and broke his spine, and that was a father of 3 children, and he took all, like, even that guy ignored his given order. He actually blamed himself for all that accident, and he quit from the military. 2 years later, he hung himself. Because that pilot died also later. Quick question. Is Sunday still speculation day?
Yeah. Yeah, Sunday spec all day.
Oh, nice. Cool. So, my favorite view, uh, personal belief about how this world exists is a toroidal uh, dynamic helium circuit, like a perpetual fountain. And in the middle of this toroid, we have this plane of existence, which is the ground beneath our feet, and everything above that is the air up to a very high altitude. We have this medium of air with many gradients and states of gaseous states, but these are contained by a perpetually flowing ocean in a dome shape, like an umbrella above the world. It's flowing beneath the world, and beneath the world there is another realm, a realm of darkness. Yeah. Only this one above is the illuminated with both kinds of light, physical light, photons, visible light, and also the light, the spiritual light, which is, I consider it the knowledge. The knowledge of things is also a kind of light, which is supernatural, is not physical. But this kind of light, a blind man to see in his own house and do all the tasks that any ordinary man, us, are doing in our own house. Because that man, that blind man, he knows where all the things are, the position, height, everything. Everything is very, very ordered in his house. So when you enter a blind man's house and you move something away, will create a problem. It will take the blind man time to find that thing. But when he will find it eventually, searching. He has his own way of searching for things by touching. We are not good the educational system is actually struggling very much to um drown these abilities that we have to see in the dark. Because that's the ability of knowledge when you have a lot of knowledge. And people with knowledge, they are free, independent. They cannot be subdued, controlled, manipulated. They cannot be dependent. They will not be. So, therefore, you cannot be a master if you can't have slaves. Also, the atomic model, I began to see it a lot more like uh, dancing people from very ancient times. We perform many kinds of dances. The act of dancing is a very ordered, organized, cyclical repeating all the time, 2 steps left, 1 to the right, or 3 to the left and 1, 2 to the right. And people can hold hands while dancing or change, you know, when you have more than 2 people dancing, they can change who they are holding hands with. This is how I see the atomic model. At certain melody, frequency, sounds, vibrations, these little entities are doing a certain dance. Therefore, in cymatics, we are being revealed these complex symmetric shapes, yeah, all the sounds, all the tones, they have a unique pattern. So this means that when you change the music, those things that are dancing, they will perform the right dance, the right amount of steps to the left, to the right, holding hands with the right partner or partners. So they form atoms. This means certain energy levels. And also, this is very much what the stars are doing in the sky. That those stars orbits, I see them. In my country, we have a national dance which is called the Dance of Unification, where many people join together into a circle, they hold hands and they dance all together the same way. And this dance is inspired from the dance of the stars, the way we observe the stars in the sky. They always revolve in a circular path. Joining such a dance has many spiritual benefits for the human being because you are joining together with living beings and you are synchronizing yourself in the same rhythm with all those beings, and you follow that rhythm and or number of steps in each direction identically. So that means you are joining, you're becoming part of a harmony. Yeah, I may sound outrageous to people who have not studied arts.
So there's mad people in here. Good morning, y'all. What y'all was talking?
Good morning.
What was y'all talking
Good
about?
morning. How are
I was
you?
talking alone.
Is that Drace?
I've got a few questions, and I need you to answer them immediately.
No, he's not
Well,
raised.
if you want it immediate, I don't think that this is the right time.
Who is your daddy, and what does he do?
I'm a cop, you idiot.
Ow.
And by the way, good morning and welcome. What brought you to Flat Earth channel? You wanted to ask questions.
Yeah, that was it. Don't you want to ruin your day and find out that the Earth is flat and that everything you thought was a religion?
Well said, Elijah. Yeah. By the way, Happy New Year, Elijah. Nice to
Happy
hear
New
you.
Year, Happy New Year, brother.
Always a pleasure. Man, I'm so happy. I'm following your progress, and in the last 3 years, I have been so mind blown how you evolved in your pursuit of knowledge. I love it. Yeah.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it feels like we're all kind of growing together, you know?
Yes. I want you to keep it up, and yeah, you presented a couple of times. You had some. You were reading some information about how this heliocentric religion started with the uh, ancient Catholic priests,
Oh,
from
yeah.
1400s. Yeah, like how they put the foundations of this religion.
Yeah, that's my favorite part. You know, people are
Yeah.
like, so what are you? Are you a Christian? And it's like, do you not understand that you're like
Yeah.
literally like look around. Roman
Yeah.
Catholicism is like it. What the fuck are you talking about? They'll be like, so are you Christian? They'll have like a Jesus piece or some shit. You know,
Yeah.
like, oh, this is just a symbol. That's the point. You had people that took over
Yeah.
a religion or at best like followers of a particular standard, I would call it actually, and just perverted everything. Them being the most powerful, because that's what the church is, the most powerful. um they basically like how do you so evil that you infiltrate people's beliefs
Yeah,
and
and
and become
dethrone.
priests
I.
and then make
They are
them
taking
pay
chances of their naive.
indulgences and make
Yeah.
them suffer for
Yeah.
not accepting a change in the calendar and not accepting that the earth is moving because the Bible never said that, or at least the scrolls or whatever they were reading in Latin back then. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh no, it's actually something else. It's
Yeah.
they were actually against it. No, they fucking weren't, man. What's this guy's name? Copernicus. His
Yeah.
his bishop ass. Like, come on now.
You know, the best part about all this is that no one is holding a gun to her head, right? They're not doing it directly, but
Right, right.
indirectly. See how the whole philosophy of how they've built this world, where, like, for instance, I'm from America, so from coast to coast it's just mall after mall, and you got your mini malls between the mini mall, you got your mini malls between the malls, and you got your supermarkets, you got your gas stations, you got your muffler shops, and everybody thinks it's freaking dandy. It's the whole thing just needs to be thrown out. Everything everything needs to be thrown out. The whole thing is rigged. It's a complete scam, right?
Well,
We got to
I want
pull
to
the
mention.
kid. We got to stop putting our kids through the public educational system. That'd be a really good place to start.
Yes.
And not get a birth certificate. That's another big part of it, right? That plugs us into the system. Not get the jabs. Not get circumcised for all you men out there. Yeah, you didn't consent to that, right? Like,
Yes, but you can easily fall into the legal side if you don't actually do the correct way, which is regarding the birth certificate of a child, So to actually successfully do this, we need to study a lot about the laws, so we don't commit a law trespassing. But yeah.
are you talking about not paying taxes? Is that what you're getting at?
No, I mean, you mentioned that I know that this birth certificate it's actually a scam. Yeah, it's a um, enslavement process, and but um, as a parent, when you have a newborn, um, there is a legal process for not doing a birth certificate to your child. So you still have to do some things, uh, you know.
Do we though?
Yes. And if you don't do that, then the state has designed this system and laws to actually take away your child and imprison you.
Well, um, that's the whole legal system, right? Because it doesn't apply to us. Our living, breathing self has nothing to do with us at all. You know, we could like slap our arm. It's like getting pulled over by a police officer, and the
Yeah.
first thing he asks is, "I need your driver's license. I need right."
Yeah.
It's like the whole analogy of like slapping your arm, going, "I'm right here. Talk to me. I'm right here. What do you need my driver's license for?"
Yeah.
Right?
To know who you are.
Right? Because they have to get consent. They have to, right? Like we willingly participate in the system.
Yeah.
Right? It's all about having jurisdiction over our corporation in our name. That's the scam.
Yeah. And another thing which Elijah was saying, and about Copernicus and stuff, in those times, what they did to actually change this, the mankind's beliefs, and actually to make mankind renounce knowledge, was to actually they killed a language. They killed the Latin language. And when they did that, they actually made vulgar Latin, which they call it like an evolution of the Latin language. And nowadays, if you want to read ancient books, yeah, you need to know Greek and Latin, because vast majority of those books are written in these languages, and if you don't speak it, then you don't get access to the ancient knowledge. But the only access that you get is the access to the books of the people, the priestly people from these churches, Orthodox, Catholic, Judaism, Islamism, whatever. And those priests learned those languages, and they studied in the church those books in museums and church archives and stuff. And then they write their own ideas, their own books and interpretations of those books, and they change them accordingly to what they want their religion to become and what they want people to believe. Because these people actually control literature, you know, and
Right.
yeah. So then they control what people think and believe. because if you search the term Latin is a dead language. But
That's by design, right?
yeah,
Just like you're saying,
so
for obvious
and
reasons.
a language is not something that is alive. It's the communication code, like that's
It
what
only
it is.
works when someone else knows it, or
Yeah.
to read a book, something that's already been written.
Yeah. But if you search this, like they say in many writings, many books, that Latin is a dead language, and many other, you know. So this, they are posing like these guys killed languages, the system. They killed things that they were never alive.
It's kind of like how they're not teaching cursive in American quote unquote educational system.
Mm.
Which that's kind of a weird argument. I mean, who hasn't translated it to where it's just plain text, right? But anyway. Well, if they can't read cursive, they won't be able to read the Constitution in its original format. Obviously.
If you don't know the law, then you need a lawyer to represent you, to speak for you, because they don't even consider you a living being capable of communicating or understanding. They treat you like a cattle. Livestock. And nowadays, people call that, respect. Word. If I'm treated like a livestock, then I am highly esteemed.
I feel like I should apologize a little bit and give a little bit of background for anybody who doesn't know dogs are gods. And I'm sorry for being kind of an ass earlier, but I knew that he was just going to chase his tail and poop on the floor like he always does. And that's why I kind of did that. But he's at, like, there's other times where you talk to him and he's not in that mode and he talks differently, like more chill. And I like talking to him when he's like that. But that's why I feel bad and I wanted to apologize for like interfering with any conversation that may have happened. Like, if I just stayed out of it, it probably might have went different.
Okay, cool.
Don't feed the trolls.
To whom were you apologizing? Sorry.
I'm apologizing to you guys for busting in the door like Hey Kool-Aid and interfering with a
Oh.
conversation earlier. That's all.
Oh, okay. No problem. So you're not a flat earther?
What? Dude, this is AG, bro. I'm not on my laptop. My laptop had some problems on my phone.
I'm not a flat earther or a glober.
Well, you either follow blind beliefs or you don't. If you don't, then you are a flat earther. If you are religious, a fanatic believer, then you are anything else
It's
other than a flat earther.
it's kind of like I'm not a vegan either, right? Because
No.
a vegan can be more than just what we eat, you know, like what our lifestyle is. It can also be this political movement of I don't eat or I don't have any part to do with animals whatsoever, so I don't contribute to
Yeah, but
the harm or
what is
death of
being
animals and all that nonsense. You know, it's
one
kind
moment?
of like watching a Tesla driver, you know, weave through traffic, or any EV or like a Prius. You can kind of tell, like, most of the time, like how they drive. They're like, "Oh, I'm not burning fossil fuels." Well, fossil fuels. It's not fossil fuel. That's the lie they're telling us.
Yeah.
That look at me, I'm not polluting the environment, when in reality electric vehicles pollute far more and is far more devastating to the environment than gasoline engines ever were, or diesel. Right?
Yeah, well, all
It's
life
like
actually
fitting into,
contains.
like, compartmentalize, you know, it's like the whole divide and conquer, right?
Yeah.
Like people will put labels on themselves, like, "Oh, I'm this. Oh, I'm that. Oh, I'm Republican. Oh, I'm Democrat." It's like, no, I'm none of that. I don't identify with anything at all. Right? I know what I know. You know, I don't believe. I know. Right? There's a difference.
Well, actually,
Knowing.
for example, I am a vegan. But this movement, the vegans, yeah, I don't search the internet to see what I eat and how I cook my food. I have my own lifestyle, and I don't find those cooking rituals and stuff the way I do in any restaurants or any chefs. Therefore, I'm not going to eat from their hands. Now, these internet vegans, they teach among themselves to actually curse the food of people that are eating. Yeah. So
Say what?
if
You lost me.
when these vegans see a person eating chicken wings or a burger or whatever meat food, they will curse them and the
Oh,
food
right.
that they
Right.
are eating. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that is sick.
Well, yeah, that's a whole part of the agenda to
Yeah.
to demoralize what it means to be vegan when we're strictly talking about a lifestyle, like someone's choice to not have anything involved with animals. It's like, who cares? If someone is going to eat meat, who gives a shit? You know? As long as people aren't harming other people or animals or anything at all, then who cares? Like someone could smoke meth, someone could be a raging alcoholic, whatever. Who cares? As long as they don't affect anybody else around them, who gives a shit, right? It's no one's business. It doesn't matter what it is. If they're not harming anybody, who cares? Like, why do people get so involved in business that is not theirs?
Because we don't want to watch our family and friends die.
Cooking and eating is a ritual, and this means it has to be performed in a certain manner.
Yeah, well, let me finish what I was saying real quick.
Go ahead.
Is that people are gonna do what they're gonna do.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of psychology, which is mainly the study of ourselves, so that we're able to talk to other people more efficiently, right? In like the broader sense, right? I don't like the word psychology either, because like, a lot of it, there's some of it that's just I don't agree with. But anyway, like the general idea is we can live by an example and be like, oh hey, look at how healthy I am. Look, I'm curing all these diseases or whatever it is. Right? Like we can show by an example and ask questions and throw ideas up in the air, but we can't force anybody to think any particular way. Like it shouldn't be that way, right? It's a good thing it's not that way, right? We don't.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying, but I want to tell you something. Now that you mentioned psychology, I want to say that psychology is actually a so-called science which purpose is to remove and dethrone spirituality. So
right. So
if you study spirituality from ancient times texts, you will find that there is a lot of knowledge, good information about healthy lifestyle and healthy mindset, healthy thinking. Yeah, this is what spirituality teaches us. But creating psychology, they actually dethrone and hide spirituality and make it something like some metaphysical bullshit, witchcraft spells, and paganize it even. And
of course,
and psychology is actually exactly the practice of witchcraft, spells, bewitching. That is what psychology is.
Well, I mean, there's corruption everywhere, man. Like, we can't escape it. It doesn't matter what we talk about or what we're looking at. There's corruption everywhere. So yeah, just like how, people are like, oh, I don't eat meat, like, look at me, that's corrupting what it means to not eat meat. It's just, it's being something that it isn't, right? It's being pushed into, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's the same thing with everything else. Like we could go down this rabbit hole all day about how everything is flawed in a way, and but if we're gonna just throw everything out because of one bad aspect about something, then like we could just throw the whole thing out, like everything. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, if we could,
you can throw out aspect things and not throw out everything. It's called not throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Exactly. So that's what intelligence is, right? Is being able to read between the lines You
But I
know,
like what you said earlier. Um, what was it? Something about, just let people do what they do as long as they're not harming anything. Well, the beauty of this world is actually each and every one of us can change and get
Yeah.
everything we want out of life. And I'm talking about riches, I'm talking about peace, I'm talking about love, all of that stuff. The only thing that keeps you away from that is all of the distractions and the roads that people tell you to take versus the one that you should feel in your heart is the right one to take. And I think that's why leaders are leaders, because like you said, we should be examples. That's the only thing, that's the only way to be. I could tell people, tell them blue in the face, yo, you should do this, you should do that, and they won't listen. Like when I was telling them, yo, eat like this, like I feel amazing. They didn't give a
right?
shit. But 6 months later, they're like, whoa, your body, dude, your skin, what the fuck? And now, because of my example, they want to listen. So it's like, you just have to be an example, which means you individually have to get yourself together. There's no such thing as let's all collectively. That doesn't, when we are right within ourselves collectively, we will be fine. We're not right collectively because individually we're fucked.
Totally true.
Right. Absolutely. Because we're all connected and into this together. Absolutely.
And I think I couldn't have said it better, but that's exactly how I thought also. Just like you said it, Elijah.
Good shit, bro.
Right. Like where did we go wrong? Like what it means to be human is to congregate together, right? Just like just about all other animals do, right? They're in a pack, right? We're no different. To love one another, to hug one another, to smile, to laugh, right? Like I kind of feel like a lot of us have gone astray. Like we've been distracted and
I feel you.
thinking about all this nonsense. So like, does all
You're right.
that really even matter? Like, man, like you just want to get opinions from people. Everybody has an opinion, just like everybody
I'm
has an
feeling you right
asshole,
now,
right?
bro.
I
Like,
mean, all of these politics and all, it's all bullshit. You know why? Because
Feeling you for
when your
sure.
child is born, if you open an UGMA or Roth IRA for them, none of them would be broke. So it's all bullshit.
Yeah.
This is the easiest fix in the world, and it's not being fixed. Fuck out of here.
it's so easy to get caught up in the noise, right? Kind of like with audio, you got signal and you got noise. So you got signal to noise ratio. There's always noise, right? You can't escape it. But it's like there's so much noise out there that it's just like static, like it's just a bunch of garbage. There is
I
still a
want to ask,
signal there, but you got to find it, It's a weak one. But it's like people call this the information age. I call this the disinformation age. Hey, people are like, oh, the internet is such an amazing tool. It's like, well, yeah, it's a tool, just like a gun or a car. You can use it for good or you can use it for not so good. And I guess this all stems back to the industrial quote unquote revolution, which I feel that's going to be our downfall. As much as I love technology, I use computers all the time. I'm on the computer like 3/4 of the day. You know what I mean? Technology will be our downfall. Absolutely. It's just
I want to ask a question to you guys. What do you think about a crocodile, big crocodile, uh, helping a baby antelope survive?
Sounds like he was putting it back in the cupboard.
Back in the cupboard?
Yeah, so he can eat it later.
Yeah. But it's not really true. I saw a video like this where a crocodile saved from a baby antelope from drowning, from dying. And it was clear the intentions of and actions of the crocodile were very, very obvious. So, to me, it was a miracle, this action. Now, whenever you look on National Geographic, Animal Planet, all these documentaries about nature and animals, they will always present to us the beastly, wild side. And this is what is the most promoted side of nature and living beings. But I think that if we would actually present the other side, the good side of animals, then the whole world and both kingdoms, kingdom of man and animals, would be better and less wild. So, what is being better advertised is more consumed. That's the way I see it. This I want to believe that this world could be changed into good, but this means for us to take responsibility and actually work out, add input, work. Make sure we feed the lions and the bears honey, and then they will start eating flowers. they will no longer hunt, kill. Animals that die of old to be fed to predator birds of the sky and pigs and crocodiles, and then these animals will no longer attack living animals to eat. I see it very much like anytime we see something in nature, there is something we have to do about it, right? So, like a dead body of an animal on a highway or on a road, we just go pass by, you know, and that's why this world is wild and wicked. And instead of fields filled with flowers and the ground to give us everything that we need, we have actually a world filled with bad weeds. If we started to take care of this place as it was meant to be, even God will perceive it like a miracle.
Oh, is there anyone there? I'm here. Okay. Anyone going old? Hello?
YOLO. Holy crap. Mr. Beast did come out with a video titled Flat Earth Proven by Independent Research. Man, I am seeing more and more flat Earth stuff mentioned on Reddit, YouTube. It's everywhere in the mainstream.
Yeah, I wonder why. I mean, it's a fun thing to poke fun at.
Right?
Yeah.
Perhaps maybe people are starting to wake up in droves. And it's
Hey,
like
Frog,
damage control, like full steam
you're
ahead.
coming in. We can hear you, but you're coming in kind of faint there, Frog.
Okay, sorry, I'm very far. My mic.
Hey, you're good. I just want you to be able to be heard, man.
Oh, okay, man. Don't worry. Look, the Mr. Beast thing, it's a joke. It's a joke video. I think it's clear. And you know, if I don't think people are beginning to wake up to the flat truth.
You don't think so?
I mean, people bother with more important stuff, like I don't know, the rent, if they can eat this month, you know, wars, economic problems, like come on, there's so many shit going in the world, and your main concern is the shape of the earth.
I get what you're saying. Right? I mean, that's how propaganda works, right? They just beat the same drum over and over, over and over. And they distract us with all the crap going on in the world.
Here's the thing. Look, if there's an economic crisis and for example, I lose my job and I'm not able to do a living, that is going to affect very seriously my life. The shape of the earth will not affect me in any way whatsoever.
Yeah, it does. It's basically called environmental conditioning. If the Earth is a globe, as stated by the people who have seen it from space, the Apollo astronauts, that they called an overview effect, an instant cognitive shift that all people are interconnected. Virtually like the biblical idea of treat your neighbors how you want to be treated. What you do to other people, you're doing to yourself. But what you see is quite the opposite. You see a rampant polarization of people based on political ideas, land masses, tribalistic views are ever expanding and ever growing, which is explainable in the flat earth. A small, sad world with small, sad people doing small, sad things for small and sad reasons. Quite the inverse reaction they would have had the earth, if they could really visualize, internalize what it means to be on a lava, water-colored lava ball hurtling through the vacuum of space. This idea of an interconnected storytelling that is just lost to humanity.
So basically, okay, let's
The rise of the Karen. You ever heard of an internet Karen or real world
Yes,
Karen?
yes.
They're all worked up over what other people are doing when it has nothing to do with them at all. So you've seen a sharp rise in the Karen. Now, if the Earth was a globe, you could show them a picture of the Earth in space and say, explain to me why you're upset on this model of reality. Why? Why would you be angry and upset? And they
I'm
couldn't.
angry and
They wouldn't be
upset.
able to. They wouldn't say they wouldn't be able to.
You know what?
But on a
I'm
flat Earth, they can because it's a
Look,
small, sad world.
look, I'm angry and upset because they are bombing innocent children in Palestine. I'm angry and upset because we are heading towards economic collapse. That's why I'm angry and upset.
I get angry about those two things also. But
I mean,
Like-
we kind of did it to ourselves, but we kind of didn't. We were scammed from the very beginning.
correct. That's how I feel too, sadly. But when you're given a certain egg with it, or basket with a certain amount of eggs, then you just have to do. But if that's all you know, it's one of those situations.
Because here's the thing. Even if everyone on the earth, even if the globers are defeated and everyone accepts the flat earth true, you will have to go to work tomorrow.
Yeah, dude, you missed it. Let me try again, okay? It doesn't matter if they accept the globe or not. They will continue to act as if the earth is flat, regardless. You could demonstrate it 100%, beyond all doubt. Show them pictures from space. Spell it out for them. Big Bird and Barney style. They're still going to get upset over the African American family barbecuing in their front yard. They're still going to get upset that some people like pineapple on pizza. They're still going to get upset that people think the earth is flat anyway, who disagree. These things will not change. Nothing will change that. There is nothing new under the sun. It doesn't matter how many times you launch something into space, how many pictures you take from Earth from orbit. None of that will have any effect. It's all a petri dish. You're inside a petri dish, and the nasty keeps growing and growing and growing to an extinction level event, and there is nothing you can do about it. But sit back These are the only two things you can do. Sit back, spend some time doing the things you enjoy with some people you can tolerate. That's it. That's your only option you got. Is it
You know,
going to be like the Vulcans are going to detect a probe from Earth and come down to Earth and be like, "Hey, you guys, you got to disarm, and here's peace, logic, and reason." That's not going to happen. Okay, like Star Trek, whatever, the Search for Khan or some shit. You know, isn't going to happen. There's no Vulcans just waiting for us to reach to the right level of social evolution before they finally make first contact. This is it. This is the best you got right now, and it's all downhill from here. It's been downhill. Because people just convince themselves that somehow because of a few technological advancements that suddenly there was like humanity was moving forward. Apollo, 11, there was not a giant leap forward for mankind. Carl Sagan said it best. Carl Sagan said it was ironic. It's truly ironic that after a giant leap forward for humanity, nothing changed. They still carpet bomb third world countries. They still domestic surveillance. All the shit. Still nothing changed. A giant leap forward that really was nothing. Nothing at all. A big nothing burger.
So then, if you acknowledge the problems of the world, why not fight against those
They're
problems?
explained. That's what I'm talking about. The problems in the world are explained on a flat earth and debunked on the globe. By now, anyway.
It's not so black and white, man. It really isn't. It all matters. Everything matters.
Yeah, it's all about mind over matter. If you don't mind, it don't matter. So this is why I offer the globalists, especially on Speculation Sunday. Just accept your model. It's got baked in explanations for people who disagree with it. That way you'll be able to be okay with a flat earther. Because your model explains it in detail. So just use your own model for fuck's sake. Or at least try. Try to. If not, then why would anyone else accept it? If you're rejecting the heliocentric model, then that makes you the science denier, not me. Your model has a baked-in explanation, but you deny it. If you're going to deny your own model, why would anyone accept it if you're denying it? You're giving them reasons not to accept it.
Look, are you talking about the globe Earth model? Like,
Yeah, the heliocentric model. Not really the globe Earth model, but the heliocentric.
okay, the sun in the center, right?
Yeah, sun-centered universe, yeah.
Okay. Wait, the sun is not the center of the whatever. I don't know. I just think this flat Earth thing is some sort of escapism thing to try to cope with the inability.
No, it's quite the opposite. It's directly facing all the problems of the world and explaining them in real
Absolutely.
time.
It's
Okay,
exactly
the
the opposite.
globe is escapist. The globe, you've got Star Captain of Tomorrow, Star Lord, Star Commander, Star Wars, Star Trek,
No,
Guardians of the
no.
Galaxy, Star Man, Star
Yep.
Woman. All these things, all these fantasy sci-fi ideas, they're all escapism. It's all of it.
Facts.
All of it's to get you away from Earth and think about somewhere out there in the vastness, the great vast sea of darkness, things are better. There's someplace out there.
People,
It's better.
yeah, people want to, instead of facing the problems here on Earth, escape away in outer space and go start something new. Because, oh, we messed this one up, so let's do something else. Off out there in the void.
Okay, so basically you're talking about like the rich guys who's telling us to go to Mars, for example.
Well, before you were saying, like, why don't people try and fix problems here? And that's exactly what we're saying, is that the space is an escapism thing. That's the reason why people don't care. They think they can run away from Earth.
But here's the thing. Like, okay, indeed there are people who like say, oh, if global warming gets really bad, we'll just grab a rocket and get the fuck away. No, but that's bullshit, of course. That's bullshit. That's not fixing the problem. That's just being a coward. course, but that in that in that doesn't have to look. There are movements. There are movements of like people are trying to make change even though it's hard because and those people believe the earth is round and nothing is stopping them from trying to make change, because look, if you told me that, I don't know, there's a flat earth convention to stop the genocide in Palestine or something, okay, but the only thing I've seen you is just say people, hey, the earth is flat, and that's not social change, like how does a flat earth fucking explain away what's happening on the Middle East? How does a
Small.
flat
Okay,
earth
ready? Small, sad. 2 words. That's all you gotta remember. Small and sad world with small and sad people doing small and sad things for small and sad reasons. Small and sad. The quite opposite of large and grandiose. Okay, the heliocentric model where you got all the space. Remember that we talked about just a little bit ago? Star Lord, Star Commander, Star Man, Star Woman, Star Galaxy, Dark Star, Star Wars, Star Trek, Guardians of the Galaxy Part 2, all that shit, all these grandiose
Space
ideas.
Monkey. Space Monkey lives.
Yeah, Space Monkey Part 2, Space Monkey, Edge of the Universe, Space Monkey, Graduation Class, The Last
Spaceballs.
Starfighter, The Last
The Father.
Starfighter, The First Starfighter, Return of the Starfighter,
Yeah.
Starfighter Part 2, all this shit, okay, all that, okay. One of the best things I like to reference is this idea of I just drew a blank now, Star Trek episode called "Let This Be Your Last Battle." That's the name of the episode, where they go to this planet and there's civil unrest and the 2 factions on the planet. One with their face is half black, half white, and it's right side or left side, and the 2 sides just fucking hate each other. And the humans on the Starship Enterprise can't figure out why the 2 sides hate each other. No spoilers, okay? Just watch this episode and then apply that logic to why there's still racial division in 2024. After science had virtually proved in the 90s, like some 30 years ago, that racial phenotypes are just genetic expressions. There's no difference between any of the races. They're all exactly the same human race. But yet, still today, some 30 years later, you get people who are doing race-baiting politics. Exactly the same people who are telling you the earth is a globe. They're full of shit. They're literally full of shit, and people are still gobbling it up.
Okay, yeah, that happens, but that's not because the earth is round. It's called capitalism, imperialism, colonialism, that kind of shit. No, like there's
Let's
other
take
reasons.
globalism.
Yeah, globalism.
But
Quote right
what
there.
the fuck? But what the fuck is globalism? It's believing that the earth is a globe.
No, it has to do with like variables and how much you're willing to project violence around the world to maintain your worldview at the expense of someone else.
Okay, look, globalism is. Are you talking about cultural globalism, economic globalism, technological globalism?
You can't have globalism without a globe.
I mean, yeah, but like the term globalism, like even if we like globalism is the term that all countries are interconnected within an all countries are interconnected within an economic, cultural, and social network. That's what globalism means. Like even if you don't think the Earth is a globe, the term itself don't refers to the shape of the Earth. It's just the social relations between countries, social and economic.
Yeah, political, military, all that stuff. a globalist agenda, a one agenda where you cannot disagree. In a globalist worldview, the Earth is a globe, and you are not welcome at the table if you think the Earth is flat. It's quite the opposite, completely contradictory. Because in the globalist worldview, they've got the heliocentric model in the hopper already. They've already got that baked in. And they should be able to use that to explain away disagreement. But since they can't use their own model to explain disagreement, and they fall back to some sort of force, coercion, to get people to accept ideas that they do not want. I do not like you. You're got a thing with capitalism. Well, it's too bad. You will comply with capitalism either by hook or by crook. You got the CIA rolling up in there. If you deny a central bank, don't worry. Sooner or later, your country will be called a state sponsor of terror, and in comes a freedom bank. You do not have
Can
a
the flat
choice.
Earth model be used to explain away disagreement? Oh wait, you don't have a model.
I mean, here's the thing.
Okay, hold on real quick. Was that Mez? Dude, you disqualified, man.
That was Mez.
Dude,
Already?
you
Come
asked for a model that you don't think there's a model. So I invite you now to look up all the flat Earth models and then use them. If you can't use them, then don't ask for one anymore. Just be logically consistent inside your own worldview. That shouldn't be too hard to ask. If you really think there's no flat Earth model, then why would you ask for one?
Okay.
Go ahead, Frog.
Look, here's the thing. Then, so basically, you are lumping capitalism, imperialism, colonialism, oppression, social relations, ecological problems, everything with the Earth being round, like, or flat, like, because even though the thing is that you're right on many points, but it's like you come to a weird conclusion because you're talking about these elites. Like, there's some cabal thing. The thing is that there's actually elites, there's conspiracies, there's coups, there's regime changes. Yeah, there's secret human rights abuses. Yeah, but the sad thing is that we all know about them. The thing about conspiracy theories is that they try to explain the complexities of our world, of our social systems, with a clear, big, strong enemy. In the case of the flat Earth thing, it's mostly the enemies are the globalists, the one that are making us feel small, feel we feel small, we are staying apart from God, whatever. They are forcing us to be against ourselves. Like, if we just accepted the flat truth, like that's the thing, that's simplifying a lot of historical context, social context, and that's just simplifying this ever-changing world where there's very bad guys who are secretly planning to destroy the world. And the thing that there's not very bad, there's some sons of bitches in power. Okay, there's sons of bitches in power, but they are not cartoonishly evil bad guys. They are just people who are beneficiaries from the system. But the thing is that we all know about them. We know their names. We know their history. We know their businesses, their governments, their histories. It's not a secret. You don't have to pretend there's a big conspiracy, because in the end, there's no conspiracy. The world, it's just like that. It's just a very complex thing that is trying to be analyzed.
Yeah, so you basically went a long way around to say you don't think that flat Earth is a real thing. It's a conspiracy theory. Okay, demonstrate that.
I'm not sure. Look, there's thousands of people who have like did joke videos and memes and documentaries and videos about debunking flat earth arguments, and
No,
then
they don't have. They don't have.
yeah,
Did
there's
you
a
watch?
lot.
Did you watch any of that video debunking? Can you be precise? What debunking what? Or you only read the titles?
Yeah, you got. This is the best part. Can you
Wait a
debunk
sec.
something you don't even know what the fuck it is? Like if I just
Did you
tell you
read?
the word bagak, yeah, I think I live on a bagak. You're like, well, I've debunked that, and you're like, okay, sure. What is a bagak? And you don't even know. You can't even say what it is. You can't even steel man or even straw man it. But yet you think you fully debunked the flat Earth. That's wow, dude. That's what. Like, how the fuck did you do that? How did you
Because
debunk something you don't even know what it is?
He said
because
he's got to go.
he read the titles on YouTube. You know, a flat Earth debunked. That means it's debunked. It's written there. It's 1,000
Oh
videos
yeah,
with titles. You know, I
that's
didn't
it.
watch that videos, but I don't need to watch it debunked. You know.
Yeah, people
I'm
don't
gonna
go around debunking the globe because it doesn't need to be debunked. It's never been proven to begin with.
I'm gonna make a flat Earth debunking video.
Do it.
See how many hits I can get.
I
Yeah,
want to see it.
I'm just gonna put all the facts of flat Earth in there and be done with it, and just act like a globe or be all surprised.
And how many people measure the curvature in human history? We find out it's only one or two, not more, not thousands, not that scientists, experts, where they are.
Experts won't touch this.
Whatever you people saying about geometry of the body of the water, it cannot be conspiracy.
Poor guy. Yeah, he got. I don't know why it matters. If it doesn't matter, why the fuck are you here? Normally, that's what I go to. Okay, if it doesn't matter one way or the other, why did you click on the channel to tell it doesn't matter? It would be like some sort of guest room where they talk about I don't know something completely irrelevant. Like I can't think of something on the top of my head right now. Like you know, like is it a croc or is it a slipper? And people are just going on and on. It's like no, a croc's not a slipper. People just arguing back and forth. Someone comes in the channel and be like, yeah, I don't get why are you guys talking about this? Why does it matter if a croc's a slipper or not? And then they break it down for you. They're like, well, because of insurance reasons. Because a slipper can't be really worn outside. So if someone uses a slipper and they're wearing it outside and they slip and fall, then they can't make a workers' comp claim or something like that. That's why it's important to call it a croc, because a croc was supposedly like built for outside wear. So they fell and then they could like take the case to court. You're like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense now. But then after giving that answer, the guy's like, I don't know why you guys are still talking about this issue. Dude, you just were given the reason about worldviews and about how things don't change around here. How the globe is a nothing burger. Nothing's been presented. People think the constant idea of tribalism, this marching ever close to extinction level event. And he just doubled down again. Well, that's a conspiracy theory.
The quack keep
Where?
blinking 12 quack. RCA mean really crappy appliance. A program VCR. People don't want to hear it. Whatever. I just move on. Go to the next person. Because there's not a shortage of statists in the world. That's for damn sure. So just move on to the next one.
Never will be. Yeah.
You know what's really weird is listening to these people that jump in the room, and I don't know if they're doing damage control or they're trying to discourage people, and it's like this. I don't know if they're a group. I don't know if they're paid. I don't know if they're just. I don't know what's driving them to do it, but I don't jump, into the other rooms, and I'm like, oh, you guys are wasting your time talking all day about religion because there's no God, or oh, you guys in the LGBTQ, like, why are you guys? What are you discussing here? Like, you're wasting your time because you guys are just mentally ill. Like, I don't do shit like that, and I don't get what would drive somebody to go into a room of something which they don't believe in or think is ridiculous, or there's bigger things to worry about. So why are you guys talking about this? Like, why? Then
Yeah.
why are you here? What's
Yeah,
your point then?
my advice is like try not to look too much into it because you're just gonna get tired.
It contradicts.
I'm right there with you, man. I'm always trying to figure out why people do the things that they do. But
It contradicts their
holy crap!
worldview. Because
Yeah.
inside their worldview, they need this sort of like cosmic nihilism. Like nothing matters. The universe is so large, Earth is just completely irrelevant. At the same time, all of their ideas and all their points of view are completely irrelevant to demonstrate how irrelevant everything is. And you say, dude, that you can't get any more contradictory than that.
Yeah, but like imagine imagine like me, I believe in, the savior, right? Imagine me going to the Muslim channel and be like, you guys are all wrong, you're steered wrong. Like what?
Well,
like,
think of it this way, right? Okay, this is probably the biggest lie that have been perpetrated on us from a very, very young, impressionable age, right? So it's kind of like the foundation, right? Like what we stand on. That's a pretty big deal. You know what I mean? It's the foundation of where everything else is built upon, right? So like a house, you have a bad foundation. You can patch the walls, the cracks in the walls all day, but another crack is just going to form. You can't escape that, right? It's always going to be flawed from the very bottom, right? So like when someone's been lied to, like the first thing they do is they defend it. That's the first step. They're in defense mode. Oh no, you're not right. I'm right. It's like human preservation, right? It's just how we're wired. Well, that's not always the case, but I don't know. I'm thinking that's probably has something to do with it. Right? Like when I discovered that the Earth was not a spinning globe, I didn't get all defensive. I didn't like. And matter of fact, when a good buddy of mine, it was more of an acquaintance, but I mean that's besides the point. The point is we agreed politically like 95% of the time, and then one day he was just like, "Bro, the Earth is flat." Like when he was talking to somebody else, and I overheard him. I didn't say a word. There was a lot of cognitive dissonance there. Absolutely. Like I've never felt that way before. It's like anxiety to a million. It was just in one ear, out the other. I couldn't hear a word he was saying. It was like static. I don't know. I don't know of a better way to put it, but like I didn't get argumentative. I didn't say a word. I was just like looking at my friend, and then like they're looking at me like this guy is batshit crazy. Like he knows where I live, he knows where I work. Like I'm like freaking out, but I'm not showing it. Like you could probably see it in my eyes, but I don't know. It is interesting. Like why are they here, right? Like if it just people need to be curious. They need to like have an open mind. They need to be able to be receptive to information, right? Regardless of what it is. Which what we're standing on that is an extremely big pill to swallow, right? Because all the other propaganda is piled up on top of that. So it's kind of like pulling the rug out from under it all, you know? Just yeah.
You still there, APOC?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be like going into the Muslim room and having there's a debate about Sunni versus Shia, and then just repeating over and over again. Why the fuck does that matter?
Right.
And you're like, well, they explain it to you. It matters because of these reasons, like the different prophets and which prophets are being followed and which interpretations are being followed and whatnot. And then you tell them, well, that shit don't matter because Jesus. And they're like, yeah, we have Jesus too. Okay,
Well, it's a
and then
it's
all
a
of a sudden
trap. It's a trap,
Okay, go
man.
ahead.
Oh, go ahead, dude.
No, I was just like was getting to the point where it's like the parable where the idea that they come in here and like explain the sun on the flat Earth. I go, yeah, there's a sun on the flat Earth too, dude. Like the same observation you see, the same observation I see. Nothing changes. Or, well, I guess that doesn't matter then. I go, why? Why suddenly it doesn't matter then? It mattered before, but not now?
It's a diversion tactic. Think about what they're trying to do here. They're not sticking to facts or ideas. They're like, well, why does it matter? You know?
One of the very reoccurring things, it's like, why does it matter? Why would they lie? How many people are in on it?
Well, if they're being genuine about it, they're going to most likely have cognitive dissonance, which is extremely uncomfortable. And they will do everything in their power to not feel that way. Nobody likes that feeling. I promise you. Right? If they're like genuinely, if they're coming off, and not trying to be a troll or being paid or whatever, if they genuinely are trying to figure this out, like, I forget what I was trying to say.
Really impossible to explain something to somebody who doesn't want to understand from the beginning.
Yeah, it's a trap. Like by answering it and not keeping it on topic. Well, as soon as they derail the conversation like that, it's game over, right? Because, dude, that could branch off in a million different ways. It'll never end ever. If you don't get it right back on track instantly, like it's a lost cause. Because then, like, oh, what about this? What about that? It's just a bunch of nonsense. It just stick to what we observe, like. Does that make sense?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
So by answering them, we've already fallen into the trap, right? They got us.
Yeah, that's why you just got to entertain it.
I like falling into their traps because they're backing themselves into a big deep hole when they try to trap me.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say too, but a little bit different. I was gonna say that's why you kind of entertain it long enough to get them to contradict or get them to say something like what you just said earlier didn't matter, and now you're talking about how it's this grandiose conspiracy theory and all these people are in on it. So suddenly it matters again. See, once you get them to contradict inside their own worldview, they're going to have to either explain it or recognize it or just spurg the fuck out, which is basically what a lot of them do. A lot of them just trigger. They just trigger and then blame you for pointing out their contradiction.
And
When
then quit.
Yeah, the rage quit.
Yeah.
Posting a bunch of autopsy photos or some crazy ass shit.
Good point. Yeah, because the tactics that we use talking to more than one person at a time are vastly different than a one-on-one conversation. Absolutely.
Hey, let's play.
What is that?
Antarctic Fin. No.
What kind of game is it?
Oh, it's like, it's like a drawing game, but like Chinese whispers. Okay, so like, say, like the prompt is Earth. I draw it, it's round, but like someone else, they draw it, it's like flat, and then from there, it changes.
I can't join the game. It says your activity status is off in this server.
Well, I just joined and I have it. Well, no one talking here.
You're talking, homie.
Oh, well, yeah, but like, a lot of people, I was expecting. Hey, anyone down to play?
I would if I could.
Oh.
It's not letting me.
I would too, but I'm working, driving.
You're driving and you're here?
Yeah, living on GPS and listening
What if,
to my.
like, you're in a debate while driving, and then you get, like, really bad road rage? And then from there, tragic.
Nah, this server actually like that's why I'm in here, man. I would have a
Okay.
lot worse. I used to for sure, man. It was not a cute look. Enjoy your game.
Thank you. Anyone here? Hey, my guy. Okay, I'm gonna try my luck at all. Let's see. Israel, war, obviously.
That was rough.
Yeah.
I was about to tell him, dude, you sound like you have a clothespin on your nose. Like, are you sick, or is that your mic, or what's going on here?
That's gonna be a tough act to follow.
Slow morning.
I don't know where you guys are from, but temperature dropped like overnight.
Yeah, that confuses everybody's sinuses wherever you're at most of the time.
Has anyone ever heard about when the temperature drops and it gets a lot colder outside, that the human body basically purges out all the toxins during the colder months?
No, never heard that before.
That would make a lot of sense, though.
Right? Because you always hear, oh, it's flu season, right? Where the flu is just our body's way of
of like
getting
right,
rid of
so far enough
toxins.
shit, and then let's just push it. Let's just propagandize all the shots and everything else, and making them money. Just
Absolutely.
Well,
Right.
replacing and adding more to it. And there were before. Oh damn, that's a good
No.
tactic. Yeah, no, yeah, that makes total sense.
Yeah, don't. That's remember. They classify that as medical misinformation. And they'll shut your YouTube channel down.
Oh, you were live streaming?
Yeah.
Yikes. Why would you do that?
I think it's I'm tabbed out right now, but it is the bot up on the very top. Let's say like live on YouTube.
It says 24/7 live and a red dot next to it, which
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
assuming there's just like a.
We're live.
Forgive me. I always know you're live streaming this server, but I didn't even really think about the words I chose. I apologize, but yeah, I love the live stream here. It's kind of nice. It's like, well, I have no other mark, and I'm not like ever gonna make a podcast of my own, so why the hell not?
Yeah, it's like for the when we're not live, it's pretty much just server rules. But when you're live, we also got to worry about YouTube terms of service and the globalists are always listening. They're just waiting, just on the edge of their seat to report anything they possibly can.
Oh, I know. It's pretty. Sometimes it's pretty noticeable. I mean, for us, I guess. I don't know. I feel like it's always noticeable for me, but it is quite funny.
They're brazen about it too. Just on their server, they're talking about how to organize reporting.
It's like,
they had that.
I hope they're going to pay well for that, but they need to get better talent if they're going to be ever try to be convincing. And here, I feel like they come in here especially because it's like, well, they know it's not going anywhere. They know it's strong. It's like they don't even try to like pretend well anymore. A lot of times. Give us better actors. Come on. Well, I'm kidding.
Did any of you ever have your ISP throttle you for no good reason? Anybody? The reason I ask is I'm uploading hundreds of gigabytes to the archive, and it was at about 2 megabytes a second at a crawl. But as soon as I turn my VPN on, it maxes out my internet connection.
Yeah, I think they do that in America. Didn't they talk about throttling it in the city so everyone has about the same internet?
But 2 megabytes a second? Come on. That's nothing. We're talking hundreds of gigabytes. I don't have days and days. You know what I mean?
Remember when Obama wanted to have an internet kill switch?
I remember that. That will never work.
Well, the reason why they want that because they saw in the Arab Spring how the internet was able to help organize protesters. Like, oh shit, we can't be having that.
You got to give some excuse. Yeah.
Hey, Crit, just real quick, and you guys can talk about whatever. I just wanted to commend your wording and eloquence in your last conversation to the gentleman that was saying how enraged he was at certain situations in other countries minutes ago. It was just well said. Yeah, I didn't really understand your standpoint on a lot of things, but said well. That's all.
All right, thank you.
Speaking of VPNs, aren't they talking about making a jailable offense for using one? If don't quote me on this, but I believe it's part of the Restrict Act. Right?
I just remember that from about a year ago. Talk about it like on political things I used to be a part of, but I don't know what happened with that.
Moral of the story is once we lose freedom of speech, I think that's a wrap.
So 2020, it became a rap then.
Yeah, for real. And it's like, even if that, and honestly, I don't even know if that's just gobbledygook. That doesn't even exist in legislation anywhere. But they like, it's just like with the military aspects, like some parts of it, they'll, advertise things that they want to keep us just either in fear of, or what keeps us complicit without realizing it, or just distracted and talking about it. So yeah, I'm with you, Waterworld, whatever you just said. Yeah.
Odyssey, let's see, Rumble, BitChute. Those are all pretty open platforms. I've been able to talk about just about anything or listen about anything. And
Yeah, I'd say out of all those, Odyssey is my favorite. New things I've discovered are permittable and findable and trackable that are not so good on Rumble, unfortunately. But yeah, in general.
so are you saying that Odyssey is less censored than Rumble?
Give me one moment. I'm doing a delivery. I'll be back to answer that. All right, so yeah, I think I have the GPS on. Let me answer that. Yes, only because well, I knew that Rumble was going through like a bit of a change whenever Bongino started hyping the crap out of it. Whenever he got endorsed by his certain group handlers, in my
I'm
opinion.
tired of this shit. They're fucking everything.
Well, it's just there was some kiddie porn crap that was on Rumble, discoverable by an investigator friend of mine, and presented there. And so I just don't like to support it, but I've always liked to financially and with my accounts support Odyssey more. Yeah, I've never seen anything like that there. So
Yeah, man, I freaking love Odyssey. That is my favorite website of all time, hands down. Like no contest. Like they have it figured out. Like if you want a badass video platform, basically mirror Odyssey, because we could build up a YouTube channel, click one button, and it will completely transfer all the videos and everything, the title, description, all of it, to an Odyssey channel by one click. Not only that, but it's far superior than YouTube. Well, other than the search engine needs a little bit of improvement, and no subtitles. Like separate subtitles where you can like turn them on and off. You have to bake them in, right? Which is kind of annoying. They haven't implemented that yet, but I mean that's just pulling hairs at that point. But
well, that and I can't cast it to my TV in my bedroom like I can with all the other ones. But yeah, no, for sure. I wish that BitChute could have been more like Odyssey, but Odyssey, hands down, I'm with you.
Yeah, and we can upload more than one video at a time. It's actually a queue. You could upload 5, 6, 10 videos at the same time. And let's say the internet drops or you restart a computer or whatever. it will resume back where you left off. Rumble doesn't do that.
Exactly.
Right?
It's super,
You got to open up a new tab to upload a new video, and if something happens, you got to start from the beginning.
yeah, no, I'm
Right?
with you for sure. On both sides, for the streamer and for
But
the viewer. Just
but
intuitive. Yeah.
where I think Odyssey really shines, and they're far superior than YouTube, is because whatever quality the video that you send them, it is the exact same copy, right? Like you send an MP4, it is, bit for bit identical. It is the video that Odyssey plays. Whereas YouTube, they transcode it. Well, they give it another generation lost, right? It's been stepped on. It's been encoded again. Right? It runs it through their system. They encode it, right? So that's why you got to make the bit rate extremely high on YouTube videos for that very reason, because they stomp all over it, right? Because they compress the ever living crap out of it, the audio and the video. It's an atrocity. So anybody who uploads to YouTube, that is definitely something to keep in mind. Try and shoot at the highest bit rate possible, because as soon as it goes through YouTube, if it's not a high bit rate, you're gonna get all that JPEG artifacting, all those weird effects, especially in dark scenes. Anyway, well, Odyssey doesn't do that. It is the exact copy, and you can also download straight from the website. So you could almost use it as a video backup source. You just throw all your videos on there, and you have an exact copy right at your fingertips. That is freaking awesome. I love Odyssey.
Yeah, exactly. Because of all that humbo jumbo that you said eloquently. Yeah, thank you for simplifying that, because I'm not like a techie person, but I know what that was frustrating, when it happened to me. So thank you.
You're welcome. It's like, let's say you upload like hundreds or thousands of videos on YouTube, right? And you're like, okay, I uploaded them all, and then you don't really take backing up seriously. Hard drive crashes, or you need to make space. Anyway, something happens to the original videos, and then you're like, well, I'll just download them all from YouTube. It's like, well, you kind of shot yourself in the foot, because you're going to have a generation loss. They stomped all over it. And then now you have a lesser quality videos than what you originally had, the originals. Right? But anyway.
Yep, I will always support as long as they are around every month.
Kind of surprised that the alternate YouTube platforms have not gained that much traction, right? You look at the view count and the comments; it's like a drop in the ocean compared to
I didn't even
YouTube.
know about Odyssey, so there you go.
Yeah.
Really?
No advertisement.
Yeah. But I agree. I mean, I'm okay with that as long as they preserve exactly what they are at this moment, and then maybe fix that ability to cast to the TV and whatever, the one that you mentioned that they're working on. But yeah, I would say whatever keeps it, the quality of it where it's at, or getting better. It is unfortunate though. Yeah, I wonder about that a lot.
Yeah, I rank them in this order: Odyssey, Rumble, and then BitChute at the bottom. Because BitChute, they've changed hands for the worse, I'm afraid, and they started to censor more, I've noticed.
So has Rumble, which is unfortunate, but I would agree with that same list. Yeah, for sure.
So I've just been archiving on Odyssey and Archive. I kind of hope Archive doesn't go anywhere anytime soon.
That's Archive found this
Archive.org. Huh?
It's amazing. Yeah. So small world. I doubt it will. I hope it doesn't as well.
They've been around since '96. Like,
I
they
applied for a
are the archive of the internet. Like, there's nothing else like that. You know, I think it's extremely important that that it lives on.
I'd say the Wayback Machine is similar to, I guess. I'm assuming these are two completely different things, but it reminds me of that, where it has a
Yeah,
bunch of
it's the
archives
same
of
thing.
web pages.
Archive and Wayback Machine, it's the same company.
It's okay, cool, same brand. Well, that makes sense.
Yeah. If you'd even call it a company, well, it's more like an organization, nonprofit.
I might have to follow up on my job application I submitted there because I would love. Yeah, man, they kick ass, and they're necessary for sure.
Yeah, because you'll hear people say, you know, the internet is forever. Well, it couldn't be further from the truth. Yeah, if you find something on, best advice I can give people when it comes to the internet is if you've come across something that you like, you enjoy, you're like, oh, this is really good information, archive that shit.
Absolutely.
Because there are so many times things will just disappear off the face. Like, you could search for it all you want. It's gone.
Even online, you can use Yandex or any other search engine. It's exactly. Yes, I'm sure we've all had that happen to us.
Or you forget the name of it, the name of the video or whatever it is, and trying to find that same video again can be extremely difficult, if not impossible.
Yeah, they're bad about deleting the keywords that we're more likely to use when it comes to things like that. It's pretty. I mean, it's almost comical, but thank God we have archive. You are right.
Yeah, it's a good thing we have other search engines other than Google, right? Like Yandex is probably the least censored one I've found. Like,
Even my buddy in Kansas City, who's NSA like career and then FBI now. It's like he does the cyber everything, wing of it, whatever. Yeah, even he uses Yandex and doesn't recommend anything besides that and like a particular VPN. And I'm like, all right, cool, whatever, works.
what VPN might that be, if you don't mind sharing?
Because I've had malicious malware from like an unknown source happen once. I now use Proton and it's been very successful.
Hey, that's what I use. You use a free version or paid?
I think I pay for it with my email monthly, included in it to make it a little bit better.
Yeah, their free version's pretty awesome. It's just their peer-to-peer algorithm or whatever you want to call that, like whatever detects that you're using peer-to-peer, like it can trip up on like the smallest things, like just playing a video game online or
For me, it's being in Discord.
but if you pay for it, you don't have to worry about that.
That is correct. I just I don't use it on my computer as often either. But yeah, for sure.
I mean, anything to keep the ISP from snooping in on like what we're doing, because they see it all, right? They're the middleman. Same with the VPNs. They're the middleman. Like, don't get it twisted. Like, people think, oh, I got a VPN, so I'm safe. Not necessarily.
Yeah, I'll make a VPN. You guys can all connect to me. I'm just going to store everything that you do.
I mean, there's nothing stopping them from doing that.
Yeah, that's what I think Proton is anyway. That's why I immediately stopped after about 2 days after I figured out some shit. But I don't remember what it was, and I don't use them, and I'm already behind CrowdStrike shit as it is.
I mean, like, use it for what it is. Like, it can make it more difficult for the ISPs to just freely have access to whatever you're looking at, But you obviously can't use torrents with the free version of Proton or any free VPN that I can think of. But VPNs are cheap though. Like I used PIA for years. It's like $70 for 3 years. Works great. Maxed out my internet connection, no problem. But how much they're pushing VPNs? You know, NordVPN. How many times have you heard that?
Yeah, that you may-
advertisement in
you may as
YouTube
well just-
videos?
Yeah, the NordVPN. You may as well just get an internet connection to the FBI.
Yeah,
You said it.
exactly.
I was thinking it. Yeah, no doubt, man. That's garbage anyway.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I feel like that's all old news too. But I do like talking about it with people that know what's going on with them. Funny.
Well, that's everything though. You know, your highest level encryption you can imagine, 256-bit higher, like whatever. Like, come on, dude. Same people who made the encryption made the internet. They're not stupid, right? There is no privacy. If you have technology within your fingertips, you know, assume that you have no privacy, right? Unless we walk away from technology, can we expect some, you know, some fragment of privacy whatsoever? Like, the rabbit hole just keeps going. Especially if you're on a modern computer, you know. There's microcode running on every CPU. It's like
Yeah.
there's backdoors built in, right? Like that's been
know.
blasted wide open. Intel,
That was like the
AMD,
first- Yeah.
yeah,
Well, he
it's
said
well known.
that most of what you're doing, if it's normal shit, is going to be used by Russia or Israel, and China's not even anything to worry about. That's basically what I was told by somebody that works in that, you know, field of the government. Like, okay, you enjoy that and enjoy using Signal for everything. Bye. But no, he's all right.
So, what do people think China is going to do with information of mine?
They don't want to see your terabytes of porn, okay? They have their own. Or wait, do they?
I've got
Do
0
they?
bytes. I have 0 bytes actually.
Well, that's a joke.
Well, I just don't know why people get paranoid about that shit. My system's wide open as far as I'm concerned. I act like it is. I use it like I don't care, and that's how it goes. And I
Exactly.
go through a super VPN, I want to call it, at work. One machine is at work, one machine is not on work. Depends on what I'm on.
They're interested in influential people.
Or Tor. People think, oh, I'm using Tor. I'm protected. Who do you think made Tor? Who do you think made the internet? Who made encryption?
Yeah, the Naval Research Lab made Tor, and I think they purposefully made it to be dirty so that they could conceal their own activities within it.
Of course.
So they need it to be what it is. They need it to remain a criminal enterprise for underground dastardly deeds, because that's what they're doing.
That's what I think, like, half of the tobacco and vape shops are as well, just on a side note, and Rumble. But yeah, for sure. That's so well said. But yeah, for sure.
Yeah, just look at all the exit nodes. Oh,
Well,
there he
China,
is.
why does China want to know who is an influential person and what will they do about it? Blackmail you somehow?
Yeah, right? I mean, you have to be influential to find out.
Oh.
Yeah.
You guys get out there and start giving your names and stuff and see what happens. I want to see.
It's called BGY, the Blue, Green, Yellow program.
They want to give us that false sense of security. Like, use Tor, use a VPN, use encryption. You're protected. You can say whatever you want. But really, what that's doing is that's throwing up a red flag, going, hey, look at me, look what I'm trying to cover up. It just puts a spotlight on them even more. It just does the exact opposite of what people think it does. If you get enough attention, right?
Or multiple times, same thing or whatever. Yeah, it's a quick pattern, and yeah, it's lasers on.
They're basically doing what the United States was doing in the late 90s and early 2000s when data mining was the hot topic. They're just, I think, getting into it.
Hello, Dr. Cunning. I didn't even see you there. Good morning.
So they're grabbing the entire fire hose and they're just applying analytics to it. Link analysis, time series analysis.
That's funny because at work, when they ask me about hooking up machines and collecting data, I say, I want all the data, and then I'll determine what's good and bad. And that's basically what everybody is doing on their computers. They're giving all the data. Especially since you don't store on drives or anything like that anymore, which is a different technology than they use today.
Windows hasn't had a backdoor since Windows 95 USB edition. No.
Yeah, that was funny. The
NSA
registry
key. What is
entry.
this file? What is this file? NSA key. Oh, that's just a coincidence.
Speculation Sunday and no takers, huh?
No, nobody wants to know
I could
about.
go on for
Nobody,
a while, but there's no point.
nobody wants to know
Be tactful
about
enough with my wording.
weather modification or anything.
Yeah,
Or
going back to
company
that. Just because
NSA
it
agents, and then
exists
they just
doesn't mean they're using it for nefarious purposes, guys.
Just because the modification does exist doesn't mean that's why it was made. You can actually control balloons in the air with certain frequencies. I forget how that works, and that's why you see
really, because I've got
Yeah.
things on my mind. I had balloons for like a solid, I don't know, month. So yeah, go on. That's interesting.
Yeah, the Google patents documents for these things show what happens. They've got emitters on the ground. It looks like HARP, where they basically energize the atmosphere with VHF waves, and they give the frequency and power outputs. And this creates a pressure differential that moves balloon satellites around.
Oh, so
That's all
that's
with
why
the
they
goal
killed.
of
part of the
doing
effects of
preserving
that are
them.
when you see the ripples in the sky are the effects of that. So you guys think that's weather modification? Yeah, they can blow shit around, but that's not what they're doing with it.
Because I've noticed a lot of odd sky patterns that I knew weren't from chemtrails, even though they do those on different days. But that makes a lot of sense. Thanks.
How it's uniformly broken up.
That's the wave. That's the That's the big wave. One of the that's one of the frequencies. What do you call it? Harmonic frequencies of that cloud, of that layer.
I try to take photos of all of them when I see them because they look varying, but that makes total sense because they go in that wave. Yeah, we would expect that to look
You can
sound
look,
healing.
yeah, you can look on
cool,
weather.
but-
You can look at weather maps when they have the cloud radar going. You'll be able to see those off the coast of Corpus Christi when they do it, and that's where they fire one of them from.
That makes sense. Neato.
Hey guys, does everybody here believe that the Earth is flat? I'm just wondering.
No, it's definitely not a belief.
Nope.
Yeah, you know the Earth is flat. It's observably, measurably, and practically used as flat. And belief is simply not required. It does not matter if you believe the Earth to be flat or you believe the Earth not to be flat or whatever you believe. Belief is just factored out of the equation.
Well, oh, okay. So you think it's like certain?
Yeah, beyond all doubt. There's absolutely one. When I say the Earth is flat, there's not one other thing I'm more sure of that I've ever said my whole life. That
So
is
you're
like the
more
highest. Yeah, I'm more sure of that than anything I've ever said.
Yeah, me too.
Agreed. Okay, wait. So, and I'm new to this, so I'm not trying to.
No, I gotcha. You got some questions? You're
Yeah.
curious.
Yeah, you sound honest.
Oh, yeah. No, I appreciate it, guys. So I mean, full disclosure. I mean, I do think the Earth is, um, you know, a globe, but
We used to as well, man, for most of our lives.
I'm having a hard time hearing you guys. Just a second. Let me try to fix this. I'm not fairly new to Discord. Well, I mean, I've had it for a while, but I haven't really used it a lot. So, and it's updated. Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to fix it. Okay, there we go. I should be able to hear you guys now. Yeah. So I full disclosure, you know, I do think that the Earth is a globe, but I keep on seeing this room to be pretty populated, and I was just kind of trying to see if if there really is that many people that believe that the Earth is flat, and then you just said that it's not a belief. You're more certain of that than you are about pretty much any fact. So you're more certain that the Earth is flat than you are that you exist.
Yeah, that would
Yeah.
be
Yeah, me
right
too.
right in the button. You just nailed it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm more certain that it's flat than anything else ever. Ever.
Yeah, we see too far all the time.
Oh,
We also measure too far all the time.
you also, what was that? Sorry, I
The
didn't
thing
hear.
is that you will cease to exist. There will be a world without you. I mean, not you. Okay, the royal you. Okay, the person. Someday I will end. The Earth will continue, and the Earth will continue without me, just as it always has, flat and stationary.
Well,
Yep,
but
not running out of anything, not sea levels rising. That's all just global bullshit.
It is. Yep.
See, what you got different in the flat Earth model or cosmology is not observer dependent. The globe side is all observer dependency. You need the observer for the globe to make sense by not making sense at the same time. It's a contradiction. Meanwhile, in the flat Earth, it's perpetual. Nothing new under the sun. The Earth will be here with or without the observer.
And Glovers get mad at us because they think we repeat the same thing over and over. There's only one thing we can say in a sentence. It's flat, stationary, and we're contained with air pressure of 14.7 psi. That's all I really have to say, and people get mad about that. And I'll explain other things about it, but people get mad when you say that to them.
Well, so, I mean, the questions are just, I'm teeming with questions. But let me just ask this real quick. How is it that you know that the Earth is flat if it takes, some sort of mind to know that you know that, but yet you don't know that you exist even more?
Yeah,
this was explained to you.
Yeah, I was just messing with you anyway. I know I exist as much as I know the Earth is flat. How's that?
This was just explained to you too already. The Earth is observably flat, measurably flat, practically used as flat. It doesn't require me to validate that. It's self-validating.
No, but I'm saying you're making. No, I agree. Facts exist. Objective facts exist apart from minds. But I don't. I just don't understand what you mean when you say that. I mean, the other guy said he was joking, but you seem to think that. I mean, do you really think that you are more certain, or you know this with certainty more than you do that you exist? That's for crit.
Yeah, exactly what I said. There's not one thing more certain that I'm more certain of than the Earth is being flat. And I know this because if I factor myself out of the equation, I'm no longer part of it. Nothing changed. The Earth stayed flat and stationary.
But who is the one?
There's no observer dependency baked into flat Earth.
I guess what I'm asking you is how is this statement that I know that the Earth is flat and I'm certain of it more than my own existence? How does that even make sense unless there is a knower involved?
Yeah, we experience it that way.
Yeah, but there's an experiencer, right?
Yeah, and even if I don't experience it, it's going to be that way regardless. The observer dependency is not required.
No, I understand. I guess I'm just talking about you making the claim to me, right? I mean, you're saying this, in out loud into the ether, right? You're saying this, and you have this belief state, and I'm just saying you're the believer of that.
You don't want to keep saying that, Andrew. Andrew, do you know that you exist?
No.
Oh, you don't know that you exist, so why the hell would we be talking to you if you're not even sure that you exist?
Well, I believe that I exist.
So you believe you're a brain in the jar, then?
Conundrum. That sounds like a conundrum for yourself.
No, so it just depends on
You
what
don't
we mean.
know. Listen, dude, I'm not going to have someone who doesn't know whether or not they exist or not explain anything to me. Sorry.
I know I exist. Honest, no God, like I hate it. It's so stupid to me. Like I exist, and I'm pretty sure everyone around me is also in existence in some way.
Not you, President Brandon.
Like I've been punched in the
Not
face.
you, President
I've been
Brandon.
punched in the
Andrew.
face. That's all I'm gonna say. I get it.
Andrew.
I'm just saying.
How sure are you that you're on Discord from a scale of 0 to 100%?
Who's being asked there?
Anyone who's uncertain.
You are being asked, Andrew.
Well, look, I'm just trying to have a dialogue. I didn't know it was going to turn hostile.
No, it's not hostile.
It's not hostile,
He's asking
dude.
the question for a reason so we can continue. That's why.
No, somebody just said I'm not going to have somebody who doesn't know that he exists say anything to me or tell me anything.
That's all.
And
All right. Old
would
Hoss
you
didn't
talk
get his
to someone?
Old
Yeah,
Hoss didn't have his coffee yet.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of my coffee. Hey, Andrew, would you talk to someone who was unsure whether or not they existed?
Yeah, I do it all day.
Oh, God.
Yeah. So knowing
Sounds
that
like a long day, dude.
Yeah, we do
yeah.
too.
So here's the thing: when you say that you know that you exist, the whole question is, what do we mean by I? Some people don't.
What do you mean by oh?
Yeah, but you can't prove that you are independent of everything else, and some people
Says
take
the
it.
person who doesn't know whether or not they exist.
You're not hearing what I'm saying. So some
But I don't even know if you exist. Neither do you.
So do you?
A needle pulling thread.
But that's not though.
It's too early for this, man.
Look, I'm
too early.
down with I'm down with like self-refuting arguments. I get what you're saying, but that's not what's going on here, and you're just not allowing me to explain it, so that's fine. So here's the question I
How would
have.
you know?
So if people are like flying in they're flying around the Earth, right, as they would perceive it. They start in one spot and fly in a direction, and they end up back at the same spot that they started.
This is gonna be good.
Is this
Hey, Andrew, Andrew, do you have chat open? Can you see what we're typing?
No.
Maybe you
Hey,
wanna
Andrew.
go in there so you can see what we're typing.
Andrew, if you run around a track, have you run around a ball?
No.
There you go.
Here, I posted a picture of a plane flying. So, how does it? And it's flying west, and it has to keep correcting to go west. How come?
I don't know. It's something.
On a globe, you wouldn't do that.
Yeah. So wait. So if somebody goes in one direction and they have to correct periodically.
Yeah, like running around a track.
Yeah, so let's see why. Let's look at the top of a globe down, okay? We'll put a magnet there for the North Pole since they point there, compasses, and let's see what happens. Going west, Looks like you go in a circle at the top. If you went around the North Pole at the top, so if you keep going down, huh?
Right, one heading.
Yep, that's it. Going in a circle. So you're not going around a ball anywhere.
Okay. So you think that pilots are just not aware of this, or that they're lying?
What in their airplane tells them they're on a globe?
No. I'm saying that they're not aware that there's a problem in the way they perceive what they're doing.
If they perceive they're flying sideways, that's all on them. That's why I don't trust pilots.
You don't trust pilots?
Not necessarily. That's why I don't like flying.
Do you trust?
My cousin. I trust him. He's a commercial pilot. Flies for I think American out of Detroit or something. I don't remember. Anyway, like I trust him because he's like normal, and I've seen other pilots that are not normal.
Yeah. Do you trust astronauts?
Oh, brother.
Real, actually. Take that, Palestine.
So now we're starting to talk about NASA, just things that.
No, I'm actually just more trying to say that if you have this many, just
yeah, astronauts are liars. How's that?
Well, I think all people are liars in some sense.
No. You see, that's where you entered the room of not lies.
No. I think that people just lie to themselves and lie to people.
Like you're lying to yourself whether or not you know you exist?
Yeah, people lie to themselves all the time. When they come in here, they get slapped in the face, and all of a sudden they don't lie to themselves anymore.
Well, here's the thing.
If that was your best argument, why not come in with that?
Terms. No, I'm not trying to do an argument. I'm just trying to. I'm asking.
So you're just here to bellyache or what? Complaining about the liars of the world?
No, I'm trying to express to you my objections.
Yeah, listen. Pilots take off. They go to altitude and they land.
Yeah, pilots take off. They go to altitudes and land. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
But they have compasses though, right?
Sure.
Okay, so they know they're going one direction, right?
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, there's magnetic declination issues, right?
Well, I mean, look, we're
you seem to think going directionally means going in a straight line.
Well, I'm just saying if it's broadly in the same direction, and I'm not saying it. Yeah, if it's broadly.
If you run around a track, have you run around a ball?
No, but going around a track.
Latitude are circles, and they're concentric circles from the north, looking down.
Yeah, that's how it works.
So you head west and you stay west. You're always going to be going around a circle,
and you're going to fly on the circle. Normally, they're going to tell you which path to fly in, and you're going to have to keep your heading going because your plane wants to just go straight normally.
So I guess that's hard for me to make sense of what you're saying, and I'm trying to. But I guess my question would be:
well, do you think traveling directionally means traveling in a straight line? That's the only thing you could be confused about.
No, I think somebody can travel in a straight line for the most part.
Not using a compass.
Oh, they don't have to use a compass, but I'm just saying a compass.
So why'd you bring them up?
Well, no. I don't think that's the only thing they need to use, but I think a compass is certainly going to tell you that you're going a direction. And I do think that it's enough to tell you. It's enough to tell you that you're on a particular path. That if you stayed on that path, if you were to calibrate routinely and end up and to end up at the same spot, that you probably went around a globe, not in a circle.
Or you went around a track.
So I just showed you a guy putting a compass around a flat map of the globe, and you think that's going around a ball?
No, obviously, if you went around a flat map on some plane, no, then that would be what you're doing. But that's not what.
Well, that's what planes do. They go to altitude and then they land.
Okay, so when I talked
The
about
the only way you're going to be able to like shoehorn the globe in is forcing your wishful thoughts into the situation.
By telling me that pilots think they fly sideways and upside down sometimes. That's crazy thoughts right there. Seriously, dude.
It's wild. It's not a
I mean-
Denzel Washington pilot movie.
So do all of the are all of the pilots and astronauts that are like, independent from each other, right? Like, are all these guys like they're
They're lying or equally befuddled as you are.
Well,
And does a pilot have to adjust for the curve? Like if he's flying around a ball, does he not have to adjust for that curve, or would he just fly off into space?
Yeah, they just fly up into space, don't they? If they don't always push the nose down. As we can see in the clip I posted, him pushing the nose down every so often, right? Let's look at that again. Let's look at that again. I think he's totally concentrating on making that plane go west. He could give a shit because the plane's staying at altitude.
Well, wait, but so I mean, would you guys want it to be the case if the Earth was a globe? Would you want that to be true? I know that doesn't have anything to do with truth, but I just want to know what you want to be the case.
You want us to make up something for the globe in order to make it become true?
No, that's just opposite of what I just said.
Yeah, I was thrilled living within the globe paradigm for as long as I was perplexed about it, but I always wanted to know the truth of everything.
Sure, and I think that's the right.
So there's the answer to your question. Do you not think I was equally enamored by this outer space mythos as you are?
And I'm waiting for my $5,000 reservation fee for the Moon Hotel that they were supposed to be building in 1978. My parents, they bought part of the Moon Hotel and everybody else, and we still haven't gotten our monies back at all. There's no hotel to go to. That's been 50 years.
My head's reeling, and it's hard to keep up with everything. And I hear what you guys are saying, but I can't comment on all of it because a lot of people want to say stuff, and it's fine. And I appreciate you guys, having the room and stuff. I guess I would just ask, if I could just ask a couple things. Just what is the overall, like, what's the purpose for those that are lying? I guess what would be the purpose of that? And then
have you ever asked a liar why they lied?
I was going to ask, why wouldn't they lie to you? It's not like they have your best interest at heart.
No, but I mean, like, what's the benefit?
They don't care if you like them, dude. They don't care if you like them or not.
Well, that's not what I'm asking, though. I'm just talking more about the benefit that people get from lying.
Money.
And
maybe these people don't even know they're lying.
They control us that way, duh.
Well, that would be selfish. Yeah, no. If they don't know they're lying, then I don't take. That would be just not what
everyone's as equally enamored with this outer space mythos as you are.
Yeah,
and I was.
Andrew,
that's just the way it is.
If you go work at NASA,
yeah,
and you talk about space and shit like that, nobody's going to give a shit because
and they're all compartmentalized too. Yeah,
they all know about space. Yeah, we work at NASA. Of course, space is real. You get it?
Okay, so when I look so just real quick, so I had a couple questions and I got the first one out, but so when I look up in the sky and I see that ball up there that we call the moon, and I see that other ball up there that we call the sun, although I try not to look right at it. What is that?
There's two things that appear to be the same size.
Yeah, they are the same size.
And I would say, I don't see them as a ball. That was an implanted idea.
One happens to be 93 million miles away, and one happens to be inside the Earth's atmosphere, which gas can't take a shape, but that's another story altogether.
What a coincidence.
No, I'm saying, what are they?
Who knows?
Yeah,
mysteries abound.
I can't go there to check it out. Believe me, I would have already gone.
Okay. So moon landing fake. Moon landing fake.
How is it that you know what it is they are?
Let me ask you, Andrew, when you're done answering this.
Well, he
I
has no
mean,
answer for that.
it's hard to keep up with
You know.
everything that's
Just
being
go
said.
ahead. How did you learn
How
about
is it that how is it that you know that those things are what you say they are?
It'd be reasoning to the best explanation, and I don't think that you're going to
So
have.
wild guess.
That's not what I said.
Reasoning to the best explanation in relation to what?
Abductive reasoning.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Let's
so
hear
you're
it.
just
Yeah, let's hear what the sun is then. I need to hear this.
Yeah, so what I mean by reasoning to the best explanation, it means that we're taking in all the data that I have, whatever that is, which is people's testimonies all over the world, science textbooks, all of the stuff that we read and learn.
because everyone said so.
Guess
No,
what? I bet you don't read shit from all over the world
I gotta
about the
say-
sun.
I gotta
I'm
say
going to
this
guess you don't read books on the sun from all over the world or the moon from all
That's
over
not
the
what I
world.
said. But that's not what I said. There's a lot of straw manning going on here. It's not. I'm trying to have a conversation with you guys, but there's.
You just said then Old Hoss is right. It's just other people told you something and you
That's not what I
believe that.
said, though. But that's
well,
a
then
straw
it
man.
has to be one of them.
Okay, Andrew, then do you know for a certainty that those things are balls up there?
No, I don't.
Okay. Then why did you ask about them as if they were?
Because I think that it is almost certainly the case. It's not.
Cool story, dude. Thank you for sharing your belief.
But here's the thing. Of course, it's a belief because pretty much everything that I hold.
Now you know, and now you understand that you're wrapped up in a belief system.
Well, it's going to start making sense to you since we told you what the beliefs are. Now you should be able to start peeling this thing apart by yourself.
Wait, so are all of you guys claiming you have no beliefs? That everything you know is what you know, and you have it's not a belief?
Yeah, not on this subject.
I'm
Yes,
not
some
claiming
people have
that, but
beliefs.
I can't.
Yeah, I don't follow like a belief system. Some people do, and that's fine. I totally get it. I know this place was created. It doesn't. I don't have to believe that it is because it's already here. So that's as far as I go with it, and probably something else afterwards. But I'm not going to talk about that.
Are you guys predominantly theists or atheists?
Both.
Everything.
They're both in here, bro.
No, I'm saying, I'm sorry. In this room right now, are you predominantly atheist or theist or agnostic?
Both.
It's a mix.
All three. All three, bro.
Yeah, flat earthers are a wide swath of population that cover all people, all ideas.
And we don't care what the other one like believes in or not on their personal thing. When it comes to facts that we all know about, that's why we all sit in here and can just talk, and we can talk about like Speculation Sunday. Now, if one of these guys wants to bring up something, we'll probably talk about it for a little bit. We don't stay on hours on really off-topic stuff, but we will. Stuff like that. We're talking to you. So you're talking to the actual flat earthers, not the Flat Earth Society government bullshit website, all that stuff. That's not us.
Yeah, it sucks because there's a couple problems. One is we're not using the same terminology. So you guys are using words differently than I would use them. I think you're even using them different than each other. So that's one problem. The other thing is I don't like, I want to be like, I want to have a conversation with you guys, but it just feels like there's a little bit of hostility, and I don't know why that is. I'm not trying to be. I don't want to like fight
just
with
factor
anybody.
your feelings out of it.
Well, no. That's precisely what I'm talking about. Is the feelings? It sounds like people.
There's no hostility. You came in here insisting that we believe something. Now you realize it's you who believes something.
I didn't insist that, but I am insisting that.
You said it about 7 times, even after you were corrected.
Yeah. Okay. So that was the second thing I was going to say. So it's different terminology. That's one problem. The other thing is there's an awful lot of straw manning going on.
So do you think believing and knowing are synonymous?
No, I think they're two different things.
So
and I
what's
think
what's the terminology you think is confused?
Yeah. So if you know something, it's going to be what typically, and it depends on your theory of truth, but it's going to be something like
theory of truth. What does that even mean?
It's what you take.
What does theory of truth mean?
I'm gonna
hold
I'm
on,
gonna
hold on,
say
hold
that
on,
tomorrow
hold
in a
on,
meeting
hold on.
and see if I get laughed at.
Real quick. Okay, so there is one thing that everyone in here believes, Andrew, that is not about the whole theist or atheist or whatever, but we do believe that there is an objective truth and an objective reality. Not like we don't believe in relativity at all. Nothing is relative. You can't.
I got you. I got you.
Good is good and bad is bad.
Well, okay, yeah.
Well, President Brandon, you're talking to someone who doesn't know whether or not he's here. So
No, but that's not. It's really. I
Calm down,
mean,
bro. Let him
it's
respond.
really, there's just an awful lot of straw manning going on, and I hope you guys know. Just to be
those
clear,
were
of
your
what.
own words, dude. That was
Yeah.
your
So
own claim.
you
Hey,
know
why
what
don't
I
we
mean?
talk about that? What's straw manning? Can you
Yeah,
bring up
please
an instance?
explain.
Yeah, straw manning is just there.
The
You guys are
example
responding.
that you use the example that was used on you.
Yeah, like saying something like, when I'm looking at what Stop the Cut is saying, and I'm just reading the stuff in the chat and hearing what you guys are saying to me, like things like, I come in here and I insist that you believe.
That's what you said.
Yeah, but no, I
Yeah,
didn't
yeah,
though.
yeah.
I said I think I think that everyone has beliefs. Okay, and
Yeah,
then
I have a favorite baseball team. I can tell you which baseball team I believe to be the best. But we're talking about whether or not the Earth is a ball.
That's you just those. I just showed you the straw man, and you just blew past it.
No, listen.
Yeah.
When I
Hey,
tell you that you're unsure whether or not you exist, that's not a straw man. That's a steel man.
No,
this isn't a topic about beliefs. We all have beliefs, but not this one.
okay. So look, it's the terminology of belief and terminology of no means different things to different people. And so when you guys are saying what you're saying and I'm saying what I'm saying, we're not saying the same thing. So it's like we're
Yeah.
speaking
Okay.
different language.
I can
Okay,
tell you,
so to
we
set you
have
straight,
firsthand direct
yeah.
knowledge of Earth. We have firsthand direct knowledge.
So you're in a room where we use the actual "we know for a fact" meaning.
Okay. I don't know what that even means. I said two different things.
Yeah, you
I
said
think,
there's people that know for a fact, but they don't really know for a fact. Like you know for a fact the sun is a gas ball floating around in a through the galaxy at 1.6 million miles per hour, dude. You know that's a fact.
So when I say that I know something for a fact, because I do think I have beliefs that would cross over into knowledge. Okay, because I think knowledge is a subset of belief. Okay, knowledge is a subset of belief, and knowledge is, if you know something, it needs to be justified, true belief. That's what knowledge is. Justified, true belief. That's what
Can I
people
say something real
typically
quick,
say.
Andrew?
What's that?
Okay, so the definition of belief is to have faith in something with no evidence. Knowledge or gnosis is quite the opposite. The definition of knowledge is to not have faith, but know something because you have verified it with evidence. You know?
Yeah.
Like
Well,
people
I
have their
appreciate.
colloquial beliefs and definitions, but when you look these up in the dictionary, you will find
Yeah,
that
I mean,
approximately what I say to be true.
no, I got you, brother. So I think it was close, but there's one thing you said there that so if you just go to Google, type in belief, just see what it says. It says, and first definition, an acceptance that a statement is true or that something exists. But then the second definition, and this is just based on usage, right? So first and second definitions, the first is going to be most used, second like less used, but still used. Second is trust, faith, or confidence in someone or something. And that's it, right? Like I still got belief in myself. People say things like that. It just gives an example.
And you have belief
Yeah,
and you
you don't
in
know whether or not
astronauts,
you exist.
remember? You believe in astronauts too.
I believe in astronauts. So look,
Yeah, we have
that's not.
measurements. We have
You
measurements.
brought them up.
Well, so hold on. Let's go to no now. No, be aware of.
This is great.
Be aware of through observation, inquiry, or information.
Yeah,
That's
you've only seen Buzz Aldrin on your television screen.
No, but but I've met people that are astronauts. So I don't.
Did he feel different now that he went to the moon?
Andrew, do you struggle with issues of gullibility?
Has anybody ever said to you, "You're pretty gullible"?
If you don't know, that should tell you something.
I mean, that's just like
do you believe everything that you're told?
Yeah, I believe everything that I'm told. That's why I believe what you guys are telling me and not
Well,
arguing
no,
with
I'm
you at all.
talking about these astronaut stories.
Okay, wait.
Okay, wait. Do you believe all the stories the spacemen have told you?
The spacemen?
Yeah, the spacemen.
Do I believe all the stories that the spacemen have told?
Yeah, keep repeating it. Do it 8 more times, please.
All the stories the spacemen told you. I repeated it for you. If you want to repeat it back, it's fine.
I'm just I'm taken aback. I don't even know how to make sense of what you guys are saying, and you're not
Well,
allowing me.
you were told stories by spacemen. Do you believe all the stories that spacemen tell you?
I believe that a bunch of people are not colluding.
Well, no answer. Oh, so you have that's called an appeal to your own personal incredulity. You can't believe that a lie this big could be told.
No, I
Wake
think
up.
I think that's an unreasonable hypothesis to say that all these people.
That's an appeal to your own personal incredulity.
No, I'm reasoning to that explanation. No.
You can't. Okay, so, dude, your only evidence now is you can't fathom that this could have been pulled off.
You don't take millions and millions of people around the world that don't even know each other.
Millions now?
Yes, of course there's millions. Between the pilots.
brother.
Why are you comparing pilots to spacemen?
Because pilots also know something about the terrain. They know something about what
they learn in Flight Dynamics 101, page 1. Earth is flat and stationary, treated as such.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have pilots in our community and we talk to them.
I mean, is there any way that I don't know that it could be proven? I don't think that it could be proven to you guys that it could be round or globe, right? I don't think there's any way to prove it.
It's already been sorted out, sir. You're late to the party.
Yeah, we already know that it's flat because we already measured it.
I honestly think. Are you guys? Are any of you in here playing at all? Or are you guys serious? Are you guys being serious?
Check it out. This dude is having a fucking cognitive meltdown right in front of us, YouTubers. This is what it sounds like.
Tell you how serious it is. This community's been around 8 years, and we've recorded every discussion 24/7 the entire time. They're all on YouTube with astrophysicists, with satellite engineers, with pilots, you name it.
There's astrophysicists. There's like accredited astrophysicists.
Yeah, we talked to a guy. We talked to a guy who worked at one of the national labs not too long ago.
Okay, let me ask you this: can you tell me the name of who you think is considered a credible person? Any person that's considered credible among academia?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse Tyson thinks the Earth is flat. Is that what you're saying?
I have videos, testimonies of pilots speaking. It's flat. So what's your?
Hold on. He just wait. You guys are
cheating. You trust the pilot?
Astronaut. I have an astronaut saying the Earth is flat. I have an astronaut saying the Earth is flat. I also have what is it called?
We have Buzz Aldrin saying we didn't go there.
Okay, hold on.
Three times, 3 videos.
Somebody just said.
You trust the pilots? We have pilots saying it's flat. Okay, so what you want to prove? Nothing. Just believe.
Okay, hear me out. There's pilots saying.
I did post the definition of belief and acceptance that something exists or is true, especially one without proof.
Okay, so again, I asked for.
What proof do you have on your side? What proof? I don't want belief.
Okay, proof. We don't talk in proof is something that's like in mathematics. It's not even
mathematics.
Holy crap!
Mathematics.
Have you ever seen a courtroom drama on TV?
Yeah.
Do they ask for evidence and proof?
Yeah, no, prove.
This is a courtroom, and the globe is on
Yeah,
trial.
you know what they say though. Do you know what they say though? You remember the phrase they say, and I think this is a crucial thing to point out.
I
Why
object.
you hold
Hey,
on?
I object.
Finish here.
Andrew, hold on.
Okay.
And you
Prove.
said that you said okay. Go ahead.
It's in the courtroom. Prove beyond a what? Reasonable
Yeah,
doubt.
yeah.
Okay, the
With an
That's for
expectation of
that's
expectation
for
of
different kind
innocence.
of cases. That's for
I
if
wasn't
you
saying.
stole a fur coat from
I
Kmart.
was just.
Hey
I was just.
Andrew,
trying-
I did post the video. I did post the video. I did post the video. I did post a video. Pilots admitting Earth is flat. So trust the
Let me
pilots,
ask you.
okay?
Let me
Trust the
ask Andrew
pilots.
something. Hold on. Let me ask Andrew something because he said he has an acceptance.
I'm still trying to respond to 80 questions ago.
Yeah, I get
Are
it. But you said you had an acceptance that these things are all legit.
No,
So what? Tell us what led to your acceptance, and then maybe through that you'll realize that you were
I
accepting
don't.
something that was all wet.
Well, but I don't think we're going to be able to get off the ground because I'm not even like able
You
to.
you said there was an acceptance. You want to pitter patter around what's belief and what's truth. You said that you had an acceptance that all these stories were legit. So why don't you examine your own process of acceptance of these things?
The reason to the best explanation that you're not going to have a collusion among millions of people.
Yeah,
That's what
that's logically fallacious if that's your best argument.
Not fallacious.
Can I
Yes,
show you a
that's saying
picture of?
that's
Can I
saying you can't conceive of it, therefore it's not real.
go ahead and look in chat? Yeah, Andrew,
all-
look in chat. I'm going to
it-
show you
it doesn't-
astronauts colluding. Okay,
It doesn't
look in
mean
chat, Andrew.
doesn't mean
Look in
there's
chat.
certainty. I'll look in chat. Here's what I asked. There's two things.
That's
You guys
collusion right there.
You guys just blew past some stuff really quick. And I asked if Neil deGrasse Tyson, because I asked for a person, somebody said Neil deGrasse Tyson. I said, okay, so Neil deGrasse Tyson is a flat earther. Silence, crickets. Nobody give an answer on that. Now, I also asked because who was
Well,
it?
hold on. Neil deGrasse Tyson, when people say they see the Earth curve, he sets them straight.
Okay, listen. Is Neil deGrasse Tyson a flat earther? Can you just answer me?
He's a TV science communicator, but he says things that kind of cooks the goose of the globe.
Okay.
He's a damage control artist, so he has to
Yeah.
talk out of both sides of his mouth.
Correct. He has to say it's flat because we know it's flat. Even though people say they see it from the sky, it's a ball. He says, nope, it's flat. You're just seeing it with a fisheye lens. He just tells it straight up. Then he says you can't get far away to see it as a ball. So that's the problem.
What would the
Here's-
consequences be if the Earth were flat?
Okay. Hold on real quick because it's hard to have a conversation and I appreciate you guys, but I just wanted to ask if I could just real quick. I don't know where he is. Cunning Druger. Can you tell me just one name of the astrophysicist that you guys have talked to? Just one that believes the Earth is flat.
Irrelevant.
Okay, this is okay. Then this is just like not. This is not even on.
Well, listen. What someone believes, or what asking us to comment on the inner thoughts of strangers is pointless. That's not proving anything about the natural world.
Well, I thought you guys just finished invoking conspiracy, which involves quite a lot of inner thoughts, doesn't it?
Just no. Well, you need to look at empirical evidence, observations, measurements of the natural world. Not asking
Hold on.
this stranger believes.
Cyclone, this is fallacious what you're doing, right? I mean, you're trying.
No, it's not. No,
Yeah,
it's
it
not.
is.
Pointing
It
out
is.
that you asking us to divine the inner thoughts of strangers is
I'm
not
not
a
asking
coherent
you.
argument
I'm
for either
asking-
side.
Look,
Yeah.
someone made a.
I was in the group, and the people were studying something that from the Bible. There was an astrophysicist there. He was a flat earther. What's your point? What's your point?
Cunning Druger made.
You want to be a pilot. Try to land an airplane with Earth beneath, moving 1,000 miles per hour.
Can you
try
look,
that?
You guys just
You are
throw
crashing. You are just crashing.
Okay, listen.
Hold on. Listen, Andrew, it's irrelevant. The opinions of individuals doesn't confirm or deny what the Earth is, right?
Okay, listen. Appealing to an expert opinion who actually is an expert in a certain topic is not fallacious.
Yeah,
So
it is. If you're not
no,
talking
it
about
isn't.
what their opinion is based on, we want to know what
No,
evidence their opinion is
I
based on, not
agree.
just
I
their
agree.
opinion.
I agree. You
Okay,
want
well then skip the
look,
opinion and get to the evidence bit.
look. I agree that you want to scrutinize what they understand the best that you can, but none of us can be masters in all fields of academia. It's insane to think so. No,
Irrelevant. If you can't
it
name
is
one
relevant.
piece of evidence, we're not
It
asking
is
you to know
relevant.
everything about everything. We're
It
asking
is
you to
relevant.
provide
But
compelling,
you're not,
verifiable evidence that the Earth is a ball that spins. That's
cyclone,
very
cyclone,
specific.
cyclone. I'm not trying to provide some verifiable, incontrovertible proof to you that the Earth is globe right now. That's not what I'm doing. What I'm saying is that if you think that appealing to an expert opinion on something is fallacious, that is fallacious.
Yeah,
There's
it's called
nothing
an
wrong
appeal
with
to authority. Appeal to
yeah,
authority fallacy.
appeal to authority. Okay, cool. So listen, you're quoting a fallacy, and you should look in the SCP or any philosophy handbook that'll talk about. Yes, the philosophy. That's what an appeal. When you talk about logic and
When you'll
philosophy,
say, but my authority is valid because he's
no, look, there are
trustworthy or he's got the expertise. That's a
no.
fallacy. You
Listen,
don't know. If you
there is
can't tell us what they're studying and what the evidence is, you have no idea.
no. Look,
Andrew, I have a geophysicist. He's a flat
an,
earther. What's your
an,
point?
an appeal to authority is not always fallacious. That's what I'm telling you. Okay.
Right. Well, for it to be founded, you would have to show us the verifiable evidence that the opinion is based on and show that it's verifiable in reality. So can you do that?
What
No,
causes
it
stellar
just means
parallax?
it
Well
just needs
then.
to.
Well then.
Does
It's
anybody
pointless.
know what
This
causes
is a
stellar
pointless
parallax?
conversation, Andrew. We're not interested in opinion. We want the verifiable evidence.
Abel,
So someone go on to that.
are you a flat earther, Abel?
I have no comment.
Hey, Andrew, you're doing so well that Abel's come to save you.
Listen, check it out. People that have no comments, have already been here and know the drill. They already want to just
Are you
chime
guys-
in just a little bit.
Are you guys trying to just absolve people of their deception? Is that what the idea is? Or like, what's the purpose of the room and what you guys are doing? I just
We're
don't
trying to talk about
Comedy
reality.
room.
We're
Yeah,
trying
it's
to
a
talk about
comedy room for the
reality.
globe. Comedy room. We all laugh about it in here.
You want
If we
people to
could just
understand.
stick to facts and
Andrew-
ideas and not talk
Yeah,
about
Andrew, you're
being
the only one
emotional
who's
and
doing
personal
anything.
and all that nonsense.
Guys, we need to
If you just
get a
stick
hold
to
of this
facts
one
and
at a time.
ideas, that'd be great.
When you guys have
guys.
like 6 or 7 people saying stuff in 1,000 different directions, so I don't
Here,
even know how to. I think
Here, I'll say it again. I'll say it again.
with Andrew. Cyclone was talking to Andrew.
Well, whoever the globe are into, you need to understand that we're not interested in opinion. We're not, no matter how expert you think it is. We want to know what the verifiable evidence is. Right? So
What do you
speak
guys
about
think of
that. We
stellar
need measurements,
parallaxes?
observations.
Anybody got any thoughts?
Go ahead, Abel.
Oh, anybody have any thoughts on stellar parallaxes?
No, I don't have any thoughts on it.
Like why
Maybe
they
you can
would
Google
occur
it.
in the context of a flat Earth?
You could chat.
Anybody?
Ask ChatGPT what flat earthers think about it. It'll give you the answer.
We have wandering stars. They call it planets. They are not fixed.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the parallax of stars beyond the solar system.
Yeah,
beyond the solar system.
The ones that we see don't move. The ones we see don't move, but the ones that we don't see are moving.
Golly, why does it need always to be about the sky?
Yeah, they're all moving in that. They're all moving in predictable patterns. The luminaries are all moving in repeated patterns. Have done for all of recorded human history. They appear to move, and we don't. So, what does that? How does that tell us that the Earth is a ball that spins?
Would you guys be willing to get on a ship and fly to space if it was paid?
Spaceship.
You cannot
Would you
prove
be,
space.
Would you be willing? Let me just ask this. Would you be willing to get into the cupboard that takes you to Narnia? Would you be willing?
Can you prove space? Can
That's
you
what
have
these questions sound
gas
like.
pressure next to this vacuum?
I shot you a friend request, Cyclone. That was awesome. That was awesome.
Hey, Andrew, old Hoss, remember, you want us to go up and
Okay,
be
right, yeah.
spacemen too? Is that what you're saying?
I think you guys, I just gained a new level of respect based on that last thing about Narnia. That was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we wouldn't. I mean, if you guys, sorry, someone was speaking. To me.
Look, I have this guy in space. You know, let's see this guy. You see the space shuttle there?
Hold on. Who was it? Who was
Look,
trying to get
look,
in there?
look at that guy at space there, in space studio of NASA. That's your space. There's
Yeah,
more.
I mean, listen. If you guys want to jump into rockets and fire yourselves into the sky based on stories from the government, be my guest. But I will not be joining you.
Yeah, if there's going to be giants like that peeking their head around the back of my spaceship, I don't want to go there either.
Yeah, I do kind of miss the idea, the fantasy idea of like an ice moon. That was my favorite, but I'm still okay without going because I know it's not there.
The ice moon. That's a good idea. Like the opposite of the sun.
Is that some
So,
kind of new theory?
is there anybody here, if they had a paid trip, would they go to space?
I have a space hut. Look,
No,
space.
no,
space
because
hut.
Mike,
Look,
you know what's going to happen? It'll be televised and it'll blow up on TV, and I don't want that to happen.
Even if
Look,
you
that
could
hut.
go to space,
That
even
hut
if
is
like
in
their
space.
story was true, what about the concept of space is appealing at all?
Thing out of nowhere.
Look at that rocket in space with that rat. Oh,
I didn't hear.
it's alive.
I didn't hear what you said, Sydney, but I couldn't hear you because other people were talking. But I would say this: like, I don't, nothing about space is appealing to me. I don't want to go to space. I think it's actually kind of freaky, but it's
Yeah,
certainly
so
there.
why do you think we would want to go?
Oh, because I think that you guys think it's not real. So I think it'd probably be good to go there and see that it is. See that it is.
How do you know it's real?
What makes you think it's real?
Oh, I'd probably put like a 97%.
Here we go again.
Yeah. Okay, what's
Brain in
that
a jar.
confidence?
Brain in a
What
jar.
specifically,
What I
what would that
believe.
confidence be? Hold on.
Here's
What
the
would that
thing.
confidence be based on
Imagination.
exactly? The videos, the photos.
That was
Yeah,
hilarious.
the confidence would be based on justification,
Okay.
reason.
Well,
okay.
yeah, but what is the justification? That's the question.
We wouldn't be able to get there because I wouldn't be able to get more than a sentence out, and it would get
Okay,
interrupted.
bro. Well, we already know. Your
Okay.
experience of space is the same as our experience of space, which is zero in reality, but on a screen, we've seen images and videos and we've been told stories. That's the extent of it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for
I
you,
mean,
it's built on trust, Andrew. It's all about trust.
well,
You
here's
trust
what's
people.
Here's what's interesting is that people can look at the exact same data set and come away with 180-degree different conclusions.
Yeah,
How's
we
that?
ask about the provenance of the data set. That's the difference.
No. I'm saying that
Yes, we do. We are interested in how the data set came to be.
Look, we can all have all the facts laid bare, and I'm saying that when we
Yet
look at
you've
all,
not even come to a conclusion.
no, I'm saying that when we look at it, that we can all come away with 180. We can come away with 180-degree different understandings, and the question is, how is that possible?
You know
That's
what?
because
gullible.
That's because we have that's because we have prior commitments, and everybody has like their axioms and presuppositions.
You know
And
what?
then
It's
you come-
impossible.
It's not about
Yeah,
it's not axiomatic
Like-
for you guys. It's belief in a story.
No, look, I don't care about a story. I couldn't
That's
remember what
all
reality.
it is, bro. You've never experienced space.
Like, I want to know what's true
Space, yeah?
too, and I want to know what's true
Okay, but
too.
if you can't even understand that your idea of space is based on hearsay stories, images, and videos you've been shown,
Yeah.
then how are you gonna understand what truth is if you don't even know where your idea comes from?
Well, let me get this straight. When I get a telescope, which we have some pretty strong ones, and my brother has one that's pretty strong, and we take a little look up and we see these things, and we can see them we can see things
You
moving
look
around.
up into the night sky.
Yeah, in the night sky, right? Correct. And we see
Right,
things
so
moving
not
around.
an infinite vacuum like you're
Yeah.
believing
Well,
about space.
hear me out. So hear me out. We see things moving, and we see these things flying around, and then we can see
Yeah.
like. No, but here's what's crazy. You can see like shimmering,
Are
like
you
light.
drinking right now?
But
Not at
you know
all.
what? You know what you
Okay.
can do with.
Why? How do you say you look in a telescope and see things flying around?
Yeah,
You know what?
because you do.
Maybe he
You know
means the
what?
satellites.
You know what you
You
can
can see
do with
many
your
satellites
telescope.
passing pretty fast through the sky.
You know what you can do with your telescope? Go to a big lake, and point that horizontally, and try to find any curvature. Because I have 70 miles,
My friend.
without any curvature on the big lake at the South America, Lake Titicaca.
So Lake Titicaca. So what are we looking at?
What is your curvature? You are claiming a ball Earth. Where is your curvature?
Calm down.
Even your space, space is not possible. I did post a citation from NASA.
Why can't I see the other end of the Earth?
Okay,
What am
it's
I-
very simple. It's the goal on the table right now is going to space. Yes or no? Okay, and the problem is that the globalists want flat earthers to go to space when they won't go themselves. The pathway to space to get your ass on the rocket and get your ass to Mars would be a tightrope walk. You would not be able to deviate from that life path. That career path and that path would be a tightrope walk. So get back on the horse.
Wait. I don't want to go because I just don't like that kind of stuff. I don't want to go to space. I don't want to go to the deep sea. Okay, that's not what I want to do.
Use that then.
But no. I'm saying I don't want to do that. But what I'm saying is a lot of people do want to do that, and they do like the idea. No.
See, the
My
problem
point
is a lot of you guys come in here and you say these really cringe things like space travel, manned space flight would be a thing had it not been for those pesky flat earthers. The flat earthers have collectively drawn down all of human intelligence, so now they can't go back to the moon.
I don't even.
To be fair to Andrew, Andrew's not saying.
I genuinely don't even know what you just said. I don't know what you guys.
Right now. The Artemis program is on perpetual hold. It's been on perpetual hold for like 8 years. Just now, just a couple of days ago, they kicked the can down the road again to 2027. Now, after that, the globalists have went all in. A lot of the anti-flat earthers that we talk to every day, they went all in. They said 2024, flat Earth will cease to exist because there'll be men and women on the moon, setting up a permanent colony base. They don't even
wouldn't
have
the flat
a heat.
Earthers just move the goalpost if they did put something on the.
They don't even have a heat shield. They don't even have a spacesuit. They've got no plan to even get there. And this is now 2024. They've already succeeded. They already conceded that it will not happen this year.
Okay,
So-
Craig, can
Hold on, I'm almost there. Okay?
All right.
So
brother.
now, instead of accepting the fact that they lost the bet, they went all in, and flat earthers called their bluff. Now they're talking about, well, you go to space then. Why the fuck would I want to? You're the one who said your model was built on you can go to space. You can go there. But you can't. You can't go there. It's a contradiction. So now instead of taking responsibility that they're unable to do the things they said they could do, they have to pass the buck and they blame flat earthers for that. Had it not been for flat earth, like, the mystery machine, I can
Well,
forget
either
the
way.
colors.
Yeah, either way.
Okay, go ahead.
Either way, the whole space thing is a non-starter, really. Regardless of what you believe, you would have to appreciate that these are just images, stories, and videos that we've been presented with. None of us have experience of this place called space. So one side telling the other side to go there is pretty meaningless.
Doesn't exist anyway. How could you go there?
Wait, space doesn't exist?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, space.
Yeah.
Space, the vacuum can't exist. That's why all the images are fake and why they come up with all these stories that my colleagues are talking.
Oh, so you think space doesn't exist either?
Yeah, because, gas
Space,
laws.
homie.
That
Yeah,
type of stuff.
space exists.
Okay.
There's a distance between me and you. Jake, hold on. Space exists. Like, I can count how much space is. How many it takes to get from A to B. Outer space, the vacuum of outer space, does not exist. You cannot go there. You will live. This is what Bill Nye said it more eloquently than I could. He said, after 30 years in the classroom, he said, I want if there's only one thing I can get through to you people, is that you cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
Oh, okay. So you're just saying. Oh, I see. Okay, got it.
The Earth is a closed system.
I don't know if you do get it yet.
Even if you could leave.
No, I understand what he's saying. I got it.
And even if you could leave the Earth, there's no place to go.
Right.
This is all you got. So you cannot go to outer space, and if you could, there's no place to go.
Let me ask him. Let me ask you this before you start. Before you start on this, just very quickly. If I asked you to give me some pressurized gas, well, how would you do that?
Pressurized gas? Who are you asking the question?
Yeah. Whoever was the Glober who was saying you guys don't believe in space, blah blah blah.
Oh, there's no need. I've already said I agree with what he's saying. I just need a clarification. There's no point.
Right. Okay, so you would agree that if I said we need an example of gas pressure, then an example would be something like air in a tire, air in a balloon, helium in a canister, something like that.
Yeah, there's no need to go on this diatribe. I've already said I agree.
Right. So if I was to say, could you show me gas pressure without any kind of container? What would you say?
I'm not going to engage with you. I've already agreed. There's no point in doing.
Wait. Okay. So you agree? So you agree that gas pressure requires a container?
I'm not engaging with you. Why do you keep doing this?
Hold on, bro. Well, wait. Why are you all of a sudden not wanting to engage? It's a simple question. Would you agree that gas pressure requires?
I'm choosing not to engage. I've already agreed. You're wasting your time.
So you agree that gas pressure requires a container?
Sure. Great. Yes.
Okay. So no fact.
And do you agree that we breathe gas pressure?
Oh my God, Jesus Christ, dude! Yes, for Christ's sake.
You agree that the air pressure we breathe. So you agree that the air pressure we breathe must be contained.
Okay, again, I'm not engaging. I'm just going to stop right here.
Oh, he's having a meltdown.
We don't.
I'm not. I've already said I agree. Why are we arguing your point?
You agree?
I'm not arguing your point. Why are we arguing?
So you agree? We're not arguing. We're just clarifying, right? We're just clarifying. Gas pressure requires a container. We breathe gas pressure on Earth, therefore there's a container.
Yeah, no sense in pushing it.
I think he gets it.
Okay, so is it?
Anyway, I can test the existence of the container.
So like, he's one page, so can I ask you real quick? So Dunning or Druger, he made the claim there's astrophysicists, and then other people wanted to say that there are. Can you guys just give me one name, or is that just going to completely be just brushed, hand waved? Like we're just not going to.
Who cares? If it's his claim, let him speak to it.
So hold on, real quick, guys. Who cares is not an answer. So is there an astro? But is there an astrophysicist that believes the Earth is flat? Is there one?
Well, if Cunning Druger made the claim and he's not here right now, you can DM him and he'll maybe reply to you. Yeah. How about
No. Somebody who is actually, not some,
Hey, homie, does the astrophysics make any claim about the Earth?
So nobody wants to say.
Yeah, you got me? Does you got me muted? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I don't think you heard me.
Yeah, read the definition of astrophysics.
Just somebody who is an astrophysicist. I'm saying, is there anybody?
Yeah. Read the claim about what astrophysics is.
I'm really. Can I get an answer first, and we can do that?
Astrophysics doesn't really deal.
Yeah, with the Earth. It doesn't deal with the Earth.
You don't want to answer the question. That's unfortunate.
The answer is you don't know what you're talking about. You're invoking astrophysics to make a claim about the Earth that isn't in there. Astrophysics is physics beyond the Earth.
So just very quickly, do you understand now why we're saying that space, as we're told, doesn't exist?
Well, if you guys are going to mute me, I guess we don't need to have the conversation. It's all good.
Yeah, bye. I mean, easy day, easy money. Just get the fuck out.
But
good chat, bro.
I do want to ask one thing, and then we'll just.
No, we don't need that. You can move on.
For the money.
Yeah, it's quite simply to get you to get so stupid that you think the definition of astrophysics includes the Earth. Like, why put astro in front of the physics? Why not just say physics? If you only need physics to make a claim of the Earth, what's the point of putting astrophysics? Because they physics beyond the Earth. That's why they need a separate set of physics to describe stuff beyond the Earth because it doesn't match. Those rules break. All the physics rules that you know on your day-to-day life, they break as soon as you pass the atmosphere and go into outer space. So they have to slap a Band-Aid on it and call it, oh, that's not really physics. That's astrophysics. And then say, well, how many astrophysics people think the Earth is flat? None of them. None of them even talk about the Earth. It's not included in there. It'd be like some random thing. How many astrophysics people think some other unrelated thing? Think pineapple belongs on pizza. And you're like, well, I don't know. Some of them, none of them, one of them, 10 of them. It's completely irrelevant. It's like, why would you invoke that? Astrophysics have nothing to do with pineapple on pizza. See, it's just really this broken logic where somehow you need astrophysically explain the Earth. You can't
He
explain.
didn't really want to deal with the gas pressure situation, did he?
Yeah,
Can
he
you
runs
give
away.
one example of a law of physics that ceases to exist in astrophysics?
Yeah, I got more than one. All of them. Like gas pressure without container.
That's not a law of physics.
Entropy. Yeah, so entropy.
So where can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container to us?
It's what we've been harping on for years. I mean, you could go on and on about how many laws are broken by astrophysics.
I think the laws that exist here on Earth, like gravity, exist pretty fine also in space.
In space, right? Yeah, you're brick. In space isn't law on Earth. Gravity, you would just spiral over.
You see things orbiting here on Earth? Just like you just walk around and things are just orbiting each other?
No, I see gravity.
I see gravity.
Yeah, so in space you see
define
giant
gravity?
orbs of matter orbiting each other, and you see that here on Earth?
Yeah, no, I don't. But
Okay, there you go. So yeah, you don't.
But on Earth, I experienced.
They don't even know what they're saying, Chris. They literally don't even know what they're saying.
It has different effects.
He means that he sees the bending and warping of space time.
I want him to.
When he closes his
want-
eyes, he sees
Wait
it.
a second. I want you want to prove gravity? Show me a curve and frozen like.
Wait, which one? Which one? Big G or little G?
All of them. All the G's.
All the G's? I'm a little G guy.
We want uppercase, little g, double G, extra V, double V, and uni V. See, the problem with people like
any actual Globers in?
Yeah, the problem with people like Embo is he never really thought these things out. He's like, well, shit, if I've got physics, why the fuck do we need astrophysics? If I've got objects spinning, create an outward force, why does, astrophysically, objects spinning create an inward force? Space must be filled in physics, but in astrophysics, space can be nothing. In physics, explosions destroy things. In astrophysics, explosions create things, create the whole fucking universe.
Big bang, baby. Yep.
When physics, all things come to a rest once they run out of energy. Astrophysically, motion's endless, in perpetual motion. In physics, energy cannot be created or destroyed. In astrophysics, everything comes from nothing. In physics, thrust requires a push. In astrophysics, you can push off yourself. In physics, water boils in a vacuum. In astrophysics, ice freezes in the vacuum, creates ice meteors. In physics, gas pressure requires a container. In astrophysics, gas pressure exists next to a vacuum. Each one of these things are they're contradictory. None of these things match.
Right.
Can I ask the Globers, if there's any globe believers, in this chat, could you tell me why you believe the Earth is going around the sun, specifically?
Crit, the same people believe that, because they're evolutionists. They say if it changes, that's evolution. If it stays the same, it's also evolution. It's the same satanic mindset. It's that same psychosis. Plus, he doesn't even know what a woman is. So
Yeah, and the thing with this is just the best part. All the astro shit is like this. You got biology, and then astrobiology. Like it breaks the rules. That's why they have to slap astro in front of it and just talk about some sort of fantasy land.
I like
all the
that.
rules of biology, all the rules that we know inside biology, all the creatures on Earth. Suddenly, you could just throw all those rules out and directly contradict them, and get giant space whales and all kinds of dumb shit.
I'm going to use that. In other words, evolution is a form of astrobiology. Thank you.
Yeah, it pretty much is. It pretty much is the astrobiology where they tried to say, well, because you got a fossil here. Okay, and that means what exactly? Oh, that means that our fossil record's 99.99999% empty. Therefore, we know for 100% sure evolution's real. Okay, what about people? Are they evolving? Oh, no. That God created people. Oh, holy fuck.
Can I get an answer to my question? Can I get an answer to my question? What was the evidence that the Earth is going around the sun?
Gravity.
Stellar parallax.
Whales.
The guy who said gravity, what do you mean?
That was a bit.
It's too convincing.
I know. Well, that's because all the globe tards like me always say that shit. Gravity. That's my answer to everything. Gravity. Little g. Maybe tomorrow will be big G. Who knows?
Yes, same thing
it's
as
just
with
buzzwords.
refraction.
It's just buzzwords. Refraction, gravity, stellar
Yeah.
parallax.
When I say gravity, you say refraction. And it works both ways.
They're just buzzwords. It's just like chanting. It's just a form of. It's just what the religion inquires. Yeah, it's just chanting.
We just can't stop worshipping that Helios.
He doesn't even have a claim. He can't. You ask him, where did you get your information from? Where's that source? He won't be able to tell you.
Bill Nye.
Or he'll lie. He'll lie. Yeah.
Bill Nye the Science Guy. Bill.
There's no believers in here who think they have any evidence that the Earth goes around the sun.
Whales. That's my favorite. But there was a guy earlier, you guys were talking to, I think it was Andrew, who said, you guys think all pilots are lying? And you kind of let him get away with that big time, because all pilots admit that they don't account for curvature or spin. So he's the one thinking that all pilots are in this conspiracy to think that they don't adjust for curvature or spin. You just got to turn the tables on him, because that's the reality.
I corrected him.
Well, yeah, my point is he's the one that thinks pilots are in this conspiracy. I mean, apparently there's this conspiracy to hide all this outer space globe evidence.
Oh, he must think that pilots, when they're taking their courses, there's one special course that says, don't say anything. And then they all keep a secret.
Yes. So are you saying all pilots are lying? That would be my question to him, because all pilots admit that they don't experience this magical ball. They don't. All of them. I find one pilot that says he has to adjust for curvature or spin. Let me know when you find that pilot. A real one, not the one that's on the internet that don't know what a woman is. So
I can find one on Reddit.
you can find one. So see, that's a religious claim. He hasn't done it yet, but he's going to find one. Okay.
Reddit's a great source of pilots.
Is it possible that the sun appears to be moving because the sun is moving?
Possible.
Not to someone that doesn't understand what a woman is. No.
That's a great documentary, by the way. Walsh did a great job on that.
That's like the claim that the horizon proves you're on a globe. Like, I mean, you can't help some of these people. You have to move on with your life,
Yep. Joy of the world.
Notice I asked him, Crit, guys, where did you get your information from originally? You can't get an answer. There is no answer. They'll have to go to a religious book about somebody that existed 2,000 years ago. It's literally a mirror of the Bible. It's pretty weird. Yeah.
What's the topic today, guys?
Am I the only one here who sees a direct correlation between how frequent the projection about heliocentrism being a religion is used with how much religious the person who uses that is?
He doesn't even have a claim.
I use it all the time, and I'm not religious at all. I use it all the time on you guys.
He has to ask that question because he can't tell you anything. He just can ask you things. He cannot tell you where he gets his information from, how they establish that information. He'll just say buzzwords and ask questions. There's literally no claim. And why let him off first base? If you can't even get off first base, you're done.
Do you have any claims? Because
yes, I'm not a flat earther. I'm not in outer space. I'm a man. I know what a woman is. I like kitty cats and long walks under the Shamayim, and I drive a Dodge Ram. Anything else?
Yeah, I also am very aware of what a woman is. I'm talking to one right now.
See, rest my case, gentlemen. He does not know what a woman is. He's never talked to one. I guarantee. Yeah. I rest my case.
Exo, how many human remains fossils have been discovered in the ground without a male or female gender?
All of them. Fish are humans, so are ducks, platypus, whales, they're all humans as well. You didn't know that. So everything we find is a human, according to the evolutionist, actually. Thanks. Yeah, this is a biblical level understanding that everything they're about is literally designed to hide from reality so that they can justify their immorality. They have to hide from everything because if you go down the slippery slope of reality, you'll end up that there is morality. So they have to hide from that. So that's why the guy earlier doesn't even know if he exists, because he first has to establish if he does exist, then there might be purpose. So as long as he says, I might not exist, then it's okay to do whatever I want. I can look at whatever I want. I can preach whatever I want. And that's why we have these magical outer space evolution monkey people.
Do what thou wilt. Yeah.
Yeah, this is all about morality. This is not, there's no such thing as shape of the earth. This is about the shape of your heart, your consciousness, your being. And being on the internet, you will meet the lowest of the low. These people literally live on the internet to basically psychologically justify their lifestyle. This is about justifying their entire being of no morality, is what this comes down to. You know, I see the sun move, therefore we're moving. I see a horizon, therefore glob. The fish stayed the same, therefore evolution. It's literally the exact same spirit. This is a spiritual battle. Yep.
We're getting a lot of feedback, dude.
Therefore, infinite expansion.
That's right. Correct.
Therefore, we're not really here anyway. What do you mean? They're like, everything they say literally means nothing. They'll even admit it. Ask them to give you a speech, and at the end of it, was that true? They'll go, "Oh, I don't know." it's just they're just saying things. They're basically just emotionally expressing their justification for their lifestyle. It just sounds like a broken record, but that's what it is. Is that me? Is that me? What does that word sound?
They just like to
feedbacking.
They like to hear themselves saying things, words.
Right. That's right. Again, where's the origin? Is that Gappiget or Sasha? Who is that?
Gappiget.
You got to ask these people. I mean, my favorite thing is, where do you get the information from? They're gonna give you a knee-jerk reaction and say science. You know, they're just gonna say a word, and then you got to go, okay, can you show me that? And then that conversation goes into their favorite color and the fact that they've never talked to obviously anybody in real life. This is their life. You know, you don't have an answer. Get. There is no claim.
It's almost as if you're angry.
Did you hear the person mumble? Did you hear that? That's the emotion. They're coming out. And they start to get upset because they realize, shit, I don't have a claim. I literally can't admit that I just watch TV and believe my television. That's where they get all of their information from, screens or babysitters. Their parents gave them a babysitter, the television.
You're
now
trying too hard.
See, there you go. It's working because they can't hold it back. They're demon possessed, and this is that transvestite spirit that they have. They can't help themselves. Yep.
Speaking anything against anything that is being said on TV or radio is blasphemy.
Yeah, notice the guy that keeps mumbling cannot tell you where he gets his information from. Watch, we'll wait for him to tell us where he gets the information from, and we'll just hear dead silence or more mumbling.
None of your business.
I rest my case. It's that being able to predict these things it's honestly boring, guys. I can literally predict everything they're not going to do, literally forever. It's boring, to be honest.
I don't believe you're mad. You're trolling.
See, no claim. I guess the rules are different here than the old server, but this wouldn't fly. These people can't have a conversation. Not all of them, but these are the lowest dredges. These are the evolutionists that again think it's okay to do whatever they want with whatever they want as long as it feels good, and they'll admit that. They'll believe it's okay because it happens in nature. They'll claim it's okay to do what you want with anybody you want because that's what the nature of the beast is. They will not deny that, guaranteed.
Pardon me. Get, please, for everything, for the love of everything, please sort your mic out, dude.
Oh my god, what kind of microphone is that?
Sounds like somebody's their morning breakfast is their microphone.
If they stayed consistent, that would prove that you have a good microphone.
Bro, you're complaining about us not making any claims all the time, but at the same time, one of the main doctrines of Thunderverse is saying that they don't make any claims. So if it's a good thing for you, why is it a bad thing for us?
I don't know what to tell you, but I just made a bunch of claims. But if you are absolutely brain dead retarded and a sycophant, you can't understand the words that come out of my mouth. My claim is that you have nothing to show for, and you never will. I'll put my life on it. Thanks for playing.
I'm not drunk enough to understand that schizophrenic babbling.
You can't, exactly. There's no claim here, guys. They can't even tell you anything. There isn't going to be a coherent conversation with the lowest dredges of the evolutionary religious people. That's all they are. This is what evolutionists have to do, to justify their lifestyle. I am a preacher. If you're good at something, why wouldn't I like doing it? Yeah.
It's just a bit tiresome,
I know it hurt. This is my point. Like when I start doing this, the reason you're getting upset is because it's working. That's the point. If it wasn't working, you wouldn't feel sick in your stomach right now and having to blurt out your emotions.
I'm so
I'll tell you what, man, I think it's this fucking psychological warfare with this get. Please mute, dude. This is like driving me nuts.
It's working at making me yawn, if that was your question.
Get. Are you driving?
MK Ultra. What the fuck?
Oh, I was applauding you.
Yeah, dude, get your
He
mic
was applauding?
is just awful. It's really like it sounds like you're scratching your nails in a chalkboard while you're skinning a cat.
I thought he farted down his mic.
Which proves evolution.
Yeah, dude, just like put yourself on mute.
His mic's evolving, must be.
Yes,
Cleanse
if
the
it
fucking
gets worse,
bloodline.
that is evolution. Yes, dying is also evolution. Yep.
I'm afraid that Hebrew letters runes nickname guy is projecting hard because he's talking about how mad we are because we
Uh-oh.
have to hide our emotions while talking to perfectly stable emotionally people who
Yep.
talk very calmly while he is like almost shouting
Panicking.
Yep.
from
Get
this
it
mic.
out. Get it
So,
all out. Let the tears out. Get it all out. That's all you can
bro,
do. Yep.
I'm afraid you're simply imagining us to be mad because
Oh,
you're mad
did
by
you hear the
yourself.
tones going up? Okay, you're getting a little upset. That's okay, man. What went wrong in life? Why do you have to live this weird lifestyle where you deny morality? What's so bad about reality?
Bro, nobody cares. Like, you're
There you
making
go.
shit in
There
your
you
mind
go.
and you get mad at it.
The emotions. See, they can't do this in real life, so this is their
Wait.
only outlet to literally proclaim their perverted nature. That's all they have to do it here.
Do you know how funny it looks like if you're getting mad over someone speaking at
He
a
can't
calm
help
tone?
himself. See,
it's like
If that is
whatever
enough
your
to trigger
reality
you,
is right
then
now.
I'm afraid you have some mental problems.
Whatever your reality is right now, Mr. Hebrew Letters, everyone in the room is experiencing something else.
I think I'm
sure
where
hope
he's
they
at.
are.
Yeah.
You're where he's at? You on the same wavelength as him?
Yeah.
Baruch Hashem Adonai Elohim. Yeah. So there's levels to this, man. Sorry, if you're the lowest of the low, this is just going to be irritating, and you're going to do nothing but have seizures and panic attacks. I'm sorry, guys.
I'm so
Panic
mad.
attacks. Yeah, I can't get more mad than how I am right now.
If we could get a real person to talk, does Andrew want to come back yet? Did he leave? That guy said he wasn't sure if he was real, so he's, a typical solipsist. But that's a way out. If you might
Solipsist?
not be really, if you might not be really real, then you can do whatever you want.
You mean solipsist?
I like solipsist, to be honest.
Okay.
Sloppy.
Yeah, sloppy. I mean, just the lowest of. How could you be that type of person to not know if you're real? I mean, just put a fork in them, feed them to the pigs. Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have an experience to know what not being real feels like.
So you couldn't make the claim initially.
Yeah, you would not be able to make that claim if your statement was true. Those people. There's no conversation and nothing to be said to them that would change their mind. They're just fucking almost said it. They're stupid.
Yeah,
right. But when they go to the Goodwill and they get that nice, deal on a jacket for $9, and they hand the cashier $10, now all of a sudden we're in reality, and he wants his $2 back. You know what I mean? But any other case, I might not be real until I go buy something. I always want my change back. It's just another form of, I hate to say this, guys, Satanism. This is what Satanism is. I'll be real when it benefits me, but if it doesn't benefit me, I might not be real. That's just all it is.
Okay.
You're so smart.
Oh, genius.
Yeah, truth is simple. Yeah. I don't know what you base intelligence on. Yeah.
It's like with this flood of people who say that nobody, no matter what we see, like when a glober makes a point of something he thinks contradicts the flat earth with these observations, flat earthers like to respond that it doesn't matter because we experience the earth as flat nevertheless. So no matter what you see, you simply imagine what you should see. The earth wasn't flat, but it doesn't matter because the earth is flat anyways. So
blah blah.
Oh my gosh!
You're running out of Glovers.
Yeah,
so
the guy doesn't even have. Did you hear that? Nobody has a clue if that guy just said anything at all. There wasn't even a statement there. It's just this is just panic attacks.
I was trying to get to the conclusion, but you stopped me.
No, somebody else did. Thank God that guy did that. Yeah, this is just a panic attack, man. It'll be okay, bro. Take a couple. Ask your mom if you can go outside, bro. Take a chill. It's okay. Just relax. You'll be all right.
Yeah, just go touch grass.
You project.
When was the last time that you've seen the sun?
Touch grass? That made my day.
Yeah, just go touch grass and you'll be okay.
Bro, what I meant is that if any.
That's what you sound like. That's all we hear, man.
I've got Mr. Hebrew Letters. Do not let any unwholesome talk come out of your mouths, but only what is helpful for building others up according to their needs. it may be beneficial to those who listen. A gentle answer turns away wrath, but a harsh answer stirs up anger. You seem very wrathful, sir. Can you correct yourself?
I think people are actually happy with the way I'm speaking, to be honest. That's the point. If you're a sycophant, you can't even.
Yeah, I don't mind
he's
it.
panicking. The guy's panicking. I was talking for 3 seconds and you went into a seizure again. Can you just let somebody else speak? I've been here about 20 minutes, man. I haven't been here for probably a month. I know this hurts, and trust me,
I don't mind it, sir. Let it out.
Yeah, at least you benefit from this not being in reality. So if it was in reality, trust me, it would hurt a lot more. But this way, you at least get to hide.
You
So
just
it's okay,
want to
man. You'll be
inflict
just fine.
pain in people, God.
No, I'm sorry that this hurt. No, I don't want to inflict
hurt
pain,
you
but
that
people. Oh, this is the pain. I know. I'm sorry it hurts, but this is
here's
just
another
one person.
Do not judge
One
or you
person
too
is just
will be
trying
judged.
to
For in the
talk.
same way, you
So
judge
I
others,
guess
you will
we're
be
okay.
judged
All right,
from the
all right,
measurement
weirdo.
you use.
Okay, so
you
is
call
there
him
any
Bible
rules to
verses
this room? Are there any rules to this room at all? I was hoping that we could just one
You
person
seem
could talk
very
at a time.
ungodly. You seem very ungodly.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
All right, so I guess we're just going to let perverts talk over other people. Okay. Yeah, that means when I
Matthew
judge,
7:1.
the
Matthew
Bible says
7:1.
to judge righteously. That's right, yes.
You're
So
not doing
when
a very
perverts
righteous job of
constantly
it, is
attack
it?
me and interrupt, it looks like I'm doing a great job because it's working
Not very
quite well. Look at your demons are scratching the shit out of your soul right now,
I'm sure
and you
God
can't
will
even
judge
listen
you
to me for
fairly.
2
I'm
seconds.
sure
Yeah,
God will
absolutely.
judge you fairly.
Baruch Hashem Adonai Elohim. Yes, everything I do is literally according to the Bible. Looks like I'm judging
What's
righteously,
it
and it's
about
working
the
quite
devil?
well.
The
Yeah.
devil in sheep's clothing. The devil
I mean, you're
pretends
still
to be a godly
crying.
man.
It looks like it's working quite well because all you're doing is. It looks
to
like
be a godly
when I
man.
hear perverts doing nothing but crying, I know I'm doing my job right. So it's working quite well.
The devil pretends to be
Okay,
godly.
okay,
Yeah.
that's all, folks.
Let's pump the brakes here, okay?
Poor guy.
It's been a good exchange, but try to go back and forth because right now you guys are really just
Yeah, I've just been
over-talking each other.
interrupted. Yeah, I guess one person's at talk at a time, and I know that's going to hurt them, Crit. But if they don't let me finish my sentence, I'm just going to keep talking, But that's normal for these retards. So let them talk. Let's see what we learn from them. Go ahead.
Oh, retard, huh? Very godly word to use to describe someone, yeah.
Yeah, the Bible does call a lot of people names. Yes, that's what the Bible says. Whoremongers, adulterers, fornicators, perverts, and retards. That's actually very biblical. Retard means that you're incapable of learning. It's actually 2 Peter 3. So as you pretend to use the Bible, I'll use it. It says, for right now, they are willfully ignorant. It says you're willfully ignorant. That means you're a retard. Yeah, it's Bible.
Do you think that's a good pejorative to use?
Yes, it works quite well, and it's a perfect descriptor,
sure
just
God
like
will
the
agree
Bible.
with you.
The pervert can't even let me speak. I can't even get one sentence out. It's obviously working because look how triggered you are.
You're a child
It's
of
clearly
Satan.
working. I know you are.
You
Yes,
forgot
you're doing a great
swine,
job.
man. Don't
Okay, so
throw your
Easy.
pearls before swine.
Okay, so what's going on here is, Britt, you think that you found some logically inconsistency inside Exo's worldview. That you think he based his worldview upon the Bible, and you're saying that inside the worldview he's contradicting himself.
Not quite. I think if I was when I meet a Christian, right, I always observe that they're quite gracious, quite pleasant, quite polite. They're nice people, right? Good people. This guy is obviously not a Christian. There's obviously some sort of demon because he's the opposite. He's quite a rude person, right? So he's not godly. He's not what's the word? It's not godly. It's I think the Calvinists call it something. I can't remember what they call it. I don't know. Well, he's
the
not.
Bible
He's not very.
actually uses these terms, so I'm sorry that the Bible offends you. I know that you probably speak to lukewarm Christians, but this is a real Christian that actually dishes it out on the fly, just as the Bible directs. You see, when people are polite and actually let me speak, then I can allow them to speak, and we can have a real conversation, though. But if sycophants just continue to interrupt me because their demons are scratching the insides of your soul, it's going to turn into that constant just bantering back and forth. But again, the Bible calls all kinds of names. I'm sorry that you didn't know that.
They don't really use it in the pejorative that you use it for, because retard now these days typically refers to. But no,
people like you. Yes, 2 Peter 3. You're willfully. I know you're stuck on this term. I know you just keep repeating yourself. Yes.
The Bible is translated into English for the people to understand in the time that it was written, which was about the 1500s, 1600s, right?
I know. I need a history lesson for someone that's a solipsist. Yes, this is just a more perversion. Yes. More perversion from a retard. Yes.
Okay, wait, hold on. Let
I know.
me break.
The pervert says I'm Satan. Amen.
Okay,
Baruch Hashem.
ding, ding,
Yep.
ding.
You say men Satan.
Okay, I googled it. So here's my very poor read of a Google it. Jeremiah 4:22 talks about retarded people being people who lack understanding or not smart enough to understand. Simply
That's
put,
Old Testament. Yep.
yeah, bricked. People who are bricked. See, that's the thing too. It's like you should be able to understand the topic before you say you disagree with it. Because without any understanding,
Can I ask a question?
yeah, one sec. There's no way for you to stand on some sort of pillar and say this is what you disagree with X, Y, and Z. What they're doing is they're saying they don't like something because they're bigoted because they don't understand it. So yeah, I would say XO gets a pass here. He used the word correctly when he was articulating it.
Oh, well, I think that the actual word that's used in most translations today is foolish. So yeah, I'll be quite happy with that. I have the Bible quotes right here in front of me. Right, I was looking at them anyway when he mentioned it the first time.
You have to commit an act to be foolish. You can be a retard by not doing anything or learning anything. So I think the word retard nowadays, a lot of people use it with like certain people with mental disabilities like autism or Down syndrome, when really, sure, maybe an autist or someone with Down syndrome is a retard, but not all autists or all people with Down syndromes are retards. And you do not need a mental disability to be retarded. If you are unable to understand something that is easily understood by someone else, you are retarded on that subject.
Well, there's a reason why it's a pejorative these days and why it wasn't when it was written. The reason why, obviously, is because on medication today, you'll still see the word retard. But obviously, this guy thinks he's being biblical with his language. It's obviously not the case, because when he uses retard, he's trying to liken me, right, to someone of that ilk, someone who's got Down syndrome or some severe disability. And
no, that's a lie. No,
I don't think so.
You're a pervert. You're a pervert and you're a retard. That has nothing to do with disabled people. No, you are more than disabled. You're spiritually inept. Yep.
Yui, you can't accuse people of using words the way that they're using them.
Let me just respond, right? So the reason why this is important is because of the concept of a stray bullet, right? If he calls me a retard, and there's someone in this room, and there is people in this room I know who are disabled, right? If he
Okay, Britt, this has gone on too far. If you feel offended, if you feel offended inside your worldview, and you think that this room isn't being moderated correctly because someone's using a biblical term, and they identified it as a biblical term from the beginning, they're not using any sort of contemporary term. If you're adding context to get offended, I invite you to follow that worldview, which would be just to leave the room, right? You wouldn't stick around. If you think that people are just dropping slurs in here left and right and no moderators doing anything about it, you would bounce. You would be like, you know what?
Yeah, he's here to troll, right? He's trolling all the time. He spends his life in here to troll people, and now he's having a panic attack because somebody's crushing him.
Yeah,
that's what pervert trolls do. He's a professional troll. He literally lives to troll, and now he's having a temper tantrum because I'm crushing him, and that's what trolls do.
Right,
I didn't say. Again, that's my point.
I didn't say.
Again, he's a lot worse than a retard. Yeah.
I didn't say I was offended.
You've been interrupting me this entire time.
Lord, right?
Yeah.
So I didn't
You're
say,
a pervert and a retard. That's not my opinion.
Yeah, let me just make my point, Chris. Let me respond.
Yeah, Britt, I get it. I misunderstood. I thought you were saying that you were leveling some sort of offense or whatever. Okay.
It's demonstrating that he's not a godly man. That's nothing to do. I'm not retarded, so I don't take any personal offense to it.
Well, yeah. When I asked you that originally, you said no.
Yeah,
I said if he presented himself as biblical.
Are you a godly man?
Yes, I'd say so.
Yeah, the guy that trolls every day, he literally lives in this room to troll.
I think it was pretty clear why I was saying that. He said that it could be that there was a third-party listener in here who was a retard, and the other guy not considering those person might be around is not a biblical act. It was pretty straightforward to understand. That was the point, I think. But
the only part that got me confused was I had asked Britt, "Are you looking for logically inconsistent action inside his worldview?" And he said no.
Yeah,
then
talking
once
about how
he
he's
said,
ungodly.
when you said no, that drove me down the pipeline. Okay, you're
The
talking
truth
about a
is
different
very
topic.
godly, actually. The truth is actually the most godly thing in existence. Jesus is the truth. Jesus is God. So the truth is very godly. That was.
Then you
And
should live
since
by
you
his
are a
words.
retard,
You should live
since
by
you
his
are a
words.
perverted retard, you literally troll these channels for your entire life. That is absolutely a perverted act of a retard. I rest my case.
Here, Exo,
I'll
can
put my
you
life
do?
on it.
How about? Can you do like what DMOC says?
Putting
He
your
says,
life on it is a really stupid thing to do.
It's too easy, yeah. Too easy. It's guaranteed. He's a retard. I put my life on it, yeah.
Yeah. But, like, if you're making a deal with the devil here,
It's
you're
just
100%
like the sun.
losing
No,
your life.
the sun. I put my life on it. That the sun is shining right now in front of me. Yeah, I put my life on it. Just like this guy's a retard. Yeah.
Okay, what
Yeah,
we'll do,
it's that
Exo.
easy.
How about this? For right now, can you use a word like goofy, like DMOC? DMOC was asked to stop using the R word so often, and now he says goofy or silly.
Yeah, well, it should have passed already. Yeah, we should have been able to move on, but it worked so well. He's still in his seizure, so it's clearly an effective word.
I don't think we should
He'll never
be
recover.
making
Yeah.
I don't think we should be making a big deal about this or putting restrictions on people's rights to use what words they want, especially when they're using them correctly and stated prior to using them how they were using them. So if anybody
Frothy.
here doesn't understand that he explained already how he was using it before he went on to use it, then that's your own
Frothy,
problem.
you're
That's your
not
own
understanding.
issue.
You're not understanding. And I'm gonna make it very clear to you because obviously you don't track
Britt, nobody
conversation well.
cares what you have to say. Your parents don't even care.
What I'm saying is you're
Nobody
offended
cares,
and
you're just
I
gonna
don't
cry.
give a shit
You're here
that
to
you're
troll,
offended. This
and
should
nobody's
not be a
learning. You're
You don't want to
ruining
hear
the
the truth. You
conversation.
don't want to hear the truth. The truth is,
He's just
I
ruining
don't
the
care
conversation. Do
whether
people?
he's.
Is there
I don't
one
care
person
whether
that
he's
wants to?
muted
Is
or
there
not.
one person
But
with
it's
two brain cells
definitely
that
the
wants to listen to this weirdo?
It's definitely the case that, like, whether or not he's muted, I don't give a fuck.
See, he's
right?
just going to continue. This
It's
is just a
that
personal
this
bullshit.
This guy is a representative of someone who's a devil worshipper, right? That's what he is, and he has to accept that for himself.
Okay, that's it.
I know that's what a pervert would say. Yes, of course
Okay,
a pervert's going to say
one more
that.
thing. Hold on.
I'm not taking sides here. I'm unbiased. I don't know either one of you. I dislike how Mr. Fucking Hebrew letters over here overspeaks people. I don't like that. And then I also don't like how Yui accuses people of using words in certain ways when they're not using them in that way. So you both have your own issues that you could work on. I don't think either one of you are Satanist. I don't think either one of you are being perverted here. I don't think those terms should be being thrown around whatsoever. I think the conversation needs to move on.
Yeah, exactly. That's where I want to take it. So I want to give you guys both one more the closing statement, okay? And then we'll move on.
Yeah, my closing statement is I rest my case because the proof is in the pudding. These people live here to troll, and I'm exposing a troll, and anybody with two brain cells listening is probably laughing at the fact that I've exposed the troll, Crit, because that's what I do. Thanks.
Okay, my closing statement is I think you can get the Satanic Bible on Amazon for $17.69. So if you want to buy that at any time, Hebrew letters, feel free. It's all up there.
All right, well, thanks for proving my point. Pervert living in a cartoon trying to justify his perverted lifestyle who thinks it's okay to do whatever he
Wait, why
wants
is
as
Hebrew
long as it
letters
feels good.
getting two closing statements? That's kind of weird. Can you
yeah,
control
that
those
was it.
emotions?
That
Because
went too far.
I have special, very special rules for me, I guess, yeah.
You have poor emotional control, or you need special
It's okay,
rules?
princess. I know, guys, you're on the internet, and you get to act tough and act this
Oh,
way on the
and he
internet.
keeps
It's
going,
okay, little
affirming
princess
the
kids.
point.
You're still crying. Yeah, you're still
No,
perving
I'm not
yourself.
crying.
That's because you don't even have a claim.
You're making a fool out of
These
yourself.
people are just,
and
again,
you're
we're
still
just proving my
doing it.
point
And
that
the
we're
longer
talking to
you keep
retards
doing
on the
it,
internet,
the
Crit, who
more
can't have a
people
real
get to
conversation.
see
This
how
there's no
unstable
reason to
you
continue
are.
this. It's just more
So
crying.
you can let it go, bro. We can
It's just
let
more
it go.
crying.
Okay,
We
that's
can let it
More
go.
crying.
okay.
More
Are we good?
crying.
Yeah, the
You guys
topic.
just grow up, grow some
Oh, he's
balls,
still
guys.
going?
Exo, listen.
Get
Holy
alive.
shit, dude.
Thanks.
Okay, so we're done with that topic. However
Yeah,
it
I'll
went
live in
there.
your head rent free for the rest of your lives.
Crit, I
Normal.
have a question that I've been waiting for until Speculation Sunday, if it's okay.
Fire away, man.
So I'm just gonna go straight into it. I was here like last week, and we were talking about like essentially what you can prove and what you can't. And I got to listen to some of you guys going out to the ocean side and doing measurements and stuff, and that got me thinking. Has any flat earther measured Earth from one end to the other, and is there proof of this, or how do you guys arrive at that there is a consistency throughout all of Earth if you haven't done that measurement yourself?
Globe hasn't been done yet.
Wow.
Yeah, well, you start locally, and just branch out from there.
Yeah, but
like
it has
like a really big game of connect the dots. So like if I measure my local area as flat and stationary, and I extend that out and I connect the dot to you who also measured your local area as flat and stationary. At some point either you get a disco ball Earth, or something along those lines, or like a D20. Like there used to be a flat earther called D20.
Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense, and I guess that's what I'm alluding to. So, with all these connected flat lines, right, that you guys have made a map of, where's the edge? I would like to see it.
Yeah,
well, you're
wow, weird.
You're kind of back and like, Crit, if I may. He's asking the wrong people. The surveyors are using the Earth and measuring it flat, and they're the ones giving you the coordinate systems and the projections that you see. So you probably have to ask the surveyors where the edge of the Earth is, not us, because they do all that work.
Oh yeah, but you guys are making the claim that the Earth is flat, right? Or at least the surface of the Earth is flat, right? So
yeah, and it is. I mean, the surveyors and the map makers, everybody knows it is. They use it that way. They build on it that way. So, but now, why would that necessitate that we know where the edge is? What are you talking about?
Because otherwise, I think it would be more correct to say, well, the Earth is flat some places, right? You don't know if the whole Earth is flat if you don't know it's flat until the edge.
Where's it curving?
Well, you can't really prove it by the absence, right? You have to actually prove it. So that's
well, you said you're the one who claimed that it's curving somewhere.
No.
Yeah.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, he's scared of his own claim. He can't make a claim. Yeah, he's scared of his own claim. Edge Earth. I don't know. Is this an Edge Earth conversation, guys? I'm not a flat earther, but you see,
it sounds like he's speculating that there's an edge.
Yeah, well, it's speculation Sunday, right?
When I get to the ends of the
your
Earth,
speculation is just that then.
So when you get to the end of the Earth, the water goes. Has anybody ever been to a beach? Anybody ever been to the beach? That's the end of the Earth. Then the Watcher continues. I'm not a flat earther for many reasons, but the end of the Earth is where the water starts. For the record, thanks.
That makes no sense at all.
Sure it does.
Exactly. If you live in a cartoon, if you live in a cartoon, you cannot understand. You're damn right. It doesn't make any sense to you.
So, AT, this is your speculation. Where do you think the edge of the Earth is?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to make a positive claim on something I don't know about, right?
Oh,
why would I do
nobody
that?
here made that. You were the one that asked about it. You said there's an edge to the Earth. So where is it?
Well, it follows that on any flat surface there is a cutoff, disregarding what
I just gave him the cutoff where the water starts,
why is this
and he doesn't get it.
emotional man is just 30?
This poor guy.
Talking to me. I don't understand.
This poor guy. Poor little kid.
If I could
What a
finish,
weirdo. Another weirdo straw manning you guys. Yep.
I'm asking you
where's
guys.
the edge of the Earth?
I don't know. Is there one?
Oh, you said there was.
Well, it would follow if it was flat, right? That would be a cutoff.
So this is your claim. This is your claim?
No, this is logic.
Oh.
No, I just see.
So why'd you wait till Speculation Sunday?
Okay, so who's the flat earther talking? You see, he thinks everything is an object. He believes the Earth is an object, and that's the entirety of your guys' belief. And he can't think outside of that cartoon. Yeah.
So what is it if it's not an object? Let's just play along.
Yeah, that's the point. I just explained this, and you couldn't understand it because you live in a fantasy where the Earth ends, the Watcher continues. The Earth isn't an object. The Earth is part of creation coming out of the Watcher. That was
cool.
easy.
So where does the water end?
I didn't.
Maybe the water does not end. The water does not end. I will make that claim.
We don't have the knowledge. Why would we make a claim?
What about this? If the water was 1 billion miles wide, how could we ever find the end of the water? It's too much. There's too much creation. Yeah.
By traveling more than 1 billion miles?
Really? You can barely travel out of your parents' house. Where do you want to get started?
Wait, why are you throwing ad homs?
You poor kid.
Unstable?
Bro, you've been complaining this entire time
I'm just asking,
like a 12-year-old.
a question.
Yeah,
like, are you
you're crying. You're crying and you're crying. Right? Yeah.
So wait,
I like to think of the edge as being like heaven in the Bible. That's where heaven starts. That's what I like to think of it as. Since it's speculation.
That's exactly what I was saying. I'll make that claim. It doesn't end.
There you go. Now that doesn't mean an end of creation, does it? No, that means that there's more creation. That's not the end of anything.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
the end is where the creator is what I think.
All
Well,
right,
the
so let's
creator's
play
in a
along
lot
with
more
that.
places.
With that in mind,
Here comes the weirdo.
somebody else prior mentioned that the way that we sort of make up maps is we collectively measure and then we, decisively draw a map on all these collections, and then we end up with something that we can use, right? And I think that has been done for a globe. I think there are pretty well laid out travel routes and flight routes that you can take where there is absolutely a way of circumventing the water and the earth without finding an edge. How do you explain that?
I'm sorry, you said that the Earth is measured flat, and then you want to ask about an edge?
I can repeat my question if you didn't get it, or I can rephrase some of it so
Yeah,
it's
he
easier to
seems to
understand.
think because an air. He can't say that, but that's what.
Your mic
Does
is
he know
cutting
he's
out.
cutting out?
Are you going to push to talk, old hoss? Because you're cutting out, buddy.
No, I'll sort it out.
He can't comprehend anything past what he's shown that, this flat Earth thing. Yeah.
So the Earth is surveyed flat, and every map that we have is a projection. There actually is no true map of the Earth. What is your question?
Okay, so I guess my question boiled down is we have a map that is a globe. You can have a globe in 3D in front of you and you can sort of like spin it around, right? Maybe you did that in elementary school. Maybe
Yeah, it's for imagination purposes. It's a coordinate system. It's just a reification. It's not the terrain.
Cool.
Yeah, it's really not a map.
So with that map, we can sort of.
It's not a map.
Can you not cut me off?
Well, if you're going to say it's a map, that's a lie. It's not a map.
Okay, what's your definition of a map? Let's do the semantic route.
He doesn't know what a
Go
map
on.
is.
But now he doesn't know what a map is.
No, I'm asking you, all right? You're saying.
Why are you asking me? You made the claim about the map.
What
You brought
is
it
a
up.
map? You said it wasn't.
You define it. You define it. I want to know what you think it
you
is,
said
because
it
apparently
wasn't.
you think a globe is a map.
You don't even know the definition, man. Come on.
You don't know the definition if you think the globe is a map.
What are you doing? Yes, I do.
What are
I
you
actually,
doing?
in fact,
This is a serious, like a simple question. What do you think a map is? Because you think a globe is a map. It's not a map.
Now your voice is getting high pitched because you're caught out by somebody half your age and you're not intelligent enough. Okay. Can you insert yourself in conversation? You're not intelligent.
AT, it's all right, bro.
I have a question for you. I want to know who uses a globe to map out a travel plan. Who uses the fucking globe to map out a travel plan?
What do you mean?
It's inaccurate and it's fake. No one uses a globe for any purposes.
So what's
it's to look
inaccurate
at the sizes and the distances.
Wait, what are you talking about? Are you not able to grasp the concept that people can conceptualize a route that's not down to the actual millimeter and weather conditions? Of course, you use different apparatus for the actual map or for the actual travel route. But for conceptualizing it, you can absolutely use it. Is that like hard for you to fathom?
Show me a single person in the entire world, a pilot, a captain of a ship, anyone who uses a globe to navigate.
It's sad that you didn't follow.
It is not a map that is accurate or usable.
I'm sad that your stoner brain paused for 30 seconds and didn't listen to the latter part.
What's with the ad homs? There's no need for the ad homs, remember?
How is that an ad
I don't even smoke weed, bro.
I just showed empathy, man. The guy got nothing from what I said. I mean, kind of sad.
So you don't know what a map is. That's what we got so far.
A map is a tool for indoctrination. That's what it is. That's a globe, not a map. That globe is a tool for indoctrination.
3 minutes after the hour, I posted his map. Then we're gonna make routes off that.
Oh, it's beautiful.
It's kind of funny how you guys dogpile one person and you're all like throwing in bits here and there.
AT,
You have like
don't get all up in your emotions, bro. It's okay. Relax.
He's
it's
still
all right.
crying.
Bro,
He can't
your
help it.
voice
He's
is high
crying.
pitched because you're like
AT,
emotional.
it's all right, bro. Like, chill.
Says who? I
Maybe take a
actually
break.
wonder how you engage
Maybe
with
take a
people in real
break.
life.
Maybe take a break. I mean, you're having a hard time today. I could see.
What's hard about it?
Well, you're crying, I'm dogpiling. People are mean to me.
Bro, are you
You guys are
unironically
stoners.
doing a kindergarten mocking voice? As a grown ass
So,
man?
anyways, AT, is
This is
the
how
globe a map
grown men
or is it not a
behave.
map?
Is
AT?
this like literally happening?
Yeah,
It's
he's a
Yeah, I
mind-boggling.
know. I'm going back to
50-year-old
the
man.
topic. Do you want to have
Literally.
a topic conversation, or you
Bro,
just want to
even
cry about,
Hussin did that. He's 15.
people
He even
dogpiling on
hey,
you?
that's
Which,
kind of weird,
which
you
one
know?
do you want to
You're
do? Do you
50.
want to talk about the topic, or do you just want to cry about it?
All
Which
right,
one do you want
so
to do?
if we could retrack, right? Let's not go into
Yeah, let's
this
go
map
back to the
chase.
map.
Let's not go into
What map
ad
do you use?
homs.
Google Maps?
Bro, please don't interject, right? You have
Do
nothing
you
to
use
say
Google
of
Maps?
substance.
It's a simple question.
Okay, Sesu, let's do this, okay? If you say something that I do is wrong, or if I have said something that you think is untrue, please state why you think that is, okay?
I already
If you
did.
cannot do that, please just refrain from pushing
Why
the
is your
topic.
voice going up in pitch, bro? I already told you.
Because I'm
Ready,
like,
dude.
can we have that agreement? So
I
forward,
already told you what you said wrong, and now you're running away from it. Do you want to talk about it or not?
it's a simple yes or no. Can we agree to this or
So
no?
you don't actually hear anything, or do you have me on mute, or what's the deal?
He can't comprehend anything
How do I
past his
get
already
through?
presupposed
I'm
ideology.
stunned right now. Is this like an act or is this
AT,
actually?
I've already brought up to you what you've done wrong. So do you want to address it or not?
Okay, what have I done wrong? Please, I didn't
So
hear
you
it.
called the globe a map. It's not a map.
How is it not a map?
No, that's a burden of reversal. See? Go ahead and tell me if the globe is a map or not. What is a map defined
Okay,
as?
so you said something. You inserted a positive claim. You said what you're using, the word you're using is wrong, right?
And then
I'm asking
Yeah, I
you,
said not. That's a
how is it
negative,
wrong?
right?
Yeah, you
Tell
can
me.
prove
You
a
are saying
negative.
it
You
is.
can prove a negative. There you go. Now prove it.
How do you
You're
prove a
fine.
negative?
Well, you think you can't? Law
How
of
do you do it?
non-contradiction.
How do you do
showing
it?
Well, there's one law of non-contradiction. A second one would be showing that something's got evidence but not necessarily true. So
what's the
proof
evidence?
of non-existence, not
Okay, so the proof of
non-existence is
non-existence.
proof of its
So
non-existence.
a globe is not a map. So can you get anywhere using a globe as a map?
So
No.
yeah, so
You
No.
can get
The
lost.
globe is not a map. Can you get anywhere with it not being a map?
No, that's the whole thing with the. If you guys remember Amelia Earhart, apparently she was going to use a globe as a map. And how did that fateful journey turn out for her?
Well.
She got lost, man.
Yeah, she got lost.
She found
So-
a beautiful Atlantic island called Barbados.
And spent the rest of her life in
Yeah.
peace.
Exactly.
All right, so let's
So look
retract.
up the lore
So let's
of some of
retract.
these claims, okay? It's like, if you want to look for an edge, go for it. What is the furthest distance you can go? And what does that limit look like? And you can call it an edge, you can call it a wall, a barrier, a boundary, whatever you're looking for. Demonstrate that. Show what you
Like where you
show,
have
then
more
tell.
food to eat.
I
and,
guess maybe
all
I
that
made
good
my
stuff.
maybe I made my original statement unclear, right?
Yeah, it was too
But-
broad because like people
Yeah.
talk about where's the edge of space, like the edge of space, like
Yeah. So I guess I'll try to redo it with fewer words, right? I'll cook it down. So in essence, there is a positive claim that the shape of the surface of the Earth is flat. It has the descriptor as
no,
flat,
that's
right?
an adjective. Shapes are nouns. The adjective.
No. A shape, right, has sides, right? Those we have either as, straight, flat. We have them as curved. They can be anything really, right? But
Yeah,
those are
descriptors,
descriptors of
adjectives.
right, exactly. Right?
Yeah, if you really
So
want to talk about the shape of the Earth, I would say it's in
the
bad
surface.
shape.
The surface.
Yeah, what type
No,
of shape?
not.
It's in very
Okay,
bad
a
shape.
surface is what a ball has. A face is what our flat Earth has.
Face.
Very quiet in here, but I'll be the first.
Face, not a surface. A face. A surface is what a sphere has.
I'll be honest. I think that this channel is a
Yeah, fuck off with that noise.
Emotions.
I just
Yeah,
I wasn't familiar with that term, so I just Googled it because I'm a layman, right? But here it says that in solid geometry, a face is a flat surface So you really just walked in a circle there, but thank you. Now I learned something, right?
Yeah, base
Not
of
a
the earth.
shape.
Well, it's literally the first thing that pops up, so you're wrong, but okay, go on.
Yeah, flat is a descriptor, not a shape.
That's also what I said.
Literally.
Again, thank you
Yeah,
for
that's what you
walking in a
just said.
circle.
Well,
Thank
it's
you
not a
for-
shape.
Thank you.
A circle is a shape, and flat is not. Correct?
A coin has two faces. Although there's little imperfections and bumps on the faces of the coin, it is still a face. It's not a surface. It has two faces. It is two-sided. We don't know what the fuck we're on. I believe that it is a single-faced, stationary object that I live on.
And what's your proof of that?
I said I
Speculation
believe
Sunday.
that
but
I
what do you
live
base
on
your
a.
belief on? Yeah.
God,
I
I'm
base
intrigued.
my own belief off of my observations. I don't feel like I should have to explain my observations. I observe them.
Then don't insert them here.
It's a belief, AT.
That's what I said. I literally said
Good God,
belief.
AT.
There's a third damn
Then
time. Belief. I'm
aware.
me
You don't have
personally.
to
I'm
insert
not
it
making
now.
a claim for this room. I'm stating and giving a reference. A face can have imperfections, mountains, whatever. Sure,
You're
it's
the one who
fucking
didn't smoke weed,
enormous.
right? Yeah, okay. That's not my belief, but okay, go on.
Okay, that's okay. You can have that belief. I'm not gonna argue you.
Cool
Great.
belief.
So,
See,
if
remember,
somebody else
AT
has a belief
What
that
in the
they
world,
have,
hold on.
AT? Who pissed in your cereal?
Okay, you're kind of letting me down here. Like, this is speculation Sunday. Like, offer a speculation.
okay,
Instead
I
of-
speculate we live on a globe. Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Does anybody want to contest that speculation?
No,
No, I
but I
don't think
want to
anyone
know some
cares.
of.
You're
I
left
want to
with
know.
speculating.
I
You're
want
left
to know
with
some
that
of your
speculation.
observations. I want to
Yeah,
know
no
some
one
of your
cares,
personal
I guess.
observations. At, tell me some of your personal observations of why you live on a globe.
Because for one, right, I have many, but for one, I have a friend, right, who lives in the other side of the globe. And when I call him, which I do every once in a while, we go on FaceTime or Discord. The funny thing is, it's night when it's day here, and vice versa, right? So
Yeah, that's
kind of
possible.
odd.
That's very feasible on a flat Earth.
Oh, really? Can I see
It
that
is.
demonstrated? Thank you.
No, but that's not an accurate
Oh, I can't.
observation of the Earth being a globe. I'm sorry, but that's inaccurate. It's an observation that can go both ways because I observe that as well, and I still believe it's a flat Earth, and I still believe it works differently than you.
Yeah,
So
but you can hold wrong
our
beliefs, that's
observations
fine.
contradict each other. Okay, but that's not an observation of mine that I use to make my claim. So to me, that
No, because it would
observation is
invalidate it.
inaccurate. I can't use that observation. You can't use that observation.
Why?
Give me
Because
an
it invalidates
observation.
yours?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't validate or invalidate either one of us.
Well, it kind of would unless you can explain to me how it would be possible, feasible on a flat Earth.
Yeah, it would be possible and feasible on a flat Earth with
How?
two stationary luminary objects that are
Oh,
local.
there's two suns now? Okay.
No.
there's a sun and a moon,
A
dumbass.
sun and a moon. A sun and a moon.
So, just like newsflash, the moon is not a luminary object; it's a reflective object, right? So
No,
it doesn't.
that's
It doesn't. So
actually
because
factually incorrect.
here
The
the
sun
sun
illuminates
emits
its own
warm
light.
light, right?
The
The
moon
sun
produces
emits
no light
warm light,
itself.
and they say, listen, the sun emits warm light, and they say that the moon reflects the sun's light.
Thank you for
An
repeating
object that reflects warm light, or an object that is hit by warm light and reflects will reflect warm light. The moon gives off cold light. Shadows at nighttime are warmer than the moonlight versus day is opposite. The moon emits
Oh,
its
so
own
the
light.
Earth is the luminary object too, then, huh?
No.
Then there's three.
Well,
Sick.
if you want to, but I don't believe that. I believe that the Earth has like
Oh,
lights.
you're very
We
fast
have
to say yes and
objects
then
that are
retract that.
illuminated.
It's kind of sad.
But I believe that the moon creates its own light that is
Oh.
exactly 7 times less than the sun's. And
How
the
does it
sun's
do
light
that,
is
do you
warm and the
figure?
moon's light is cold. You cannot have a reflecting light that is colder than what is being reflected. Does that make sense? You have warm light being reflected, being turned into cold light. That is an impossibility.
I think it's actually
You
kind
can't
of
explain that. Besides a literal plasma gives off cold light.
It's the inversion moon story.
And this guy is a fucking retard.
Off the back of the moon and then turning cold and
Was that
hitting
the
it.
biblical R word or?
No, I think that was a squawk. That was like some guy had a mental break with reality and just squawked.
Did he rage quit? I wanted to. Has he rage quit, that guy?
That guy? Who's that guy, man?
Yeah, has the Glober rage quit?
No, he's still here. It's AT.
Okay, so the Glober who was like coming in with tons of ego. You are aware that everyone in here has friends all across the world, right? I mean, we're literally in a Discord call with guys from England, i.e. me, guys from America, there's guys from Australia. We all have the experience as flat earthers of talking to people when it's different times of day. So why do you think that would convince us that the Earth's a globe?
Why do I think that it would convince you guys? I guess my hope would be that it would be sort of, let's say that it would be a talking point that sort of like contradicts the I see flat, therefore flat talking point that is brought up so often.
But what you're doing is you're using your preconceived worldview that the Earth is a globe.
Wait, how do you know that though?
Because
I know
it's what you're doing.
Wait, but couldn't it be that I see this happening and then logically it follows it's a globe? No?
Do you want me to tell you, or do you want to just talk over me and browbeat me? Because that's what you're doing to the other guy.
No, I would like to listen, but I would like for you not to say things that I haven't said. Okay.
Is that when I get talked over, I just talk louder until you shut up and actually listen to what I was going to say.
That's mature, man. I'm sure that's going to work very well.
No. Yeah, this is mature. It's the only way to deal with conversational bullies like you. Now, let me finish and then you can respond. So, as I was saying, we have this phenomena, as do you. We both recognize the phenomena, but in
Please
your
don't
world...
repeat it. I heard it the first time.
Okay, then Steelman me.
Okay, so flat earthers have same observation. They still don't hold this view. Why do I bring it up? What do I hope to gain? Yeah? Kinda?
It's close enough. Go on.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So, what I was saying is, first of all, I'm not reasoning backwards. I'm not saying, well, this is a affirmation bias. I'm just trying to prove the globe itself. I'm saying, well, I see people on the other flipped side of the earth, right? And when I say other side, I mean colloquially, right? That's what it's called. I don't geographically place them anywhere, right? Not yet.
Yeah, so it's like saying far away.
Then I see, the sun is not up there. That's strange, you know. On a flat Earth, which is what I thought we were on, right? That would be the case. So how come this isn't the case? And then it got me thinking, there must be something else. So that's the first thing. That's the train of thought that sort of like led me to a globe. And
So
So
my criticism of what you said was true, and you just went, no. You're using your preconceived worldview to inform your worldview. So
that's exactly the opposite of what I just said. I'm
No, it
very
isn't. It's
sad
exactly
you didn't
what
hear
you said.
anything like that. Is
No, because you maybe don't realize it because you said in your sentence, "Oh, it must be on the other side of the globe."
so
if that's
either
part of your-
I'm linguistically
that's-
terrible or you're not capable of listening. And,
I'm
and
still
I don't
talking,
think
my
I can determine which one it is, honestly. Maybe
my
I'm just
guy. I was still talking, my guy. You need to chill out until I've finished. Yeah. So, as part of your reasoning, the globe was already in the reasoning for the globe. That's the problem. So, we also have a good, let's just say, explanation for why there would be day and night in different parts of a flat plane that you're not interested in, which is interesting.
Oh, thank you. I'm off mute. I am interested. I asked for it several times. I'll listen if you'll tell me how it's possible. Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So let's just say that you've got a flat surface. And bear in mind, we know that the Earth, whether it's a globe or a plane, isn't entirely of that shape, right? So we understand that there are valleys and there are hills and all the rest. And this would affect what you can see. Anyway, regardless, when you're on a flat surface, if you hold a local light to that surface, that light isn't necessarily going to reach everywhere on that surface. And this is easily demonstrable.
So this is the final. Okay, I don't know. So I think if you go and you use the scales that we have sort of arrived at, from actually the sun and Earth, what would actually discover is the light source is so big that it would be impossible for any cave or any hilltop or mountain to block the light in such a
Never said
way.
that.
Huh. Okay. It
I
sounded
never
like.
said that. No, I never, ever said that a hill was blocking the sun.
Okay. Then what was? Maybe I understood it wrong. My bad. What were you saying?
AT is making the claim that the sun is so big and gigantuan that there wouldn't be something like that to block it other than the other side of a globe itself. So he's,
or
you got to understand that we, okay, now AT, you have to understand, not only do we, not all of us, I'll speak for myself, not only do we have the belief that the earth is flat, what would make you think that I believe that the sun is 93 million miles away and as big as they say? Like, that is a more crazy claim than to say that the earth is a globe to me, is to claim that the sun is that big and that far away. I don't believe, I believe in a smaller local sun that acts like a spotlight. It will light up a section of the face of the earth at a time, opposing the moon. The moon travels slightly, what, is it slightly faster? I don't know. They travel at different speeds going around the face of the earth, okay? So a spotlight is a spotlight. It lights up a certain spot for however long the light is there. It doesn't light up where it's not hitting. I don't believe it's very far ambient light. I believe that it is very local directed light.
All right. So 2 questions to that. First of all, you said going around. I don't know if that was like a mistake, but what do you mean by that? Second question.
What I mean by going, okay, go for it. Second question.
We can go one by one. That's fair.
Okay, so first question, going around. I don't mean going, you can draw a circle on a plate, right? And that circle is going around the plate. It's not making it's not going around a ball, but it's traveling. Let's say I'll use directions, okay? Look at a plate, center is north. All the outer ring of the plate will be south because it's opposing north. It doesn't have any pole of its own. It's just what is opposing north, you know? You can fly indefinitely east or west, but you can only fly north until you hit maximum north. Then you're flying south. You can only, I don't know how far you can fly south. That is something I have no idea. I don't believe that you can fly north again from going south. I believe that there is a point going south that you will be stopped. So what I mean is I believe that the sun rises in the east every single day for me, and it sets in the west. That sun is traveling west indefinitely. Indefinitely, it is traveling west. Next
what's
question.
the proof of that? Is it just observation? It's what you see, and therefore it's true.
I didn't say therefore it's true. I told you that was my beliefs. I was telling you that it is true to me. That is what I observe. That is what I observe. I believe I observe the sun coming over the horizon, which I live in a valley. There's a mountain actually.
Do you observe something else, AT?
Yes, I do.
You see the sun. You don't see the sun.
I mean, I can answer your questions. I had a second follow-up.
Do you see the sun rise in the east and set in the?
First of all, your mic is terrible, so fix that if you want me to actually
you heard
reply.
the question. You heard.
No, it's cutting out, you fucking idiot. Okay, imbecile. Like, actually fix that.
Do you see the sun rise in the east and set in the west? Do you observe that?
No, I don't. Colloquially,
what do you
sure,
observe?
it's what it's called, but I don't see that.
Something's wrong with him if he doesn't see it right.
Where does your sun come from? The south and set in the north? Where are you?
Now I answer a question. Now it's my turn because I had 2 questions to be fair, right?
Okay.
My second question to what you said originally, right? And then we can move on. Is you said it was a spotlight, right? And it only, lit up very specific parts of Earth, and then it like traveled with the moon, but it was like sort of a spotlight light source, and it was more local and smaller. Cool. I heard that. It's a belief, I guess. What's like in order for you to like insert these beliefs in my conversation, right? If I need to engage with them, right? I need some sort of like not necessarily a proof, but a reason at least why you think that is the case, right? Because if otherwise it's just going to be conjecture, and we're going to have to post no proof of anything, and then it's to me at least, it's not really a fruitful conversation, right?
Yeah, so there's no one thing. There's not one single thing that made me come to the conclusion in my beliefs to believe that the sun is local and acts as a spotlight. It was a conjoined great amount that I'm not going to have the time, nor are you going to have like the patience to sit here and listen. So we're not going to make you happy and give you what you want to hear. But I can tell you, based off of my observations of the sun rising in the east, coming over me, depending on the time of year, it'll either be directly above me, it'll be slightly south of me, I'm north of the equator, so it makes sense. On a flat, planed map of the flat Earth, within two objects, the sun and the moon, traveling how they do, observing in my mind how it would work, makes a lot more sense and is a lot more logical than a spinning, comparatively, absolutely microscopic ball spinning through space around an enormous object, traveling insanely fast, traveling itself, that small system, in another greater system at different. I'm sorry, it's way too out of pocket and way too much. It's more unprovable and untestable than my theory, and I'm just going to go with that. I'm happy with my beliefs. I believe them because they're simple. There's easier explanations than what I've been taught before. So I'll go with the more logical explanations.
But you know what the funny thing is, right? The funny thing that is certainly overlooked too many times in these conversations. We don't need to believe when it comes to the shape of the Earth. We can just do direct measurements over the surface and we find out what the surface is. It's pretty simple. Everybody can do it. Even a child can do it with his best friend if they're pretty much in a young age. You just need a mirror. The other friend needs to be on the opposite side of a big lake. They're just gonna measure what the supposed mathematics of the sphere curve of the radius of roughly 4,000 miles is gonna give them. And they have this long distance observation, they're gonna see still the mirror flashing, and then they realize for themselves, oh, the surface is actually not bulging, there is no curvature to hide behind, therefore the Earth is not what they have presented to me. So even a child can do this as an experiment. So anyways, it's really not about belief. Belief only starts when it comes to these questions about what is the sky, what is this huge map above us that never changed, that we use for navigation since the ancient times. So in general, when it comes to the main foundation of the case here, right? The main foundation of the discussion, there is no conversation to be had anyways. Otherwise, or the only thing you might do is show me where I can find the supposed curvature rate of roughly 4,000 miles. I go there, I check it out for myself.
Cleana, calm down. So I know you weren't here for the whole part, right? But if you're saying, yes, I am. Thank you for referring.
Oh, you hear me now? So AT, you and Jellybean and everyone else sees this. Yeah. Oh, I'm not God, sir. We all see the same sun. Okay. Well, God will hear your prayers later.
I hope so.
Me too. So we all see the same sun. You're the one who's stuck in this ideology that thinks it's a 93 million mile distant star and it's moving across the earth, across the sky because the earth is spinning. That's you. If you're happy with that belief, go on about your day. Say your prayers of thanks. What's the beef?
That's exactly what I said. I said I'm not going to be able to make him happy. No one here is going to be able to make him happy or tell him what he wants. He has his beliefs, and if he wants to believe those, he can. If he's willing to do his own observations and experiments, he can. I have my whole other line of things. The reason that I'll give you the reason why I believe the Earth is flat. I used to believe the Earth is globe. It didn't matter to me.
Please. I don't want to engage with you anymore.
Okay, you don't have to engage. You don't want to engage.
And I have a reason for it. right? Because the conversation boiled down to
because the conversation's about it getting into
no,
physics.
because you had
and
no
proofs.
evidence of anything. It was just your belief, and I'm done with that. I don't really want to talk.
I
about
gave you my
beliefs,
beliefs.
okay?
I gave you my beliefs.
I can go to church if I want to talk about belief. Okay, I'm not here.
I gave you my beliefs. Now I want to give you my reasons. I want to give you my reasons beyond belief. I want to give you the things that are proven that led me to believe.
I don't want it. Thank you. Next person. Okay, Cleander, you said a lot about like this is speculation, right? No, I'm not holding on because I was talking. So
no, I'm going to get in now. I'm going to get in, so you can just accept it or leave. So I think the issue with what you are doing and how you're presenting evidence is actually one of interpretation. So
he left, bro. He was trolling. Yeah.
Did he leave?
Yeah, he left. He wasn't allowed to talk.
He's back now.
I'm happy with that.
AT is here, and he said conjunction, and then he tried to correct himself by saying it is a word. No, you confused conjecture and objection. There is no conjunction. That's just cognitive minimalism.
Mm-hmm.
But he tried to defend himself in chat, so I just had to make sure the record's straight.
So how about we get these Globers actually to talk about the ground instead of talking about replacements?
Cool. I'm back. Like I had to leave because you're abusing mod, right? So I didn't want to hear that. So Cleander,
I'm not muting you. I'm just talking and forcing you to listen because I think you think that you're just going to.
He's a butthurt guy, man. He left again.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome.
He's gonna keep leaving and coming and leaving and coming.
I am still talking. He thinks that he's going to conversationally bully people, talk over them, just fucking be a complete dickhead and get away with it. Not going to get away with it with me. I'm used to the worst globe trolls. This guy's like easy meat for someone like me. But fundamentally, he's actually ignoring what I'm saying, which is why he's talking over me in the first place. So I'm also used to that. I don't think he realizes, like, people in here who've been dealing with these idiots for 10 years are used to these tactics. It's not going to faze me.
Yeah, I'm someone talking. I'm just wondering why we just not put them where they belong and literally talk about the evidence that they have for the ground curving. Why is it always these long conversations about replacement stories that they want to have from us regarding the sky? There is, I'll be honest, man, neither side knows what is going up there. Neither side can tell me how the stars were made, created, what drives them, what makes the whole sky move, why is it mapped the way it's mapped or laid out with its constellations and so forth.
Yeah,
it's just all stories. Sorry.
No, you were good. I didn't realize you weren't finished. I'm going to say what I was going to say to that guy before he got completely butthurt and left. The problem with a lot of these Globers is that it's not necessarily what the evidence is for them. It's their interpretation of the evidence. They will always interpret it as globe evidence, even when it's not. And so one of those things is the day-night cycle. They think that proves a globe, not realizing that we are aware of the day-night cycle, obviously. We're aware of the fact that in different countries the time is different, obviously, and yet somehow we don't believe in a globe. So he doesn't, like the penny doesn't drop for him that we are aware of these things and don't take them as evidence for his position. So this is where the top left Dunning-Kruger thing comes in, right? Where he thinks that he's the competent one when he doesn't understand our worldview and then thinks that we're the stupid ones. Right, but he's actually the one that's fresh into the conversation, doesn't understand the conversation, and is calling everyone stupid. Right? It's maddening.
It is. It's so aggravating.
Not only that, the guy was pretending that he believes in a globe because of the sun.
Yeah, when an initiator of our belief is the non-belief in. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. We're not heliocentric here.
Yeah, but you would agree, guys, if we would just put it to the test what it's all about, the shape of the Earth, right? Disregard what we see above our heads, disregard what is happening day and night. It's like, who cares if first we need to create a fundamental basis, right? If I want to build a house, right? I want to build a house with walls, a good roof, and it's going to stand for a very long time. I need a foundation, a fundamental foundation. So the foundation for the whole conversation to actually have any sense in the first place would be to give significant evidence for the Earth being either the spherical shape of roughly 4,000 miles is being claimed, that's a burden that they have, or we can present, and I 100% know we can, over hundreds of experiments disproving that position. So if we're gonna put them into the corner of literally give the foundation first, because otherwise I can let the whole house of cards break down, because there is no foundation for the globe if there is no curving ground. If the ground is not curving, every other conversation about the sky, the sun, the moon, and all this stuff is a non sequitur, absolutely a waste of time. And that's what they don't realize. They haven't realized yet that there is no curve. Therefore, if there's no curve, none of these stories work in their mind. And they need to realize that the house of cards is already destroyed. It never actually was able to build up because the foundation is literally missing. There is no foundation for the globe. Therefore, I can literally dismiss everything that I was presented about the heliocentric model, because there is no curve. I can do that. I'm not an ignorant when I do that. I have significant evidence to prove that the radius of roughly 4,000 miles doesn't exist. Therefore, I can handwave and dismiss every stupid story about the sky, about where the stars are, where the moon is, what the sun does, and so forth. That's why I'm not a huge supporter of these endless conversations about stars. I would be interested in talking about alternatives or speculations if someone shows that he has understood, okay, there is no foundation for a globe, and he's sincerely interested in, so what might be your beliefs or claims or assumptions about something, that's no problem, it would be a shit conversation. But, these endless conversations with globers who still think they have a foundation to go off by is ridiculous. I wouldn't even give them that, because they don't have it.
We must not forget that he believes that globes are maps.
We should not forget that there is no curve. No curve, no globe. That's it. Debate is over.
You guys are always going to be in a disadvantage, though, because you don't have a credit app system. First of all, he's 15 years old, lives with his parents, and is making claims based off of his television anyway, so that he can come into the Discord rooms and just get entertained by, of course, his own trolling, for one. Number two, when you do find someone that's real, maybe try to establish what's it going to take to earn your business. Like, is there going to be a real conversation here, or are we just going to talk to people like the earlier emotional, gynos that are just going to have temper tantrums, So first you got to find a real candidate for someone that wants to learn.
Well, I have found these people.
May I ask?
I've talked to people like that before, but if the room is
Clay,
constantly filled with people
may I
like
ask a question?
Dewey, for example, it gets very hard to find these conversations, right?
I don't care about the pot shot, Clay.
I have seen this with other Discords. I don't want to mention names, but in other Discords, these anti-flat earthers, they keep coming back and they start these endless circle jerk conversations about phenomena of the sky, and they pretend as if they have the foundation of actually having a globe in the first
I get
place.
it.
And that's just
Stop
a
complaining.
mechanism of
Let's get to the debate. Let's get to the debate.
Wasting time instead of making.
This is wasting
people who are
time.
New to it. See, and he's trying to interrupt me because people should.
I want you to speak to a new
point.
person. I want you to speak to a new person. Ardian, if you could mute Ardian, he's new.
Who are you?
I'm Britain.
Okay. Why Why are you defining who has to talk and when?
Well, I agree with Clay. I think it's a waste of time to ramble. So, I mean, I think we should move past the rambling and actually debate. Is that problematic for anyone? Anyone want to ramble more?
The troll is concerned trolling. It's not. Yeah, we know. Yep.
Oh, I'm just saying that I want to see. It's Ardian. Ardian Rip. What's his name? Rip Jacob Family.
Right. So is he muted? Why can't he talk for himself?
Yeah, he's server muted. That's why I said.
Yeah, he got banned this way. For a reason.
Why was he?
He's very good content. I think he'd be very funny to talk to.
Was he banned for a good reason?
Probably not.
Probably not.
He's not an aggressive person, so I don't think so.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to have a conversation with him if someone wants to unmute him, but I'm not going to unmute him because I'm driving.
Okay. Is anyone up for a debate, or are we just going to...
driving.
Genuine question here. Does Flat Earth have anything to do with the Church of Scientology?
No, nothing. Goodbye.
I think the globe would be the Scientology. The globe actually listen, Scientology actually agrees with the globe. So ironically, it would be the globe religion that is Scientology.
Correct.
That was easy.
I was just wondering.
Well, now you know it's the globe religion that's Scientology. Yep.
Well, I don't consider my beliefs of the globe have any affiliation with Scientology.
But go to affiliate with your beliefs, lol.
Well, that's not. Yeah, I mean that's not really the point, is it? The point he made is that Scientology believes in a globe. So if you're going to compare flat earthers to Scientologists, you might want to compare globers to Scientologists instead.
No, I was just asking if you had any affiliation. Not that
literally. He's not getting it. He doesn't understand what words mean. The globe.
The answer you've already received should obviously be no, we do not.
Yes. I'm just defining my question because you're making it sound not as it is.
Your troll backfired.
Well, no,
I'm not trolling.
Your troll question backfired.
Correct.
I wasn't trolling.
It's just that the EXO added context and you ignored all of it, and it was just weird to listen to.
Yeah, they don't have functioning brains.
He must have reset because he's back from being in here all day yesterday.
I just think it's weird. Like you get an answer that's answering the point that you've asked and then giving context, and you ignore the answer and the context.
I didn't ignore it.
You did.
I got my answer, but
well, it's clear that he doesn't understand what Scientology is, as well as Flat Earth, as well as even his own globe. Because if he knew those answers, he would know that Scientologists believe that these aliens came and gave birth through their sperm onto Earth, but they believe in a heliocentric model, bro. Come on, wake up.
Well, I don't know anything about Scientology, so.
Well,
why the hell did you bring it up then?
No, I was just wondering if you had any affiliation.
You're
and I
no
got my answer.
Xenu.
That was no.
Yeah, you're no Xenu, sir.
He's really this stupid. Yeah, it turns out you believe in most of the Scientology religion. You actually believe in Scientology. That's the irony. Thanks.
Yeah. He believes.
I'm a level 3, dude.
They ask us about our beliefs or thoughts on lizard people, and I'm like, oh wow, I roll. Okay. Yep.
See, nothing.
He said, "I'm a level."
I have no idea what.
Actually, that's a great point. The Shoemaker, Levy 9, Heaven's Gate cult, Scientologists, they all believe in this outer space globe model religion. All of them.
Right.
Yep.
It's built in.
Yeah, I mean, basically, the globe is a religion, right?
Xenu said it. It's true.
Would you call Flat Earth a religion?
Hell no. That makes me want to watch South Park now. That was funny.
I would say a religion typically has the qualities of fixed, unchanging truth, right? That's infallible almost, right? And that sounds more like Flat Earth.
No, that's a false dichotomy, isn't it? Like, I think the globe's a religion because you have all of the doctrines of a religion. You have religious leaders, you have prophets, guys like Einstein, Newton.
People that you claim to
You have-
be prophets when they're not. You say that they are, but they're not.
Yeah, they're not literally prophets.
Exactly.
Is that what you? Well, yeah, but then you're not understanding what I'm saying. So why
Yeah,
don't
but
you
you're
wait
saying
till I
that
finish?
we can, have all the parts of a religion.
They do.
So you
Yeah,
think
let me
you can
elaborate on this, Crypto, when you're ready.
Hold on. No. You think you can refute a point that hasn't been made yet based on a misunderstanding of the part that you did here? Why don't you just wait until I've made my point and then you can refute it? Doesn't that make sense?
Just generally, I feel like there's multiple points when you're just saying I'll dictate.
You don't give a shit about listening to my point. Brilliant. This is why conversations with you guys never work. You don't actually fucking listen. You didn't listen to Exo earlier. And now you're refusing to let me make my point. You just want to talk over me. And that's the reason I'm berating you now. Just wait until I'm done. So, you do have your prophet figures. You've got your Einstein, your Newton. You've got your religious leaders. You've got your Michio Kaku. You've got your Brian what's his face, the English lesbian. You've got Neil deGrasse Tyson, all these guys. They're always on the TV telling you about the religion. Right?
English lesbian.
You have places that you can go to worship the globe. You can go to planetariums. You can go to rocket launch is a very how do I say they're very symbolic because it's like we're reaching this stuff. All of this stuff is ritualistic, bro. The fact you don't it's on you.
I'm just saying you claim it to be ritualistic. I don't think it fits the plot.
I know you don't, but what you think or not doesn't really matter because we're
exactly.
talking about.
That's my point.
Yeah, but well done for agreeing with my point.
No, my point was that what you believe isn't.
Well, no,
you don't know what you believe or where it came from.
The flat Earth doesn't have any of these things. So when someone's like, "Oh, the flat Earth is a religion and the globe isn't," well, you're the one with the prophet figures. You're the one with the religious leaders professing the globe religion on television. You're the one with the unquestioned truth in the media. This is you guys. You have the religion.
That's a radical destruction of the English language. Good job, man.
Yeah. So, do you have any actual criticisms of what I've said?
Yeah, those people you mentioned are nowhere near nothing like a prophet. They have nothing in common with prophets.
So,
Zero.
You have nothing.
No. You said they're
Crypto,
prophets.
let me know when I can go on this,
What is
Crypto. Come
the
on.
distinguishing characteristics of a prophet in your mind?
Wonderful. Well, I mean, I'm looking
Well,
for
if you
something
just want to say
better.
words, man.
Release the hound.
You're just saying nah and then backing it with more nah. Have you got anything?
You're saying they're prophets. Prophets has a meaning in the English language. In what way are they prophets?
What I actually said. Can you quote what I actually said, not what you think I said?
You said we have our prophet figures. In which way are they prophet figures?
Prophet-like figures, Newton and Einstein.
In what way are they prophet-like figures?
If I go out into the world and say Einstein was stupid, what kind of reaction do you think I'll get?
Don't care. In what way are they prophet-like figures?
So I think that you might not care, or you might pretend not to care, but most people are going to think, why do you think the smartest man in the world is stupid? He's an unquestioningly smartest man in history for many people.
Don't people say that Einstein was wrong about some things, though?
In what way are they prophet-like figures, though?
Ridiculed and sidelined for doing so.
Einstein is not infallible.
Yeah, no one says he's got infallible.
So the dating methods that these evolutionists believe in were prophetized. Yes, you are right, Crypto. If you elaborate on the evolutionary religion,
prophet-like figures.
Yeah, see, they're scared. They're scared to death. They're not going to let me talk. But yeah, they did prophetize. Yeah, they did.
Just say words.
God, calm down.
These guys are obviously
these poor perverts.
Things.
They're scared to death.
You think Einstein predicted something in the future? It's very prophetic to you. Why are you upset that? Yeah. You think Einstein predicted something?
Yeah, Scott. Where did your dating methods for evolution come from?
Yeah, I mean, obviously these guys are prophet-like figures. The fact that the Globers are going to deny it doesn't surprise me. But the fact that we know about a guy who was around 100 years ago because of things he allegedly did, and we're going to pretend that doesn't have some sort of meaning? That's interesting as well.
Yeah, but he's still not a prophet like
So
figure.
Scott, who came up with the dating methods of millions and billions of years?
Again, but that still isn't anything of substance. Like you do quite a lot, but you don't actually often provide substance. Do you want to provide some substance?
As soon as you do, tell me how they're prophet-like figures, and we can examine that.
Do you know what a prophet is? Can you define prophet for me, please?
Yeah, one who one who communicates for a god. That's a prophet.
Really?
No, Einstein's theory of relativity predicts that your head is older than your feet. Therefore, that theory is a prophecy.
Can you tell me one person who's described as a prophet in any religion who does not have communication from God?
So a prophet offers prophet. That's why that word is that word.
What does a prophet do?
Yeah, just try and help. Okay, he's somebody who made an impact and somebody who helped his followers, or in a way, like that's kind of the correlation, the kind of linking here.
Einstein is a false.
So Big Flurf, let's use your method. If we went down the street and we asked people what a prophet is, what do you think they'd tell us?
Well, so this is the lexicon argument again. Like you're
the one who brought it up.
You're the one who's making stupid lexicon arguments. What does the average person think? Who cares?
All of this is right.
You're
right
the one
here.
who said just 2 minutes ago. Let's walk on the street and ask him what you think of Einstein. I'm using your lead. I'm following your lead. And now I'm wrong.
You're butchering my argument. No, you're not.
I'm following your lead.
This whole thing is a giant piece of deflection because Big Flurf made a claim that we have a religion and then didn't back it up with any evidence, and he's just deflecting to not give us evidence.
You're just saying "nah" and then calling me names. Well done.
You need evidence to substantiate a claim.
I went on about 3 minutes of giving you context. Do you want to address any of it?
Those are all just stories. I need you to give me actual evidence of your claim.
So on TV.
No, hold on. Let me. Since they don't know what a prophet means, a prophet is a person who speaks for God or a deity or by divine inspiration. So Einstein falls in that category. Your deity is gravity. The graven image that you use to worship gravity is the globe.
So how is gravity our god or deity?
It's your god. That's your creation myth.
You're just saying it's our god. Where's your evidence that it's a deity?
God, you are telling
that's your
people
chaos. You don't even know what gravity is.
Will happen.
Maybe something to do with how the Greek and Roman god names that the planets have. I don't know, something like that. Helios and I don't. Maybe something.
Yeah,
like
there is so much ritualistic stuff woven into the globe. It's criminal that they're like, no, bro, are you serious?
Yeah, you can make your baseless assertions.
I mean, well, I'm not doing that, so
you just did.
Well, you're just nutting, so you can just
carry on with it. Doing the baseless assertions.
How many of the planets are named after gods, Scott? Do you want to tell me that?
This is still deflection.
Probably all of them.
Yeah, all of them. Why do you think that?
Except for Earth. I don't know why Earth is different.
Oh, is that because we're here?
I don't know.
Earth's not a planet, dummy.
I feel like that's a weird connection to draw, though. I mean, saying like they're named after gods. Nobody's worshipping Jupiter. I don't get on my knees for Jupiter every day, do I? But as for flat Earth, I mean, it does follow a similar convention as religion, right? It's you've had revelation about your flat Earth, right? It's fixed. It doesn't change, right? You don't change your arguments, So completely nothing can contradict flat Earth, right? Whereas Globers will be happy to contradict previous statement. If older stuff can be proven wrong all the time, and we don't mind, right? It's fine.
Yeah, that's not true at all. And also,
it is. Wait, here I can give you a piece of evidence of this.
No. I was halfway through a sentence, right? The fact that you guys can just nut off for minutes and minutes and minutes and not be embarrassed without offering any substance at all. Like, you've just done it as well, Brit. Now I've just pointed out that all of the planets are named after gods, and you've just gone, no, it's not relevant. No actual context.
No,
you've done it. Scott's done it, and this other idiot's done it. You've all done it, and you're just going to continue doing it.
This is a non sequitur.
Naming something after
he's right. What do you want?
Naming something after a god doesn't mean that there is any sort of connection. I mean, like saying goodness me or good morning, right, is named after the idea of saying God's morning or whatever, right? It's not that whenever I say good morning, I'm being...
is named after Thor's day.
Thursday is Thor's day. Yeah, it's naming something after a god is just some sort of anthropological thing. It's not like a we're worshipping Thursday, right? Obviously not. We're not.
Beetlejuice.
I go to work on a Thursday. I'm not worshipping at all.
Strawmanning me with a point that isn't even equivalent to the one I made.
That
Brilliant.
is what you did.
Well, if you want to misinterpret it, fine. But that's not what I said.
Tell us what you were saying.
Fantastic. I would love to. So, we've got a very big difference between a single day being named after a fictional god like Thor, right, because no one actually believes in Thor, versus every single planet in the sky having the name of a god, right? These are very different.
Yeah.
And
nobody believes in Helios.
Similar.
Nobody believes in Saturn. Nobody believes in Jupiter.
And also, see, you can't let me finish. And also, I never said anyone was worshipping any of these, but what I did say is that it's ritualistic in that they are all named after gods. I never said anyone was worshipping a fucking planet, bro.
So how is that any different than Thursday?
If I may.
So my question is this. Why the relentless straw man of my position?
Okay, if I may.
Not going to answer. Okay, fine.
I'm going to tell you how they're perfectly analogous, right? Monday is Mars's day. Tuesday is Tia's day. Wednesday's Mercury's day. Sorry,
is it?
Yeah, Monday's Mercury's day. Wednesday's Wotan's day. Thursday's Thor's day. Friday being Frigg's day. Saturday. Sunday. I mean, like, you've got to think. Why don't you have quibble over people worshipping days of the week?
Because that was exactly the thing that I said I wasn't saying.
But they're all named after gods, right? It's just a thing.
I just addressed this and you didn't listen again. I never said anyone was worshipping a planet in the fucking sky.
Then what's the analogy then? Like, you're just saying that we bring up gods?
Ritualistic.
So how is it not ritualistic that the days of the week are named after gods?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Is anyone else struggling to understand what I'm saying?
What's the ritual?
The naming of the planet in the first place after a god is the ritual.
So are week
days of the week?
Days of the week are a ritual?
It's not my point.
It's analogous though, isn't it?
I don't care. I'm not talking about days of the week. No one's accusing anyone of worshipping planets in the sky or days of the week. So I don't know why it's relevant.
It's a counterpoint and you're not addressing it.
But it's not a counterpoint. That's my point.
The point is that there is no... It's just a nice thing, right? It's like an anthropological thing. Oh, we're going to name it after, this god or whatever. But it's not like they actually thought these are the gods, right? We're going to worship this star. It's just a nice anthropological way of terming the celestial bodies, right?
You guys exhaust me.
So it's not religious, is effectively what I'm trying to say, right? It's not even like religion.
Yeah, it is religious. The calendar, which is used to also name these weekdays after gods, yeah, it's actually the churches that made all these calendars and given the names to the days of the week.
It fell out of use as a ritual and is now just commonplace.
That's not It's obviously not true. You want to know why it's not true?
Religion system give birth to the heliocentric new religion.
That's not
and
true.
They named the planets in the sky, the wandering stars. They gave them names of gods.
That's not true. So let's work this one together. What are the days of the week
who
in
named
French?
the planet Saturn?
See, what are the days of the week in French? They are different from in English. French don't call Friday or Freya's Day, and they don't call Thursday Thor's Day. That's completely disconnected from their historic history, right?
Yeah,
they have
it's a waste
different
of
gods for those 2 days, right?
Waste of
Not
time.
every language keeps the same
Yeah.
sort of naming for their week.
So your God is. So you believe in gravity and the Big Bang. Who came up with the Big Bang theory?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Right. You believe in the Big Bang theory, right? That is a creator. You believe in the creation of everything via a Big Bang. This is what we're talking about when we're talking about these religious claims. And this is what you're hiding from. You're hiding from the origins of your own belief system, the origins of your universe. That's all religion. That's the point. That's what you're hiding from. That's it.
So you're just saying we have an origin story, which means that we're religious?
Oh, are you saying you don't have a religious belief in an origin story?
I don't. If they prove the Big Bang wrong tomorrow, I wouldn't care. I would not. Give a fuck.
Believe it? No, you believe it now. He's scared to death. He can't do it. He's talking about them. I'm talking about you. So you believe it.
So a religious person.
You believe it. You can't have a conversation. He's scared to death. Do you believe in the Big Bang?
Can't have a conversation.
Do you believe in a Big Bang? He can't answer.
Are you just going to scream at him, or are you going to let him answer?
Can you answer the question?
He's trying to, but you would shut the fuck up.
You, yes, a pervert. Shut up. Yes,
So
do you
listen.
believe in a Big Bang?
He's
Can you
trying
answer
As it stands, it's the current. As it stands, it's the current best explanation. But I don't have a religious belief in it. I'm not dedicated to it. I'm not dedicated.
You believe
to
in
it.
evolution.
I'm
Then
not
you believe in
dedicated
evolution.
to it.
Everything you believe in
I've
is a
responded
religion.
to your question. It's the
He's
current
scared to
best.
death. He can't even
I
answer
answered
a
it.
question.
It is
He
the
can't.
current
Do
best.
you believe it?
It's the
Dude,
current
he can't do it.
best
Do you
explanation.
believe it? Did anybody hear an answer yet? He can't do it. He's scared to death of his own religion.
If I say it's the current best
Do you
explanation, do you think?
believe it? He can't.
Do you
he
think
can't
I
answer.
would go for the second best
He can't
explanation?
answer. He can't do it.
He believes it. And the thing, right?
Okay, here, can I clarify? Yes, we do believe it, but if it were to be
That's your
proven
religion.
fake,
I'm
we're not
sorry,
going to
it's your
defend it to
religion.
death.
It's
We aren't
your
gonna-
religion. Yes, that's your religion. It doesn't matter. It's your religion right
Just-
now. It's your
it doesn't
origin
matter.
story.
It
It's
doesn't
your
matter.
God.
It-
Yes, you're scared to death of reality
Well,
that you
you
believe
say
in
it's
this.
a god.
and
You
it's
say
your
it's a
religion.
god. What the issue is here really
It's your
is
belief
is
system,
that
and you're scared
I
of your
don't
own
have a
belief system,
position.
and that's why you can't even talk
I don't
about
have
it.
a position.
You're so scared to death you can't
you
even
just
be honest
talk,
about
don't
it.
you?
You're
You just
evolutionist.
talk.
You're scared to
I don't
death.
have a position.
But you can't even have a conversation.
Bro,
You're
just
scared to
listen
death.
for once in
You
your
have
life.
no
Open
claim.
your
Exactly.
ears.
You don't have a claim. You're
You just
scared to
talked
death of your
for
own
like
religion.
10 minutes.
Exactly. For the
Stop
record, 10 minutes. I've been talking for
bro.
45
Oh my
seconds, and he
God.
can't even answer one question.
This guy's
You're scared to
incapable.
death. This is what
Anyway.
faggot pussies do. They're just
Anyway.
absolute shit stains.
Anyway,
They're just absolute coward shit
the point that
stains.
I'm trying to say is just that
this guy,
as far. Oh my lord! Now you
parishioners of
Complete
this
worthless. Just
any day
complete
can I make a
scumbags.
response?
Criminals.
they are
Any
not
day.
allowed
You're not
to
going to
say
respond to
that
what was
they
said anyway, so
believe
you
this religion.
Well, I will. So, okay, I'll respond exactly.
He can't.
Yes,
He'll never
yes,
talk about it.
I
He's scared to
believe.
death.
Yes, I believe the Big Bang is is true-ish, right?
Yeah,
I think that it's the current best explanation. The reason why I said that is because it's better than saying I believe it, because I wouldn't opt for the second best explanation, would I?
That's your. And who came up with the Big Bang theory?
The next thing is to say that if it was
So they're
proven wrong,
Catholic,
if it was
basically.
proven wrong, I wouldn't care. I would accept it. You, if your God was proven wrong, you would cry. You would scream.
Irrelevant. No,
right?
that's one
You're a
topic.
screamer.
No, that's one
You're a
part of your
screamer.
satanic religion.
You're a screamer.
You're scared to death of your own
You
belief
scream.
system. Evolution. You have to believe in evolution. You have to.
The point that we
It's that
just
easy.
made
Scared
is
to
that
death.
if it was proven
You have no
wrong,
point. You're
we
a
wouldn't
retard.
believe it.
You're scared to death.
who?
It's one part of your evolution religion. You have to believe in evolution, and they're scared to death to admit that.
Can you please stop repeating
Can
the
I
same
get
thing
an
over and
answer
over?
to that?
So
Can I get an answer to that?
pathetic.
Can I get an answer to that? Proven wrong by who?
Proven wrong
by whomever, philosophers, scientists, whoever.
More buzzwords.
Oh my god!
You're having to believe what they say and what they do, right?
Sorry, what?
If they can give me evidence that evolution is wrong,
Evidence now, okay.
if they can give me evidence, okay, can you shut your mouth? You are bringing nothing to this conversation.
The demons get so pissed off.
The demons.
I'm appealing to the evidence in the first place. I don't give a shit what the opinions of people on the television say, right? So when you say to me, when it is proven by X or Y, that my ears prick up because now I'm thinking, oh, you are actually believing what they say. But if you I mean, because you don't have to believe evidence. Evidence either falls or stands on its own merits, right? You would agree with that, surely.
A lot of evidence is based off of previous evidence. It's like a tree of things. It builds off of each other. Like math, you have to learn the basics to learn the advanced stuff.
Doesn't answer what I said, though, does it? So I said that evidence either stands or falls on its own merits, right?
Basically, but its own merits are oftentimes based off of other pieces of evidence. It's pillars built on top of bricks on bricks on bricks. It's building up a structure.
That's an irrelevant caveat. It's an irrelevant caveat.
But the way you're making it sound is the only evidence that actually exists is ones that aren't based off of anything but basic assumptions.
No, I never said that at all.
Yeah, but that's what it sounds like.
Oh, so that's how it sounds. It's not what I said.
I just want clarity.
Right,
that would be religious biasness. Yep.
What?
Yeah. So anyway,
wanting clarity?
Well, no, just irrelevant caveats. I don't know why you threw it in. It's silly. Evidence stands on its own merits. It doesn't require belief at all.
Okay.
So
yeah.
Well, you agree with that? Okay, cool. So when obviously my ears pricked up when you were like, oh yeah, when it's proven wrong, X, Y. Well, yeah, cool. But now you're appealing to the opinions of people who proved that stuff, in your opinion, right? And you're believing in their opinions.
Not opinions. The only way I'm going to believe them if they have evidence. It's not an opinion. It's just objective.
Well, let me give you an example, right? So you've got two intelligence researchers. One of them tells you that men are smarter than women. The other one tells you there's no difference. They're both clever. They both have different opinions, and they both have evidence. Which do you believe?
I believe the evidence that is more correct. So one scientist probably only polled about 100 people, and the other one polled 1,000 people and used those statistics to make this assumption. The assumption might actually be wrong because you didn't poll enough people, and it might be different across the entire world. I'm going to believe whoever I think has better evidence.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I mean, that's fine. If you genuinely actually do that, which I don't believe you do, by the way, but if you genuinely do that, then... But I don't believe.
How can I be a reasonable participant in politics without using that method?
I think the best acceptance. I think the best acceptance towards a story is dependent on how far can I get away from a creator, and taking responsibility for my actions. That's the only reason. It's not a question if a creator exists. The question is, can you give me the best story in order to hide from that creator? That is what humanity has been doing since the fall in Garden Eden. Get as far away from this creator that you can't get away from in order to create the most craziest story in your mind. And that's the one I'm going to accept. As long as I can get away from the creator. That's all it is. That's the whole issue. The point is not where is God, where's the proof for God. They all know that he exists. The point is they all just want to have a story. They just want to have a story that's going to make them, in their mind, get as far away from him as possible in order to, have no justification for the actions, and there's not going to be any judgment for it and so forth. That's all. It's what it's.
Are you saying that all Globers do not believe in God?
No, I'm not saying that. Have I said that? If so,
it's what you're implying.
No, I'm implying that generally today, or also in the past, most people will accept a story that gets them as far away from the simplicity of acknowledging that there is a creator that's going to judge our actions. Because people are scared of that. They just want to have a story that feels them, makes them feel comfortable. Like, like an endless rock in an ever-expanding universe where there is no one watching over you. I don't think that's a strong
point, though.
Also, that doesn't make people feel comfortable. Existentialism is one of the most powerful fears in history.
I really don't care if that's a good point or not. The point is, people know that there's a creator, and it's written upon their heart, and the only thing they can do is find stories to run away from him. That's all they can do.
I don't care if it's a good point or not. I'm gonna register that one for a while.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's just all about running away, hiding behind a bush.
Yeah.
So what you're implying is that we came up with the globe in order to prove God wrong. That God didn't exist.
He can believe that if he wants. That's fine.
God. That's so weird.
No, that would be your evolutionary belief system. You need to believe in evolution to hide from God.
You don't know what evolution is,
you think the Pope is hiding from God?
The Pope? Yes. The Pope that says you don't need to trust the Bible? Yes. It just takes a little bit of brain cell to figure that out. Yeah. My gosh, you can't be this stupid. Now, the Pope is your leader. At least you're consistent. George Lamette, the Pope. Yeah, that's what these atheists literally are Catholics. You can't make this up.
I wonder, I wonder how many of you guys actually. I mean, I would say if I was a God believer, right? Like, I would say that I wouldn't mock.
You think you are God? You do
mock
believe
the
in
best
God?
understanding that we have. Because if you turn up to those gates and God judges you for mocking his creation,
who says it's the
mocking
best?
his
It's the best 'cause you
creation?
saw it on TV.
I would be very scared about that. Right, I wouldn't do that at all.
Mocking? Who's mocking his creation? You mock his. We're talking about it. Your cartoon belief system is not creation.
Yeah.
That's
mock,
your cartoon
mock
belief
God all
system.
you want. Mock him.
Mathematics is the language printed by God.
You believe in a fantasy cartoon to justify a
All
lifestyle
natural
that has
laws,
nothing to
all
do with this
natural laws are
creation.
posited there by God. You're just mocking it.
Yeah, all natural law disproves your fantasy.
Which
That's
one?
the point.
Go on.
You don't even have a claim.
Finally, a claim. Which one?
You don't
Which
even have a
natural law?
claim.
Which natural law?
Yeah, everything we experience in
which one?
reality
Specifically.
disproves your fantasy. That's why you're not letting me speak. That's the point. Everything. I don't have to. Everything
name
we
one.
experience in reality. Yes,
don't know what you're talking about,
everything.
do you?
I don't have to. Everything we experience in reality disproves
Yeah, well,
evolution.
just be quiet. You
Disproves your
don't know
magical
what you're
Big
saying.
Bang.
Just be quiet.
Disproves outer space. That's why you don't even have a claim. That's why you're literally just hiding and you admit you just trust men. You
Here we
trust
go
what
again.
men tell you what to believe. So when we asked you what would it take, you'll say yes. If people
Just name
disprove
natural law.
evolution, you literally admit it. That's
Name
why
a
you
natural
have
law.
no claim.
You're so
You don't
loud,
even
you're
have a
probably
claim.
right. That makes you an
Everything we
informational
experience in
cuck.
reality absolutely destroys your
Yeah,
fantasy.
just more
That's why-
claims, more
where
claims.
Does your dating
Keep
methods,
going.
where does your dating methods come from?
Dating methods.
Yes,
Is
you
it
believe
how
in
we know
millions and billions
how
of
we
years.
know what date
Right.
it is?
Who
You've
came up
never
with millions
dated a
and
woman
billions
in
of
your
years?
life.
Yes, who came up with millions
Why are
and
you
billions
talking
of
about
years?
dating methods?
Who came up with millions and billions of years? Who came up with the 4 billion year Earth? Who did that? No
So
answer.
many people.
No answer. You'll never
We
get an
can
answer.
look
You
it up
don't know.
right now. We don't know that information off the top of our heads.
Yeah,
This guy can't name a natural law, and he wants
Where did that
he
come
wants to
from?
do a history quiz
Where
with
did that
us.
come from? Yes, it's
Name
called
a natural law
entropy.
that contradicts
It's
the
called
globe.
Entropy. Entropy
Entropy is a
contradicts
natural law?
everything you believe in.
All right.
Entropy contradicts
show
literally
it.
everything
Show
you
it.
believe in. Yes, it's called decay. Things get worse. They don't get better.
Dude, you're about to
Evolution.
pass
Nothing
out.
to do with the globe.
Show it.
But it has
Show
to
it.
do with your evolutionary paradigm. I'm really sorry that you're scared to death. Yes, you've never seen real life. You've never seen decay. You live in a fantasy. That's my point. You don't believe in
show
entropy.
the argument. Show the
Exactly. You don't believe in entropy. Yeah,
Show the
you believe
argument.
things get better magically over time. No, things get worse over time. That's the point. You don't even understand the
Well, I've
basics
never
of
seen that
reality.
effect actually happen. When have you ever seen that effect
You've never
actually
seen
happen?
anything. I rest my case. Exactly. You've never seen it. They've never seen reality.
No. When have
rest
you
my
seen
case.
that? That's
That was
I'm
easy.
asking you.
It's insane.
Yes, I have billions of times. Yes, my entire life, billions of times. Yes, raising animals, husbandry, tortoises, water dragons, cats, making kittens. Yes, that all destroys your ideology of magical evolution. That's why you have
Wait.
no
So
claim.
how does it? Could you explain it
believe in the
further for me?
impossibility.
Billions of times?
You believe
Ask
in the
him to
exact
explain
opposite of reality.
what entropy, what is said about entropy in natural
Yes,
law.
that's the point. Is that you
Ask
believe
him
in
to
the exact
explain that.
opposite. You don't believe in entropy. That's my point. You think things get magically better over time. Things get worse. That's what entropy
Don't
shows us.
think
That's
he
what the law
understands
of
what
life shows us.
entropy is.
You don't even understand anything. You don't know
Is
what a
that,
woman
is that what then?
You don't know
is
what
that
a
what
woman
we
is.
think
Bro,
about
you
entropy
guys
is?
literally have no idea. That's the point.
You
There's
think
no claim here.
entropy says
We're just
things
talking
get
to
better?
retards. That's
You
my
think-
point. We're just
you
talking to
think
retards.
in natural
They're
law, we
hiding
think
from the
entropy
basics of
gets
words. Do you know
better?
what the law of life is? You
What
have
does-
no idea of anything. You
You
don't even have
said
a
that
claim. This is
entropy
your
gets-
religion. That's why you're
Shutter
scared to
Island.
death. You're scared to death of your own
You think
religion.
entropy gets
You
better?
can't even tell me why you believe
our
in
globe
evolution.
cosmology?
Watch this. Why do you believe in evolution?
Why?
Watch,
Series
you'll
of
say
evidence.
science. There you go.
Imagine.
Just say evidence.
Imagine.
Exactly. What's your
Yeah.
evidence?
The fossil
What's your
record.
evidence? Oh, so things
fossils.
dying proves they got better and lived?
There's
That they lived before. Yeah, things lived
There's
and died.
genetics,
So you're saying a
genetics.
oh, right.
as
So
well.
things staying the same. Yes, things staying the same proves evolution.
Things staying the
you
same.
can see
Oh,
it
that's the theory of evolution to you in your mind. Yeah, I can
things
see why you
staying the same
disagree
is
with it.
evolution.
I
You
can
see,
see
that's
why
my
you
point. You don't
disagree
even
with
have
it
a
because you
claim. You
agree.
just have buzzwords.
So you do
All
believe
you're
in
gonna say is
evolution because you agree things change.
Evidence, yes. Changing, getting worse. That's called
So you believe in
entropy.
evolution?
Yes, you think entropy. Yeah, you think things getting worse is evolution. So
How
you
did we
think
get back
things
to
getting
entropy?
worse or staying the same or dying is evolution. Is
Oh,
that your
you
final
think
answer?
You can call your
evolution?
fucking mental
You think
state
He
entropy.
doesn't even have a claim.
You
Is
think
there any
evolution
evolutionist
contradicts
retard that can even
entropy?
make a claim for evidence? Can you just
You
show
think
me one piece
evolution
of evidence?
contradicts entropy? Is that correct?
Yes, everything in evolution contradicts all of reality. Look at the demons. There's the demons. That's all they got, guys. They don't even have a claim. You cannot get them to even make a complete sentence
Evolution
about their own religion.
contradicts
They can't even make a claim. Yes, all of reality, all of entropy, all of what we experience in this.
Okay, for the moment, I just wanted to mute you guys to see if we could regain order because it's audio chaos. I will take you both off of mute. Please, just one at a time and not shouting and not laughing into the microphone. This is a ridiculous conversation, okay?
Says who?
Just told buzzwords. So there's no claim for
All right.
evolution. They think things getting worse is evolution. That's their final answer.
So can you explain how entropy is in any way in
We're
contradiction?
talking about
to
evolution. That's the point. Things get worse. Things degrade. Like we have dogs like Chihuahuas and Dalmatians that came from a wolf. That's getting worse. That's the opposite of evolution.
I don't think that's what
called the
entropy
degradation
is.
of
You're
a
not
gene
using the
pool.
correct definition.
I'm sorry that you don't understand what entropy is. That's my point. Things getting worse, the genetic breakdown, people getting cancer, sickle cell anemia, tumors, things getting worse over time. That's what happens in reality, the opposite of
not
what
entropy.
evolution demands. And you're scared to death to even let me finish a sentence as usual. That's the point, guys. There is no claim here. You're just talking to retards as usual. We have nothing to
The
show for it.
reason
They
why
can't
we're
even make a
having
full
to
sentence.
interrupt you is because you continue to speak
You don't even have a
forever.
claim. Yeah, retard. Give me one example of evolution and reality. Go, watch this.
Evolution in reality. I
Can't-
know
you'll
multiple
never have 'em.
species of lizards and salamanders that evolved to fit the
Staying the same.
environment because we were poisoning it because
No,
humans
they stayed the
generally
same.
polluted the
Yes,
environment.
yes. Do you have an example of this? Not a religious belief. Do you have an example of them evolving, not staying the same? Salamanders
Yeah,
and
I'll pull
lizards
up a
staying the
news
same.
article.
Yeah, so you don't have one. Exactly. You have to look it up. He doesn't have a claim. He has to now look up his own religion.
Am I supposed to
Exactly.
transmit this directly from my brain to your?
You're supposed to exactly what you're doing right now. You're supposed to
me
cry.
speak. Please
Yes,
let me
you're
speak.
crying. You don't have a claim. You can't even give us an example of it. There is no claim, ladies and gentlemen. They can't even tell you what it is. They have to tell you, I'll give you a link. Let me look it up. I rest my case.
Exo, please do not filibuster and please do not speak over people. If we can be specific, are we talking about micro or macro evolution? I'll let you off of mute.
Okay, that would be another problem, is that there's no such thing as micro and macro. They're both the same. There is no micro or macro. There is no adaptation.
incorrect.
Things stay the same and get worse. Watch, ask for an example in reality. They'll never give you one.
Here, I'll pull it up.
You have to have an example in reality, not just words typed out on the internet. An actual example with evidence.
Antibiotics.
So
Which you won't
everything on
have
the
example.
internet is not believable
See?
at all.
Exactly.
even
He
if it's
just admitted right
pictures.
there. There you go.
Let's keep
Yes.
it simple. Let's keep it simple. Work
that
one
easy.
step at a time. Do you think, Exo, that
I'm asking you for an
adaptation-
example, and you can't do that.
Hold on.
Just
Do you
concede. So you
think-
can't do
You
that.
just said
No, we'll do
antibiotics.
it.
We'll do it.
Right.
We'll do it simply.
Antibiotic.
Do it simply. Do you think
Exo.
adaptation?
Just a moment, Iwi, please. Exo, I would love for you to stay in this conversation, but you have to do it one at a time and it has to be orderly, please.
Okay, Exo, do you think adaptation contradicts entropy? Because you obviously agree adaptation's the thing, right?
No, adaptation does not happen. Things get worse. They don't adapt. They already have the ability. That's the law of biology. Creatures, every living thing, I'm almost done. Either it's plant, animal, mold, spore, or fungus, all have to already have the ability from the beginning or they die. It doesn't matter what environment they're in. They have to already have the ability. That's called the law of life. If you have an example of adaptation, I'll give you $1,000 and retire off the internet. Let me know when you have that. You'll give me an example of something staying the same, guaranteed. Watch.
An example of adaptation. I mean, you could take, for instance, moths in 19th century England. Perfect example.
Moths staying moths. Yep, that's not adaptation.
Yeah, they had a pigment change.
Yeah,
And
they
the
already
ones
were
that didn't,
But
the ones that didn't.
Nope, that's
got
not
a-
adaptation. Nope. The dark moths continue to make dark moths. You're saying staying the same. So staying the same is adaptation. That's your final answer.
Adaptation is how do you define
Yes,
adaptation?
dark moths. That's the point. You can't define it either. It's your religion. You can't define it. You can't
Changes
define
in
it.
the body to fit a location. That's the definition.
No, there's no such thing. When you are born, you already have your features. The dark moths continue to make dark moths. That's not adaptation. They were
So
already
I define
dark moths.
adaptation like that. How do you define it?
That's the point. There's no such thing as adaptation in biology. Adaptation comes through psychologically, or it comes through knowing and going through measures to intelligently make corrections. Adaptation has nothing to do with genetics. That's the point. You require genetic adaptation. You're already giving me that example that I told you would. Dark moths continue to make dark moths. That's not adaptation. It's that easy.
But their pigment changed. They didn't continue to make.
They stayed the same. I mean, an example of them not staying the same or already having the genetic information. They stay the same. That's not adaptation.
They had
I'm sorry,
a pigment change. They didn't stay
the same.
the
Yes,
same.
staying the same. They did stay the same. They admitted that dark moths continued to do well because they were already dark. Sorry, princess. It's that easy.
So if you, for instance, if I was a camel going through,
No, not hypothetical. In reality, we need it reality, not hypothetical imagination. You got to give me a real example in reality. Watch what happens,
I'm just so I understand you. You think like a camel, right, from each area of Egypt with different eyelash length, depending on the sort of like sound.
They already have eyelashes. Yes.
Yeah. You'd say that each one with different eyelash length, they were already there, right? There was no change. There was no growth in eyelashes to fit the location. You think they were just always there, right?
The genetic, they already existed that way. Do you think they magically needed eyelashes and got eyelashes? They already had them.
I think, for instance, when we tan or when pigments change or when you
already have the ability. Yep.
Your weight changes or anything genetic happens. Mutation happens.
That's not genetics. That's not genetics. You already have that.
That'll be favored.
That already exists. Yep, that already happened. That already exists. Right. So staying the same is not adaptation. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm genetically different than the mixture of both of my parents made me. That's not adaptation. Those genes already existed, and now they have an XO. I'm taller than both my parents. That's not adaptation. The genetics combined through my mother and father made me, and I'm different than my parents. I was already created this way. I didn't magically change to my environment. I'm already compatible with my environment. Try to find an example of adaptation in reality.
So you just think genetic mutation doesn't happen?
Yes, mutations are the opposite of adaptation. That means losing information. That becomes becoming invalid or losing an ability or having a problem or becoming deleterious.
Here's a good example, right? Polar bears and brown bears, right? Different. I mean, they're different, aren't they? You'd agree?
They already have the ability, right? Yep, they stay polar bears and brown bears stay brown bears.
So if we looked at
make a hybrid,
if we looked at their genetic tree, you think we couldn't find a genetic mutation for pigmentation?
Yeah, genetic mutation is the opposite of adaptation. That means it's a problem. That's why it's called a mutation. That's not adaptation. If something is genetically modified through mutation, that means it still has to require that it already has the ability to survive. It still requires that it already has the ability. The mutation doesn't gain an ability to survive. It's already
gains. Yeah, it can survive without it, but it's an advantage.
It already has it. Yes, it already had the ability. That's the point. Yep.
Yeah, but it's an advantage. They can.
No, it's
breed
a disadvantage.
More, right?
It's a disadvantage. There's no such thing. You're just making stuff up. It doesn't breed more. It breeds the same. It
if
breeds
you're not
or it
dying
doesn't. There's
earlier,
no it breeds more.
You have more chance to create offspring, right?
It already has the ability. Yes, that already existed.
With short eyelashes.
Staying the same.
In
Egypt,
Egypt,
staying the same.
Versus a camel with long eyelashes in Egypt with a big hump, lots of fat to store, you'd survive longer on average than the one with a little hump, not much fat stored.
Staying the same.
And short eyelashes.
Yes. So staying the same, exactly. So if I have a litter of kittens from my mommy and daddy cat, we have Cuckoo Nono, the daddy, we have Zara, the mommy, and they make 3 babies, 2 are orange and 1 is white. Well, the white one's going to do better in the cold. It's already white. And the orange ones are going to do better in the desert. They're already orange. They already have the ability. So even no matter what amount of genetic variation, it already depends on the fact that it already had the ability. That's the necessary antecedent. They already were made that way. Yep.
Okay, so yeah,
It's that easy.
you just think everything was created as it is and nothing.
Yeah, they already are the same. So they're staying the same.
Yeah.
So you're still giving me examples of things staying the same. It's that easy.
You're just a science
They
denier.
don't even know what adaptation is.
You just don't know what genetics are. It's fine.
That is what
everyone does.
Genetics and science absolutely just crushes
Yeah, I don't think
you.
you
I'm
did
sorry,
graduate,
guys.
but yeah,
you can't even make a claim. You don't even have a complete sentence to what
Can I ask you a
adaptation
question?
is.
What is
So
what is
easy.
RNA? What is RNA?
Oh, like ribonucleic acid?
Oh, very smart. What's it made out of?
Oh, it's not acid. Want to look it up, princess?
So not that, right?
Yeah.
I don't
look
think
it
you know
up.
much about
It's not
genetics,
acid.
do you?
Yeah. Yes, and what does DNA stand for?
Deoxyribonucleic acid. I mean, what do you want?
Yes, and is it an acid?
An acid?
That was easy. Right, yes. The DNA already exists. By necessary antecedent, the DNA had to be created from the beginning, fully functioning. That's the law of life. No adaptation, no micro, no macro evolution. Things are created perfectly. I'm almost done, princess. They are created perfectly from the beginning. Then they become deleterious and become worse over time. The exact opposite of adaptation. It's that easy.
It
is so easy.
We already
It is
know
so
that-
easy.
We already know that people with blue eyes share a common ancestor 6,000 years ago.
Yes, all people share a common ancestor 6,000 years ago. Yeah, there was Adam and Eve, and that's how they made everybody because they already had the ability. That
I
was
see.
easy.
Yeah, you're very far from genetics.
That was
aren't you?
easy. Yeah, they
Just in the
already
belief
got.
area.
It's called mitochondrial Eve. It's proven in genetics that the human
powerhouse of
DNA
the cell.
already had all the DNA from the
You
beginning.
watch
That's
too much
called
Kent
genetics.
Hovind.
I'm sorry.
One
I'm
second,
sorry
one
that you
second.
agree with Jeffrey Dahmer, and you agree with a bunch of
Hold up.
perverts trying to
Jeffrey
justify
Dahmer?
evolution.
Are
You don't
you
even have a
calling us-
claim.
Jeffrey
calling
Dahmer.
One
what the
second.
fuck?
Oh, Kent Hovind? So it's okay for you to make fun of people that I have nothing to do with, but you're going to talk. Okay, listen, guys, you're retards. I'm sorry that you don't understand your own religion. And that's why you don't even have an example of adaptation, let alone evolution.
boys, let's go eat some
You've just said no.
This
Adam and
is
Eve.
so easy. You can't even give me an example of adaptation. This is just like shooting dead fish in
changes
a
in the
barrel.
body to fit a location, i.e.,
They
moth,
already fit the
polar
location.
bears,
Show me
blue
one
eyes,
creature that doesn't
skin
already have the
pigmentation.
ability. Show me one. Give me one that doesn't already have the ability. Best
You can
of
look
luck.
at the genetic. You can look at the genetic tree.
Yes, let me know when you have an example of one that doesn't already have the ability. Look at
finches-
genetics.
The
The
finches.
ability
Yes,
to
the finches
adapt.
already have the ability. Yep.
One second. The ability to adapt is an argument you could say for God. God gave life the ability to adapt, and that's all it needed to become
No,
what
it
it is
already
now.
has the ability to survive them. That's not adaptation when it's already has it, genius. If it already has it, how is
this
it
is
adaptation?
circular.
Yes,
the ability
your-
to
yes,
survive
your
is
religion
adaptation.
psychotic. Yes, it already had it. That's the point, genius.
The
Try to think
ability
out
to
your little
survive
foot, too.
is adaptation. It's circular. The ability to survive is adaptation. That's what you're missing.
Dude, you just blew his fucking mind.
Adaption. You got adaption.
Sorry, if that's not what it... You understand what I'm saying, if I said that wrong.
Adaptation.
Adaptation, yes,
Bro
sir.
can't even pronounce it. What's wrong with him?
Because
Can
I
I
don't
address
talk
the room,
about
please?
adaptation a lot.
Excuse me. Hugmuggus, I need to address the room, please. Exo, I want to keep you part of the conversation. I will unmute you, right? But we need to not shout. Just keep it calm, fellas. And if there's going to be a claim made, let's try to back it up instead of just shouting. Like, if we're going to say that, and I'm going to take you off mute so I can just say this, Exo. So here's the deal. If you guys are claiming that mutations or adaptations or whatever is happening within the species, I want you to show us in the code where it gained the information. I don't want you to appeal to an authority or a group of people. I want you to show it happening. I want to see it in the code where it's gaining things.
Okay, so just let me say one thing. I was muted for quite some time, so they already conceded that it already had the ability. Just like I told you, they would concede and admit it already has the ability. There's no such thing as adaptation. It's a word that they use, which is a redundant, non sequitur, non-related, completely oxymoron, catch 33. There's no such thing. It already has the ability, just like they all admitted. It's that easy. Sorry, guys.
You're an oxymoron.
Yeah, I'll give you a
It's way too
GCSE
easy.
example.
It's so
I'll give
easy.
you
It's
I'll
too easy.
give you GCSEs because I think
It already had it.
anything
Sure, go
above
ahead.
anything above secondary school is too far beyond your level, right? So GCSE bite size.
Okay, listen, moderators. If the perverts are just going to insult, we'll end the conversation. Since I'm clearly I'm dealing with child molesters, so we're done. Okay,
calling us child molesters.
Excuse me.
End of conversation. Yeah,
Hold
you
on
admit
a
it's
second.
okay to molest children. It happens in nature. You admit it. They won't deny it. End of conversation.
It's true.
They won't deny it.
reality.
They won't deny it. They won't deny it. And
you're calling us pedophiles.
Okay.
Interesting.
I'm pretty sure calling people pedophiles in the server is against the rules.
Hi, yeah, I'm Shoshana. I'm a mod here, and I'm going to ask the mod to enforce that rule. Pedophile accusations are not allowed. If the mod doesn't do their job, I'll step
Who is this femboy soy boy talking right now? Shut up.
Okay, just a moment. We're going to
That's the voice mod,
discontinue.
you fucking idiot.
We're going to discontinue this conversation about evolution because apparently it's triggering everybody. So we're going to move back to flat Earth, and we're going to keep it there, and that's it.
all right, fair enough. Yeah, they can't help but insult because that's all they can do. There is no evidence for adaptation, let alone evolution. I've been trying to tell people this for several years now, and as I pointed out, they've all admitted they all have the.
XO, it's over. So you can get to the topic of the server, or just go on mute, let it go.
Oh, he left again.
Scott,
Is
do you
Shoshi
sleep or what?
actually a server mod?
You should just
I have
request
no
to have
idea.
an evolution channel. That would be much more useful.
I don't think we're allowed to mute server mods. Yeah.
Well, I was just trying to gain control. I wasn't trying to, I was going to take them off mute, but my bad.
What, is EXO a server mod?
No,
Soshi.
Oh.
I will take them off mute. I don't know if Soshi's a mod or not, but I'm just trying to gain
No
control of
worries,
the
Mod.
room.
I understand you're trying to get control of the room. Thank you for complying with that rule. Pretty important. Appreciate it. I'll go on mute again.
Joshi, you do what you got to do with EXO. I've got no objection.
Make sure you follow the rules in this communist fucking Discord.
Right.
You can't call people fucking faggots or retards or niggers. Can't say nothing, man. It's just not fair.
Do you want to deal with that, or should I do that?
There it is. I just muted him.
Thank you.
No, it's pretty funny.
Yeah. He's just protesting authority, man. Come on. He's exercising his First Amendment.
Fighting the power, baby.
That's hella radical.
It's almost an art form speaking on YouTube and still getting what you're trying to say out. Right?
What do you mean?
Like there's all these words we can't use, right?
Oh.
So it's like an art form to step around those boundaries.
But who made these rules, though, right? Like, they're not law or anything. These are just, frickin' rich cocksuckers that fucking have too much money, right?
It's Discord TOS to make investors want to put money.
Yeah, but
into
you
the
understand
platform.
how the cancel culture works, man.
Yeah, but are they all I don't know. Seems like an invasion of privacy if they were to be able to in any way enforce that.
Like, you're not allowed
listen,
to talk
your
about certain topics here
objections are noted.
anywhere.
That's why they leave it up to servers
Objections
to
are
do that.
noted. We don't really need to discuss it. All right, Discord have TOS,
Yeah.
their own set of rules, and this server, which we are guests in, right, have their own set of rules and their own set of standards, and we must adhere to them if we want this channel to continue. It's just the way it is.
You gotta think of it as
So,
like
please.
a different country.
Resistance is futile.
Big Brother is always watching.
You can always tell the servers where they're uploading or they're streaming to YouTube. You can always tell.
I'm mad about it.
This guy's gonna have so much splicing to do.
Sydney, your mic kinda sucks.
I'm driving and my car needs an oil change, so it'll probably just suck until that happens.
Yeah, I think the Wi-Fi just cuts out over here and there.
Yeah, mountains. Sorry about that. Thank you for letting me know.
Well, this is kind of dead.
Scott and Peter are still here, man. They were here when I went to bed.
They just got back here.
Back.
Yeah. Break.
He showed up probably like 30 minutes ago.
True flat earthers.
I love that name, Plum Bob. Plum Bob.
Wow, you muted all of the Globers.
I'm still here.
Who's that, Vector?
What's up?
Surprised you're not muted, brother.
I know.
I'll give it a minute.
Right.
Are you playing, or is this a recording of a speedrun?
It's a recording, yeah.
Why are you streaming a recording of a speedrun?
Because I'm not
what
here.
game is that?
Because you're
Quake?
bored?
Yeah.
I think it's Quake.
It's Quake.
I never played that, but looks really fucking cool.
Same, like I wanted to play it, but turns out to be like too hard for me.
Oh. Is it really competitive?
Yeah.
Shit.
What happened to the evolution discussion?
Kind of fell off. It just resulted in the screaming match, basically.
The main interlocutor resorted to calling us all pedophiles, so that's the end of that.
Wait, who said that?
Mr. Axel.
Oh, yeah. That's not the first time. It always probably most of the time ends like this.
Oh, Peter's cheerleaders are fucking unmuted, though.
Oh, Peter's here.
Yeah, but he's muted. You're not.
Someone called me Peter's bitch earlier.
you called yourself that last night, dude.
Peter is a globe prover. I've yet to see him proving the globe.
It's his main hobby. He proves the globe all the time.
What?
He proves the globe all the time. It's his hobby.
What?
The spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball flying through an ever-expanding void of total darkness.
You really need to take some practice hours, man.
Might be right.
It's not really good yet. I think for a Brit should actually be easier to say these words.
I can't speak fast. I stumble over my words a bit.
Are you sleep deprived?
That's okay.
Because I stumble when I'm sleep deprived.
No, I just stumble.
Oh.
Don't we all? Not everyone's as sharp as Clay, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, is that
I just feel like it's a lot
Appreciate
easier to be very consistent in speech when you're, healthy with your sleep schedule.
Well, obviously
Which
you
I'm not
guys
now.
are not healthy with your sleep schedules then, are you?
My sleep schedule's right off, man.
I'll sleep when I'm dead.
Yeah, plenty of time for that.
Get up and do your time.
Alright, where's the globe proof then?
Yeah, where's the proof of spinning bobbing to display of length and FX spinning Void of Darkness?
Darkness. It's not darkness. I reckon we should give Peter a shot.
Peter's just going to say that you take line of sight measurements and you project them onto a globe, and that's globe proof.
When you use the astrodynamic physics equation and you combine it with the thermodynamic astrophysics plus 2 dynamics, you will obviously see. What?
Geodetic.
Like you're making your brain do too many backflips. All you have to do is go, they lied, but they're telling us the truth about Earth. No. Done.
Wake has surfing. Damn.
So when you're on a big body of water, one shore is at 0 elevation, the other shore is at 0 elevation, but the water in the middle is fucking curved.
Everywhere is 0 elevation because it's based on distance from the surface. Well, everywhere that is on the surface of the globe. I mean, I should have prefaced that.
That comment.
Everywhere on the globe is 0?
Everywhere that's on the surface is 0.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Mount Everest?
No. Like, on the surface as an exact radius.
Everywhere on the surface of the globe is 0 elevation.
No, everywhere
Did
that's
you hear
like...
what you just fucking said?
I didn't say it well, but don't focus on the argument, but the point itself.
Are you sleep deprived, are you?
Yeah, I did say that earlier.
Wish I was recording. That was funny.
So there's a big hill of water or a hump of water between both shores on a lake or an ocean?
From your perspective, sure.
What about your perspective?
If I were on the hill of water, it would look like there was a hill of something else between me and another point. It'll always look like there's a hill.
I'm not talking about looking like there's a hill. This is a globe. There is a hill. It has to be.
Yeah. So it looking like there's a hill is described by it being a globe.
I don't see any hills.
I don't feel any hills either. I know water moves from high to low.
I got none here.
Yeah, but high to low is subjective based on distance above surface.
Which way does the water flow from the hill? Does it go?
It flows from higher altitudes to the surface.
But they're the same altitude, right, on each side?
If you're talking about my previous point, which I absolutely butchered, then don't mind that point, because that's not what I meant to say. It flows from higher elevations to the surface.
Yeah, I don't know how you make sense of this shit, man.
So what did you mean to say?
On the surface of the Earth, yeah?
It flows from higher elevations to the center. That's just basically the most important part.
So how do we have lakes that are totally calm? Like when I'm sitting out in my boat fishing, the water is not moving. I can cast my line out there and it makes even circles fucking all the way out, man. Shouldn't the water be flowing like all the time if it's a hill? Like high to low?
No. But it's from higher altitudes to the surface, and the surface is based on the
Well, you said there's a hill of water, right?
Just look at surface area of a cube.
Why a cube? We're talking about a lake here that's curved.
Yeah. But like the surface area would be anywhere that's on the face, and the sphere it's anywhere that's on the face. Right? It flows from higher altitudes to the surface.
What's sphere?
When
what do
you're
you mean? What's
scared
sphere?
of something.
What's sphere?
What do you
scared.
mean?
Where is this sphere?
How can you have any large bodies of water at rest? I just don't get it, man. Like water is flowing, right?
No. But it flows from higher altitudes to the surface, and if that's the surface it's at, then it's not going to flow anywhere.
Oh, so it's flat.
Flowing from higher altitudes to the surface. Do you know how surface area works?
So a body of water at rest is flat.
Yep.
It's basically
You can't see my logic, dude. Are you just trying to avoid it?
I'm just saying your logic is wrong.
My logic's
Okay,
wrong.
so we all
Do you not believe your logic could possibly be wrong? Is your
We all
logic
agree.
infallible?
So you don't agree
what I
with
see,
you don't agree with his point.
he's trying to run away from it. Talking about a cube
Yeah.
and shit.
No,
But
but you have to
everyone-
understand my point a bit clearly to really.
Everyone should agree with this, even if you believe in a globe. His statement is true.
Water
It-
appears flat doesn't mean that it is flat.
Hang on, no, we're just saying he said something different. He didn't
So
say
the water
water's
is flat? Oh,
You
well, it's
followed
not
a
flat.
logical statement.
Well, water is parallel to the tangent.
What fucking tangent?
So
You're
you're
just
saying
making a
there's-
tangent up.
I'm saying that there is a tangent there. You're just
But
making
you're
the flat
that
up.
up. You can't prove that there's a fucking tangent.
You can't prove that there's not a tangent.
You're on it.
Well, you don't need to. That's the whole point. We observe exactly the same things. You're telling me that plumb lines aren't fucking vertical to the parallel, vertical to the horizontal. That's what you're telling me, and no one's got any fucking proof of that. In your paradigm, the ball.
If you
is curving,
separate the
that
plumb
would mean
bobs
that
by a
the
certain distance and measure them from the
vertical is different. Vertical is different in every single spot where you move it to.
yeah, because it's
You've
dependent
got no
on direction of
fucking evidence
gravity.
of that. But you've got no evidence of it.
I do have evidence, but you just won't believe it.
You've got evidence that
You got-
every vertical is different.
He's got stories. He got no proof.
I've got proof of gravity.
Can you show me
okay.
this evidence? Show me this evidence that every vertical is different.
The plumb bobs, you can go back to that if you separate them by a certain distance and
What
look at
plumb
them
bobs?
from.
Show me. I use fucking plumb bobs every day. Show me. Show me they're different vertically.
I don't feel like pulling that up right now, but yeah, we'll just go back to gravity then, because this is an experiment. You can see for yourself.
I didn't ask about gravity.
Yeah, but
I'm
it's
asking
important. You're
about a
asking for
physical
evidence.
I'm asking about a physical representation of a theory that you've got. So this
My
is the best
theory
way to
has
prove it.
evidence in it being gravity.
No, sorry, not a theory. It's not even a theory because it hasn't been proven. So a theory is after.
Are you saying theory
experimentation.
has? Wait.
Theory
I
is
thought the
after
point of theory is
experimentation.
it's not been fully proven yet. It's only
No, no.
theoretical.
A theory is a proven hypothesis.
Yeah, but
let's
there's
not get into
like
the words. Let's get into the information instead of the words. Yeah. Level is not level everywhere on Earth. It's a different level. That's your claim. Vertical is different on every point on the Earth. Level is different on every point in the Earth. Yet no one can show me this.
well, gravity always pulls down.
Fuck gravity.
Towards-
I'm talking about water.
Oh,
Okay, gravity is always being pulled down towards the ground.
It's being pushed, dude.
Pushed?
Get it straight, yeah.
So this applies to the globe as well, because the air is all around. It's pushing it down.
Yeah.
Like
That's your
gas
story.
pressure.
Stick
Yeah.
to it.
Air doesn't have weight, though. You got a problem there.
No. I'm just saying it's being pushed down.
Well, you're saying pulled before, but
No. But I guess I was possibly wrong there. The water is still being pushed down in the spherical model because
Seem to be
the water
wrong
is surrounded
a lot.
by air.
what about the clouds? They get pushed down too?
Well, how does it work? It works the same way it does in the flat model.
What works? The clouds being pushed down?
Yeah,
Is
exactly.
that a density issue?
What's a density issue?
Like, don't
The
doesn't
clouds are
float
pushed
because
down
they're
the
less
same
dense
way
in
that
the
they are in
atmosphere
the
that's
So why do they
flat
stay right
model.
where they are? Clouds. They don't go any higher. They don't go lower. They just stay there.
because they're less
No.
dense in the
How
air
do they
that's
work in the
below
flat
them.
model? That's how it works in the spherical model.
What do you mean? The flat model is the same, dude. Like fuck, it's what I see.
Yeah, that's
every
what
day.
I'm saying. It works the same way.
But you're saying it
Well, we
keeps
don't
water
know how
down,
that
but
works.
the clouds flow, right?
So
You said something goes down, but there's
How
clouds
much?
and
How much
balloons.
does a cloud weigh?
How much does it weigh? It
I don't
works
know.
the exact same between the two models.
I'm pretty sure a cloud's like 1 billion tons or something.
Okay, then it's that in the spherical model as well.
How can you say it's the same between two models when you don't know what
Listening to
you're
these
saying
idiots
about
talk
clouds?
is like mind numbing.
Okay, you go ahead.
The funny thing about that
tons.
is
Why
I'm
did-
using
Okay,
it's like I'm using their own logic against
you
them.
talk too much. Sorry, mate. Go. I'm Storm X. Soon
I'm
as
playing a
you've got
game right now. I'm just butting in every
something
now.
smart to say, then
Like
let us
just
have
like
it.
he thinks the entirety of the cloud's weight is what's the factor. It's like how it is.
No, it's just a point.
so
I
you
brought up.
It's how it
explain
is
it
per
then.
square inch. It's like atmospheric pressure. It's like
So
how
you
measured per
explain it then.
square inch. That's what density is.
What's atmospheric pressure, dude?
I don't know.
Oh,
That's
it's just a word you throw around because you're smart, right?
You gonna tell me what atmospheric pressure is? You gonna tell me why on the
You
flat
brought it up,
Earth
man.
your magic little clouds float up there because the government puts them there, right?
I don't know, dude. You tell me.
It's a drawing. It's a painting. Everything you see above you is a fucking painting on a dome. You idiot!
just there,
Shut the
right,
fuck
bro?
up. You're dumb as shit.
He checked out, man.
Lol. Is he spiraling?
Who's painting it? Who's the beautiful artist?
It's a painting.
Who's the
Biden
beautiful
painted
artist
it.
painting
God.
it?
Biden painted it up there.
Hey,
Bob
Storm, you
Ross.
sound very butthurt, my friend.
Yeah, I'm
What
so
made you so
butthurt.
butthurt about the fact that
I'm-
there's not a spinning wobbly?
I'm so butthurt that
All
you're
I had to
dumb.
do was
You're
ask
right.
about atmospheric pressure, and that was it, eh? He popped out.
And paint some happy little clouds here.
When is he
He's
drawing
playing
carbon
World
pictures and
of
shit?
Who is painting it? I just want to know who's painting the clouds.
Yeah, I want to know too. Who's painting the clouds, bro?
Who's painting it?
Wait, you guys didn't sense the sarcasm in what I said?
No.
That's a
Yeah,
big.
I'm a
paintbrush.
globe earther. I was making fun of the flat earthers. It was sarcasm.
Yeah, I send you butthurt it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Whoa.
Fortunate. Looks like you're just as dumb as they are.
Atmospheric pressure pushes him down.
Can you point out where flat Earth hurts
I
you?
think
Like,
Storm came in claiming atmospheric pressure, and then you asked him what atmospheric pressure was, and he doesn't know.
And then he spurged out. It's typical.
And then he's calling us dumb.
I know, right?
What is
Jerry, Jerry, Jerry.
It's just a force exerted by the weight of the air in the air.
The weight of the air.
Yeah, does air not have weight?
I don't know. If you take the air away and you put it in a vacuum, things weigh more. Did
Let
you
me
know that?
ask you something. Do you have an air compressor? You have an air compressor? Ever dealt with any kind of compressed gas?
Sure. We were talking about pressurized systems now.
Okay. Why can't you put an infinite amount of air inside of them?
So to get pressure, what do you need, dude?
You would need to build pressure within an atmosphere, right? That's why it's
In an
called
atmosphere?
atmospheric pressure, right?
You can build pressure in an atmosphere? How do you do that?
Well, yeah, I don't know. Considering that there's an atmosphere, right?
Every time I've seen pressure, I've seen a container like an oxygen tank or, stuff like that, right? Have you seen pressure outside of a tank or a container?
Are you saying that they're
Can you show me anywhere where there's pressure without a container?
Well, an atmosphere
Yeah.
is also a container.
So what would cause a helium balloon to float?
You tell me, man. You're the genius, right?
I'm asking you because you're smarter than me. That's why you're the one dishing
I
out all
asked-
these questions,
See, I asked you
trying to
another question,
educate
though.
me. I just want
Show me
see
pressure
like
without a
every
container, dude.
time I show you an example,
Why
you
are
say,
you
"Well,
yelling for,
you,"
man? What's
because
wrong
you
with
keep
you, bro?
talking. Why are you talking over me?
I'm not talking over you. You
Every
started
time
talking
I
over
show
me,
you
man.
an example
Like you
or
just did
explain
right
it to
now,
you,
right?
you say, "See, you're
And
doing
now
it
you're
again." I
yelling,
waited
calm
until
down,
you stopped,
ladies.
and then you did it again.
You're
See,
spurging. You didn't give any example at all. Put the example in the
I
chat
gave the
right
example
now.
of a helium balloon. Is that not an
Yeah.
example?
Is a
spur.
balloon is a balloon a container?
A balloon is a container, but not what's outside of the balloon. That would imply that what's outside of the balloon weighs more than what's inside the balloon.
Man,
So
this
there's no
guy's angry.
container of what's out. No, I'm just conveying the point to you. Is that hard for you?
Well, you brought up a container to prove your point about no container.
There's literally you're all internet trolls, bro. I've listened to you guys for like 2 days straight. This is literally a
You're
joke to you.
spurging.
If you're
Stop
smart
spurging.
enough to believe what you believe, you're really retarded.
Dude,
That's
you
just
have a
the
belief
f-
too. You understand that, right?
One
Yeah, but
sec,
your
you
belief
know-
is based on trolling people, bro. Like,
you know-
I realize that your life is a spiral, but it's okay. Do you have any globe evidence?
my life is
You know
not a
anything-
spiral. My
you know
life is
anything
very
about
put
what-
together.
Okay.
Atmosphere
I'm gonna ask-
requires
I'm gonna ask-
sphere-shaped containment.
I haven't
of
reached the
gas.
point of a mental break to believe the fucking globe
gonna
Earth is
ask-
flat. So I
Settle
would say
down,
my
ladies.
life is
I know.
pretty
Not a
well
belief.
rounded.
Wow, bro,
Gas
jeez.
pressure requires containment. That's
You're
not
a
a
troll,
belief.
dude. You're a troll.
You can
Natural
relax.
law.
Oh, that's
Hey, so you're saying that what we believe is dumb. So what do we believe?
That the Earth is a flying saucer.
Wrong.
That's
He's
what
got
you
a
believe.
picture. That's what he believes, yeah, or what he's told. He
I thought it
believes
was
what
more
he's
like an
told.
oval or something, according
Yes,
to
he
the
went to
latest
the
flat earthers.
before
So why
he
don't
stopped.
you educate me on what you believe then? I mean, if the
Yeah, but you just
assumptions are
told
so
us
wrong.
that if we believe what we believe,
I'm
then
just,
we're dumb.
bro.
But you don't know what.
If you want to
we
go on
believe.
some little fucking baby rage tangent, that's
Storm,
fine, dude. I'm just
Storm,
asking you to tell me what you
Storm.
believe.
But you don't know.
you
what
don't have to.
How do you expect me to refute any kind of evidence that you believe or any kind of points that you're making if you won't tell me what those are?
Here's
I
Steve
addressed
for
what
you.
I'm not talking. I'm not done talking. I'm not done talking, Timbo. Please, Timbo. Please, I'm not done
Told
talking.
us what we
I
believe,
assume.
and then you won't. And then when you're asked what we believe, you can't tell us.
But you
what
don't
we
even
believe.
tell me what you believe. You just
Here, you want a
you just
couple,
you
dude?
just expect me to guess.
I'll give you a
and
couple. What I
then when I
believe.
say that that's wrong, you're like, oh, I don't believe that anyway.
Hey,
Just
relax. He's gonna tell you.
You
Ask
wanna
a
know?
question.
You want to know what I believe?
No, I want you to believe.
Yes.
You are so sound in your beliefs and well educated,
You're spurging. Calm
and you've
down.
awoken to
Calm
the
down.
truth. I need you to just at least you're so awoken to
Dude, shut up,
everything
man.
that's going on around you. Just tell me what you believe.
Storm.
Watch
Yo,
out.
he was gonna tell you.
Here's Storm. Here's two, man. We can see too far, and the water doesn't curve, dude.
Why not?
Because every time I look at water, it's not curving, man.
How do you know that
And it's not flowing, right? Like I said,
How do you know
bodies
it's
of
not
water at
curved on
rest
such a
are at
small
rest.
cave? How do you
What
know
do you
it's not?
mean?
How do
Water
you know it's not
moves,
curved
dude.
on such a small scale that you don't see the curve?
Water moves from high to low, right?
High to low. What causes it to move from high to low? Just
I
curious.
didn't ask that question. I said water moves from high to low, right?
Question. That's right. You told me to ask you questions. I'm asking you
So when
questions.
water's at rest,
What causes it to move from high to low, buddy?
there's a force out there, and I don't know what causes that force, dude.
What's the force?
You call it gravity,
What's the-
man.
What do you call it?
I don't know what it is, dude.
So you don't even know what it is, but you're trying to tell me that it's a real physical, tangible.
So can you tell me
physics
what it is, then?
metric? Yeah, it's gravity.
Okay, so what's the effect? What causes gravity, bro?
What causes gravity? Magnets.
Magnets cause gravity?
Giant metal balls
What?
in our core cause magnetation.
Magnetation.
Holy fuck! What just
Oh,
This
happened?
guy's a
Alrighty then.
fucking genius, man.
What just happened?
Magnetation.
Well, the current
got,
mathematical models are say more that gravity is associated with having enough mass to be able to
I
make
did
a
not see
noticeable
that
gravitation.
How do you spell magnetation?
Magnets are a separate force, if I recall my basic
So
physics
why
correctly.
have a
Oh, we got a new guy now.
why have a magnetic field if there's also a gravitational field? How can it be magnetation if there's also a gravitational field? That doesn't
I
make
was
any
trolling
sense.
you, bro. You know what gravity
Well,
is?
that's a question
doubt
for
that.
physicists.
You learned it in 6th grade. Did you forget
It's like,
already?
Why
Yeah,
is
we
there
know
a
things
strong
fall
nuclear
down, dude,
force?
but why do they fall down? Anybody?
It's a fundamental force in nature that causes objects with mass to be
Oh,
attracted
so you
to
can
each
say
other.
force, but when I say it, buddy starts spurging out.
Well,
What-
I'm,
what-
I'm,
what-
I'm
what causes
describing
this
the force
man?
to you, though.
Hey,
I'm
Sub Dude, do you ever
describing
realize-
gravity. I'm describing the force to you.
Dude, maybe you're just stupid.
You just say
Maybe
you just
you're
say it's a
stupid
force
guy.
and you
You
leave
didn't
it.
describe
You
shit.
just say it's a force and you leave it at that. I'm explaining what the force is.
What is it?
I think the simple thing
Gravity.
is, Subdued, you're just stupid. You're just a stupid guy. That's
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Mass attracts mass.
Gotta be it,
You
man.
do blanket statements and say that doesn't make any sense though. Can you explain it?
Hey, don't make fun of the guy with the speech impediment.
I'm not making fun of the guy with the speech impediment. He just called me retarded. Shut your fucking mouth, bitch.
Hey, you are retarded.
Hey, I'm
You
retarded.
suffer severe cognitive debilitation.
Like that.
Shut the fuck up. You sound stupid as
So,
Hold on.
yeah, you're spurging again.
There was a misunderstanding. He was talking about don't tease me. Not the
Yeah,
guy
how
you
are
were
you?
talking to.
Hey,
Megatron
good,
causes
good
it.
to have you here again, buddy.
Okay,
See, I
what's
stick
up?
up for you. You know, in Flat Soy's chat, I stick up for you too.
Cool.
Metal.
What is happening?
So what's your
Yeah.
explanation for the Force? It's Megatron?
Magnetation.
Magnetation.
Guys, it's gravity. Come on.
Yeah.
Say it's gravity. Let's see
Wait.
what the next move is in the
So why
conversation.
can't I be a flat earther and
pressure in
believe
a
in
downward
gravity?
vector? Okay.
Well, you can. I mean, so taken in isolation, guys, flat Earth theory and gravitational theory theoretically work together, right?
No, they don't.
No.
Why not?
Really don't.
Because shit goes up, man.
What do you mean shit goes up? Like what?
Helium?
Yeah, but that has more to do with a function of the
airplanes,
density
water
of the air.
vapor.
That's buoyancy
Steam.
force arising
There's no steam
from
puddles.
differences in
It's
density,
buoyancy
dude.
force? I thought you said it was fucking, what, Megatron?
I thought you said gravity caused by
I didn't
magnets
say
or
anything about
something.
Megatron. I said gravity is what causes things to fall.
So what's gravity, though, man? Fucking...
Gravity right now, to the best of our understanding, is a force that arises as a function of the mass of two objects, right?
And
It's a
velocity.
gm1 m2 over r squared.
It's not nothing to do with the bending of space-time?
Well, that's another aspect of it. I mean, that came out during the formulation of general relativity, but, you know, like basic
Oh, so there's
physics,
two definitions.
basic high school physics is more like, you know, your basic, you know, two massive objects.
Magnetation is a
I
mining
don't know what
tool.
magnetation is, but sure. Magnetism is a separate physical force.
Magnetation is a
There's the
mining
weak-
company.
Guys, there's the
Yeah.
weak atomic force, the strong atomic force, nuclear force, I'm sorry, and magnetism and gravity is considered the weakest. It's also the least understood. Correct me if I'm wrong, any physicists in here, but it's not well understood compared to the others.
Cool. So but you know what it is. Like you can tell us what is gravity.
Well, I just told you
Gravity.
it's not that well understood, but it's pretty easy to use
So
to
what
predict
is it,
things.
though?
It's a tendency of massive objects to attract one another in a predictable way.
Where does that happen?
You mean, where does it happen? It happens between the massive objects. So the Earth,
When?
in theory, right? So if we go with
In
if we go
postulation,
with
not
a
theory.
spherical Earth, in theory, gravitation occurs along the surface of the sphere.
Well, then you're wrong
and
because there's steam.
it occurs
and there's
perpendicularly
clouds.
to the surface of the sphere.
So a very big material, Earth, not attracted to very small material, air molecules, dust
But you're not.
molecules.
Remember, there's another part to the story, right?
liquid
There's
water
there's the
floating
What
buoyancy
the
force.
small is attracted to the big.
Come on, guys. I mean, this is the reason why
So the
boats
small
float on the
is
top of
or
water.
is not attracted to the big. The small material is the
is.
small material attracted to the
No,
big
now
material.
you're
in the case
positing a
of
false
steam.
dichotomy here to try
That's
and
what
prove
I'd
a point.
say.
It's not.
No, you said something and it's blatantly wrong. It's
That's
patently, obviously wrong. That's why
No, I said
Einstein
something that you are
superseded
now
Newton
taking in
because
isolation to
there's
try to
no
make a point.
cord pulling on the material.
You're not being intellectually honest, my friend.
You're not. You don't even know what you're saying. You said that no one even knows what gravity is. Now all of a sudden you do know. I'm pointing out a very obvious contradiction.
Now you're putting
You
words
said-
in my
you
mouth.
said material,
saying
big,
that we do not
massive
fully
material is
understand how
attracting other
gravitation
material.
works.
Okay.
I didn't say anything about
so
buoyancy
here we
force.
go.
You're
Here's
bringing
a very
that up now and
small
trying to use it to
molecule
contradict
of water
the law of
suspended
gravitation.
in the air, not attracted to the earth.
Yes, it is.
There we go.
But there are
Very-
counter forces
Yes, it is.
of
Except it's floating.
buoyancy
It's
working
not.
against it.
Oh, okay. So
That's why
there's
water
another
vapor floats.
factor. There's another force counteracting. What's the other force?
I just said it's buoyancy force.
Oh wow. Okay.
And updrafts from air currents. That's why clouds stay in the air and they don't just fall down to the earth.
Updrafts. Cool. Yeah. So no.
I mean, come on,
no
come
small
on,
material
man. I mean,
attracted to
But
large material.
you can't be telling me that flat earthers don't believe in meteorology.
They don't believe in a lot.
That's something you just said. Well, my weatherman's usually
I didn't
wrong.
say that at all. I said you can't
Low
be telling
pressure
me
and high
that.
pressure zones. What are you talking about? Meteorology. What
Dude,
don't
you're
I
just
believe
reading
in
stuff that you read
meteorology?
out of a book, man. Like you know it all.
He already conceded he has no clue what he's talking about, and then now all of a sudden he does know, and then he's saying, "Oh, buoyancy force counteracts gravity force."
I like how you say gravity. It's kind of cute.
Because you think something's grabbing molecules, except that the gas shoots up at a high velocity, not impeded by any non-physical concept.
No, it's not impeded.
Non-physical concepts cannot physically impede. Yeah, take a deep breath. That's gas pressure filling your lungs.
All right.
I love that example. A gas pressure without a container. How do you explain tornadoes?
What about it?
Gas pressure and then its cyclonic action without containment, physical containment.
And there's a violent reaction to having counterbalance of pressure, isn't it? Very violent reaction.
You can also have pressure gradients
And where do you have pressure gradients, dude?
in the atmosphere,
In a container.
which is a container.
Do you think that the Earth is a static or a dynamic system?
Dynamic.
Very good.
Okay, next.
Next what?
Next question.
I didn't have any questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just breeze past the tornado thing now. What's containing the tornado?
Well, the container would be containing the tornado that you're creating the tornado in there.
What is containing? What is that?
What is what?
The container.
There's a violent reaction when a low pressure system meets a high pressure system because we're in a dynamic system.
It turns into a tornado. Yeah. So what's containing it?
Is it contained?
Yeah, it's nice and
It's not.
looks
It's
like
not
a
releasing.
cone.
It's not releasing pressure.
Okay.
It doesn't die out.
Looks like a cone.
No.
And it's while it's happening,
Yes,
it has the cone shape and everything, and it's not contained.
Yes, it's a violent reaction to having pressure differentials. Yes, very good.
Uncontained.
What do you mean? There's pressure, right?
Uncontained.
Pressure differentials, and they meet, and it causes a very violent reaction, like an airplane. An airplane wing, high pressure, low pressure. The high pressure under the wing causes a reaction, pushes the airplane up, right?
Yes, and a tornado is uncontained.
Yeah, but a tornado dies, dude. Right? Like it's not forever. It's not. It's not a contained system.
No,
man.
true, but yeah, it's uncontained.
So
yeah.
it doesn't.
Yeah,
it
but you
doesn't-
would
it
need
doesn't
the
hold pressure, right?
He would need the pressures to even contrive of a tornado. He would need something containing them.
But
containing
nothing
the
is,
system,
really.
and then you have a dynamic system in a container.
It's a
Because it's
result of
pressurized,
literally like
causing
low pressure, high pressure systems. So just the presence
Not
of
like
them.
Yeah,
You're talking about a
exactly.
reaction here, man.
Yeah, you're talking about dynamic pressure, which already exists within it. It happens within an already existing pressurized system. It's not like there was no pressure and then suddenly, oh, this tornado occurred. Now we have pressure. No, there was already pressure there. There's a pressure differential occurring now.
No, without containment.
Well,
So
how do
you
you get
are
pressure in
saying
the first
that
place,
Make
though,
that
right?
assertion. If you want.
What do you think is containing the gas pressure?
In the shape of a ball.
Well, that's different. It's gravity.
Oh, we're back to this, are we?
Okay, so here, but gas comes from the Earth and it goes up and gradiates, doesn't it? So there you're wrong because the gas molecules are going up. You would concede that, wouldn't you? There's gradients.
They also come back down.
Yeah, they come back down
Well,
too.
yeah, gas particles fly at high velocity.
It's the
in all
going up part
directions,
that's his problem, though, right?
characterized by elastic collisions, which means they don't get tired unless there's temperature differential. So mainly it would be if you cool the gas, then it would stop moving so rapidly. So gas comes from the ground, goes up, it gets cold, and what's it do then?
Yeah, it goes right down. But in the tornado example, nothing is containing the tornado.
Does it go down, or does it just go in all the vectors?
But
Some
it
go
is,
down, huh?
The tornado is contained, though, right?
Not really, no. No,
Yeah,
no.
yeah. Where did the pressure come from in the first place to create the tornado?
Up in the clouds, which again are uncontained.
Uncontained pressure.
Yeah.
I get it.
Up in the clouds? The tornado came from up in the clouds. I guess that's kind of okay.
What did it come from the ground? Come on, it's actually true.
Well,
It
yeah,
comes
there
from
would
the
be
clouds.
high and low pressure fronts colliding. So I wouldn't think that that's just up in the clouds. Because a tornado doesn't stay up in the clouds. That's kind of the problem with tornadoes.
Yeah. Well, that's what it starts, though. I mean, if you want
No,
to
it
talk
doesn't
about
start. I think you can I think you can see it due to the clouds, but it doesn't start at the clouds. That just
they
gives
form
your eye
in
a
the
visual
cloud.
cue.
They
No, it doesn't
form
form
in
in
the
the clouds.
clouds. Yes,
No,
they do.
that's wrong. No.
What
It
do they
forms
form in?
because there's a collision of a high and low pressure system.
A collision will.
So they can
Wherever
like
the
form
tornado's happening
top
at.
or bottom.
I'm saying
the
that
thing.
you see the cloud, but the pressure is coming from many directions.
You guys
So
figured it
that
out
would
yet?
be not up in the clouds. But technically you would see it only from the cloud, descending from the clouds.
But it's not really descending from the clouds?
Yeah, but the whole system is not from the clouds. Like a tornado isn't caused by clouds.
Well, the low pressure goes up to the higher pressure, yeah, and it forms in the clouds.
Really?
The uncontained pressure.
Really? The higher pressure goes to the lower pressure. That's interesting.
Entropy, eh?
Please, no.
Entropic
Don't,
effect.
dude, please.
That's
Oh,
allowed
shit.
to happen. Allowed to happen. Once I've imagined that it's not happening, massive scale, it can happen within that imagined contained pressurized system.
Are you still talking about clouds? Sorry, I had to step out for a minute.
Yeah. And the
No, we're not talking about clouds.
Uncontained pressure.
Once I've imagined that there's a pressurized system within that is not contained, entropy isn't taking effect, I can assert that entropy will take effect within that pressurized system. Doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah, it's a contradiction.
So yeah, gas pressure does require containment. The only question is what is containing it.
I'm putting 100 on gravity.
Go on.
That's it.
What is that?
Some mystical force.
Magic.
It's
Globgic.
magic, yeah. It's globgic.
It's based.
Yeah, the water doesn't lie, man.
What do you mean the water doesn't lie? That's on the ground.
Explain to me a body of water at rest, dude.
It lies.
He was
It's
making a joke.
on the ground.
It's flat, right?
I was making a joke, dude. I wasn't trying to be serious.
I'm being serious.
Oh man.
It's a serious
No,
question,
it's not
dude.
flat.
I thought
Like
it
if
was
water is
fine.
curving, it should never be at rest, man.
Yeah, still water though it does have a marked surface that's level.
At high tide or low tide? It's never
How
at
about
rest.
on a big lake, dude, where there is no tide?
There's always tide.
Let's
Tide
have a
would
big
be
lake.
movement. Tide would be movement, wouldn't it? So still water though.
Water at rest.
It's marked with a surface that's used to define level, having no parts higher than another part.
Oh, always like microwaves and stuff because the fish swimming underneath cause the water to undulate and everything. It's never really at rest. What's so funny? That
You started talking
What
about
did you just
microwaves.
say? Did you say fish cause tides?
well, they cause the water to undulate because they're swimming underneath it, and that affects the top of the water.
What the fuck?
Yeah, if you don't understand that, I don't know what to tell you.
Fish cause tides now, guys.
Well, no, I didn't say that. The fish cause the top of the water to undulate, so it's never at
Moving
rest.
about in the
Found the
water.
server.
It's gonna
We've
wiggle.
solved the problem.
It's gonna cause the water to wiggle.
Solved it. Not the moon anymore. It's the fish.
Every time you remove a fish from the ocean, the sea level reduces.
God damn.
What kind of fish?
That is true.
What sort of fish cause
That's
that?
not what I'm saying. If you understand, if you try to
No,
understand me, that's not what
Not
I'm
what you're
saying.
saying. It's what you said.
No, what I'm saying is because fish swim in the water, the top of the water undulates.
Whatever.
So it's never really at rest.
I guess
So
this is
now
big
waves are caused by fish now as well. Next time I'm out
That's
surfing, I'm
not
going
what
to
I
go,
said.
thank you, fish, for this wonderful wave.
That's
Hell
not what
yeah,
I
dude.
said.
Sounds like a bit of a straw man, Timbo.
Movement of air
Somebody
also
wants to
kind
do
of cause water to wave a bit. Let's look this up. What causes waves in lakes? Very
There's
interesting
no
question.
such thing as wind, dude. Like literally, just it's the bugs in the ground that
Butterfly
shake
effect.
the roots
Butterfly
of the
effect.
plants.
There shouldn't be any such thing as
It's the
standing water.
butterfly effect.
Yeah, any large body of water should be moving on a curve.
Heard it all now.
Dude, Storm is still foaming at the mouth.
Hey Siri, Timer auf 5 Minuten.
So earlier today, Crit told me there was a flat Earth model. Actually, said there was many flat Earth models.
You'll have to ask him. For them.
Really? Like what? Like what?
Cool. But yeah, there's,
Well, then
I
that's
mean,
what
a
I
lot
was
of toy
asking.
models. What did he say? Scientific model or what? Be specific.
Well, he said the globe model couldn't account for something. So I said, can the flat Earth model do this?
Yeah. So toy models. Who gives a shit?
Hands with the count
No,
for
it
it.
sounded like it was talking about something more
I thought the Earth was banana shaped
substantive.
to start at Monty Python.
Scientific model.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Does anyone have one of those?
Well, there is no glob scientific model, so
What's a scientific model then? Maybe we've got a misunderstanding here. Hello? Did he die? What happened?
Well, it must be getting late in Australia.
What do you reckon, Mez? What's your globe proof today? What's the globe proof of today?
What should we go with today?
The globe proof is we can take flat measurements and project them onto a ball. Isn't that what your proof is there, Yui? You and your bitch buddy?
Well, who's my bitch buddy? Is it Mez?
Peter.
No, I thought I was the bitch between me and Peter.
Oh, you guys can be bitch buddies.
All right, I see. Okay.
We take line of sight measurements and then we wrap them around a ball. That proves it.
I think he's currently working on that right now. Messaged me saying he's working on it. Developing it.
So by admitting that you changed the measurements that you take in the beginning, that proves the globe.
Really determined, isn't he?
We take these measurements that we get and then we change them to make them fit on a globe. And that's how we get a globe.
Okay, guys, it's Flat Earther of the Week. So who's won? I think Super Monkey might have won Flat Earther of the Week. Gets a gold star for this week. It's Sunday, so I have to give it away. I'm gonna do that every Sunday. It was T-Dub though.
Clap.
Cool.
Still looking for that complete working model of the glob.
I mean, I'm waiting for a model of the flat Earth that can explain two things at the same time. Let's start with that.
What two things are you looking to be explained, dude?
Well, let's say the moon.
What about it?
Why we always see the same side of it.
You got
and
an
why
answer?
it always remains a circle. The globe has an answer, but I'm interested in the flat Earth.
What's the globe's answer?
No, I want another flat Earth one.
What?
I don't think you comprehend this discussion. This is simply an objection to your fallacious belief, your religious belief that you try to push onto men, women, and children. And you
Okay,
discourage
well,
their
I'm
questioning.
interested in what's the alternative to this belief.
The alternative to what belief? That the moon exists? The moon exists. It's there. You see it, right?
How does it work?
Now, what?
Can you demonstrate?
How
on a
does
model?
it work? How does it work? Can you demonstrate it on any model?
Yeah. But
Okay,
can you
do
demonstrate
that.
it on the moon on
Okay,
the
do
flat
that.
Earth model?
No, don't. Okay, you
No,
said
I
you
asked-
could.
I asked
Do
you
it.
about the
Go
flat
ahead.
Earth.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Let's see your tensor calculus for the
No,
moon and
I
tides.
started this. I
Let's
asked
see your
first.
tensor calculus for the moon and tides, dumb fuck. Come on.
Tides.
You started it.
Working on
Let's
the moon
go.
at the moment.
Yeah,
and
let's
I'm
do
asking
it.
you how it works on the flat Earth.
It's there in the sky. Boom.
I don't want to get stuck in all this globe nonsense. Let's talk about the flat Earth.
Yeah, why would you want to get stuck in the globe nonsense? I agree with that sentiment
Same here.
exactly.
Exactly. So let's
Definitely
figure out how the
nonsense.
moon works on the flat Earth. Come on.
You can't
Why?
even figure out how it works on a globe, dude.
Like, why are you
Yeah,
so
we can.
desperate
It's far
to
away.
know
Orbits.
why the moon
Right,
is in the sky?
So let's, because I want to know. I'm just
You
interested.
have nothing.
Okay.
You have nothing to validate your globe faith.
Great. So let's try and validate the flat Earth.
Why? No, the flat Earth is an objection to your retarded notion that you live on the side of a monkey water ball.
Okay. Let's validate it. Come on.
Yeah, validate
Well,
the
it's
globe.
validated. Boom. The glob is
No,
invalidated.
we're throwing the globe out. Let's validate the flat Earth.
What flat Earth are
With
you
the moon.
picturing, dude?
With the moon, okay. Well, the Earth is measured flat, but let's look at the moon. Okay.
Yeah. Let's figure out how it works.
Okay, figure it out.
Earth is round.
Let us know.
Earth is a globe.
Do you know?
Earth is a globe.
You're the flat earther.
Yeah, I know.
I'm new
stop
to
being
it, so
retarded.
The moon is there.
I'm consulting the experts.
We see. I see the moon just go across the sky every day.
Stop being retarded, guys.
Except for one day a month.
Retarded.
Moot this guy, man.
Put him on, Moot.
Yeah. So what
I don't know,
about
I'm
what
not happy
about
with
the
this answer I've been
moon?
provided, guys.
Do you not like that you're asking me to explain something you see in the sky daily, except for one day a month?
Well, I'm just curious what this strange
We're
object in the
curious
sky
too,
is.
dude.
Yeah. Have you figured it out?
Yeah, no, I've never been to the
Come on,
moon.
some of you
man.
guys have been doing this for like 10 years.
Figure
You
I've
gotta figure
been
out
to
how
the
the moon
moon.
works.
I've never been
Figure
there,
out
man.
how the moon's in the sky. What do you mean how it works? What are you talking about? Be specific. Don't be
Where does it
ashamed
go?
of
What path does it take?
glob faith. Don't be
Is it a
ashamed of
ball?
your glob faith.
It looks like a ball.
I mean, I
Have
only
you been
see
there?
one thing of it in the when I shine a rock on something, it doesn't look like that. So,
When you shine a rock on something.
or shine a light on a rock. My bad.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I've seen some little rocks.
But I mean,
pretty similar.
maybe. I mean, I looked at the sun. I had the sliver or the moon. I had a sliver of it last night, but then I could see the outline of the moon disk. Pretty cool stuff. What say you? What is that?
So is it a disc?
Yeah,
It's a disc.
that's what I
Oh.
see. I see a moon disk. Moon disk. I see a sun disk. That's what they're referred to in astrology, or astronomy. I mean, whatever. I get the terms mixed up because they're the same thing.
Astrology and astronomy are the same thing.
Yeah.
Um.
So how does it work?
Well, I don't know. I'm asking the flat earthers.
You're asking the flat earthers what?
What the moon is. How does it work? Where does
What
it go?
the moon is? It's cheese. Duh.
It's cheese.
Yeah,
It's made of cheese.
it's made of cheese.
Is that like goat's cheese, cow's cheese?
That's actually why the government went to the
Vegan
moon, was
cheese.
to get a bunch of cheese for their government cheese fund. Gotta love cheese, because I wouldn't want you calling my manager and telling me I'm not putting enough cheese on the cheese sandwiches. We wouldn't want that, would we?
I think you're being silly.
Well, a little bit. I think you're being silly by believing that you live on spinning space monkey water ball.
No, I'm open to alternative explanations. But
I mean,
I'm
what
not
do you
satisfied
what do you
with this
want
answer I've been given
explained?
about the moon. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm going back
Can
to
I-
the globe, guys. I'm not convinced.
Okay, good. Good. Get out of here.
Can I explain?
Not everything is for everyone, Huey. Yes, Gabby
Yui?
Gat.
I'm not Yui.
It's not gonna be that.
It's Sasha.
I can explain moon.
Please explain moon.
It has nothing to do with the surface of the earth.
Okay.
That's all.
But can you explain it?
Whatever moon is doing, it will not change the surface of the earth.
Do you think what the service is doing could change how the moon appears?
No, I'm saying whatever moon is doing, it will not change the surface of the earth.
Right, but do you think if what the surface is could maybe change how the moon appears?
No, it will not
No?
change. Are you interested about surface or about the moon?
Well, I'm a little bit interested in both.
Because
I think they would both have major impacts on each other.
Wow. Why would it have such a major impact?
Because for the moon, I cannot tell you anything. I cannot tell you anything. It's there, in the sky, only that. But for the surface, I can tell you something.
Can you describe it without it being a begging the question fallacy? Unless you're just happy, to concede that it's just an explanation without evidence. It's just an idea.
Wait, what are you talking about here?
Stories.
Huh?
So
Sometimes you guys say words and they don't seem to follow what was previously
the
said.
moon is in the sky,
hmm
and then big impact. You
Well,
said
I'm interested.
what big impact will something in the sky have? Like on your astrology, on your birth,
Astronomy.
on your moon charts. Is that what you're talking about, or what are you talking about?
No. What I'm saying is, hypothetically, if we live on a sphere, you could travel all around this sphere. You may see different things on one side of the sphere to the other side of the sphere. But also, hypothetically, if you live on a flat plane, then you're always going to see the same things on this all
That's
across
not
this
true,
plane,
dude.
because you can't go to the other side of it. Is it not true? Oh,
Huh?
Can you demonstrate that?
No, it makes no sense. If I'm at a one part of the map and I go to the other part of the map, I'm gonna see different shit.
In the sky.
No, in reality, yeah, and in the sky.
How would you see different things?
Well, I'm at one place and I go to another place. Do you think every place has all the same shit?
I think if something is a
You
significant
can't
distance
tell if
above
you're
this plane,
going. You can't
then you
tell
should
if
be able
you're
to see it
going
anywhere on the plane.
on the anywhere on the plane. Why?
I
Why?
didn't
Why
get
what?
it. What you see? What?
Why do you? Why are you ignoring that? There's a diminishment of angle with the distance.
You're talking about angular resolution.
Sure. Like a car, like a toy car, right at my eyes. I can't even see past it, right? And then I throw the toy car across the yard, and I can't even find it.
Right.
It was blocking my vision. Now I don't even see it at all. My yard's pretty
When
flat.
are you saying the moon disappears due to angular resolution?
No, I'm saying that if something is near
Oh,
and you go far, it diminishes your view. What are you talking about?
so why can I sometimes not see the moon?
Why would you think that you would always see the moon?
Because it is not on the sky.
Because the Earth's flat. Where does it go when I can't see it?
It goes far.
It goes far, so it disappears due to angular resolution.
Not due to, but this is a concept you do accept, right?
So why does
you
it
do
disappear?
accept. You
Why
do
can't I see
accept
it?
of the diminishment of angle to the depth,
Yeah. So is that what the moon's doing?
right? Is it not?
I don't know. I'm asking you. It doesn't seem
What
to.
is it?
It appears pretty much the same size
What
in
is
the
it?
sky all the time.
I see the
whenever I can see
same.
it.
I see the moon disk in the sky. It does pretty much what when I look out, I see lights on a flat road, and they appear to converge as orthogonal lines, though I know that they are parallel to the level of the road. Do you not accept that that is a optical phenomenon that we all experience on a daily basis with everything that we observe?
With streetlights, yeah, but how does this relate to the moon?
Okay. How does it not?
Okay. What?
No, so you
Well,
can see
no, I'm asking you
accepted that
how the
there is
moon
such
works.
thing as a
It
diminishment of
disappears, and you're
angle.
bringing up angular resolution. Are you saying the moon disappears due to
No,
angular
I didn't say angular resolution. I said it's a diminishment of your observing angle.
Of your
You said
observing angle.
diminishment. You said diminishing. What would you say? Angular resolution.
Of the
There you go.
angular resolution, yeah.
Yeah, no, I didn't say that.
Things appear smaller as they go further away. Well, you brought up the example of a toy car being in front of your eyes. You know, it's really big, you can't see past it. Throw it far away, so small you can't see it.
Yeah.
So is that what the moon's
It got
doing?
hidden in a bunch of
Oh,
weeds.
no. So the moon is not disappearing due to angular resolution.
Well, it would disappear due to your viewing angle.
Due to my viewing angle. Can you explain that further?
The angle that you're viewing, right?
I don't quite understand this
You
one.
go far away from a mountain.
Maz, what moon is Maz? When you watch the moon, what moon is telling you what it's doing?
Well, no, what's this about a mountain? I go far away
What
from a
about it?
mountain.
Same
and
thing
what-
with the car. Same thing with the car, yeah. With the little toy car. Same thing.
What about it?
I'm standing 6 feet above level, and I'm walking. And the mountain goes from very big to very small.
Okay. Yeah, that's angular resolution.
Angular
That's
resolution.
perspective.
Yeah. Yeah.
So is the moon,
what
is
I
the moon
said,
doing that? Is that why I can't see the moon at times?
there's a viewing angle. No, because the moon, you have there's a lot of things going into effect there.
Like what?
The intensity of the light that you're observing,
Oh, so the moon disappears because it gets dimmer.
and the angle. No, does it get dimmer? Does it get dimmer?
So why'd you say that?
I guess in faces, I guess it gets dimmer. No, you're saying that there's a viewing angle, or you're saying there's a diminishment of what is it? Angular change in size. I'm saying it's the angle of your observation.
The angle of my observation.
Yes.
Yeah, can you? So the angle of my observation causes the moon to disappear. Sometimes, depending on what.
I mean, yeah, depending on.
Can you explain that? I don't know. This is a new term
your
to me.
angle. Yeah. Viewing
Of
angle
what?
is a
To
new
what?
term to you.
Well, I know what viewing means. I know what angle means, but I don't
Viewing
understand how it
angle,
applies to
like
this.
you're looking up or you're looking down.
Okay.
You're looking parallel.
So if I was looking straight up, my viewing angle would be, say, 90 degrees.
Okay.
Okay. So, well, that was the question. Is that correct or?
I said okay.
Right. So why does this cause the moon to disappear?
Well, you think the moon would disappear if it's 90 degrees?
I mean, if I'm looking up 90 degrees up and the moon is 90 degrees above me, then I should be able to see it, right?
Probably.
Probably. I'd probably use a stronger word than probably, but
Why
Well,
you
it depends on your
interested-
conditions.
Why are you interested that people tell you how moon is working?
okay. Assuming there's no like obstructions. Do you
Yeah.
think obstructions
So
could?
there it goes, and then it goes, and then
cause
it
you be able
goes.
to not
It
see the moon?
diminishes the angle. It diminishes the angle, and then what?
Okay.
And then what? Like, let's say it's at
What do you mean it
45
diminishes
degrees.
the angle?
It's
What
at
diminishes the
45
angle?
degrees. The moon path.
Wait, you said it diminishes the angle. What diminishes the angle?
The moon's
what?
path, as you observe it, from 90, right? And then it will diminish in angle, won't it? Or will it not? Will it stay at 90 all day? Or night, I mean?
So, based from what I've seen, the moon tends to go kind of the angle of it from it drops. Yeah,
It diminishes as an orthogonal line, doesn't it?
right.
Okay,
So
there you
why
go.
does that cause it to disappear?
Why does it disappear?
Yeah.
I mean, does it disappear? I guess it does. I don't see it during the day most of the time.
Right, but why is that?
Well, you just said it diminished to a 45 degree, and then it'll diminish to a 0.
Well, if I hold an object, say this empty can, I hold it above my head. It's 90 degrees above my head, right? And I can see it. And I'm going to diminish its angle to 45 degrees, and I can still see it. To 0 degrees, and I can still see it. To negative 45 degrees, I can still see it.
Wow, you can
I
still see it at negative.
So
45.
why can't I see the moon when it does that?
It must not. It's not very far from you.
What is happening?
It's a false
What
equivalent.
strange phenomena is causing the moon to disappear? Why can I not see the moon sometimes?
Is there land? Is there such thing as Earth?
There is Earth.
Okay, there you go.
There is land.
There you go. So when you
The land.
hold your
Something about
hand
the land
below
causes the moon to
sea
disappear.
level, you that it would disappear, right? That's what you think. So now all of a sudden you're holding something at your crotch level, and you're asking why you still see it. Well, because you're only holding it out as far as your hand. Seems stupid that
Right.
you would even bring that up.
Right, but that doesn't explain why it disappears.
Make that can farther. Go farther. Walk away from
I
the
can make it
can.
farther.
Put the
I can
can-
make it,
Actually, just put
if I
the
put it a
can
mile
on
away
the
from me.
table and then walk away from it.
Right, but then it disappears due to angular resolution.
Does its angle diminish?
Does its angle diminish? No.
Its viewing angle, your viewing angle.
No.
You leave it on a ledge that's at your eye line, and you walk away.
Right.
Does its viewing angle diminish?
No.
Well, then you don't know what you're talking about.
I don't. Oh.
Its viewing angle does diminish. We're not talking about resolution. We're talking about that's resolvability. We're talking about just the simple angle. Something very simple. You seem to want to equate it with all these other things. There's a 90-degree angle above your head, 45-degree angle, goes all the way to 0 degrees. Viewing angles.
That's very interesting. Why would its angle in relation to my eyes diminish as I walk away from it?
It would be due to your curved lens of your eye.
The curved lines of my eye.
I didn't stutter.
The curved lines of my eye.
Yeah, you don't comprehend optics? What do you think causes viewing angle? Then
What do I think causes it?
if you don't believe in optics,
That's not.
what is
I don't think
causing
there's
your viewing angle?
that's really a cause. It's just.
Okay.
Well, it's the
All right,
angle
so
of
you
which you're looking at something.
but you already conceded that the lights on the road, the level road, were seeming to converge as orthogonal lines. You already conceded this. Diminishing angle.
Yeah, like train tracks. They converge.
You already
parallel lines.
conceded, yeah. And now you're asking why is that? I said, well, due to a curved lens of your eye.
Due to the curve.
And now you're like, oh wow, I said something profound, like a conspiracy theory, that your eye is convex.
Convex, yeah. So it's the shape of my eye that causes things to get smaller as they go further away? Is that what you said?
I said diminishing an angle, appearing to converge. Not actually.
Right.
But
That's due to
appearing.
perspective. That's due to angular resolution.
And the answer that's because of your convex eye.
So perspective is due to my convex eye.
What do you
The
think
reason
it is?
things are further away
Oh
are
my
smaller.
God. Are you being just retarded because you are, or are you just trying
You're just
to,
giving me a lot of new information here, and I'm trying to understand it.
If this is new information, like, you should leave this chat immediately and go, I don't know, look at optometry.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to figure out why the moon disappears, guys.
I already told you.
I don't know, this whole
Convergence, a diminishment of your viewing angle. Very simple, very easy.
diminishment of viewing angle due to the shape of your eye.
Yeah. You already conceded that that is the case when you said that, yes, the lights do appear to converge. So you didn't know why that happened because you're a retard. And I said, yeah, shape of your eye. There
Well,
you go,
I
buddy.
had some idea of why it happened. But
Why?
again, I was not sure why it causes the
But
moon to
why?
disappear.
No, but okay, but why what did you think that happened? What was the reason you thought that
Well,
happened?
I think it's just the phenomena of perspective.
Just
where things further
phenomenon
away
of
appear
perspective.
smaller.
Why is there a phenomenon of perspective, dumb fuck? Because of the convexity of your eye, maybe? Stupid idiot.
No, I wouldn't really attribute it to that. It's just you
Okay.
have an
God, you're
angle
an
that you can
idiot.
view in.
Okay, well, you're blatantly wrong.
You have
You're-
a field
you're
of
an
view.
idiot. You're an
And
imbecile.
as you get further away from
Why
this
do you
field
have
of
a
view,
field of
more
view?
things can fit within this field.
Why do you have a field of
So
view?
things
Maybe
appear
the
smaller.
convexity of your eye? Convexity of an optical lens? You moron? All optics ever?
Again, I wouldn't really. That's just more of focusing the light.
Yeah, you moron.
All optics ever. You didn't know why you see in a perspective. And I told you. So you learned something today. Good for you.
Well, I'm still not sure why the moon disappears.
The convexity
'Cause it
of
sounds
your
like
eye.
you're describing angular
Well, you don't
resolution
know a
and
lot of
perspective.
shit. You didn't know what perspective. You say, "Oh,
I don't.
perspective."
Can you educate me?
perspective, and then you're like, "Oh, convexity of the eye." I don't know. I don't know. Pretty simple.
I don't know. I'm trying to learn here.
Well, there you go. Now you should go study optics. Go study. Go study with an optometrist. Be an undergrad.
Seems like a lot of work.
Well, yeah, I don't think you would hack it if you didn't know that perspective would be the effect of the convexity of a lens. So yeah, I don't think you would hack it in that profession.
So perspective causes the moon to disappear. Is
Boom!
that the answer?
There you go.
Okay.
I'll take that. That sounds pretty good. And I'm glad that you learned why you see in perspective and why all optics include perspective. You learned that today.
Hold on, I've spotted an issue.
You learned
When
that
things
today.
disappear due to perspective, they
Spot
get
that.
smaller. The moon doesn't
Spot
get
that.
smaller.
Okay. It diminishes its angle though, orthogonally.
That sounds like a different thing.
You already conceded that the lights appear to converge, but they aren't actually converging. They are just parallel with the level of the road. You already conceded that. Don't forget that that's your concession.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
That's perspective. Sorry, I can't
That's the
speak.
diminishment of your viewing angle.
I thought the viewing angle was like when something's above my head or in front of me.
So the moon isn't above your head now?
Hold on, let me have a look. No. Can't see the moon.
Uh-oh.
Maybe it's on the other side of the house.
Uh-oh. Yeah. Maybe
I
it's
saw
on the
some
other
stars.
side.
Why can't I see stars sometimes? They seem to be further away than the moon.
There you go. They seem to be, don't they?
They do.
They seem to be far, far, far away.
thought you were bringing globe proof, Mez. What happened?
I don't know. I'm starting to think it might not be a globe.
You're losing your...
And this whole viewing angle moon thing seems very convincing to me.
You're losing your mojo. You're losing your, your skill. Proving the globe.
I might be. I'm switching teams. I'm convinced by moon disappears due to viewing angle.
He just learned today that the convexity of optical lenses causes a perspective effect. Glad I could help you with that.
Learn something new every day.
It's still Sunday. Maybe Apocryphon can teach us about sky ice.
Sky ice?
Yeah, sky ice. It comes from the firmament. It's a broken off piece of ice from the firmament. Yeah.
Well, wow. That is interesting. So you're saying that there would be a huge chunks of ice floating in the clouds?
That's what
when it will release? Well, this is a phenomenon. I mean, there's huge chunks of ice, and they're just floating up there until it releases.
What, like
there's been like no. Who said firmament? No, it would be there's large. I mean they've basketball shaped hail.
Well, yeah, we all know hail. We all know hail exists.
Yeah, that's the sky ice. That's the You're laughing. You said you brought sky ice up, and here we go. Sky ice.
Where did it come
there's
from?
Basketball shaped ice floating in the clouds. Floating in the clouds.
Floating in the clouds? Did he say there's basketball ice floating in the clouds?
I don't know. Where do you think the ice came from? The sky ice. Where do you think it came from?
Usually,
it's not floating in the clouds.
Usually, I get told solids don't float in midair. Usually they fall back down to Earth. Yeah, where does hail go?
What do you mean?
What happens
Usually,
when hail forms? What happens?
Yeah, hail forms.
Then what
Literally,
happens?
It forms, right? And it's floating in the cloud until it releases for some reason. So
Why
go
is this
on.
so weird?
Go
Why
on.
does
Tell
the
us
relative
about the
density
sky
cause
ice.
it to fall?
Hey, Globetard, tell me about the sky ice. How it's floating in the clouds until it's released, and it can be much larger than. I mean, on record, there's much larger hail than.
Okay, just
than
a
even
second.
a few basketball.
Yeah. I mean, exactly. You think you live on Pandora where you have floating islands in the sky? That's fine, but I wasn't talking about living on Pandora. I was talking about.
So you don't think that there is? So what do you?
I think hail
you think
exists.
Hail. Okay, you concede that hail does exist. That's
I don't
ice.
think it spends
That's
time
solid
floating in the
conceded,
sky.
Yui. You've conceded.
I don't think it spends time floating in the sky.
You conceded. That's a glob fail. Good for you.
Anyway, Apocryphon doesn't say that there's hail. He's
Well, tell us about the sky ice. Why don't
the
you tell us
firmament
about the
ice.
sky
Yeah,
ice? I want you to tell me about the sky ice that's floating in the clouds and then is released for some reason.
no, he says it's on the.
Tell
firmament.
me all about it.
The firmament.
I don't. No, he's not. I think you're just wishing that he said that.
I've heard him say that before.
I think that there is large hail that's been on record,
right?
And you don't know where the hell it came from.
Apocryphon, confirm or deny that you said sky.
So there's basketball shaped hail floating in the sky, and it releases.
You live on Pandora. Yeah.
Tell me about it. No, tell me about.
When you say it releases for some reason,
all about the
why
sky
do you think hail releases?
Tell me about the sky ice.
Why do you think hail releases from the sky?
You tell me. You brought up sky ice. Tell me. Tell me about the sky ice.
Do you know why snow, rain, and hail would release from the clouds? Could you figure out?
Go on. Tell me about the sky ice. Tell me about the sky ice.
No, it's a question for you. Do you know? You're saying for some reason, because in your mind, you think there's island-shaped ice floating in clouds, right? That's what you think.
No, just tell me about the sky ice. You
think planes are bombarded by huge basketballs of ice of hail? You know, it's interesting. Right?
It is interesting. Tell me about it.
Just for your information, Britt, it is claimed that each raindrop contains a speck of dust.
Well, I should think so. I mean, that's possible.
Well, there's your solids floating in the air.
Well, I mean, like if I have like a light, right, you can
Sky
see
ice.
dust floating in the sky, in the air around me, right? I'm not saying that kind of stuff. You know, we all know that exists. You know, you've seen that where like dust, you have dust particles in the air. That exists. What he's talking about doesn't, right?
Wait, when you
He thinks he lives on
wait
Pandora.
when you say he, who are you talking about?
Well,
When you say he, you're
the
not
guy
talking
who
about me,
thinks
right?
this is reality. One sec.
I'm asking you about the sky ice. You brought it up, and then now you're talking about he thinks Pandora's box or whatever. Like you
Pandora's
watch too many movies. Is what is your response?
No,
I'm just saying you brought Sky Ice up. I want you to continue talking about Sky Ice, not about movies. This isn't a movie forum. Talk
Not
about the
Pandora's
Sky
box.
Ice you brought up. You brought
Look at the
Sky
side
Ice
chat.
up,
Look at this. Look at
and
the
it's a
floating
good
islands.
point.
Is
That's
that
a
what's
good.
happening in the clouds?
Yeah, again, this isn't a movie forum. You brought up Sky Ice, and to that, oh, that's very interesting. There is solid Sky Ice.
Yeah, you
floating in the
think
sky.
you're talking like basketball plus size hail just floating.
Thinking, oh, there on record. Go look at some of these ice, ices that have fallen. Some of these hail, like the largest hailstorm. What is it like? Golf ball size.
Yeah,
But there has
and it
been
falls
much
down to
larger.
earth.
There has been much larger pieces of ice that have fallen as well. Not in a
Fallen,
in a
yeah.
storm state.
You think they're
Fallen,
hanging up there for a bit?
Floating in the air, yeah, floating in the
You
air.
think they're just hanging up there for a bit, like
Sky
there's like
ice.
big
Tell me about the
basketball
sky
ice, floating ice? I mean, Pandora.
So it's not. So those ice.
You're not in
isn't-
Kansas
isn't
anymore.
floating. It didn't
You're
come
on
from the sky.
Pandora. That's what
So
I've
you're
learned.
saying hail doesn't come from the sky? Is that
Oh,
what you're
hail
saying?
falls for sure. Does
So
it?
it comes.
Does
Okay.
basketball
The
hail
sky
hang
ice.
up?
The
Does-
sky ice, right? You dumb fuck.
Just
The
to be
sky ice,
clear,
it was
I'm
floating
not
in the
contending
clouds.
hail exists. I'm contending
The sky
basketball-sized island balls of
Okay,
ice.
tell me
hanging
about
up.
the sky ice. Tell me more about the sky ice. This is pretty interesting. Tell me. I love the sky ice.
Well,
No.
you said there's basketball plus sized ice floating around up there. Like you're on Pandora.
Oh, did I?
Are there blue people as well?
It has been large pieces of ice that have
That
fallen.
fall. Yeah.
Okay.
Why do you think they're floating?
That
Why do you think they're chilling up
fall.
there?
Did they come? Where did they come from?
The sky.
I'm giving you that they came from the clouds. Now it's seeming like maybe Apocryphon was onto something.
So I'm going to tell
Tell me about the
Jedi
sky.
that you think there's solids
Tell me about okay. You
of
didn't like the
significant
basketball. Tell me
weight
about the golf ball
defying
sky ice that floats in the air until it falls.
defying. Oh,
Tell me
I
about
wouldn't-
it.
I wouldn't even say gravity because you don't even believe that. Defying whatever pulls things down
The
to the
force
ground.
of buoyancy.
Yeah.
The force of buoyancy. So the sky ice is floating buoyantly until it's not buoyant enough, and then it falls.
How
So the
how
sky
dense
ice.
do you think clouds are?
Tell me about the sky ice.
Why are you avoiding these questions?
You're saying it's sky as if it's not water vapor.
Basketball sized floating
Go on with
rocks
that,
in the sky.
Hold on a second. Just a moment. Are we denying the idea that hail forms in the clouds?
No, we know that happens. We know it falls down to earth, right?
Huh?
But he
Right.
doesn't.
Same
way.
He's
Floating
going
in
beyond
the
that, right?
sky,
He's saying
accumulating,
they're
it's becoming
chilling up there for a bit,
golf-ball-shaped
right?
ice,
He thinks
floating in the
he thinks
clouds,
basketballs.
and it releases. Tell
he
me
thinks
more.
basketball plus sized ice are chilling up there, just like bouncing around, like chilling, maybe hitting a plane or two, right? And then when they decide to, for some reason, he said,
you
for
may
some
want
reason they
to
come down.
Yui, I mean, Google's not a great source, but you can Google this. There's soccer ball sized hail reports all over the world. So what are you talking about?
I know they fall down to earth.
Okay.
Where did they come
But how
from? Where did they come from?
Well, wait a
I'm
minute.
not
Dude, into the break.
Why, you dumb
Into the break. Relax. Jeez. Well, how are they being formed if they're not being suspended by updrafts, right?
It's kind of
going
like
up,
how
air
when you
going up.
roll. It's kind of like when you roll a snowball down a hill. It's like picking up stuff as it goes down.
Oh, hail is like rolling a snowball down the hill. Anybody else want to back him up on that claim?
So he's saying it starts as
I
a
like that.
raindrop
I'll
that
back that one up.
falls, and then it accumulates to a basketball shape before it hits the ground. Is that what you're
That's how
saying right
I
now?
would
Which one's
believe
more
it would
okay?
work. Just logically.
Just without
Explain
thinking too hard.
Explain the sky
Which
ice.
one sounds
Explain
more
the sky ice.
ludicrous? Which one sounds more ludicrous? The idea that it accumulated as it came down, or maybe somewhere close to when it started to precipitate, or you guys, or you, well, not you guys, it's just you, I think that that there's a basketball plus sized, so it could be bigger, right?
Floating in the
of
air.
ice, chilling in the sky, just
Okay.
vibing up there.
Well, look, look.
You don't know how
I cannot be in a
it comes
cloud.
down.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Into the break.
I can answer this one.
Into
I
the
think the
break.
first one's more likely.
Into the break. I swear. Why don't we just go ahead and defer to a meteorologist, right? Because in this scenario, I've never been in a cloud when hail forms, but so far as I understand, updrafts suspend these in the clouds until they form into large stones, and then the updrafts can no longer hold them and they fall. All right?
So not
No
basketball.
problem. No, they
stuff works.
get to that size and then they can't be held up. That's the point.
Yeah, I'm on howstuffworks.com, whatever it's called, and it says
Oh,
hail
my.
forms during severe storms. The gusty updrafts produced by higher winds may knock snowflakes and raindrops up and down until the supercooled water droplets collect themselves into chunks of ice. This can happen repeatedly until
Yeah,
the
we
heavy
all know
hail
how
can no
hail
longer be
forms.
lifted by the storm's powerful updrafts. The resulting
Yeah.
ice chunks can be quite large when they're finally released and create quite an impact if they hit objects
Yeah.
like the hood of your
Agreed. I agree that things can grow right in a cloud.
You agree, but the other
and
guy
then
didn't agree. The
eventually
other guy
it will
said
fall,
it
right?
accumulated as it
But
fell down.
I don't think they're chilling up there, right? I don't think they're just vibing, right? He said
They literally
quote,
are
quote,
chilling up there.
Quote,
So
for,
you disagree with
he
the
said,
meteorologist.
Quote, for
You
some
don't
reason.
agree with the
He said,
meteorologist.
quote,
then.
he said, quote, for some reason they decide to come down. That's the quote that he said.
So you don't agree. So
For
okay, which is
some
it?
reason.
They're up there forming. They're forming in the cloud. They're floating in
And
the.
then they
in
get
the
too
cloud.
heavy to the point where they have to fall down, yeah.
There you go. So what the other guy said
you're
is
not
they
agreeing with
snowballed
me.
down.
You can't change this around.
The
You're
force of
saying that-
gravity.
I have no problem. I agree with the meteorologist.
No, you don't
I agree
act
with the
like you agreed
meteorologist.
with this from the beginning.
The
Let
other
the
guy,
meteorologist think
agree
about
with
how
the
the moon works.
meteorologist.
I know.
The other guy
that-
thought it was a snowball effect. As it falls
well,
down,
that
then,
might,
then
that
the
might
then
be
the
a
ice
part of it. I
made
don't
bigger.
know. That could be a part of it. Who knows, right? But the point is that as
No,
it's
it's
forming in
not.
the cloud,
It's not at all.
it reaches a density level to the point that the cloud can no longer hold it, right? It's not chilling up there. It's not deciding to come down for, quote, some reason, right? We know exactly why it's coming down.
Well, yeah,
And
the reason
and
would
you,
be
the
reason, some
the
reason.
argument,
So,
the argument
patently
was
false. He just read you something. Now you're trying to.
the
Now you're trying to
argument was
refute
about sky
meteorologists.
ice. Remember,
Are you a
sky ice.
meteorologist, sir? Sir, are you a
No,
meteorologist?
but no,
You're
but,
not.
who's the meteorologist?
I'll
in the
take the
chat?
meteorologist word for it.
All right, whatever you say, but you weren't saying that, right?
Yeah, who is it? Who
I don't know. There is one.
No,
Isn't
I
there?
was
Is
saying
Luke
that.
on?
I was actually explaining
No, it's
exactly what
Brendan.
the meteorologist explained.
It's Brendan. That's it. No, you weren't saying that. We were talking about sky eyes because speculation Sunday, and you were like, no,
Yes,
no,
I was
totally
saying
normal.
that.
And I kept saying, I know hail exists. I know that it forms in clouds and comes down, right? But you were going, well, no, it's not. We're not talking about rocks
At no
forming in
point
clouds
did I
getting too
say
heavy to
no.
fall down. You were saying for some reason, like it was chilling up
My
there, right?
God,
Just vibing.
No,
But
I
then
was
for some
literally.
reason,
I was literally because I know that the hail forms in the clouds, right? And
Yeah.
it's suspended.
I
You
asked
were
you
the
how.
one that was saying that sky ice is absurd.
I
And I
asked
was saying,
you.
well, there's an indication. There's on record. There's basketball shape, and you were saying that's absurd.
No,
And then
no.
here we go.
I
He
didn't
read the
qu- I
source
didn't have
from the
qualms with that.
meteorologist. The other guy, the other Glober clown, was saying actually it's a small particle of water, and then it collects like a snowball as it goes down. That's literally retarded.
I don't have a
And
problem
not
with
as
that.
it goes down, but in
You're
the clouds, it does. It like collects
Okay, well-
together into a sphere.
Needs dust.
Oh well, you didn't express that
Next to
clearly.
I didn't
we-
say it very well.
All right, let's agree. Let's agree on what what I've said, right? I agree there's solids like dust particles in the air. I agree that it forms in a cloud and falls down to Earth when it gets too heavy, right? That's why I asked you the question, how do you think snow, rain, and hail are formed, right? There's the three things I asked you.
Real quick question.
But I
what
didn't.
does this
But
have
I
to do
wasn't.
with
I wasn't. Well, because we're talking about sky eyes, right? We'll get to the sky eyes. But this is the point. When I brought this up, I was talking about Apocryphon's claim that there's ice that he understands to be breaking off from the firmament, and you started to talk about hail. I mean, that's fine, but no one disagrees hail exists.
That's the sky eyes.
That's not what he thinks sky
That
ice
sky
is.
eyes. That is sky eyes.
So the firmament is made out of ice, or does ice form on the firmament?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Is the sun near the firmament? Why does ice form on it if the sun's near it?
Apocryphon would have to come and defend himself, so he's not
What is
doing
the
that
sun?
because we're
Oh,
just
is he not
talking about
here?
sky eyes. Because
Where does
there's
it
a
go?
real
Why
thing.
can I see the sun right now?
Okay,
I don't know, why
we're
can
talking
you see
about
the
sky
sun?
eyes. You can leave the sun comments for after when you want to melt the permafrost from your brain.
Why can't I see the Eiffel
We're
Tower
talking
from my
about
apartment?
solid material.
I don't know, why can't you?
Suspended in thin air. That's what we're talking about.
Oh, random comment to say. Why can't I
We're
see?
talking
Eiffel
about
Tower from my apartment?
mass.
Well, because if there's no
isn't
curve to
attracted
the
mass.
Earth, you
That's what
should
we're
be
talking
able
about.
to do that.
Look, I know you want to try and act like your view is attached to Apocryphon's, right? But I don't think most of you here believe
it's not.
It's the case. So you don't need to defend him. There's nothing like you're not at risk. You're not on
Yeah,
down
no
on
one's
the hill.
You said something. You thought something
die
was
on that
funny,
hill.
and then I think it's funny
You're on a
because it
different
actually
hill.
is in refutation to your own faith. Because
No, because
large particles of solid ice are
Yeah.
suspended
I've
in clouds.
experienced hail. Yeah,
Yeah, and then you
Yeah.
conceded. Yeah,
that's not
hail
what
exists.
Apocryphon
The
is
sky
talking
ice
about,
does
though, is it?
exist. You conceded the sky ice does exist. So I'm
Yeah, I've
saying what you're trying to laugh at Apocryphon about is just blatant, obvious reality.
Well,
Like,
there's two things
there
going
is
on,
ice.
right?
Can we
I know
move
what-
on, please? Please.
And a lot of
Move on.
times, even when you
It's fine.
experience rain,
Into the break.
it
Into the
actually
break.
is
Obvious.
formed
Oh
as
my
ice
gosh,
and it
dude.
melts as it goes down.
Into the
Can we
break.
just please
Let
move
it go.
on to something else?
Shut up, Hugmuggers.
Bro.
Yeah, Hungmungus, you lost again, abysmally.
Lost again? How?
He was the one who lost. I agree.
Lost what?
You lost, son.
Lost what?
The debate. And your mind.
Well, I
And
agree
your
to disagree.
marbles.
I agree to disagree here.
What globe proof have you got, Hugmungus? Give us your best one.
Globe proof?
Yeah.
Oh, I've said them all before. I kind of listen to see if someone else has something to say. Unless you want to hear them again. The people here probably don't want to hear me repeat what
Give
I've
me
said
your
previously.
best one, right? Your best one.
Your
The one that
favorite.
you think, okay, this is the one, right?
Okay.
This is like the pinnacle where you think this is why I believe it's a globe.
Gravity.
What's that?
Okay. So
Oh god.
you start with the question,
Hey,
why
you guys
do
asked
things
for it.
fall down? Right?
No. We're not starting with any question. Just you said a word. Now define it.
Gravity.
That doesn't seem very fair.
Mass attracting mass, but we have to understand why we got
We
to
got
this
sky
point.
ice. Hey, dumb fuck. We got sky ice. What are you talking about?
Yeah, sky
Matt?
ice.
We got sky ice, bro.
Can we not talk about sky ice? We've already established that this is going absolutely nowhere if we're talking about sky ice.
No, we got sky ice. Sky ice is real. Everybody here believes that. Or hey,
I'm sorry. Like 6 hours ago when you brought this up, it wasn't honest, and it still isn't honest.
Maybe he
Sky ice
doesn't
is
believe in
falling
hell.
towards Earth, right? Which means
Do you not believe
mass
in
attracts
sky
mass.
ice, bro?
No, the
False
sky
dichotomy
ice
is strong
falls
with
towards
this one.
the Earth because mass attracts mass. That's like
Yeah.
you're proving our point.
And
There you go.
it doesn't fall
floating,
until
suspended and floating in the air until it's released.
it's temporarily suspended as long as it's
Do you
collecting
understand how
mass because there's
forces
an
work?
updraft.
Actually, I don't know why I'm asking that
call it
question. You don't know
temporarily
how forces work.
Yeah, actually, that's a very good question. Does he understand how forces work? Like,
No,
do you
he
understand the
doesn't. I've
notion
been in
that
this
in it?
chat before. He does not.
Oh, okay.
Forcefully.
Like, bro, in a given
Physically.
physical system, do you understand that there can be more than one force acting on an object?
I came in here before and they said that gravity could exist without mass. So that's the level we're dealing with here.
Yeah.
What is mass?
I mean, let's not worry about the
Math
gravity
is
and mass
resistance
thing,
to change.
No,
It's
no.
inertia.
I
It's the amount of
want to hear what this guy
Resistance to
says. Like,
change, that's
bro,
inertia.
do you understand that more
Isn't
than
that
one force
inertia?
can act on an object in a system?
You need to blow your nose, bro.
Okay.
Like, you don't understand, or you do
Forces?
understand?
Forces?
No, I'm asking the Sky Ice guy.
Forces? Force physically.
I don't know about horses or whatever.
Do flat earthers
Physically.
do flat
So
earthers
just
actually?
mocking the person who's talking to you is your argument?
Yeah, that's a really compelling knockdown
Average
argument
flat
right
earther,
there.
average flat
Forces
earther.
force physically, don't they?
Oh, fucking shit.
Do you guys think that the flat Earth model is a more sophisticated model than the globe Earth model?
Not so far.
Model?
Right, because this is all just based on models, right? So it's like my question is, I think it is, right?
Is
So
it based on models? It's
I
like
think it-
I'm
Yeah,
like
it's
my
models.
Charizard-
It's models of what
my
our reality
Charizard
is.
is better
my
than
my
your
take is this.
Pikachu?
My take is that basically, like, I empathize with the flat Earth model because it's basically saying like we've been lied to about so much. Like, why not the shape of the Earth? Right? Like everything's a
Model.
conspiracy. Why
That's the
not the
model?
shape of the Earth as well?
No, it's not saying that. But cool ramble. We don't even have a model that we're arguing, so I don't know why you do this every time.
Crit told me you did. What the fuck?
Well, maybe Crit does, but he's his own person. He'll have to present you his model if he's claiming that.
All
But in general, I haven't seen so-called flat earthers putting forth a model. More the false.
Yeah,
Because they don't have a model.
Charizard versus Pikachu. That's the models.
If you can't create a model for something, then clearly it doesn't work.
What do you guys all mean by model?
It's not about can't create a model. It's about that. That's not even the point. It's that you've claimed to have a model. We're looking at that. We say we can falsify it. Not about whether we can or not. It's just that's just not even the point.
Go and ask NASA for their flattened stationary model.
No, I want to ask
Anyway, do we want to go back to gravity? My explanation of gravity.
So you think
They don't
gravity
want
is
to
mass
because
attracts
gravity
mass,
doesn't
correct?
work on flat Earth.
Mass attracts mass. Yes, that's the core assumption.
What's mass?
Resistance to change, inertia, the amount of inertia that something
Well,
has.
that's inertia is inertia. So that's
Inertia is
definition
inertia.
retreat fallacy.
Okay,
Inertia
yeah. So with the
Inertia
other
is
guy,
mass.
all right,
Mass is inertia.
jumping into derail. So you've just okay. Mass is inertia. You've said.
Yes.
Mass is a measurement of inertia.
Inertia is inertia.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, mass is a measurement of inertia. That's your definition.
Yes.
And so measurement of inertia attracts measurement of inertia. That's what we got from you
No.
guys so far. Yes, because you said mass attracts mass. We asked you to define mass. You did that as measurement of inertia. So now what we have from you guys at this
inertia
point-
is resistance to change.
Yeah.
So because
Okay,
two objects.
Okay,
Well, go
so
ahead.
measurement of resistance to change attracts measurement of resistance to change. That's what
If
we
you
have.
want to define it that way, then sure, that works. Sure.
Well, that's what you guys have
there's a
said.
problem with
That does
inertia.
actually work. That the way you word it makes it
There's
sound
a little bit of
very
a problem with the
that does
inertia
actually
question
work.
with gravity, guys.
Well, that's what you guys have said. I mean,
Yeah,
you
there's
said
already
mass
a word
attracts
for that.
mass.
It's called inertia.
We get you to parse out the definitions, and this is what we end up with. So
Okay,
it's your problem,
sure.
not ours.
Anyways, it doesn't matter what level you bullshit on because gravity does exist and we can have
Okay,
examples
what
of
is
mass
that?
attracting mass.
What is that?
Really?
Mass
Okay, so
attracting mass.
Define these
measurement
terms.
of resistance of change
Oh, my
attracting.
Lord.
Measurement of resistance of change exists. Can you show that?
Yes, I can show that. You
All right, go ahead.
know where this is going, right? It's the Cavendish experiment.
You're in a category here.
Okay, and how do you know that those masses are actually attracting one another? How do you know that it's not the bending and warping of space-time causing the appearance of a force?
The bending and warping. Okay. Stop. Okay. Okay, first off, the bending and warping of space causes the appeared phenomenon. Mass attracting mass is a way of saying the bending and warping of space. It's the same thing.
It's just a
Not
way
according
of
to
saying
Einstein.
something completely opposite of what he's trying to say.
Yeah,
It
one's a
really
force.
is just the
You
same
say
thing.
mass attracting mass, you're kind of invoking Newton, and that would be a force. If you say that mass attracting mass is really the bending and warping of space time, that would be Einstein. That would be a pseudo force, not a force. Different things in different geometries, completely different
but
concepts.
they both explain the phenomenon the exact same way. So for all intents and purposes, it's the same exact thing.
You just
Okay, so it's not mass
focusing on
attracting.
the details.
Not mass attracting mass. It's something else. But
No,
you're
mass
just-
does
you're
attract
gonna
mass.
explain it.
Mass
It's
attracts
explained
mass
exactly the same
because it warps reality.
It's a
It just
property
adds
of
another
mass
layer.
is
So
the
you just
simple way to
reset.
explain it.
It's not mass
It
attracting
warps
mass. It's
reality.
bending warping of space time. But you're just trying to conflate the two together and say, yeah, it's both of them, even though they're mutually exclusive.
They're
ideas.
not mutually exclusive.
No,
Explain how they are
they
mutually
do the same
exclusive.
thing.
Yes, they are. We've already done.
Okay,
one.
explain how they are mutually exclusive. You just made the claim that they don't work at the same time. So how does it work?
I can't explain it if you just keep demanding that I explain it while I explain it. Okay,
Go ahead.
so one is a force. It's an interaction between the masses. It's instantaneous. The other one is not a force. It's an apparent force, a pseudo force.
It's a description of the force.
Space time, right? Which causes the effect. There isn't actually any direct interaction between masses or objects or whatever.
It's a
So they're
description of the
completely
force. You're like getting hung up on definitions.
No,
It's-
Mr.
it's
Kindergarten,
not a
can I ask
force.
you a
One
question
is a force,
briefly?
one is not a force. You have an effect, and you're trying to describe the cause with two totally different sets of mechanics. They're not the same
Mr.
thing.
Kindergarten, if I have an object that I push directly with my finger, or if I put a box next to that object and push the box with my finger, the end result is still the object being pushed. It doesn't matter. It's semantics. Mass attracts mass for purposes of this ninth grade level
It
conversation.
matters because it matters because you have a cause claim about why things fall down, and they're two different cause claims. And then when we have this discussion, you start.
But both
conflating-
causes act in the exact same way. And one of the causes is an explanation
So they
for the
act in the
second
same
part.
way, but they're not the same, or are they the same?
Okay.
Or
No.
What do you? They act in the same way.
Space-time warping is the cause of mass attracting mass. They're
No,
not.
it's not.
No,
It's
it's
not. Mass attracting mass.
So
is
you're just gonna say
Newtonian
no?
mechanics. No, I'm not. I'm going to give you the rebuttal. Mass attracting mass is Newtonian mechanics superseded by Einstein. I've already told you why they're not equivalent. One's in 4D pseudo-Riemannian force space. What the other one is just an instantaneous force between masses. They're not the same thing at all.
Exactly. I'll quote George
in the-
Musa.
No,
It
because the
literally-
effect of Newtonian mechanics is that mass gets attracted to mass.
Thank you.
And I'll quote
Exactly.
George Musa, right? George Musa from
Newtonian
Scientific
mechanics,
American.
yes.
It literally isn't a force.
Oh my God! Here we go with this again.
Whether you want to get into the semantics of whether it's a force or not is irrelevant.
Not semantic.
Experiments
because
like
with
the
Newton,
Cavendish
it is a
experiment
force.
prove that mass
Newton
gets attracted to
is-
mass.
With Newton, it is a force. It's literally a force
Hey,
according
it's
to
okay.
Newton.
That's okay.
There's-
Regardless,
Look,
of
it
whether
doesn't
it's a
really
force
matter
or
what it
mass,
is. It's a thing. It
Mass.
happens. Mass gets attracted
It
to
does
mass.
matter.
because of
Because when
gravity.
he says mass attracts mass, he's invoking the Newtonian idea of a force. When he says the bending and warping of
No, you're not.
space-time is equivalent to that, no, it's not.
Steam
They're
puddles
complete-
don't exist.
Real
That's why
quickly,
we're
real
talking about
quickly.
the
I'm gonna
sky
say
eye.
something
He has
pretty
quietly
important.
conceded the fact that mass does actually attract mass by arguing
We haven't
whether
even
it's a
got you
force
guys
or
to
not.
figure out what
Listen, you're a
gravity is.
moron.
Nobody's conceded anything to you guys. You haven't even figured out what your claim is yet. We're just trying to help you get that far.
Okay, so
Here's the claim:
if-
mass gets attracted to
Here,
mass.
how about
Cavendish
this?
experiment
Real
proves it.
quickly. If space-time warpage results in the exact same values of pieces of mass going closer to each other, to masses attracting mass, if it gives you the exact same value between those two models, are they not the same thing? They're the exact same.
Stations, and it doesn't give you the same values. That's why you have one replacing or superseding the other. Because you're going to have to throw your solar system away if you want to say it's a Newtonian mass attracting mass. And we
No,
can just
we
be
don't.
done basically right there with your whole
Okay.
that. Yes, you do. It doesn't match the supposed orbit of Mercury around the sun. You're going to be off by some.
Newtonian is off by 3 degrees because his explanation isn't as in depth as Einstein's.
What do you mean 3 degrees per what, dude? What are you talking about?
I'm just going to say 3 degrees as
we can throw out Newtonian.
Yeah, you're just going to say 3 degrees. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. I think
I'm going to say 3 degrees
is an angle from a flat baseline. So good job. You just proved.
I'm just going to say 3 degrees because it's a small measurement. It shows you that over huge distances, it's only off by a very small amount.
Okay, but it's off. So
okay, if it is, listen, I've got a page open right now, and if it doesn't work under the Newtonian physics, and it works under the Einstein more accurate general relativity model.
All right. I'm going to just cut you off because you boneheads said gravity is your proof of the globe. We've tried to get you to define gravity. You've given us 2 competing models.
Okay,
one
it's
which
Einstein.
supersedes the other. Shut up. One which supersedes the other. They're mutually exclusive. So at this point, all we're trying to do is get you to pick a goddamn lane, and you keep trying to pick both. Either Newtonian mass attracting mass or relativity. Figure it out.
I mean, you do know that different.
The result
models
of relativity is that mass gets attracted to mass.
Ballistics.
Okay, Mez, you're done. You're too stupid for this conversation.
Okay, we'll choose relativity.
Mass attracting
Relativity.
I don't think you should have to choose anything, to be completely honest.
Okay,
because
well,
the question
choose
is
it then.
dishonest.
What
No,
is
it's not.
dishonest about the question?
About which one you choose?
Yeah.
It presupposes that they can't both be true.
They can't. They're mutually exclusive.
idiot.
There's no presupposition. They're different, totally different sets of mechanics that don't yield the same results. You can't have
They
both.
both
One
work.
speed of light.
They both work. Like, for example, you can't do
They
ballistics
don't
without
both
having
work.
Newtonian mechanics, and you
don't
certainly can't
both
do it without a
work.
theory of.
Shut up, dude. They don't both work. If they both worked, one wouldn't have been superseded by the other.
It's because Einsteinian the general relativity is more accurate, but they both work because Einsteinian relativity defines mass attracting mass.
Okay, fine. If you want to take mass attracting mass, then you throw out your solar system because it doesn't work to
Holy
explain.
shit, dude.
It's about accuracy. It's a method that's more accurate than the other.
Orbit. Okay, so it doesn't work then because Newtonian mechanics, if you believe you're in a solar system, cannot be what's going on because it does not match that idea.
Can you divide something
talking
by
about the
zero?
orbit of Mercury
No,
or something?
it doesn't
Is that
work.
like
Does
what
that
you're-
mean division doesn't work? No.
Okay, you're an idiot.
No,
It doesn't work.
Dude, are you like where are you getting this idea that the solar system model doesn't work because of the Newtonian model of gravity?
That's very inappropriate, kindergarten. You're getting muted.
Sorry, what's that? Who said that?
Storm.
What?
Who said he's muting me?
Storm.
Okay, that guy's getting server muted and banned.
Why am I getting banned? I didn't fucking say anything.
Locally mute.
I've been in here
You let
fucking
alone-
muted the whole time. What the fuck are you talking about, you clown?
I'm pretty sure that the wolf guy Cyclone here said that and then pinned it on Storm to get him out of here because he doesn't like him.
No,
I
he
just
did.
opened it and I saw he was lit up speaking.
It definitely was me. If I muted you, why am I hearing what you're saying right now?
That's true.
Fucking
All right,
idiot.
well, don't mute me.
Jesus
Don't mute
Christ.
me or you're gone. Yeah, Storm, don't mute me or anybody in this chat or you're gone. It causes audio chaos. Don't locally mute at all.
Again, just said I didn't. You don't have to threaten me with something I didn't do.
Okay, you just said you didn't, so I said going forth, don't. Now that's enough of that conversation. I'm going to mute you. So,
What?
where were we?
What? I was just curious. Like, why do you?
You're
think the
punishing him
Newtonian
for a crime
model
he didn't
includes the
commit.
solar system?
He's just an asshole and a derailer, so we don't really need to.
You're punishing him for a crime he didn't commit.
Hey, I said we're done with that. Moving forth, the guy's in question. What's the question again?
I want to know why they threw out Newtonian gravity 100 years ago.
No, not what I'm asking. I'm asking why the Newtonian model of gravity precludes the solar system model.
Doesn't match the supposed orbit of Mercury around the sun. It's off by some. It's off by some. It's going to seem like a small amount, like 46 second arc seconds per century or something like that. But they say this has been going on for billions and billions of years, and that would add up to a catastrophe for their model. So that doesn't work, and they need a whole different set of
It's
mechanics.
just because
to explain it.
Newton
That's what
isn't.
relativity is for.
isn't as accurate as Einstein. Einstein's method is more accurate. It describes the same phenomenon.
Yeah, that's basically it.
Yeah, but they're a totally different set of mechanics from one another.
Yes, but they describe the same things.
Okay.
Excuse me.
They are different cause
This is
claims.
just
for
an
the
example
same
of a
effect.
mathematical model working for 90% of cases, and then the other 10% are explained by a more
I
accurate
think that's
model.
fine. You can go ahead and say, hey, Newtonian mass attracting mass is what's going on in reality. But if you do that, then the solar system is not what's going on in reality. So
Again, you're positing a false dichotomy.
Conceptual model.
It's not a false
Remember,
dichotomy.
mathematical models are
Can't
not
have both.
reality.
No,
They
he
are
just-
models of
He
reality,
just
bro.
conceded it's conceptual. Non-physical
all right.
concepts cannot physically impede.
All right, he said they're just models of reality.
So he conceded
All right.
it's a non-physical. It's a model based solely in concept. He just conceded that.
Well, he
Good for
did.
you,
He said it's a model, it's not reality. So I guess we're back to square one. Neither of them are reality. They're just models and conceptualizations.
That's not what he
Einstein.
meant.
Well, that's what he said.
You're straw manning him because you want
That's
people
what he
to.
said. He said
Yeah,
it's a
we're gonna
model, not.
speak for him
Is that
instead.
not exactly what he said?
That's exactly what he said. He said they're mathematical models, not reality. That's what
No,
he
I
said.
said they're mathematical models of reality.
No, you said
So
not
not
reality.
But they
model
describe
and they make
reality.
Yes, and they have a
describe
predictive
what you
power.
see.
How do you understand him
They have
by
a
describing
predictive
them?
power,
You
which
got
is
red-
why
you
they are
guys-
still in use today, right?
Show me the bending
Negative.
of space and time. Show me that bending of space and time.
Okay, that's good and all, but you noted that it doesn't work because Mercury.
Wait a minute. Don't avoid that question. Don't avoid that question. You need to show him space warping and time warping.
answering you.
No, he's not.
Yeah, okay.
No, I wasn't. I was just going to point out that every other planet works because
He's pointing out
Newtonian
that you
physics
cannot
is
bend
accurate up to a certain degree.
Yeah, you're pointing out that you're begging the question, so we're not going to beg the question here. You're going to show it, or you're going to just shut up.
Yeah, do you
Okay.
guys think that you're any
We'll
closer to
show
a
it.
globe proof? Hey, do
We'll
you guys
show
think
it,
that you're
okay?
any closer? Hold on, because we asked for globe proof. You said I got to go with gravity. Now you bozos have all been stumbling and tripping all over each other, trying to even figure out what
You
guys
are
think.
academically dishonest and should be ashamed of yourself.
Do you think? Yeah, okay.
Show it without using.
I'm
Show
trying
it
to get to
without
the end of
using.
this.
Don't
Trying to
use a horizontal plane of reference. How's that?
But do you think?
Finish. Let Heretic finish.
Yeah, trying to get to the end. Do you think that with all of this tripping and fumbling all over each other, that you guys are any closer to a globe proof with all this?
We're explaining it.
I'm going to say no.
Sorry.
Explanations are not evidence.
It sounds like
We're explaining the evidence. We're explaining the evidence.
You're not explaining it. You're saying,
Excuse
it's
me.
Newtonian, but okay, it's not Newtonian. That's
We were asked questions about it that derailed what we were originally going to say, so we had to answer those questions, man.
You're exposing that you don't
Good
understand
projection.
gravity.
Anyway, back to gravity.
Back to gravity. What, the bending?
Yeah, because that's been going so well.
The bending and warping of space-time can be shown by the Cavendish experiment.
Really?
Okay.
Okay.
So, do
So
you
is
want
that
me to
the observed
explain?
phenomenon, or is it the independent variable?
Masses attracting
Let's hear the
mass.
explanation about how the bending and warping of space-time is demonstrated by Cavendish. Here.
Okay. So, if you're bending space-time, then as you travel through time, it's warped. The lines are warped, so it affects the y-plane as well, which would be space. It's space over time, time graph. And because of that, as you're traveling through
That's
time,
probably too
it causes
complicated
you
for them to understand.
No, let him cook, bro.
it causes you to travel through space. I have a diagram for this. If I'll DM it to one of you, and then you can send it to the chat.
We're talking about traveling through space and
Does it
time.
involve a blob and an extension cord?
Let's really break this down. The Cavendish experiment proving space-time bending and warping.
The mass attracts the other mass in the Cavendish experiment,
Mass
which
attracts
proves
mass.
Newtonian
Oh, right. Okay, so
physics
that's not
works,
the bending
and
and
that
warping of
general
space-time.
idea, and that
Bending and warping of space-time.
Yeah,
That'd
so
be
you two
Newtonian,
bozos. This is what I'm talking about. You two bozos are now tripping over each other. The other guy has said relativity, bending and warping of space-time. You keep interjecting to pull it back to mass attracting mass.
because that's the cause. That is the result
Oh,
mutually
yeah, and I think our punishment should be that we should be taken to the edge of the earth and thrown off the side.
Here's what needs to happen at this point. If you guys are going to be chiming in together, you're going to have to work together and pick a lane. Right now, you're fighting each other about which lane you want to go into. You've just
Okay,
given
so
two completely mutually exclusive arguments.
So warping space-time causes, as you travel through time, means you also travel through space because it's warped.
Traveling through time. I don't understand. What do you mean traveling through time?
Traveling through time, as in each moment is passing second by second or millisecond by second, as events are traveling in order, because it is warped, it causes you to move towards our mass because it's warped. It's curved, basically warped
How long
towards
is
that
a
piece of
second?
mass.
What's curved? What's warped? What are we looking at in reality?
Is a second defined in nature?
Oh,
Or did you
man.
conceive
Hold
of
on.
a second?
Traveling through time, which just means time is passing, and there's something bending and warping, and we're being attracted towards something. Is that what you're saying in the Cavendish experiment?
That due to space-time being warped as you travel through time, you're also traveling through space.
Where is space-time bending and warping being observed in the Cavendish experiment? That's what I'm trying to
When
get.
the
mass is attracting the other mass and moving towards each other.
Right, but where are you seeing space-time bending and warping?
That's the cause
mass is
of the
attracting
mass is attracting
Right.
the mass.
How are you getting to that? Why are you saying that? What's making you think that?
The reason we had to explain it this way is because you refuse to allow us to use the simple
You're saying it's
explanation of mass is
space-time bending and
attracting
warping. I'm
mass.
saying, what's making you say
Refused?
space-time
No.
bending and warping?
Yes, refused.
No one refused. No, you
Come
were
on, deviate.
refuted. You were confused with refused.
No, we were
and
not
refute.
refuted. We have
You
explained
were
the general
refuted
relativity
because your
explanation of
conceptualization
mass
or
attracting
abject
mass, and that
incarnation.
mass is attracting mass can be proved by the Cavendish
Oh,
experiment.
it's back to mass attracting mass. That's not bending and warping space-time then. So what are we observing in Cavendish exactly?
So these guys can't even figure out what gravity is, and gravity is their argument for living on a globe. Wow.
Did you hear that one guy here conceded early on that we can't even explain what the heck?
No, that's not what he did.
They
This
just
is
keep
so
saying it.
this is so
Yes, we did
academically
do that.
dishonest. It's not even funny.
Academically, no, we're
It's not
actually
dishonest, you're just-
semantically honest.
No,
you're just
you
not
all
tracking.
are liars.
You're just not tracking, and you're just not even up to speed on your own.
You're
claim.
saying it's just not tracking
Hey, hold on.
because you're trying to
I'm not
money.
done.
That
I'm
doesn't
not
know words.
fucking
Name
done.
one lie that me and Heretic
Jesus
said.
Christ. Stop. Okay. Yes. Yeah, I think they can't. They have no idea what's going on in this conversation. I was just going to try to get them to point to where it says anything about the bending and warping of space-time in the Cavendish paper.
It doesn't.
You know,
Explains
over
that
100
mass
years
attracts
before
mass.
Einstein. Right.
Here,
so
I
that's
just sent you pictures of graphs of what.
All right. So
That's
mass attracting
incorrect.
mass. It doesn't even say that. Why don't you show me that?
Here, those
Anyhow,
graphs are
doesn't
just like a
matter.
very basic explanation of what warping space
Do you
time
know?
causes.
Do you know what
Cavendish
Reverend
experiment
Cavendish
you were
was
talking about?
trying to accomplish? Oh, was he trying to accomplish big
Yeah,
G?
he was trying to measure the force of gravity, little g.
Incorrect. You're a dumb fuck. He was
Excuse you?
trying to do
Did you say? You said little G? Is that what you said?
Jim.
Little g, as in lowercase g in physics.
Yeah, my goodness.
G
Yeah,
is
it would actually be
99.
uppercase G.
Wow,
It-
dude.
No,
I get it.
uppercase G is gravitational constant. It's lowercase g.
No, you're
it would
finding
be
the
little-
gravitational
little-
constant.
Was it finding gravitational constant?
he
or
was
finding
right.
99
No,
meters a
he's
second?
deriving the constant from little g. I guess you're right. You're right. I was thinking about a different
No,
thing.
he's not right. Okay, I'm muting everybody. This is absolute insanity. That other guy who keeps chiming in is not helping you, Ugmuggus. He's not trying to measure little g. That's just a downward acceleration. The effect, what you're trying to argue is the cause, but you can't figure out if it's bending and warping of space-time or mass attracting mass. It's not little g he's trying to come up with, and what he was actually trying to come up with was the density of the Earth. My goodness.
Yeah, but he found the...
You need to stop, Jack.
Bending and warping. We're traveling through time, and we're seeing the bending and warping of space-time in the Cavendish experiment. Is that what you were saying?
We do see the bending and warping of space time. If you look at the graph I sent the
Okay,
Heretic,
what does that look like? In the Cavendish experiment, what does that look like?
so the Cavendish, the bar in the Cavendish would start rotating in order to meet the masses.
So you see a bar rotating. Where do you see space-time bending and warping?
Because the masses are being pulled to each other.
Is this one of the things that was predicted? Observed? Where's the space-time, and where is the bending and warping? What part of that?
Like I said, that's the causes of the attractive force. It doesn't matter as long as you concede that.
Where do you see it?
Where is that observed?
Yeah, where is it observed? You're giving us your claim that it's the cause of what was observed right after you said it was observed. So which one is it?
Oh,
Was
so
it
you
observed
have
or-
seen the masses.
So which one is it? Was it observed, or are you asserting that it's the cause?
Okay,
of something else
here.
that's observed?
You don't observe the cause, you observe the effect, correct? That's what you observe in science experiments.
Okay, so we don't observe
But you did observe the masses attracting the mass, right?
No.
Which is the
You're
effect.
talking about the bending and warping. No, bro, you're talking.
No, stop warping the argument. You
guys
saw
are
the
pulling
masses
off.
attracting
Now
other
mass
masses,
attracting
right?
mass is the effect that you're trying to prove in the
I don't
bending
know
and
what you
warping of space-time.
Were there masses attracting masses in the Cavendish experiment?
No,
Yes
you
or no?
Einstein denier. I didn't see that. No.
You didn't see the masses moving towards each other.
No, the other guy just
not
said.
One
The other guy
second,
just said he
Jack.
doesn't observe it.
One
The
second,
other guy
Jack.
just said he doesn't observe it. Continue
In
with
an
that. You don't observe it.
experiment, do you see the cause or do you see the effect?
Holy cow, dude. It's not even, you're not even in the right category. You have to actually make the effect happen by manipulating the cause. What did you manipulate in the Cavendish?
Mass. Because the
You
mass.
manipulated the mass and aligned it up so
the
that
mass-
if the attractive force exists, they
Great.
move towards each other, which is
Fantastic.
exactly what happened.
Plus, we got to beg the question.
Okay, thank you. Great. So resistance to acceleration is attracting resistance to acceleration.
Real quickly, when you look at an experiment,
Oh, I'm just going to skip past that. We're going to skip past that question, Hugmuggus?
Yes, because the question is dishonest.
Oh,
That's what you defined mass as. So the resistance to acceleration attracted the resistance to acceleration. Is that correct? How did you manipulate the
correct.
resistance to acceleration in that experiment then?
cannot
How
be
did you
created or
manipulate the
destroyed.
resistance to
It was
acceleration?
moved and lined up
Holy cow.
so that masses attracted other masses. This is basic physics.
Oh my
So you're an
god.
Einstein denier then.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not an
he's
Einstein denier.
antiquated.
Well,
Einstein's
you have
model is a more accurate depiction of what actually
Jack
happened.
is swag. I just
So what
posted
actually
something
happens?
for you in chat.
Hold on to the break. So what actually happens is not mass attracting mass.
Mass attracting mass is the effect of the general relativity theory that Einstein presented.
My
Oh, no, it's
question
not.
is extremely
Mass
important to
No,
the
it's not.
conversation.
Oh, what is?
No, it's not. He's mistaken again. He still can't seem to figure this out. Mass attracting mass is a force. It's an instantaneous interaction between claimed masses. It is mutually exclusive with the argument that the bending and warping of space-time, a pseudo-force, is the cause of masses so-called pulling towards each other. They're not actually
Kindergarten,
pulling.
let
There is
me,
no pull or push. There is no force. It is a pseudo-force of the bending and warping of the fabric of the medium of space-time. Mutually exclusive claims. Pick a lane.
No, they're not mutually exclusive. We already explained why. The masses
they are.
attracting
I
the
think-
mass
no.
are the
No.
effect of general relativity theory.
The effect of general relativity theory. You're going to have to break that down.
The effect of general relativity under Einstein's model. Did you see the masses moving towards the masses in the Cavendish?
Okay, so a push or a pull, that would be a force, right?
Did you see the masses moving towards each other?
So a push or a pull, that would be a force, right? You don't know? Maybe you're not qualified for this Flat Earth Discord.
Did you mute me?
I hear you. So a push or a pull, would that be a force?
The masses moved.
So a push or a pull, would that be a force?
You're muted.
Okay, bye-bye. You don't mute me in my chat. See you later. Okay, back to Hugmuggus.
Wow, that was pathetic.
funny.
That's all it is. I put it in chat. There's some fundamental differences in what they're trying to conflate as the same thing, and they're very different.
So, when you do an experiment,
Bonehead saying this time.
when you do an experiment, are you seeing the cause or are you seeing the effect?
The effect.
Yes, you are seeing the effect. And the effect is the masses moving towards each other, correct?
No, not
Objects.
necessarily. An
Objects.
oscillation.
No.
Sometimes they tend towards each other. Sometimes they tend away from each other. Sometimes
No,
nothing
but
happens.
the experiment will always result in the masses
Not an
coming
experiment.
towards each other.
Excuse me, Hugmuggus, for the last time, what is the independent variable in the Cavendish experiment?
That is the mass.
What are you varying and manipulating?
The mass.
So you vary and manipulate the mass. So you add mass, you take away mass. Tell me what you do with the mass. How does the Cavendish work?
You increase or decrease the mass, and therefore the
Resistance to
acceleration of the rotation will change.
That's not what's happening in the Cavendish parlor trick. Have you ever seen
What?
it done?
That is
Are they
exactly
adding
what
mass or
happened.
taking away? So they're adding
They
mass.
measure the acceleration of the torque. Hilarious.
What? Torque has nothing to do with this.
Maybe you should go look what the Cavendish experiment
Hilarious.
actually is.
Okay, how is the torque in the experiment?
We're measuring torque?
This is so funny. This is so funny. Good job, Goober.
Okay.
This is the best you got.
Into the Break just made a claim that the Cavendish includes torque, and I'm asking him, how does it include torque?
I never claimed that at all. I'm just
Okay,
trying to
so
help you out.
don't just like throw some random shit in that's supposed to derail the conversation.
Oopsies.
Okay. So anyways,
So it doesn't have anything to do with a torsion bar?
It has to do with the rotation.
Of a torsion bar.
so the effect.
The effect is the rotation
Of a torsion bar.
of any
Do you know
long object like that.
Do you know what you're talking about? Do you actually know what they did? What did they do then?
He has no idea. He has zero idea what they do. The whole point
did
of
they
that
do?
torsion bar, the whole point of it is
What
because
did they
you're
do?
saying it's produced by the gravitational
answer.
force. Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's all right.
So
What did they do?
basically, what they do is they take a long beam, right?
Torsion
As
bar.
long as it's equal, right? And then from the exact center, they hold it up by a wire. Or it doesn't need to be a wire. They can like drill a hole into it and hold it up by a spike in the middle, as long as there's
What do you mean by
minimal
equal?
frictional force. Equal on both sides, meaning that it won't tilt
So
to one
leveled.
side.
So
So
leveled.
level, basically. Yes.
You understand what a torsion balance means? Then?
And basically, you add masses to either side of it, and this is the control group. If it doesn't rotate at all, you're good. That means there's no excess forces happening on it. It shouldn't move over the course of hours. Now,
Okay,
what
so
you do...
so was there a globe proof in this somewhere? Because remember, this
I'm
started
not done with the experiment.
Okay, you're still not done. I'm going to move on to someone else because I'm bored of you. It's been like weeks of this. Yeah, gravity is my globe proof. What's gravity? Can't figure out what gravity is. Then he doesn't have a natural observed phenomenon. He's got a man-made apparatus where something happens in it, and he can't point to that
I know
effect.
what
actually
gravity
occurring.
is.
So I'm going to pivot now to No Country for All whatever. He's been spazzing and crying and melting down. Maybe you can come in and give your buddy an assist here. What was his best argument, you think, for the globe?
Did you really just say that I was spazzing and melting down after that display? Is that really what you're going to go with? That's your argument?
Are you really going to kind Spurge?
You just spurred.
Yes, great to proving my point. Anyway, I'm just wondering what your favorite
He was
argument.
kind. He was kind trolling you. What a goof.
Kindergarten
this is
has
just
a
awesome.
tendency to project a lot. Just keep that in mind.
This is an amazing day. I'm glad I was here to witness this, honestly.
Oh, that's Anyway, go ahead. What was your favorite argument from the globe side there? They said gravity, and then they got about as far as not being able to figure out what they think it is. Did you hear a conclusive globe proof in any of that? Because I didn't.
I was waiting to hear the natural phenomenon of mass attracting mass. I didn't hear it once, but hey, who am I?
Yeah, there is no natural.
My ass. Yeah, go to Twitch for that.
Okay, so there is no natural observed phenomenon, or is there? No Country. I mean, You had a lot to say in the chat, so I mean,
Oh, now you
clearly
want to
we were
talk to
being,
me? That's great.
yeah,
That's
clearly we were being disingenuous, right, with our representation of Mr. Hugmugus's claims, right? So maybe you can try to get the truth across for the audience here.
And what truth is that?
Well, I mean, he must have had a globe proof when he said gravity and then couldn't figure out what it was, right?
I mean, we got a 10 times better explanation out of him than out of you, right?
Okay, what was that explanation?
You want me to just restate what was said in the last 20 minutes? You just want
Oh, you
to
just made a claim?
we can go over all of that again, right? I'm not really the one who's qualified to break down the Cavendish
Oh,
experiment, but
you're not really.
it just happened 30 seconds ago. Your memory can't be that bad.
So you're not really qualified to say what a better explanation would be in this case, but you're going to stick with your guns.
Well, I have a different, I usually have like a different, much easier spiel that doesn't require as much physics, but I'm not going to do that right now.
All right. You had a better explanation, but you can't tell us what that explanation was. Okay, noted. Well, what would you
don't need physics. Just look at other planets.
Yeah, beg the question that the Earth is a planet. We'll get to you, Twonger. Just sit tight.
It's amazing how these guys operate, man. Crazy.
Crazy.
Well, I'm trying to get no to give us his proof because I think the last guy completely failed. He couldn't even define the thing that he said was his proof. So I was just hoping maybe.
I'm so honored that you're talking to me because usually you just mute me right away, and now you really want to talk to me for some reason.
In the chat, melting down, going crazy, spiraling about how I'm misrepresenting these honest Globers.
While I was washing the dishes, I was just listening in, and I heard them just completely just stepping on each other with their Newton and Einstein. They don't even know what it is. They don't get
They're
it.
bozos.
They're
Don't
so
you agree,
lost.
No Country? Those guys are a bad representation for your side, I would say, because they
they're
can't even
arguing-
get their act together about what they think their own claims are. You get one guy saying mass attracting mass, and then the next bozo comes in to overstep him with Einsteinian bending and warping of space-time, mutually exclusive ideas, and they just want to try to stick to both lanes.
Well, you keep saying that over and over, but you haven't established that, right? Because I think he actually did a pretty good job of explaining why they weren't mutually exclusive, right? Not that I can really say it as well as he can, but
you can't even say what he did.
But all you did was mute him, right? As soon as you couldn't debate him, you just like freaked out and muted him. Right? That's what happens every time.
Well, there was no debate. He just said that gravity was his proof of the Earth being a globe, and then he waffled on, and the two of them together couldn't even figure out what gravity was supposed to be. So eventually, I just went, "Yeah."
No, they figured it out, right? They kind of explained how the Cavendish experiment, which
But that's not an experiment, bro.
It's not an experiment.
No. You start with the natural phenomenon. Just start there. Where did you see mass attracting mass? Start there, and you can't go any step further. But besides that, he was arguing something that was debunked over 100 years ago, bro. Like, why are you bringing up old ass shit that doesn't even pertain to the argument anymore?
It doesn't have to be debunked, but I mean, if he's a heliocentrist arguing that we're on a globe going around the sun, he's going to want to go with Einstein because Newtonian mechanics is not compatible with that claim, and that's what I kept trying to tell him, and they wouldn't accept it. They wanted to keep making a claim.
You're asserting that, but you haven't demonstrated that.
And they're so lost. And you know what's funny?
Country, just like you can't tell me what they actually said to prove a globe, or I don't know, debate.
Well, I didn't make that argument, right? I'm saying
you also don't seem to follow along to anything I said either, because I already explained full well how it's incompatible with their claim that we're going around the sun in a solar system. Just because you're not listening doesn't mean the answers aren't there. It means the Newtonian predictions are off. They don't match the rate of the supposed orbit of Mercury around the sun. So
yeah, but even you acknowledged that it was incredibly close, right?
No, it's not. It's a small. Okay, if you break it down to the century scale, it's going to be a small error. It's something like 46 second arc seconds or something. It's 46 arc seconds. Sorry, it's a tiny error if you break it down to the century scale. But they say this has been going on for billions of years, right? So that is going to amount to a catastrophic error in the grand scale, and that can't be what's going on mechanically. So that's why they have the idea of the bending and warping of space-time to replace that whole framework, but they want to try to take both, even though they conflict with one another. So is that cool?
Right, but like the way that you're framing the conflict, right? The conflict might be an error, right? It's a shortcoming of the model, right? That doesn't mean that there isn't a greater model, right, that is able to describe all of this phenomena more coherently, right? But to say that you somehow have a better representation and a better argument for the Earth being not flat or not round,
Einstein did.
right?
I
It's
didn't,
not.
dude. I was just trying to parse out their claim. They said gravity. They went with two different gravities that conflict with one another, and we didn't get any further. That's all. I didn't say anything about I have a better model, any of that.
I thought he
I'm
had
just
a
trying
better
to get them
model.
to pick a lane. They can't take both of those lanes because either you've got the orbit of Mercury or it's way off, and it can't be both simultaneously unless it's Schrodinger's solar system, in which case I don't know what they're talking about. So it has to be one or the other. And I couldn't even get them that far. So I haven't said anything. I haven't tried to prove a flat Earth or anything. I've just been trying to get their claim.
Right,
Old
so you
Country
think
told
so?
us that he has his own spiel. Do you have a spiel you'd like to give us, Old Country?
I mean, it's at this point, I'm not. It's so unexciting, right? It was like fun the first few times, but now it's just like I hesitate to even begin because it just goes nowhere. It always goes nowhere, right? So it's just like it's just because like it always what's his name? Kindergarten is adamant about like he got very upset when I asked like what the model was, right? So it's easy like to point out perceived inconsistencies in an already very complex, well documented model, right? And then as soon as you ask them, hold on, as soon as you respond with, well, do you have something more elegant or something that is as robust as the current models, right? And there's crickets, right? Obviously cue the crickets after that. And so it's not,
where's your model then?
it's not so much that
So you're not going to provide that model.
I'm not
You're
I'm not like a globe earther, so to speak.
Yeah, you're going to avoid the model because you don't have a model either, right? You want one, but you don't have one either.
But what is a model though?
Oh, so now you don't even know what a model is. You're asking for something
I'm
you don't know what
asking
it is.
Like, what do you think a model is?
Well,
so that we
you
so
brought
we're on
it
this-
up.
Well, I just want to make sure we're on the same page here, right? So, like,
Well, you brought up models. I didn't bring up
what is an
models.
acceptable definition of how how do you describe reality? Can you describe
Old
reality?
Country.
Says who? Can you
Old
describe
Country.
reality? Can reality be described in any way?
So are you just going to like avoid my question? You brought up models.
Right.
I'm asking you to provide one so I can get an idea of what you're talking about. Is it just math? What is it? Can you define that for me?
Okay, the Earth is round. Okay, that's my model, right? And I say that because
That's a description. That's not a model.
It's a model, of course it is. A circle is a
description, it's not a model.
geometric figure. Of course it is. A circle is a
So
geometric
it's a circle.
figure.
So
Well,
Earth
yeah,
is
Earth is a circle? Is it like a pizza?
Earth is like
a pizza?
kind of a circle, right? It's like a circle,
Like a
but
coin?
it's projected in 3 dimensions, right? And it has some.
It's projected from like what kind of
It
projector?
has irregularities, right? Well, I'm saying geometrically, right? Geometrically,
So
right?
it's projected in a 3D
conceptually,
circle.
right? We're talking about a concept. here,
Conceptually
right?
projected.
Well,
So
I'm saying,
it's
do you believe in
projected
circles?
as a 3D circle and conceptually. So this is your model, a concept of a
that's not my model.
projection
No,
of a
we
circle.
haven't even
that's
gotten
3D.
there, right? We haven't even gotten there
But you're-
because you won't even
that's fine.
because you can't even acknowledge that models
Bro,
exist, right?
bro,
You're afraid
relax.
to say
Is
the
it
word
okay?
model. Are you afraid to say
Can
the
you
word
relax?
model?
Like, just calm down. Calm down. It's all right.
I'm calm.
So
I won't
sound
be
a little triggered.
I won't be
Why are
misrepresented.
you talking over the top of me? Well, you brought it up. So you brought up
Well, you
models.
asked me for a model, so I'm
And
giving
then-
you a model, right? And now
But
I'm
I want to see
asking
what
you.
you're talking about.
Right, so
but-
now I'm responding
Okay, bro,
to you
it's-
and asking you.
Okay, but I want you to post it in the chat. Can you?
Do you believe
Yeah,
circles
just post it in the
exist?
chat. No, hold on a second.
No, hold on.
Why would you ask me if I believe circles exist?
Don't
Bro,
avoid
relax.
the question. You
Chill.
asked me for a model. I'm giving you a model, right?
You haven't given me one yet. You haven't
Well, I'm
given
not
me
because
one
you
yet.
won't let
Post
me.
it in the
right?
chat.
You won't let me.
No, post it in the chat. I want to see what it looks like.
No,
Post
I'm
in the
not
chat.
posting anything in chat, right? Until
Okay,
you.
he's not giving
So
me
you're
a
just
model.
going to describe something in your head. That's not a model. That's a conception.
Yeah, he's not going to give the model. So let's move on
This
to
is
Storm. He has the model, or
All
maybe he
right.
has some
yeah.
kind
This
of an
is
argument.
this is really
Maybe you guys are just
this
stupid.
is
The flat
this is
earthers. Maybe
this
you're
is
just
really
stupid.
common. This is really
That's a
common
great
in
argument.
Globers to do this. You know, do you believe in
Those damn
circles?
Globers.
No, apparently. Listen, the reason we don't need a model is because the model we use for our standard or reference is outside your door right now, the one you can test and measure and observe. That one. The one right side. Yours?
So, Storm, do you have any proof of the globe? Last time we asked this question, the guy just threw out the word gravity, and then they couldn't even get as far as defining it. So, could you help?
Yeah, gravity.
All right, what's gravity?
It's a natural observed phenomenon.
Oh, it's not a cause, it's a phenomenon. Okay. Where do you observe it?
Well, you see it in like planetary orbits, tides.
Really?
Yeah.
You see gravity. Can you describe that? Tides, you see gravity.
Yeah, like whenever you jump in the air, it pulls you back down to Earth. Things
Oh,
like
so now
that.
we're talking about a cause. Now we're not talking about an observed phenomenon. We're talking about your cause inference of the observed phenomenon.
Are they not? Can they not be mutually exclusive, or are they?
Well, they're different things. One's the effect, one's the cause. So you suppose that you're being pulled to the ground. So you're an Einstein
Can there not
denier
be a
like the
cause
rest, I
and
guess.
effect?
So you said orbits. I guess we've already done away with those, at least for the solar system, because that's not compatible with a pulling force, the Newtonian idea that masses attract each other.
Well,
All
you
right, so I guess
you basically say that there's
we're
just
90% done with the model at this point. Now all we have to do is find out if there's curvature.
yeah, I don't know what you're going on about, but like you were asking earlier if there was like a natural observed phenomena, and there's like natural observed phenomena and basically everything that we do and everything that we see.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
when
but
you
what
say
about the curvature?
yeah,
What about
yeah.
the curvature?
Oh, you mean the curvature? You mean like how gravity uniformly pulls everything all around the Earth towards the center of the Earth?
I don't observe
That's
that.
nice religious. That's nice religious chanting, but we actually need something that can be measured. Why
So
don't
what
you
he's
stop
saying,
interrupting?
You can measure that. You can
what
measure
he's
that.
saying then is that the oceans are being pulled to the core of the Earth, which is a ball, right?
I mean, when we're on a sphere, naturally the core would be a sphere as well. Yeah.
So I'm just asking if the oceans are being pulled to it, so they'd be like conforming to the curve of this ball, right?
Yeah.
So they'd be curves. Could you show me a curved ocean then?
Yeah. You can Google any picture of the ocean. You can hop in an airplane and fly over the ocean and witness it yourself.
Okay, I googled a picture
if
of
you
the
want-
ocean.
You want me to naturally
You witness
plan?
curvature. No one witnesses
You
curvature.
can.
None
If you
of
get
the- none of
you
the-
can get a.
None of the experts. Listen, none of the experts are saying that. Like you're off the reservation.
I'm not off the reservation.
Well, I googled
though.
a picture of the ocean. Okay.
Mhm.
You say that there's curvature in it. I'll just ask you to point out where you see it. I didn't see it, so I'll just ask for your help. One second.
Did you post it in the chat?
Not yet. I'm going to.
What shape are the other planets?
Isn't most
malformed
of them
question.
spheres as
Presupposing
well?
that the Earth it's a malformed question. Don't answer it. He's presupposing that the Earth. Reformulate your question.
You're saying.
I'll give it another shot.
Yeah, you're saying other. So you're assuming that Earth is something like the other. They would have to be similar in order for that to be true. So what can you tell us they're similar
Sonny.
in?
Sonny, give me a reason to think otherwise.
What?
I'll wait. Crickets, my boy.
Are you retarded? Are you retarded?
Yeah,
Listen,
they just reversed the
you
balloon
are the
and
one
that's
that made the
somehow
statement.
like
Listen, you
a
made the
win.
statement that Earth is like other planets. You already assumed it in your.
Give me a reason
malformed
to think
statement.
otherwise.
Observable similarities.
Yeah, give us the observable similarities and right now, and then we'll discuss. Because that's what it would take. Go ahead and do that. Start with the first one.
By the way, I didn't see any curve. The curve should give a geometric horizon at about 1 mile in that picture. Seeing a horizon further than 9.4 miles, yes. So I'm lost. If anybody can help me, Storm, yeah, anybody, that'd be great. Thanks.
So what are we seeing in this picture here?
Well, if the ocean is curving, then the furthest extent over that ocean I should be able to see would be 1.2 miles, right? That would be where the horizon would be. Beyond that, everything would be blocked, right? But I know that the horizon is further than 9.4, so way further than 1.2, because I see it behind the rig at 9.4 miles, so I'm not seeing any curved oceans.
Well, what about the height of the object that we're looking at? That is significantly less than what it is clearly whenever it's up close.
Well, height of the object doesn't matter because we're just using the rigs as demarcating.
If it's going over a curve and it's falling off, so to speak, as it goes over that curve and it lessens in height the further away it goes, wouldn't that technically mean that it's curving around the curvature of the Earth?
Well, if that were the case, then the horizon would have to have been in front of it, and it would have been disappearing over it. So the horizon would have been at 1.2 miles like it was supposed to be geometrically, but it's behind that rig at 9.4, so it can't be blocking it, right? And it's much further than the geometric.
Why does it have to be that way?
Why does it have to be at 1.2?
No, whatever you were just saying about the horizon, what were you saying?
Well, it's way further than the globe math predicts.
Is that right?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really.
What math is that?
Geometric horizon formula, 1.2 miles.
Why are
times the
you
square
only
root of
using
observer height.
geometric horizon?
Because that's what
Don't
we
you
have.
love when he comes in and he talks like this? He always does that.
We're talking to someone else. We've talked to him like 1,000 times. We're going to talk to Storm right now. New people. Thanks.
I'm just curious how this, like, whatever you're saying about the horizon has to disprove that whenever an object disappears by form of, like, from bottom to top as it goes over a horizon is somehow not proving that it's going around a curvature of the Earth.
Well, if it were, then it would be going over the horizon at 1.2. But there's no curvature there because we don't see a horizon
How do you know that it didn't start doing that already at 1.2 and it's just slowly getting more excessive?
You would see the horizon at 1.2.
Not if the object's substantially higher than the horizon. I mean, the object's height and how tall it is also a part of that mathematical formula. You can't just say, well, I'm observer height 1 foot. The object you're looking at, if it's 1,000 feet in the air and you're that object, then and you're looking back at yourself, then your observer height is 1,000. Shut up! I'm talking.
I get what you're saying, but it doesn't address my point, though, because I'm not talking about how much of the object you should see. The object is only there as a mile marker, just so that we can try to get some sort of a rough idea of the distance to the horizon. It's only there as a mile marker. We're not talking about how much of it we should see. We're just using it to sort of roughly gauge.
Well, whenever you're on a globe, the horizon's infinite. I mean, as far back as you keep going, the horizon keeps raising.
Dude, the only reason we're showing you a picture with an oil rig in it is because we know the distance of it, right? We know the furthest one is at 9.4, and so when we see the horizon further than that, we know it's further than 9.4 and therefore further than 1.2, where the globe predicts it to be.
Okay, so you're telling me in this picture with everything that you see, because I got it like big screened right now, right? You're telling me in this picture, if I did not move forward but went straight up, that picture wouldn't get larger. Like the object would not get larger.
That's not the point of the picture.
That's the point. It's going around a globe. It's disappearing.
Saying.
How do you explain those wind turbines?
Just stop. We're talking to someone else, you idiot.
That's what I thought.
What? Explain those wind turbines, Earth Globe. Okay. Anyway, yeah, Globers, I recommend you don't let him talk for you. Yeah, dude, I don't know how much more simply I could put this. If it's curving, then the horizon has to be at 1.2. It's further than 9.4 because it's further than the rig at 9.4. That's it. Not talking about the height of the rig, not talking about how much of the rig you should see, not talking about...
like, the firmament disproves that, bro. The firmament disproves that.
Okay, anyways, aside from that...
about the distance to the horizon, nothing else.
Okay, so I do have a question though about that. Is like even if the distance, because I'm not like a trigonometry major, like I don't really understand.
You understand
most of
what
this.
he's
Can I talk, Timbo? I'm mid sentence, please. Please. I'm addressing what he's saying. Can you please shut the fuck up? Can you please shut the fuck up? Thank you. I'm trying to address what he's saying and ask him a question about what he's saying. So even if, since I'm not a trigonometry major and I don't really understand the math going on in this picture, like obviously I can observe that the number of miles here to the horizon is significantly larger than what we should see it is as or whatever. But also, I'm not sure if it's calculated with Pythagorean's theorem anyway, which I'm pretty sure we're not supposed to calculate curvature with that.
Yeah, we're using triangles. It's just to calculate the distance to the horizon.
But I thought that gives you. Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, it's just to calculate the horizon distance. It would be like a tangent, right? It's going to be a straight line from the observer's eye level, right? Intersect or just touching the sphere, the curve at one point, right? Tangent.
I just thought that you couldn't measure because it gives you a like constant, and like it's basically kind of, I wouldn't say disingenuous, but it's not accurate because the way that it's measured isn't really accurate.
No, because then what you're saying is you'd have to be moving forward at all times. That's not what we're saying. We're saying there's a fixed position that where the observation's taken from, and then the other position that we're looking at is the horizon that you guys claim is a physical obstruction, and it's 10 miles away from that point.
I would say, like, because what I'm saying is that to use that mathematical formula to measure that distance, it would have to be a right-angled object. Like from basically where you're standing, draw a line straight down, draw a line straight out.
Yeah, and you live on a curve, though.
Exactly. So you can't use that formula to measure it from what I know. Like I said, I'm not a trigonometry major.
That the mathematicians and the sphere Earth component people give to us.
Then why don't they get the same calculation? Then why don't they get 9.41 miles whenever they calculate it or whatever the...
That's our problem. That's what we're saying. Why is it so far away?
Because you don't live on a sphere, dude. That's why.
Well, what I'm saying is if they use the exact same formula to calculate this, why do they know? How are these PhDs not getting basic math correct?
Well, they are.
Because they're wrong.
We got the numbers from their calculators. The geometric horizon formula that I gave you, that's based on the radius claim of the globe Earth. So they can take that radius and then calculate from that how far out the horizon should be, and that's what we've given you. It's just that when we go out and look, it's actually further than what it should be.
Well, if you calculate it wrong, I suppose it would be.
They didn't calculate it wrong. The math.
No, I mean, I'm saying if you guys calculate it wrong, it would be inaccurate for you.
I didn't even do the calculations. I just took them from Globe Earth calculators. It's the Globers who did all this math. I mean, I can give you a citation from Washington University deriving this same formula I'm talking about, and it's just based on the radius claim of the ball, the globe. So the math is sound. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just that it doesn't match what we actually see.
It's mainly because there's a bias behind the math. So when they see what they do is they just turn off their brain for a second because they can't understand that. They don't want to understand that. They don't want to grasp that. They don't want to challenge it or question it. All they do is just say, oh, refraction probably did it. That's how you can see the backside of a mountain or a hill or an obstruction.
Yeah. Microphone through your lifeline.
You say see the backside of a mountain?
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of what I'm claiming, in a way. You go ahead and explain. Puck.
So look, I'm gonna post the photo for you, okay? And this is kind of an explanation of those two platforms, okay? And it's in the chat. On the left side, you have your ball, your curved ball, and that little squiggly line is the bottom of the S, okay? Because I drew an S on the flat water all the way out, but for some reason, you Globers, you only see the bottom of the S on some days, and then you say that second oil rig in the back is blocked by the horizon. So we're going to say that's the geometric horizon. Now the picture on the right is all of a sudden you can see the entire S, and all of a sudden you see both of the oil tankers, and then you see the horizon way behind the backside of the second oil tanker. Or oil rig.
When do you see this in that photo that you showed me?
When what?
When do you see this in that photo that you showed me?
They just posted it. It's in the photo. I literally just hold on. I can repost it if you want. Sorry.
So where
I don't
is
know why we're
refraction
getting into a philosophical
or whatever
discussion when he doesn't even understand the geometry of it yet.
I'm trying to find the picture of the both
So
pictures
what do you
side by
mean I
side.
don't understand the geometry? You're the,
Do you
all
understand
I,
it?
all I told you was that you're using a right angle triangular formula to measure a sphere, and I told you it was the incorrect way of doing that. And you're saying I don't understand the geometry.
Well, you don't.
There
Are you
you
going to
go.
use a curved line?
So if you notice that the first photo shows how you can see the horizon way in the back, and then the second photo they posted, it shows how the water's covering that second platform. Now you can know, now there's a new horizon in town. The new horizon's blocking out the second oil rig in the background. So that's, now if you go back to my photo I posted, this is what you guys are believing, that you can see the backside of that geometric horizon that you think exists, which would be the ball of water. This is what you guys believe boats are going over. So do you understand what I drew now? Do you get it now? How you're seeing the backside of the mountain, and it just so happens. Look, I'll post another photo. I saw it earlier. Someone posted this, and I was like, "Oh, that's a great fucking photo. Look at that." It just so happens that this ball actually looms everything up to be a flat checkerboard. Isn't that fucking crazy? How it takes the backside of a curved mountain or a ball of water and somehow magically just makes it straight across like a fucking checkerboard. You guys got to wake up and realize you're been fed bullshit, bro. Reality is reality. I mean, you laugh. That's cool. I mean, I laugh too. I'm laughing at you, to be honest.
Yeah, man,
Well, I don't
I'm
even.
the stupid one.
You if you believe that you can see the backside of a mountain, then you are the stupid one. Yes,
I don't.
100%.
When can you see the backside of a mountain?
Okay, you can't. That's the whole point. But we're pointing out is that when you guys see water blocking a boat in the distance, that you guys believe that that boat is on the other side of that mountain of water. It's on the curvature of the earth. So what we are demonstrating is that on a different day and a different condition, these oil rigs don't move. They're not boats, okay? They don't fucking just travel out farther or come in inshore. No, that's not the way it works. These are set. So if you go out there up north right here off the coast right here, Pacific Ocean, you can go look at this yourself. Hopefully you catch on a day where you're going to see that flat body of water and you're going to see both oil rigs, and hopefully both of them aren't behind that blocking of the water, which is an optical phenomenon, which does happen because water does tend to block things out sometimes depending on the temperature in the air and all those, you have all these variables that happen, but you're not fucking seeing the other side of a ball. It just so happens that on that day, if it's blocking the oil rig, it's just an optical phenomenon to the water is actually literally, it's like optically, it looks like it's raised up and it's now blocking the thing behind it. But if you sit there for a few hours, you might even see that water go down. And then all of a sudden you can see the oil rig again. But the water's not actually physically going up or physically going down, unless it's like a tide. I mean, that could happen too. Tides do roll in, do roll out. But it's still a flat body of water.
I think we're kind of overloading this guy with stuff.
No. So I was just curious. I have a question for you. This kind of sparked a really big question inside of me. So have you ever been fishing? No, and this is a serious question.
Yeah.
You ever just
I actually use that
stand over the water and just look at the water, and then the water shines your own face back at you?
Reflection.
That's kind of like refraction too, isn't
it? Refraction does happen.
Reflection.
That is a reality, yes. But for some reason, Globers think
the answer is they're different things. They're not the same thing.
Yeah, they are different things. Reflection and refraction.
They both involve angles, though. In that case, yeah.
Yeah, but all right. I'm going to mute myself. Nice talking to you. Hopefully you learned something. I don't know. Maybe not.
Reflection would be the bouncing of light off a surface, right? Whereas refraction is the light passing through two separate states of matter, like two different mediums. So like air and glass or water and glass, right? an angle, but they both involve angles because like it will depend on the angle as to the result of the reflection or the refraction.
So we accept that like refraction exists. We just choose to ignore it in certain cases.
No, that's ridiculous. They even said that. What you guys are ignoring is the fact that refraction isn't going to bend light over a mountain and allow you to see the backside of it. That's the bullshit. That's where you guys throw refraction in to make it make sense to you guys. Because you can't grasp that we can see 30 miles away when it should be curving away at 3 miles. You guys
Well,
can't
okay,
grasp that. Go ahead.
here's the deal. Like we look, we don't see what they're saying is there, right? They say that the oceans are curved, that should give us a horizon at 1 mile in that picture I showed you, etc. We look, we don't see that, right? And then when we get for a response is refraction. So you're telling me that it is physically there, but due to the bending of light through the air, we don't see it. We see something else. We see what looks like just basically a flat ocean instead. Okay, so what's the evidence for what you say is actually there versus what I saw?
In reference to what? Was that like a question for me?
Well, they're telling me that that horizon further than 9.4 miles is actually just an illusion due to refraction, and that it's actually a physical horizon at 1.2 that I don't see. What's the proof? Trust me, bro.
Well,
that's about all I've ever.
Can't like the atmosphere and other like existential conditions also affect refraction? It's not like there's like you're just seeing through the water and it's just like making an infinity symbol of what you can view, but like, you know, if clouds can also be reflective and you can see
that it's affecting the path of light, but what's the evidence that
I mean, why do we have a blue sky instead of just a black sky? It's like the sun's rays are like shining in on us. And it's bouncing off specific color rays, and it's causing specific colors for us in the sky. That's why we have blue skies instead of black skies.
Is that we don't see what they say is actually there. So what's the evidence that it's actually there? I mean, you can say that, you know, light took some wonky path from what's actually there so that it looks like something other than what it is. What's the evidence for it?
Well, your evidence disproving that is that the horizon is like 9 miles away or something like that. And when I tell you over and over that you're not taking into account the curvature of the Earth, there's a derivative formula for Pythagorean theorem that does take into the curvature of the Earth.
We did consider it. That's what the geometric horizon formula was for.
You know what is the problem? Is that at left and right there's more oil rigs, and I'm gonna post it. The black sun, those two oil rigs are at the middle. You see the problem? You may think that curvature is there at front. What happened at left and right? Oh,
it doesn't matter, friends. This guy is clearly demonstrating he has no idea what a horizon is.
Yeah,
like his idea of geometry is broke. Hey, I'm speaking, not you. Thanks. His idea of the geometry is broken beyond repair. He needs a geometry lesson.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, shut your mouth. No thanks, bro. I don't need you to apologize after you interrupted me after I'm trying to continue my
Yeah, okay,
train of
calm
thought.
down. Go, just go. I'll mute myself.
All right. Yeah. Good idea. Thanks. Now that you've ruined it, who gives a fuck? Anyway, the point is he needs a geometry lesson before he needs anything about flat Earth. That's my point.
Why do I need a geometry lesson when you use a right-angled math formula to measure a curved surface?
Dude, who used a right-angle math?
You guys say that you use Pythagorean's theorem. You don't use the formula that is a derivative of that calculates for the curvature in the Earth.
I have one from NASA. Distance to our eyes, geometric horizon. Do you want that from NASA?
I want the specific calculation that you guys have performed, not something you've seen in a YouTube
this is from
video.
NASA. This is from NASA.
He's
your
making
your
AI
personal picture.
Please let AI continue.
This is from NASA.
Look, friend, you're just getting more chaotic.
I'm not. I'm listening to what you have to say, and I'm allowing you to speak.
The distance.
You're lagging really bad. We can't hear you.
Oh my god, dude. I'm clearly not speaking about you. Man. Okay, see, now that's a legitimate criticism. Okay,
what, telling you that you're lagging so you don't go off on a tangent and nobody hear you?
I can hear you. Go on, AI Ardent.
He dropped out. His connection sucks, I think.
Yeah.
I was gonna
I
say,
wasn't
like,
trying to be rude.
cut
I
him
was
off.
just letting him know.
I cut him off by accident because he lagged on my side.
He was talking. He was talking to one of our guys, man. Never mind.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he because I started talking. I didn't hear him talking, so it like lagged like on my side though. That was me. Like I didn't hear him talking at all. So then when I heard him talking after me, he's like, "Hey," I was like, "Oh shit!" Like I didn't even know you're talking. Like that was weird. So, anyways, it happens sometimes, but that's why I said I'll mute myself. Fuck, calm down. He gets really anal about it, so I know how he goes. I know how he operates, but whatever.
Hey, the Black Swan is 10 miles away, and I did show to you that there's more horizon at left and right. There's more oil rigs there. So you're claiming refraction is just a bullshit talk. And I can show you 70 miles on a big lake, no curvature. If that's not enough.
Can you show me? Go live right now and go show me 70 miles of consistent, unedited photo, no curvature.
You know, because of your attitude, I don't give a shit.
I'm just asking you to show me proof, and you're just like,
your
fuck
attitude,
you.
I don't like your attitude, you know. Can you show proof of that curvature? I just
Yeah,
posted.
yeah, so
you
basically-
are claiming
so-
about the formula. I just posted one from NASA.
Yeah, so basically,
So what? You are just doing politic talk, nothing more. You have
That's what
any
you're
proof?
doing.
Do you have any proof to present? Post it in the live stream.
do you have any proof to present?
Yeah, that's the difference, you know. I have it, and you don't
What's
have
your
it.
proof? What's your proof?
No, I'm asking to
Picture
you.
of
Proof. I'm asking to you. Simple. There's this live stream voice text. Post it.
What is your proof?
You have nothing. You see the problem? Just talk.
No, I'm asking you what your proof is. You just said I have
No.
proof, and I asked you what it
No,
was.
I'm asking to you. Prove your globe.
And you're telling me that your proof
I'm
is that you
asking to
can't
you.
see the curve in a
You want to
70-mile
prove your
photo
globe? You want to prove your globe?
on a globe with a
Post it.
circumference of
Post it.
24,000 miles.
Post
That's
it.
what's
You
confusing
want to
to
prove
me.
your globe? Post it.
You're telling me that you can't
You
see
have
curvature.
nothing to prove. You have nothing. Just bullshit talk.
Listen, hey, bullshit. Hey, bullshit. Can you just let me fucking speak? Why do you keep talking over me?
You have proof? Post it.
I just told you to
You
post
have
your
nothing.
proof, and you
If
just
don't
say
have
no.
nothing. You have just politics.
If you
talk.
have something, post it. You're telling
No,
me you have all
you
this
have-
proof.
you
I
have
want to see
any
your flat
proof?
Earth.
You have any proof to present?
I want to see your flat Earth. That's
No,
what
I want to see your proof of your ball Earth.
I want to see your proof. Yeah, see, Brandon just posted the proof in the text chat. If you want to look at
Yeah,
it.
where are the stars around? I can show
Do you
you.
know what exposure is?
Why would there be stars?
Hey, wait a second.
The exposure is set
I can
to
show
where
you,
you won't
and
Can you
count
just say
stars.
why would there be stars?
Yeah, look at this. Look at this.
Dude.
Can you tell me, is this a photo or a painting? Just a second. It's loading.
Do they not realize how large all the continents are and how much has to fit on the other
So-
side of that ball?
So I do have a question, Apocrypha.
Hilarious. What's up?
So, oh my god, yeah, Ruben has the new true theory.
There you go.
Okay, so if we're on a flat Earth, what is beyond like our atmosphere?
Wait, what?
So if we like live on a flat Earth, what is beyond our atmosphere?
Apparently there's a dome.
What's beyond our atmosphere?
Yeah.
I
Or
don't
if
know.
there's a dome, what's beyond the dome?
I don't know.
Okay, you are inside the house. You
Can
cannot
you
go
prove the
outside.
dome?
Can you show me what's outside?
Can I show you what's outside? Yeah. So if you look at the picture,
You are inside
that,
the container.
Brandon
And
posted. That's
you are inside the container. You cannot go outside. Can you show me?
okay.
That
So
house? How
if
it
we
looks?
are, no, I do have a question, Miguel. So
You are
if we're
talking
all
about
contained,
atmosphere. Yeah, you are talking about atmosphere. Gas, air. Can you have gas pressure without a container? Because according to NASA, I can.
well, the
I can cite
atmosphere
it.
is the
I can
container.
cite it.
You can keep spewing this.
According
this
to
fucking,
NASA, you cannot have gas pressure without a container.
You sound like Pikachu right now, dude. I need you to just answer my question.
They just come to the word pressure because the definition of the word pressure is it needs to be a container.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. They're just playing on wordplay semantics. Like if
Yeah.
we spoke French or something, half their argument would be debunked, and they wouldn't have
Prove
any
your,
argument
prove
whatsoever.
your space and your ball. Prove it.
The problem is English language is so fucked up and it's so nuanced that like they can
Is
just
that-
sit there and
is
play
that
on
your-
words all day
is
long.
that
You can-
your
they can
best
just-
proof? Is that your best proof to present to us?
No, I was going to ask you a question, but every time I do, you
Okay,
fucking talk over me, so I didn't know if it
is
was even worth bothering.
What's the words that we're playing semantics with? What are they? What are those
Well,
words?
just
that we
like
put in
he
the mouth?
just said, he just said pressure.
Okay, so what is the definition of pressure?
Exactly, that's the fucking point.
Exactly. Yes.
That's my
Do you
point.
know the Do you know the definition
Do you know
of pressure?
Do you know that there can be pressure without a container?
Show to us.
Okay,
Let's
just
The
look
atmosphere.
up the. Okay, dude, just
A
look up the
tornado?
definition of gas pressure.
Tornado. That's
Like a
my
force pit.
favorite example.
Are you gonna look it up, Brandon?
So listen, here's something I'm gonna completely disprove
Okay.
your need a container bullshit right now. You ready
Okay,
for this?
go for it.
You ready for this? Okay, so how can you build pressure if none of the molecules can interact with each other? Because the molecules themselves aren't a container, right? How could you
that's
build
a dead
pressure
end.
if they can't interact with each other? If they can't collide with each other and be forced into one another, how can they interact with each other? Even with inside, not even counting for like being inside of a container, how can these air molecules interact and put force on each other enough to build pressure with inside of a container?
I can explain the properties of gases.
No,
A
I don't
gas
need you to explain
expands-
properties. I need you to explain that
You are
fucking
talking
question.
about gas. I'm gonna go to
fucking
I'm gonna
tangent
talk-
about some random
Yeah,
bullshit
yeah,
you
yeah.
regurgitated.
Bullshit talk.
Answer my fucking question, dumbass.
Bullshit talk.
Answer my question, idiot.
You're talking about gases. I can talk about the properties of gases.
Bloodsport
gas,
debate. I
but you,
love it.
you don't want to listen, right?
Yo, just answer the question.
Why don't
You know what I
you
mean?
search properties of gases? Just search it.
Yeah, read your fucking Google definition of properties. Answer my question. How are these
You are
properties?
ignorant.
How are these?
You are
How
just
are these
ignorant.
molecules able to interact with each
If
other?
things get too much,
There's
I
no
will go
container within the
away.
air molecules
Sorry,
themselves.
Brandon, you're not helping, man.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, and you're gonna need to take the microphone out of your mouth and actually just talk into it. So if you just move back a bit, it might work better.
Okay, cool.
All right, so guys, you guys are just yelling over the top of each other.
Yeah, I tried reasoning with him. You saw me interact with Doctor Kindergarten and the
How
other
do you-
guy too.
how do you
I
measure
can
the
be
volume of
reasonable
the
if they'll be
gas?
reasonable, but this fucking dumbass just
Yeah.
talks over
No,
me and
you are
screams random
fucking
gibberish.
dumbass. I'm asking you a question. How do you measure the volume of a gas without a container?
With a ruler.
A gas
Atmospheric pressure.
gauge? A gas gauge?
How do you measure the
Brandon.
volume of a gas without a container?
Oh well, it's always in a container. There's literally the atmosphere. That's the container.
Man, what the ignorant.
What ignorant? I'm not gonna tell you why you're ignorant. You're just ignorant, and I'm not gonna look up to it.
So the problem is, right? So you're using the Earth as your example of what you're trying to prove. Yeah. So we don't have any examples of gas pressure existing without a container, except for the claim that the Earth is an open system. Now, the problem is that there are no demonstrations that show it being able to achieve gas pressure without a container. So this is the problem. Yeah, it's not. We don't make this stuff up. No one has a scientific demonstration of gas pressure without a container.
Well,
That's
the
what we're
example of
asking
gas
for.
pressure without a container is the Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah, I
The
know,
Earth's
but you
atmosphere is
can't
composed of
use
gases, nitrogen, primarily
you can't use
oxygen.
the example of the thing you're trying to prove with
Why?
the
When it's
thing
the
you're trying to
tangible,
prove.
visible evidence we have of said thing.
It's not visual. It's not visual though. It's
Okay,
not.
I'm going to tell you. Okay, listen. Have you ever? So, do you drive a lot?
Yeah, I do, man. Yeah.
Okay, so do you have mountains where you live? Because I have mountains where I
Everyone
live.
has mountains where they live.
Exactly. Well, the mountains we have here, whenever you drive up them, they're so large that you literally have less air pressure whenever you're building boosts with turbos. No, you're missing the point if you're going on if you're not gonna allow me to make my point.
So you're talking about a gas pressure gradient.
I'm telling you that that
only
pressure
exists
is
in
less
a contained system.
But not a physically
Okay, so
contained
if we're in
system.
a contained
Landon,
system,
shut the fuck up.
Brandon, he don't like you, bro.
All right.
Oh,
So
he's
you need
muted.
for a gas pressure gradient to exist, you need gas pressure, correct?
I'm not sure.
What?
You said for what?
For a gas pressure gradient.
You're lagging. It might be me, but I hear you lagging. Did anyone else hear him lagging?
Yeah, it sounds like he's dropping off.
No, he's not talking.
Yeah, Dub, you're lagging.
Yeah, it's interesting because other than the begging the question, sky pressure
Maybe he's
from
channeling
gravity,
gas pressure in his lung or whatever.
it's interesting. There's no other place that you can demonstrate that, though.
I think we're just focusing too much on the actual literal definition of the word pressure instead of understanding how pressure itself works.
No, well,
you know what I mean?
But the thing is, though, is that there's a reason why it's very well known and studied and
Based
proven.
on the background assumptions, right?
That you have
hypothesis.
That you
and if
have
you change the background hypothesis, then you can end up with a different result.
Maybe you couldn't hear me on.
Right.
So what was the change that caused globe earthers to convert into flat earthers? Just curious what the original hypothesis was and where it was like, oh shit, we're actually not on a globe, we're on a flat earth instead. I just want to know what that defining moment was, since it's apparently substantial enough to make a large group of people believe in it.
Well, it's interesting that you say that because that goes all the way back. Probably even
agnostic here.
It probably goes even before the 1800s. But there was a lot of arguments and disputes in the 1800s, and they used to talk about it in the newspapers, in the headlines of the way back then. And it's been an argument ongoing. I know a lot of globers think that this is something new and has been around since 2008 or 9 or 12 or 15, whatever.
Well, no. I'm aware of way back in the times where we used horses to get around and wiped our asses with tree leaves and shit. We may have thought the earth was flat, back before we even knew that but when Christopher Columbus set sail, he also thought he might have sailed off the earth at some point, but he didn't. He arrived in America.
Well, it's interesting you say that because I think some of our greatest scientists came out of the 1800s, smarter than even people today. But
they also didn't have access to the technology we have today. 100% they were smart.
Exactly.
Well, true.
The technology we have today is what we use to debunk the globe. So the globe is sort of like an archaic myth of reality.
But also, whereas you see that we've gotten additional information to debunk the globe, we've also seen information compound on that the orb is a globe, or that the Earth is a globe.
I've never heard that before.
No, but I get I just said, but it's hard to hear myself.
The orb is a globe.
Yeah, I'm wearing a fucking headset. I can't hear myself.
That was funny. I mean,
the technology, the high zoom cameras and stuff like that we're using to zoom in on the ocean and see if that, geometry is actually observed, and it's not. So I would say that the technology is kind of swinging us the other way.
Exactly. It's actually helping us in our modern times to realize that
what geometry is first, I think.
for so many years that you've been lying to. I don't know. That guy that keeps talking. Do you not hear me talking? I mean, I don't want to be, rude. I know it happens, but maybe he has me muted or something. I don't know.
The question is, what are the background hypotheses we all agree on, right? And if we know what it is, we can derive further knowledge from
I'm
there.
gonna turn you up. You're like super quiet.
Hey,
I'm
Grim.
sorry, I said,
Yeah,
so the most interesting part would be to understand what do we all actually agree on, right? That's the most interesting part, right? If we view
Yeah.
each other as epistemic peers, right? If you guys are like, okay, you're as unbiased as I am, you're as intelligent as I am, as well informed, blah, 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 right? We should end up with the same conclusions.
Well, it's very simple. It's actually not complex at all. It's a geometric question. There has to be drop over a certain amount of distance. That's a specific amount of drop. So everybody can understand elevation change, lowering in elevation. If you have a ball, you have no other choice than to have an obstruction before you. That's why someone asked earlier, why is it just geometric horizon? They're the ones that gave us the measurement. It's specific. So that drop has to be there no matter what. And the problem is it's not. So if you want to know one thing that doesn't convert, but actually makes you take a second look at everything you've been taught, and it becomes a very simple question when you go right outside and you look for yourself with the numbers in hand. That's the key point. And you go out and see for yourself, is the drop over distance there? Because they told me in this chart how much it's supposed to be.
Exactly.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts. So that's it. If you want to know the reason.
Do they agree that there must be a drop?
There has to be a fucking drop on a ball.
No.
Like
Yeah, but the question is, do you agree with them on this hypothesis first? Do they agree with you?
It's not a hypothesis. Let's get straight. Let's get the facts straight. It's not a hypothesis.
Whatever it is.
It's only a geometric. It's a geometric question only. That's all it is. So
right, and
keeping that in mind,
answer the question in a form that there should be a drop.
Okay. Yeah. Do I agree that there should be a drop?
No,
Yes.
do they
of
agree
course
with
I
that?
do.
They, the round earthers.
Well, they seem to be obfuscating away from the point, actually, and going to this superfluous thing that no one can see.
Well,
Yeah,
remember.
Okay, you should not start with this point, but the point before that, right? The background hypothesis before the drop thing, right? If they don't agree with you.
Well, remember,
No,
once upon a time, they argued that. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, they say it themselves. Earth is a sphere, so there's no questions. That's very simple. Everyone can understand that. Okay, so Earth is a sphere. That's the claim. So we go out and look. Is the drop over distance there? Because it is required. This isn't a second best guess kind of thing. It either is there or it isn't. It's very simple and it's very geometric. It's very straight to the facts of the matter, and it's much more simple than people want to try to understand. There's a disease, part of this disease that people have right now of the mind is trying to make everything way more complicated than it really is when speaking of Earth and what it consists of. So when you go outside...
Yeah, you finished, sorry.
No, it's all right. I'm kind of long-winded, but I appreciate the time.
So the thing is, man, if you say that they disagree with you because of something in their mind, right? There is something wrong with their mind. Maybe there is something wrong with their mind, but this is a very dangerous thing to do, you know? They just disagree with me because they're stupid or whatever, right? This is dangerous, right? If you accept them as your epistemic peers, right, then you should take them more serious.
Yeah.
If you grant them that they're as smart as you are, you know. And
I think listen. I think we do take them serious in the point that we sit here day after day speaking with people like about this very topic, and so like there's a reason why we can do that, and no one gets paid here. Like we're all volunteers. We do this out of our own hearts. So because it is important. We don't take them lightly. We take you don't come from a place of growing up with a fantasy like Santa Claus in mind about your reality, and then all of a sudden realize that Earth is exactly the way you've experienced your whole life, which is flat, stationary, and contained.
You know what? Some of these new Globers, they don't know though that used to be their argument way back before like the Black Swan existed, before the P900 existed.
Right,
That was
exactly.
that was their go-to. That was their nail in the coffin for flat Earth. There's a geometric horizon that both go over it, and that's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. And then all of a sudden, these cameras, what are they called, DLRs or DSLRs? They come out where they have this crazy optical zoom, and then all of a sudden you can see something 10 miles away, and then they slowly but surely stepped away from the geometric horizon real quick.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think it's stepped
and you
away.
can actually, there's actually just everyday photographs, like let's
You
say in
said,
Hawaiian Islands.
Sonny, you said
Like
it was
the Hawaiian-
contained. Can you show me the container?
No one can show you the container
Oh,
until you
prove
get
it,
to the
dude.
extremities. No, pressure. Pressure exists, period. End of
No, we can
discussion.
gas pressure.
You're right, there is no
containers
container. There is no container.
Container is the antecedent of gas pressure.
Well, listen,
So we can
we have exact proof, exacting proof that would hold up in a court of law that every time gas pressure requires containment, that would never fail in a court case, because you could go out and test it yourself over and over and over. No one's going to ever find that all of a sudden you can have gas pressure without a container, ever. Never going to happen.
It's
you can have gas pressure due to the bending and warping of space-time. Show us that. Well, if you can even figure out what you think gravity would be. Maybe
Oh
you
my
think
God.
it's Newtonian force that Einstein debunked over 100
Where's
years
the
ago.
container? Prove
You're
it.
not helium.
The proof,
So you
the
didn't
proof
pick
is
up
in
on
the air you're
anything what
breathing.
you
You're
said.
breathing. You're breathing pressurized air. There's the proof for you. You would be dead, sucker.
That's gravity, dummy.
That's the proof.
Gravity. What's
Gravity
gravity?
doesn't have anything to do with gas pressure.
I hate gravity. It's
Wait
so
a minute.
bad.
You're breathing gravity? Does that mean it's gravitized air molecules?
Dude.
I don't think that works like that, bro.
Yes, they are gravitized there by. Yes, that's exactly
Holy
correct.
crap. See, I just made this shit up and he passed it on already. Look at that.
I'm trying to give you the
Okay, so
benefit of the doubt because you
problem
sound
is-
stupid every other
problem
time.
is the problem is
that's
that
your excuse.
we have examples of gas pressure in a container, and you don't have an example of gravity
right.
holding gas together.
Thank you very much.
You have
Thank
no
very
proof of a
much.
container.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We don't
It
we
seems
do.
like
Pressure.
every time I
Pressure.
discuss it though, you change what it is. Like first it was like
Pressure.
First it was gas pressure in the atmosphere, and now it's gravity holding the gas pressure. Like what?
Yeah, they keep changing. What's up with that?
Yeah.
I didn't change anything. I said one thing, buddy. Don't be trying to tell me what someone else said. But good try.
I'm talking to Timbo. Nobody was good trying.
Sorry,
you.
wait, hang on. You're talking to me? What?
Yeah, I was
what's
talking
the
to Timbo.
problem
What
with
you
what I
said about the gravity. You were talking about show me an example of gravity holding air pressure down or some shit.
Yeah,
pressure. Yeah.
Exactly. So what did I say that was wrong?
Because you're just asking us to show you like unvisualized forces. Like you can experience them, you can feel them, but you can't visualize
You're
them.
claiming it's a physical thing.
But this is like me asking you to show me your internet connection. Visualize your internet connection for me, please.
Okay, so you're saying so what we say
not
that guy
the same.
said, right?
Yeah,
That's
dude,
the
show me
same.
your internet connection.
Show me how your Wi-Fi works. Show me a picture of your Wi-Fi.
I'm going to explain
Transmitting to
why I
computer.
said what I said. All right. So we claim that gas pressure needs a container. You guys are saying that gravity is the container. We have an example of gas pressure in a container. You do not have an example of gas pressure without a container.
Yes,
that
yes,
is
it's right. Yes, I
a
do.
tornado is an
Yes,
example of
I
that.
do.
What's the
A
container in a
tornado
tornado?
with a high pressure and a low pressure.
You're telling me
mixing
what I
together.
have,
And
dude.
it
Yeah, what
creates a
causes
swirl.
that pressure?
Okay, just bring it forth.
Dumb? The pressure is there in
The
the first
atmospheric
place.
pressure.
In
The
order to
atmospheric
have
pressure.
different-
Yeah, you're right.
In order to have differential pressures, you need pressure in the first place.
Atmospheric pressure.
Right.
That's
Yes,
that's
exactly.
the container.
All
That's the
atmospheric
container.
pressure, entropy always occurs, and high pressure will always feel low pressure, even in our atmosphere, which
Yeah,
is a
so-
dynamic atmosphere.
yeah, so what?
And these things are caused by temperature, wind currents, many different things. still requires the container. Entropy still occurs.
There is no
High pressure
container.
still feels low pressure, and it cancels itself out.
So how do you get gas pressure if there's no container then?
I just told you. Do you remember?
Yeah, you said gravity. Can you demonstrate that? Well, actually, first, can you even figure out what gravity is? Can you define it?
Well, now pick one.
Define it.
Just jump up and down, dude.
Jump
Can
up
you
and
define
down.
gas pressure?
Jump up and down contains air pressure? You've defined gravity as jump up and down. So jump up and
All
down.
right,
causes
Do
air
you want us
why-
to describe
Hold on a
gravity? or do
second,
you want-
Storm.
Go
Hold on
ahead.
a second.
Go ahead.
Why do
These wise guys.
why do things fall down?
Why do things fall down now? Okay, so define
Why
gravity.
do things
now
fall up?
Why do things fall down?
I was just gonna say that. Flip it on him. Why did things
Yeah.
go up?
Oh, why do
Because
things
of
fall
gravity.
down?
Because of gravity.
So gravity contains air. You've given me why do things fall down for gravity. So why do things fall down contains air. That's what you're going with?
That was verbal diarrhea.
From you, yeah. Just trying to parse out your claim, and it's not making much sense at this point.
Gravity is just an observation. It's just
Think,
the way
why
the
do
world
things
is.
fall down doesn't make sense to you? I couldn't be more direct.
No, I asked you what gravity was because you said gravity causes air pressure.
Gravity
You said,
is things
why do
fall down.
Okay, things fall down causes air pressure.
Yes.
Try to describe gravity as a phenomena. I think that's better.
Okay, that's non sequitur. It makes absolutely no sense. So we'll try somebody
it
else.
might
Thanks,
not
Tom.
make sense to you, but it makes
Thanks.
sense. Just think about it.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all.
It
Objectively
makes
speaking,
makes perfect sense.
makes perfectly sense. Yeah, Twanger, you've done enough damage to the globe for now. We'll just yield for now.
Yeah, well,
I'll take that as a win. Thanks, guys.
Can I ask a question? I mean, I'm not a native English speaker, but what does it mean to gravitate towards something else? What's the meaning of that? To gravitate. It's not like what was it? What does it mean to gravitate towards something else?
Who are you asking?
Well, whoever can answer the question. I don't know. I'm not too good in English. You know.
Like a figure of speech, basically. It means to be sort of like pulled towards something. That's sort of a figure of speech too. Like I'm gravitating towards that beautiful woman at the supermarket.
Yeah, and the cause for things gravitating towards each other is gravity.
I'm gonna head out now. I just wanted to say that Sonny, it was you.
So okay, gravity's the cause. What is gravity?
It's a law of nature. It's the way the world is, I would say. That seems to be a law of nature, you know.
Way the world is, law of nature contains air.
When did it become a law?
It becomes a law when you observe it and you don't observe contrary things, kind of, and then you will say, "Oh, it seems that the world is this way." Right?
Yeah, but this happened last time though. Is gravity was claimed as a cause for this or that? We asked, "What is gravity?" and we never got a coherent answer. So now gravity is a law. It's the nature of the world. Nature of the world, gravity being a law that contains air pressure. Yeah, it's not making much sense.
You can put it in Einstein's terms. You know, he said it's the curvature of space-time, and the curvature of space-time causes something to move in a certain trajectory through space-time on a geodesic or whatever.
Okay.
I don't know.
Now
Man,
we
this is
have
too
a
much for
claim.
me, but that's, I think, the physical explanation. Whatever.
Finally, we have a claim. So the curvature of space-time contains air.
Yeah, you got to show us. You're gonna have to show us. You're gonna have to show us how you can curve. Bring us some curved time. Time with a curve. Bring us a time curve.
Well, the
And you
next part we need
present
to
that
demonstrate
to the group.
We finally has a coherent claim. He's not just saying that gravity is jump up and down. Okay, curvature of space-time. Okay, can it be demonstrated that the curvature of space-time contains air?
Well, I don't know what I just forget the air. Air is not really the point.
Just forget
But yeah,
the air?
of course.
It sounds to me
I
like
mean, you don't need. If you're trying to explain gravity, you don't need air, right? You don't have to introduce like air. But yeah, you're right.
sounds to me like
but we have.
it sounds to me like
air
we're
in
stuck
reality,
needing a
though.
container. Okay, I just want to say it sounds to me like we're stuck needing a container for air pressure at this point. Go ahead.
Sounds just like that to me too.
The universe.
Can I ask a question then? Back to the fundamentals. What is air pressure?
So
What is
that
it?
would be
Gas
gas
pressure.
pressure, right? That would be the force that gas is exerting on the walls of its container.
No. Pressure is.
No, it doesn't have to be on a
force
container,
over-
on anything. Yeah. It's the
No,
kinetic
it
energy of the
cannot be
gas, right?
on anything. It has to be a physical barrier because otherwise you don't.
No.
You can't achieve gas pressure without a physical barrier. It has to be physical.
No.
It can't be non-physical. It can't be air.
You need
Contains air. That's never been
You need a
shown
barrier to
ever.
measure it. The
Yeah,
gas pressure,
absolutely.
by the definition in the ideal gas law, which Jedi brings up, right? The ideal gas law says pressure equals nRT over V, right? Which is the number of moles, temperature, and volume. So if you look at that, that's joules per meter cubed. That's all we need to know. Doesn't need any boundaries. It's just the amount of
Oh, so you
energy
have a
we
volume.
have.
How do you get
So you have a
volume
volume.
without a
You have a
boundary?
volume.
Wait.
Yes. A volume is
force-
just a dimension in space, right? You don't,
Yes,
like
you'll
I
need a
said
container
before.
for that. Yeah,
What?
you need a
No, you
container
don't.
for a volume unless you can demonstrate
No, you
the
don't.
bending and warping. Yes, you
I'm
do.
looking out at my
Or
backyard here, right? How much can I
don't
can
need
I estimate?
yeah, you're just gonna stop talking if you don't think you need a container for a volume. That's absolutely insane. How are you
Yeah,
gonna need a volume
absolutely.
without
How would you
walls?
measure it?
You, me- you
Yeah,
How would
measure
you
the
measure
dimensions.
out in space? Out in
So no,
space.
I'm looking at. You let me finish. So I'm looking here at my backyard, right? 20 meters long, 5 meters wide, 3 meters tall. What's that? 20 by 5 by 3. That's the volume of my backyard. There's no container, but there's a
No,
volume.
that's the square footage, bro. You're mixing
No.
terms, bro. That's not the way volume's used, bro. Why are you saying
That
things like
is a
this?
volume.
Absolutely.
Volume is
That
length
is
times
absolutely
width
fine.
times height. It's
Oh my
absolutely
god,
volume.
How
bro.
bizarre.
Okay,
Um,
all right, take this. Let's take a vacuum chamber, and you take that volume that you just claimed within that vacuum chamber, and you just confine some air just to that volume and have it not expand beyond it and into the walls of the vacuum chamber. Can you do that for us?
That's not
You
what we're
say
talking
calculate
about,
the
mate. We're
amount
asking
that
what gas
you said.
pressure
Yeah,
is.
what am I talking about? I know, it sounds absolutely ridiculous. That's
No, what was the
basically
question you asked? Like how much air could be within it?
well, he's just calling an arbitrary bit of space a volume, right?
It is. That's what a
Without
volume
he
is.
doesn't
It can
have any
be.
walls
Volume is the
to
amount of
enclose
space
that volume.
occupied by a sample of matter. So it technically,
Right, but
if he has the if he knows the amount of
You
space,
don't
like
even
if he
need
can
matter.
measure the
You
space.
just need dimensions. A volume
Yeah,
is.
so if
You would
you don't
also
have
need
the walls,
atmospheric
three-dimensional
pressure to
construct,
measure
yeah.
the volume as well. Like if you're actually measuring the substance of what's going on there,
I'm
you
just
would.
saying if you don't have the walls to enclose that volume he's talking about, you're not going to be able to confine gas to it.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, right? This is interesting. So if I measure the volume of my backyard without a container, put a pressure probe in there and measure the pressure, do the PV equals nRT thing, it adds up. There's a
Bro,
slight gradient, but the
you're
pressure
wrong,
adds
bro.
up. I can do PV equals nRT in my backyard without a container, and it adds up.
What do you mean without a container?
Yeah.
You're begging the question then that
I
the
can
gas
measure
pressure
the
that you
volume
have.
of my backyard. I can
Yeah.
measure
No,
the
you
pressure of the
can't,
air
dude.
in my backyard.
NASA, you're begging the
Volume is
That's
question.
measured.
ridiculous.
Well, when he
Dude,
says
That's
without a
ridiculous.
container, when he says without a
No, it doesn't.
container, you're begging the
Well,
question that the gas.
You're
Hold
in
on,
a
you're begging the
category.
question that the so-called atmosphere is not contained. That is the very thing in question, which you guys say does not require containment. The whole point is to have gas pressure in the first place. There would have to be some form of physical containment. So this is
no.
you're just begging the question.
If we got your vacuum chamber right, and we'll go the same, I'll use Jedi's discussion. Russian doll full of gas in a vacuum of gas, right? You open the Russian doll. If you were measuring the pressure inside the Russian doll, the instant you open it, you will still measure a pressure, and after a small period of time, the pressure will equalize to the size of the container. If the container is really big, it takes longer, but the pressure is exerted without the container being present.
It'll
So in
equalize
a
like you
Russian
just said.
doll.
You're lost.
Yeah, as soon as
But
you
in any
break the
case,
containment of that Russian doll, you're gonna lose. Yeah, you're gonna lose the gas pressure. That's what you just told us.
So
So
if you
that's
get
the
container,
that's a
but not instantly,
demonstration of
right?
gas
Not
pressure requiring a
instantly.
container.
Yeah,
Doesn't
the
yeah, but
pressure
matters
expands.
how long it takes or how much the gas is impeded while it tries to equalize. The point is if it doesn't have
Yeah.
containment, you will not be able to achieve that system in the first place. So you're just demonstrating our point.
You're right. It doesn't achieve equalization in that scenario until it's filled the container, but
Not
the
even what I
gas
said.
will be exerting pressure before it has reached the walls of its new container. So if you had a vacuum chamber as big as a house, right, they
Because it
exist,
still has
and we
walls to
release
run into, but there is a breach in the containment through which it's eventually going to leave, and it's going to equalize with the surrounding
Yeah.
system. And it would happen a whole lot faster if that surrounding system was a vacuum, like you're saying the entire system of the Earth is in. So this doesn't work for you.
No, actually it doesn't. The equalization time is about the same whether you're in a pressurized container or a not pressurized container.
We're
Because the
talking a
gas
violent
speed isn't
spill,
impacted.
a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum chamber. Yeah, show me
Doesn't
that.
matter how negative it is, right? The pressure is
Not
almost
negative.
zero.
It's not negative.
You're just being a sophist at this point. Yeah, I'm not even saying it's negative. It's 10 to the negative 17 torr. It's still a positive number, just a very, very, very small number. So it's like, stop red herring it.
It's approximately zero. We can call it zero if you like. That's fine.
Yeah, I like it when people call it
I don't want to
zero.
call it zero. I called it what they said it is. Why are you going off on one red herring tangent after the next?
Because it
The
doesn't
whole thing
matter.
with your Russian doll was just a demonstration of a pressurized system, which you needed a container to establish. You say it can be done without that containment. You guys say it can be done. Well, I don't want to generalize, but I think you say it can be done with the bending and warping of space-time. So just show it being done
go
that way
down
without
there.
the Russian doll.
You can't even imagine measuring a volume without a container. I've just told you that
Yeah,
the
but the
gas law
problem
applies
is,
in
No, I
that
can
backyard.
imagine things.
when
I
you
can
were
imagine
measuring
things.
the volume,
I can
when you
imagine
were
things
measuring the
just as well as
volume,
you can.
oh, sorry. When you were measuring
That's
the volume in your backyard, you gave it dimensions, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you gave
Had
it dimensions. So you
Yeah,
created
didn't give it a
virtual
container though, did I?
Yeah, but it's because it's already in a fucking system.
So
So you gave your backyard dimensions.
the numbers stacked up.
Boundaries.
The gas law was obtained without a container. I don't need a
But you're not
container to
changing
show.
the pressure in your backyard.
You're
Don't
already
need
in a
to.
system, is our contention. You're already in the contained system of the so-called atmosphere. We're saying that has to
I
be
don't need-
contained to gas pressure, right?
So
As
you
per
agree I
your
can measure a
Russian
volume
doll,
without a container
as
then?
per your Russian doll example, the only way we can figure out to actually have a system of gas pressure is with the enclosed containment, right?
The only way you can figure out? Yeah, sure. But we can generate pressure by applying other forces to gases, right? By rotating gases.
He doesn't get it. If you look inside chat, you will see a nuke going off, right? And this nuke will create like a pressure wave, right? Where is this pressure wave, right? It's not in a container, right? It's just in the atmosphere, but you will still feel the pressure
It's
from the
already
bomb, right?
in a container.
It's the
fucking
container.
gas pressure.
What's the container?
The guy did. You're
And
just
what is gas
begging
pressure?
that you have an open system of gas pressure, that being your atmosphere. You're just doing exactly the same thing Daza did.
So atmosphere is gas pressure?
Gas pressure requires containment. Yes.
No,
So the atmosphere is gas pressure?
I don't get it. How does the bomb
That's
work?
kind
How
of our
does the
point.
bomb exert pressure then?
Well, it's not your point, because your point is the gas pressure is contained by a thing called gravity, but no one can demonstrate this.
Gravity isn't pulling it
Without
towards. That's what
giving us
pressurizes
the
it.
example of the Earth as the example of gas pressure without containment. Anywhere else in reality, this does not exist.
We're also the only planet in our solar system that has an atmosphere. So, yeah, probably why.
It's a planet. And that's not even the claim. We're not claimed to be the only planet with an atmosphere. That's false within your own paradigm. But what's a planet?
What's a red herring?
Yeah.
Not that, because he said planet, so I'm addressing what he said. So not
What's
that.
What's a Socratic argument?
Okay, so that's a red
Google that
herring.
one.
That's
Should Google
the red
that
herring.
one. I want to do you some good.
So that was a red herring for you folks.
Red herring is a smelly fish.
Well, if you're going to say that, yeah, that was another one too. If you're going to say that Earth is a planet, shouldn't you first know what a planet is? Well, I guess this is a sidebar from the gas pressure thing, but you guys weren't getting anywhere with that anyway. Might as well go off of it.
Well, let's concede on the planet thing, right? Let's talk about pressure.
So do we not live on a planet?
Well, let's just.
I don't know. You've got to tell me what a planet is first. So far, we don't even know what it is.
No, I want to know from your. I want to know. I want you to answer. Are we on a planet? Or are
Just
we
say
not on
no.
a planet?
No observable similarities between what we're on and the things in the sky called planets.
Why? What are we on? What are we on?
The
then?
Earth. The Earth. It seems to be in a category of its own. I can't compare it to anything else like it.
So,
I don't see it.
so
Like a
So
fox.
the idea of us being the only planet in our solar system to have a solar or an atmosphere is just beyond you. But we're also we're not like anything else in our solar system because we're on a flat disk.
There's no solar system, and there's no flat disk. I didn't say flat disk either.
You're just combining his paradigm.
The whole thing with this gas pressure discussion is to say that there can't be an open system of gas pressure, the atmosphere that you guys talk about, inside of a vacuum, which would be your outer space. So the entire environment that you have your solar system within
Or
cannot
can be,
even
though.
be described. Well,
Gas
somebody
pressure.
could
Yeah, you can absolutely have gas in space.
Okay, but then somebody would have to demonstrate the bending and warping of space-time causing gas pressure, and you saw these numpties try to do that and how that went.
Oh no, I'm sure we could chat GPT it and it'll tell us exactly how it happens.
It's going to make the same claim that gravity causes air pressure, but it can't be demonstrated is our point.
Well,
It's
you
only
can see a
understand-
two-dimensional demonstration of it if
Chat-
you'd like, but it
Chat
exists in a
GPT
three-dimensional plane.
ChatGPT is only repeating
What the fuck
what we
is
already learned.
two-dimensional?
You don't know what dimensions are?
Yeah, but that's what are you going to show us in 2 dimensions? What are you talking about?
I
It's not
linked it
gonna be
earlier.
reality. It's not going to be reality.
It's an experiment basically stating, so you grab a like
In 2 dimensions, you've got a 2-dimensional experiment, do you?
yes.
He's all conceptual only. You got to take this guy for what he is. He's only talking about conceptions, not reality, not the actually is.
Yeah, that's why we're talking past each other, because you're talking about ideas and imaginings and things like that. We're
That's not what I'm talking about.
what-
I'm talking about a solid experiment that visualizes gravity for you.
Well, dude, that's not an experiment. That's a visualization, like you just said. It's not a practical demonstration of reality.
Because
It's
we
just
already
a
we don't need it. We don't need the experiment. We already know what gravity is. We already understand
Well, it
it.
can't be an
We are just trying
experiment
to
if you don't have
visualize
an
it in this
experiment.
experiment.
You just said it was an experiment, but we don't need an experiment.
That's not what I
You
said. I said it was
understand
a
how retarded that
visualization.
sounds?
Even he said that I said it was a visualization. He didn't say that I
Okay.
said it was an
But
experiment.
then you
so
keep on calling
stop
it
putting
an
words out of my mouth.
experiment. You keep on calling it an experiment.
Well, if I misspoke, then that's my bad. But it's a visualization. I literally said it pretty clear. I said it was a 2-dimensional visualization of how gravity works, even though it exists in a 3-dimensional plane and it operates in a 3-dimensional
back to a
plane. If you would
conceptual
like to,
idea that can't
it's
be
not
proven.
conceptual because you can literally visualize it, and then once you can visualize it in
That is
that,
what
and then
conceptual means.
Yeah,
what's the
that's just- you're
definition
just
of what's the definition of conceptual?
Well, you're just visualizing a concept at that point. It still
What's the
hasn't been
definition of conceptual, Timbo?
world.
Oh, you
It's just
were the one that using.
No, you're the
using
one that's
word,
calling.
so
You're
you
the one
tell
that's
me.
saying everything I'm saying is conceptual. You tell me what
Well, it is
conceptual
because
means.
it's not in reality.
Tell me what it means. What's the definition of it? All right. Well, while you Google it, I'm going to go ahead and tell you
not
this
Googling
experiment
shit,
was
I'm driving,
conducted in a
It's not
two-dimensional
an
plane,
experiment.
but it exists in a three-dimensional plane.
Not an experiment.
All right. So hold on though, real quick. So they do this experiment that you call experiment. It's not an experiment, but they do this experiment in your paradigm. Then gravity. They come up with this idea. They say it's a ball attracting ball. But then we go out and visually we can measure things with planicity, no curvature. Who's lying there? Like which position's wrong?
So let me answer your question real quick. So you say it's not an experiment, but an experiment by definition is a scientific procedure undertaken to make a discovery, test a hypothesis, or demonstrate a known fact. It was an
Where is the
experiment.
experiment in what
It
you
demonstrated a known fact.
What did?
What's the known
experiment.
fact?
What
experiments? It demonstrates a known fact of how gravity works.
What was the independent variable?
Yeah, but he's claiming a 2D conception is an experiment, and then he just read out the definition of experiment.
It's all just a bunch of BS. That's all.
Demonstrate a known
I'm just
fact.
trying to figure
if
out-
this
What
is
was the
beyond you and your comprehension, I can't really do much
What
for
was
you.
the demonstration?
Dude, what
was
you
the
have is
demonstration?
you have a concept, like he's been saying, a conceptualization, and then you've just given us a visualization of that concept. That's all you've done. It still hasn't been practically
It's not-
demonstrated.
it's
That's
not.
real-
Saying, bro, like he's
It's
not,
not-
fucking smart. This nigga's stupid as fuck.
Shut the fuck up. You sound dumb as shit.
Yeah, he's muted.
Yeah, thank you. Anyways, the reason why I view it as a scientific experiment is because, in my opinion, gravity has already been
Not
proven
an
as a fact.
opinion.
Okay, it is an opinion because you're sitting here telling me gravity isn't real, and I'm telling you that gravity is real. So if it's
No
my opinion that
demonstration
it
of
is,
gravity.
so if you're saying that what I'm saying is an opinion, that means you're saying that it's a fact. So you just admitted gravity is real. Thank you.
How
No,
does
it's
that
not.
work?
We're not talking about your favorite color, dumb fuck. We're saying you said a word named gravity. We're asking you, what are you talking about? You stupid
That's not
imbecile.
what anybody's saying at all. You're brain dead.
Simple. Hey,
You're lost.
you're
You're on the wrong side of
held
the
back
argument.
an
You have no
ability to
idea
We're
what
learn.
getting
planet you're
away
on.
from.
Back an ability to
We're
learn.
getting away
You
from the
haven't
That's
point.
not
figured
what
it out
anybody
yet.
was saying at all. You stepped
We're
into the argument
asking a
way too
simple
late, dummy.
question. What
Hey,
is
dummy,
that?
dummy. You stepped in way too late. You're wrong.
You haven't stepped up to
You're
present it.
completely off base here. What me and Dr. Kindergarten and what Timbo are talking about is completely different than whatever the fuck you're saying. You're on a completely different planet. Shut up.
Hey, so just real quick. So let's go back to what I said. Who's correct then? Is the claim of gravity that you say that we tested and figured out because that equals mass attracting mass, even though that's been played out for over 100 years? Now, who's right though? Who's correct? Because when we do the observations, there's no way it can be a 25,000 circumference sphere. No way at all. That's out the window, bro. It's no longer that. But if you want to claim gravity on this world that we know is not a 25,000 circumference, then where do you go from there then? Because we've proven it that it's not a 25,000 circumference spheroid.
How have
We
you proven that though? I'm not,
because
that's not a probe question. I'm just literally asking.
Yeah, no,
I
we
haven't seen
proved it. Okay, that's fair. We proved it because were able to measure it with objects in the water, and then thus showing planicity straight across flat. So then you got to ask yourself, well, if water's flat and plane, it's horizontal, then over here these textbooks are telling me that water's curving. But then you get the math of that curve, and now it says that's now on the other side of a ball that I'm seeing something. That's now you're just going off to La La Land and you're going into fantasy world because we've proven that 30 miles away we could see something. 30 fucking miles, not 6 miles, not 10 miles, not 20 miles. 30 miles away we could see something.
That would also depend on your altitude, though.
No,
you know what I mean?
That's 1 foot off the water.
1 foot off the water at what, what's the sea level at that point in time? Because the sea level matters as well.
Sea level's the zero. Sea level's the medium. It's zero. You wherever you're at, it's 1 foot off the water. That's zero. No
Okay,
matter
what's the altitude or height of the object that you're seeing 30 miles away?
You're seeing the other side of all the city, the lights. The other side of I guess that would be like a cove.
No, because I remember specifically seeing a picture myself of there being people that are across the bay in Chicago, where half the buildings of the skyscrapers are like missing.
No,
from the bottom.
That's refraction. That's refraction, buddy. When you're seeing half of the buildings, that's refraction. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about lights that are on the shore as well. Also, let's even make it a 6 foot observation, giving you the maximum. If you do the math, that's probably about, I would say, maybe 5 miles maximum, maybe 6 miles maximum. I could even give you 10 miles. We're still seeing 3 times farther than that. So when guys have set up these demonstrations, have went out and across the lakes, sometimes they were even frozen, so where you couldn't even introduce this maximum refraction rate. It hurts your case at this point. So because it's no longer having to worry about the refraction and bending and all that bullshit that you guys throw out there. So the fact is that you're seeing something, actually it was 27 miles. I'm just rounding up. Even still, 26, 27 miles away, you're seeing somebody at 6 feet away, that's 6 feet off the ground, and you're 6 feet off the ground, and you're able to see each other's reflection and laser lights that you're shooting. That is not a ball. Like, I don't care. You want to talk gravity, you want to talk about planets, you want to talk about stars. All that is bullshit when it comes to what we have physically done on Earth to prove it's not a 25,000 circumference. Because in that sense, then it just means that the Earth is way bigger than we actually been told. And that's it.
But even by you guys' own, this is words coming straight from the horse's mouth, words that have specifically come from you guys during this debate, stating that there's pictures that you can't even see curvature in 70 miles. So you're trying to tell me that the curvature is supposed to be substantial enough to where you can't see something after 30, but whenever you're taking a picture of 70 and you still can't visibly see a significant curve, you're telling me everything's supposed to just disappear at 30 miles away?
No, everything's supposed to disappear at 3 miles or 4 miles or 1 mile.
What's the height of it? Are we talking about the Empire State Building, or are we talking about a guy that's 3 inches tall?
I already told you the guy's 6 feet tall and he's on the other side of the shore line and he's on that side and the other guys are on the other side and they're seeing each other. It's been a.
Where has this example been shown? And I want to see a live. I don't want to see some like copy pasted like photoshopped guy across the shoreline where his knees are cut off and then.
Look, no, I get you. Check it out. I'm gonna post this and then I'll look for the video for you.
Because I've been to like Lake Superior, I've been to the ocean many times. Most waves, by even no curvature whatsoever,
all right.
Even if it was a flat Earth, most waves are like 3 to 6 feet. So even in Lake Superior, like,
all right.
So I'm just curious how you see a 6 feet guy. You're telling me this is facts.
Remember, it's what I was talking about. 27 miles. It was over frozen water, no waves. But I just posted a photo on the side chat. There's 12 experiments that were done. Some radio waves propagating it, laser beams, different ones, geodesic curvature in the water, as well as just seeing a light, and then other telescopic positions, as well as if buildings diverge from one another. There's 12 experiments done. Those are the measurements, the corrections. I'll look for the video for you because there's a video. It's like an hour long or 2 hours long. It's a documentary. This was done back in 2011 through 2014 or 16, I believe. There's like years that this is over many years, not many, but over a few years. And this is old, bro. This is old information. And we're still over here arguing this dumb shit. And these people went out there and they did the experiments. They did the observations. They came to the conclusion there was planicity in all that they did. So they disproved the globe too, man. Like, I don't know why we're still talking about, gravity and planets. And that's bullshit, bro. I'll find a video for you. Give me a second. Are you still there? I'm going to post a link. Check that link out. Let me know if that's the English one or Spanish one. But this is
Spanish one.
I know, but it has English subtitles. I think like it's done in South America, so a lot of it is like they're speaking Spanish. But I think that's the one that it has a subtitle. Let me just skim through it for you real quick. I'll find out if that's the right one.
I think it's Portuguese anyway, man.
Yeah, Portuguese. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one without the subtitles. Let me find you the one that's the right one. It's a wrap, bro. I don't even know why I don't know. It's weird to me. I'm going through all my DMs. I know somebody DM'd me the English version.
From
I can't find it. I have so many damn DMs, and I don't remember who sent it. Sure. And, yeah. Shit. Sorry. Nope. Delete some of this. Here you go. Here's the English one. That one's in Dutch, but it's the same. I think it's the same one. Should be the same one.
So what does this video show?
Hey, maybe it is different. It's kind of the same thing but different. What was that?
What does this video show?
It's they do the 12 observations that I spoke of earlier. They do the 12 observations, and they go through it. They show you how they did it, what they did, what it took, and their results. So they have them in all languages here. Is this? Oh, this one might be better. Oh yeah, here you go. This one's better. There. Because you won't have the Dutch writing over it. Watch this one instead. You could save that one, watch it later or something. It's an hour and 32 minutes. But that's just English.
Well, cellular cosmology does you one better. So just, I mean, cellular cosmology's been around for a long time. A lot of forced line of experiments have been done in cellular cosmology's namesake. So convex Earth. The question will arise: where is this curve coming from? So your local area will be determined to be level, and at some point it's not level. But then if somebody's on that boat where you're saying that boat isn't level, they are or aren't level. It's an odd sort of paradox that you place yourself in. We call it Bob and Alice.
What do you mean they like are or aren't?
Well, if you're going to take an elevation angle to a celestial, and you're at both these points, and it's basically where the disco ball Earth meets the other point of the disco ball Earth, like on the where the flat plane of your local becomes the flat plane of somebody else's local. Like what is causing that disco ball Earth? Like what happens at the apex of the disco ball Earth flat pieces meeting another flat piece? Like in reality, are you like really going over? You're not going over that hump, really, are you? It wouldn't seem to be.
I think you're just not really visualizing the expanse and vast nature of the
No,
Earth. It's not
visualizing the localization. I mean, we're just going to be all water, right? So you wouldn't really feel that. But conceptually, with all these flat spots for your local horizontals, that would sort of start to conflict if there's other people on rafts and they're on the circle of equal altitude. Now we're going to have some real big problems if we're thinking that they're on the other side of some hill that's in the way. Shape's going to be malformed. You know, it's simple geometry.
Well, I
that's
can
what
make it even simpler. Like you can circumnavigate the globe in a
No, let's make it very simpler. You can't draw a circle on a sphere.
can't what?
You can't draw a circle on a sphere.
Yeah, a two-dimensional plane.
Yeah, precisely. So
you can draw a
you
two-dimensional
agree? You
object
agree,
on a
disagree?
three-dimensional
Yes
object.
or no?
You can
I
draw
would
a
say
two-dimensional object
you
on a
agree. You
three-dimensional
cannot.
object.
You can. So you can now draw a two-dimensional object on a three-dimensional object. What? Okay.
You have a basketball. I want you to
That
draw a
sounds
circle
absurd.
on that basketball. You can draw a circle on the
Can't
basketball.
do it. You can't do it. I could
You
draw a
can.
diameter, but now you're in a pine is not elm
No,
fallacy.
no.
No, a part is not whole. A part is not whole.
You can draw a circle
Can't take
on a
you
circle.
can't say a part of something is that something. No, because that's only just a part. Like a part of a like an elk skin, right? You pulled the skin off. That's not an elk. That's just the skin of it. You did a lot of horrible things to get
Is it still in
to
the shape
skin
of the
it.
elk?
So the skin itself is not
But it's still
what you're
shaped like
trying
an
to
elk,
equate
isn't
it
it?
to. So now you get into a whole host of other fallacies.
I think you should
You're
let the other
absurd.
guys
If you
talk. You
think that
sound
you
like an
can
idiot.
draw a two-dimensional planar figure on a three-dimensional surface, then you have an objective deterrence of cognitive facility because you're not
Are you a
comprehending the
three-dimensional
terms.
object?
I would say I'm much more, but this isn't about me. This
Okay,
isn't
well, I'm not
about
talking
you.
about
We're
your
not
Buddhist
talking about
beliefs. I mean, just
feelings over
physically,
here.
your body. Are you on a three-dimensional plane? Do you operate in the three-dimensional
Well,
plane?
I think that the fact that
Not what
I
you think. Just
can
yes
raise
or
my
no.
hand above the floor, I would say that yes, I'm in a third dimension.
I don't think you really understand what
And
three-dimensional
I
objects
don't
are.
think you understand that dimension is a concept.
All right, look at the text chat. That's how you draw a circle on a sphere.
Did you draw a diameter and then call it a circle, not knowing
You
what
could
a
draw the
circle is?
diameter. You would just have to calculate it with.
You
with
drew
a,
no.
you
That's
would have
all
to
you did.
calculate it with a deviation
All
of
you did was draw
Pythagorean's
lines
theorem.
on a flat surface. That's what you did.
All you did is
Having
what?
no partire. You know, it may appear to be, but really, I would look at that. But I'm not even looking at what you said because
Break, what do you
what's wrong with
consider a
you?
circle?
None of those are circles. Like, okay, I looked at what you said.
What is your definition
None
of
of those are
circle?
circles. Those are all in the third dimension. Those are diameters.
Those are not
But
diameters.
those are not
Diameters from
circles.
from one side of the ball to the other, straight across. That's what a diameter is.
Yeah, so you would
Do you
call
even
that.
have you graduated
Okay,
third grade
so
math?
it's something very simple, very
You're doing
different.
flat
It's
earthers
not
of
on
the
the
service
surface. So
right now.
now
You
we're
really should
under
bring the
the
other ones
surface.
back.
No, hey, you don't understand math or geometry. You
You're
just
telling me
gave
those
me.
aren't
You
circles.
drew a bunch of diameters on a
It's not what a
sphere.
diameter is.
You drew a bunch of diameters on a sphere
What's a diameter?
or circumferences, whatever,
Yeah.
of
There we
a full
go.
diameter. No,
What's
and
a
I guess the radius
circumference?
would be that. So
Diameter is
you
a
drew a
straight
bunch
line
of
passing from side to
circumferences
side through the
without the
center or body of a
diameter. I was
figure,
giving you the
especially a
diameter
circle
the
or a
whole
sphere.
time, and you still couldn't figure it out. So now you're saying
You were
curved
saying these
diameters because we're
circles
talking
were
about the surface.
diameters.
You can't draw a circle on the surface of a sphere, and then here you give me all of these circumferences that are not diameters, that are not circles.
So do you know
Very
that those
simple.
aren't
You drew
circumferences, right?
diameters
No.
on a
Okay, can you
sphere
stop
that were
talking? Can you
not
stop
circles.
monologuing, please? Can we have a chance to address what you're saying? Like, goddamn, like you just keep going on and on and on. You've
my
called them
God.
circles like 5 times. Okay, those are not circumferences. Those are circles. By definition, those are circles. By definition, it is not a circumference. Now continue. You're wrong.
This definition probably assumes that they're in 2D. By that definition, they wouldn't be. Yeah, but what exactly is your definition break? Do you want to give one?
Of of what circumference is?
No, the other guy. The other circle.
Oh, he's not going to. Yeah, he's not going to. He's got to Google it really quick. Hang on, give him a minute.
I mean, that's fine. If he Googles it,
That's
he
fine.
gets
No,
the
he
definition.
drew a circumference around a diameter.
It's a circle, bro.
And the diameter is through a portion of a 3-dimension because a circle is 2 dimensions. So he's drawing a circumference, and the diameter isn't a flat diameter; it's a curved diameter.
Okay, so for those little
based
circles that
on
you're talking
on
about,
the reference of whatever the sphere that it's
no,
on. So
sir,
it's
no,
not
sir.
I mean, you're just saying,
by
right? Like
definition,
circles
He's just
can
saying
only
random
exist in
shit.
2D,
curved
right? But that's just
diameter.
an assumption he's making.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a generalization
in geometry,
of a two-dimensional
in
circle.
In
geometry,
geometry, do you know the difference between a 2-dimensional shape and a 3-dimensional shape?
yeah, and I'm trying to explain it to
In
you. You, for
geometry.
some reason,
And
think that you
so
can't
you're
draw
gonna
it. You
explain
tell
to
me
me
you were.
somehow
I said that to you earlier.
there's
You
a
said, "What is a
2-dimensional shape
dimension?"
on a 3-dimensional shape.
I
That's
said that
what
to
you're
you
gonna
earlier, and
explain
you
to me
said,
right
"What's
now.
a
Let's be clear.
dimension?"
Okay, no, you're gonna explain how a 2-dimensional
Now you're adopting my
shape
own principles
can
to
be
tell me why I'm
drawn on a
wrong.
3-dimensional shape.
What
Let's
the
go.
fuck is wrong with
Okay,
you, dude?
go. Dude, and make sure you don't. Pine is not elm. Pine is not elm. So
What
don't
the
draw a
fuck? What did you ask
circumference
me to do?
and call that a circle.
In geometry, the circumference is the perimeter of a circle or ellipse. That is not the perimeter of the circle. Those are a bunch of tiny circles on the
Define
plane
circle.
of the
Define
sphere.
circle. Define circle.
You cannot
know what
have
a
a
circle
plane
is?
circle on the face
Plane.
of a sphere because a plane circle is flat. The sphere is curving. It's no longer a plane circle. It will be distorted. Very simple.
Nope.
He wants to cut
Circle
a
is a
potato
round plane
and
whose
dip it. He
boundary
wants to cut a
consists of
potato
points
in half,
equidistant
dip
from
it
a
in
fixed
paint,
point.
and stamp it on the wall
Break.
and
Listen
say
to me.
that's a
Break.
circle. It's like, yeah, no, you
Break.
cut a potato in half.
Listen to me.
So that potato in half that you hold in your hand, you're dipping it in paint and think
Oh
you're going to make a point.
Break. Can
No,
you shut the fuck up and
that's
listen,
not a
please?
circle.
Break.
That's a potato you cut in half.
Break. By definition, you see that circle in the middle? Let's just identify that one.
By
one
definition.
circle. By
One
definition,
circle,
if you
planar,
can take a point,
do you know
if you can take
planar
a
2D
point and draw equidistant lines to each boundary from its center, that's a circle.
So curve radiuses.
No.
So curve
A
radius.
round plane figure.
Oh, wow.
That's boundary. It consists of
round
points
plane
equidistant from a fixed point.
I'll throw the globe.
That's what a circle is. This is a circle. All of those are circles.
A flat circle.
I'll throw the globe or a lifeline. It's not. They're called circular cross sections by definition. They're not a circle though. But that's your lifeline. So there you go. You're welcome.
That's not a lifeline.
Yes, it is because you're
It's
wrong.
not. It's not mutually
Yeah, that was
exclusive. Those can be circles
No,
and
it's
whatever
very,
you just said it was.
buddy,
Yes, yes, they can be.
He doesn't know what 2D versus 3D is.
Buddy. Listen,
He thinks a
they
plane
are
is a
right here.
Yeah, you don't understand what 2D versus 3D is. 3D is a
No.
sphere. 2D is a circle.
No,
That's what
listen.
2D versus 3D is, and you don't understand that.
Look at. Hold on, just hear me out. Give me a second, real quick, okay? They're correct because they're on the side of a circle is 2-dimensional. Facts, right there. You can't even by definition, a circle is 2 dimensions, right? There's no raising or lowering, right? There's no convexity or it's converging. It's just a circle is a circle, 2D. Okay, it's on a flat piece or whatever. You draw a circle. When you draw a circle, a 2-dimensional object onto a 3-dimensional object, which would be a basketball or whatever, then it's no longer a circle. It's now called a circular cross section because by definition, a cross section is when you're taking a 2D object and you're drawing it onto like a tattoo onto your body. It's taking a 2D drawing and putting it onto your 3D self
Yeah,
because you're
thank you for
3 dimensions.
describing exactly what's happening. Yeah, thank you.
But again,
That's
that's
what I'm
why
saying. Yeah,
that it would be called a
that's what I'm saying.
circular cross. Okay, I'm just throwing you a lifeline, trying to help you out because you were wrong and they were right. But
I'm
you were
not wrong.
arguing.
You just
you're
told
butting
me I
heads.
was right by describing exactly what I said. I told you he took a 2-dimensional object and drew it on a 3-dimensional object.
Right.
I told you that.
But the second you draw, but hear me out though. This is where they were right, and this is where you were wrong. The second you take a 2D object and you draw it onto a 3D object, then it's no longer called that. It's then called a circular cross section. Just if you want to look it up. I'm just trying to help you out, buddy. Like I'm just trying to help you out here. So you were wrong by you guys are playing word games, but technically they're right. Technically you were kind of right, but you were saying the wrong word. That's all I'm saying. You were right in the 2D on the 3D. Yes, you're right. But it's not called a circle no more. It
Depends on the
negates
plane that you're viewing it from. If you can take a dot and put it in the very center of that circle and draw basically with a protractor all the way around the edges, it is a circle. It's based on the plane that you're viewing it from.
Okay. If you cut the basketball in half and you had a flat plane and you're saying, and I drew a circle on that flat plane, then it's no longer, it's still a 3D object, right? So now you're getting real technical. It's still a 3D object, but you have a flat plane, which you're creating a 2-dimensional image on because you created the flat surface.
Which part of it are we viewing? Are we viewing the circles that we cut in half, or are we viewing the actual half of the circle?
You're viewing a circle even on 3D. In differential geometry, there is a definition of a circle which would extend.
Well, he
to the image
seems to be
shown.
confused where he is. No, you will never be. Like, are you in a cave looking at a star? So his hypothetical is abject retardation. That means held back inability.
You're telling me
to
perspective
comprehend
doesn't
reality.
matter in geography? Is that what you're saying? You fucking clown! Is that what you're saying? Tell me that
Yeah,
perspective doesn't matter in geometry. Tell me.
Yeah,
It's literally the fundamental basis of geometry. Stop being a moron.
Yes, all orthogonal lines will converge to a point on the horizon. Pretty simple. Good job.
Sometimes I stick my thumb up my ass and smell my finger.
No, that was a good glob defeat. I'm giving you a round of applause. Like, you just proved that the Earth cannot be a sphere because we observe it flat.
You need to stop smoking crack, man.
Did it with a measurement. You did it with a measurement as well. So good for you.
You need to stop smoking crack, man. So you're telling me because
well, I don't know. You just made up that thing.
So-
saying, hey, you
so are
brought
you
up some good
admitting
points
the
in
Earth
that
is a
hype.
globe? You just can't draw a circle on it. Is that what you're saying? So you're saying the
No,
Earth's
it's
a globe, you just
simple
can't draw a
fact of
circle on it.
reality. It's just a simple fact, and it'll come later.
Merely
Later
by
on.
you
You're not
arguing
ready-
the
you're
fact
not ready
that
for that
this
level.
is a globe, but
You're
you
really
can't
not
draw a
ready
circle
for
on it.
that level.
Why not?
You're so stupid. And
Why?
on whatever methamphetamine sort of hormone blockers you're on.
Yeah, because I
you
told you to
can't
stop
fathom
smoking crack.
reality.
Now you're saying this shit.
You're not on that level.
You're a
not on
parrot,
that
dude.
level.
You just rehearse what you hear, and you don't hear a lot of it because you're so fucking zooted half the time. You should really just practice shutting up.
Oh man, cut the bullshit.
Anyways, I hope you watch that documentary, and no point in talking about gravity and planets and all that other bullshit and seasons and everything else. There you go.
Why do we have half moons and full moons and quarter moons?
It's definitely something that is explained. You don't have to have a ball Earth to explain that. Matter of fact, there's a certain
ball
eclipse.
Earth doesn't explain that.
There's a certain
a ball
eclipse.
like magic retardation does not
A round
explain any of
ball
that.
getting in the way of the light rays that are coming from the sun, causing a round object, a round shadow on the moon,
phases, so you're
is
being
not
very
proof.
Specific. No, you're not being very specific what you're talking about. So exactly what are you talking about? Like, be specific.
I'm talking about every
phases?
night, mostly every night, except for 1 week out of the month
Do
or
you
whatever.
think the Earth is casting a shadow every night, and it's causing
into the break. You're gonna have a little break, man. Let Apocryphon talk. You're being a little bit incoherent, man.
No
Please.
way. He's getting stabbed in the back from another flat earther. Treatment program ended, I guess.
I would say
Back to school.
you need to look into the Silmarillion. You want to look into that Silmarillion sunset or eclipse?
I'll look into the video you sent me, but what'd you say?
Look into the Silmarillion. I can never say that word. Silmarillion? No, Silmarillion.
Type it out so I can Google it.
You mean Selenalian eclipse?
Selenalian. There you go. It's like aluminum for some people. Selenalian eclipse. Look into that. That is an eclipse that completely destroys heliocentrism, because that is not even dude. If you saw that with your own eyes, you would just be like, "What the literal?"
So it's when the sun and the eclipse moon are visible at the same time, which is impossible on a globe.
Correct. Completely impossible.
You know what actually is impossible on a globe?
Whoa, Clay, fix your fucking microphone. You're too hot, dude.
It's coming in hot.
So I know how much you guys listen.
Turn
We
down
all know. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'll just tell him to turn down the gain on his mic or whatever, so it's not clipping like that.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, sorry. I watched the movie and I moved the thing. Anyways, is it better now?
Yeah.
Okay. So the thing is, what completely destroys the globe, and it seems like nobody wants to talk about it, is the fact that the radius of roughly 4,000 miles is nowhere to be found on the surface area. How about we talk about the surface of this Earth to figure out what the Earth actually is, and have a foundation which upon then we can speculate what things in the sky are or not. Isn't that some fundamental, basic?
Yeah, I posted a documentary earlier, Clay, so he could check out 12 experiments or observations they did over several years. You watch that, you could believe what you want, bro. Like I'm nobody to tell you how to believe, but if that doesn't rattle your brain enough, I don't know what can, dude. You might be a little too far in the indoctrination.
Anyways, the thing is, it's all about the surface, and as long as the foundation for that surface is not given, I can completely dismiss any notion or story that wants to be taught by a heliocentrist about what the sky does or what the Earth does and so forth. Because they have yet to prove to me the very foundation of the whole premise, which is actually what your card house would, be standing upon, is the very fact that the radius of roughly 4,000 miles is somewhere to be found out there on the surface. But as long as that is open for proof, I really don't care what globals think the sky is or what happens in the sky or what the Earth is. That just goes in 1 year and goes right out again. Because there's no need to entertain it. So is there any global that has actually sufficient proof and evidence for the surface being curved 360 degrees in every direction to form roughly a sphere of a radius of roughly 4,000 miles?
Well, I think we kind of already have the facts out there that it's not a perfect circle, not a perfect 360 degree circle. It actually resembles more of an ellipse.
Yeah, okay, then we can call it an ellipsoid spheroid, an oblate spheroid, a pear-shaped spheroid, whatever you want to call it. No matter what, there's a mathematical equation given towards that radius roughly 4,000 miles, which gives you a curvature rate, and I want to see evidence for that. Because so far what I have seen from a lot of people all over the Earth is that there's contradictions happening as soon as we do long-distance observations, which is kind of, weird.
Yeah, and every single time we look at these observations, the thing that we never take into account is the height of the other object. I get shown oil rigs that are 150, 200, 350 feet tall, and nobody ever talks about the fact that they're that tall, and that's why we see them still even at long distances.
Dude, that's not true. Because if somebody was talking or making an argument about how much is something you should see, then yes, they would absolutely account for the height of that object, a mountain or something. But the point of that oil rigs one is just to try to judge the distance to the horizon. That's the only reason the oil rigs are there, because we know that they're a known distance. So you compare the distance of the horizon to that, the horizon's further. They're just like a mile marker. That's it. We're not talking about how high they are or how much of them we should see.
Well, depending on where you would be looking, right? The horizon would always just be pretty much infinite, would it not? If you're just looking on the edge of flat Earth, if you're standing, let's say you're just like laying on your belly, right? Zero height observation angle, and you're just staring off, wouldn't the horizon still be like infinite, or as far as your eyes could really visualize?
So what about this picture, Chicago skyline, which is taken 57 miles across Lake Michigan from Grand Mere State Park, and it's at an elevation height of 5 feet. 1 second, elevation height of 5 feet, which means the tallest building, by the way, that you can see there in the skyline of Chicago is 1,450 feet. That's the tallest building. But if we do the whole mathematics and equation, we come to the point that 1,963 feet of curvature is missing. So why is it that we can even see way, way smaller buildings, right, in their height, still visible, even though they should be hidden behind 1,963 feet of missing curvature?
So how many miles away is this?
And you know what your paradigm says? 57 miles. You know what your paradigm says? Your paradigm calls this an illusion. It's an optical illusion. You don't actually see the physical skyline of Chicago. It's actually an upside down reflected superior mirage.
Didn't we confirm earlier as a group? I mean, you're laughing, but we confirmed earlier as a group in an entirety, everybody, including flat earthers, that refraction is a real phenomenon.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. Nice.
So it's a paradigm magic flipped image bullshit, but it's real. We've all confirmed and discussed that it was real.
The problem is, type in superior mirage in Google and look at how superior mirages normally look. They're not very equal to the picture I posted and a skyline how it is visible. By the way, if you still want to invoke that there is the curvature, so why if there is the curvature and actually the city is behind, let's just assume it is behind 1,960 feet of curvature, and it's just an superior mirage making the city appear again. Where is this 1,963 feet of curvature left to right of the image? Because it should have the consistency of a spherical surface that bends 360 degrees in every direction from the observer's point of view.
Well, you said this is 50 miles away, and on my screen it's like 8 inches. So what is the scale from left to right? How many miles is that? Because it looks significantly farther than the distance we are away from the object. So in essence, if we're supposed to be witnessing 1,390 or whatever amount of feet in curvature, it would depend on how wide the image is that we're looking at, right? Because if we are looking at it much closer up, yeah.
But again, when I look at superior mirages, I find it quite interesting that they look so different to the Chicago skyline.
Well, this is like a rare phenomenon that's like widely accepted by a lot of people, that it's like very rare for this to happen. I mean, you can see other instances, like if you look at the New York skyline when you're sailing out into the ocean, you can kind of see it like basically the math will probably line up a little bit better because there isn't as much. I mean, I would say that a lot of Chicago's issues, there's probably a lot of pollution in the sky, probably a lot of weather that's causing a lot of this issue.
I mean,
Like, is this a phenomenon that's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, or is this a rare phenomenon that's observed like once or twice a year? You know, kind of similar to like the Northern Lights and stuff like that.
If it would look kind of like the picture I posted, right? Like have this typical mirage look that you can also see with heat and whatnot over asphalt or what. Anyways, if it would has anything that kind of makes it look like distorted mirage or whatnot, I could believe it. But I personally think it's just an excuse mechanism for the fact that we can still see Chicago, even though it should be hidden behind almost 2,000 feet of curvature.
Well, one thing I really got to kind of put into perspective for you, and I'm not saying this like proves either me or you right or wrong, but like we're supposed to be 50 miles away from this, and in this scale of this image, we got a building that's like, I don't know how tall that building is, but I mean, it can't be more than what is it, like 800 feet, 1,000 feet or whatever?
The tallest building in the image is, give me 1 second. It is 1,450 feet is the tallest building of the skyline.
So we're talking about less than a quarter of a mile, and the scale of this image, that is, if we're 50 miles away from that does not look like it's a quarter of a mile tall. You know what I mean? That's another thing. So like mirage kind of is the supported theory because that looks even more zoomed in than what it should be. We're talking about we're 50 miles away, and this image, like if you draw a line from where that tower is back to you, I mean, it'd probably only take 10 of those towers, if that, to like get to measure accurately back to you. You know what I mean?
The problem is that the globe wants you to understand that there should be almost 2,000 feet of curvature. So it's like even if we would just see the tip of the tallest building, right? There would be still 500 feet of curvature between that tip.
I think that honestly, the lack of visual confirmation in the curvature from the buildings that you're not able to witness is likely because the scale. I feel like because of the mirage, the scale of the buildings, is enhanced. I feel like that's what's causing a lot of the issue here. Like the scale of the building is enhanced, and it's harder to see the actual curvature of what you're supposed to be witnessing here. And are we talking about vertical curvature, or are we talking about horizontal curvature? Because that's another two very important, distinct, different things.
To left out any speculation, I'm just talking about the fact that the skyline we're seeing, right, in the picture I posted, should be behind
I'm still looking at
2,000 feet. Yeah, almost 2,000 feet of curvature, right? But when the tallest building is one, let's say, just rounded up 1,500 feet. For me, that makes no sense that we are able to see so much of that skyline still.
Part of me also feels like this image might be altered a little bit as well, just for the simple fact of like, look at the waves. Like I said, I'm from Illinois. I've been to Chicago. Like I've seen Lake Superior. None of these waves are ever this calm. Like this is insane to see an image like this.
Well, you can look up Joshua Nowicki. He is not a flat earther. This was actually televised on the news, and the newscast said it's a mirage. What you're seeing here is a mirage. You can look it up. Look his name up.
So if they're saying it's a mirage and that you're not actually seeing the skyline, you're seeing a refraction of the skyline. Why are we using that as a reason to believe that this sitting above the curvature of the Earth is a reason why the Earth was not curving?
That's why I told you, look up Superior Mirage on Google and look at the pictures you will see. The Superior Mirage depicted there looks way different than the Chicago skyline. Like, I don't see any distortion effect at all at the skyline. It looks very clear and crisp to me. It doesn't look like, it doesn't even match when the Globers say with the oil rigs that the oil rigs are, have refraction upon them because they look so jiggly and whatnot. You don't see that at all with the Chicago skyline. It's like almost perfectly shaped. So I would I would be skeptical if I would see like stuff that we see also on the oil rig, right? Or it would look like what we typically see with Mirages has this wavy form, but I don't see that at all with the Skyline. So it's hard for me to invoke a superior Mirage, especially when I compare it to other superior Mirages that look completely different.
Well, the going claim here on why you're able to see this whenever you shouldn't be is because of refraction. So to be able to disprove why refraction isn't a factor here, we have to at least be able to deduce why refraction wouldn't be affecting this image. So why do you think refraction isn't affecting this image?
Because I don't see the typical the typical anomalies that you see in other refracted images.
Such as what?
This image I posted, for example, that is an image of a superior Mirage. And I would 100% agree with someone, yes, this is indeed a superior Mirage. I can give another one.
But in the different, okay, so the images that you're showing me that are different, right? What you're basically telling me is that they should be the same Mirage everywhere, when the idea behind the Mirage is the atmospheric conditions that caused the Mirage in the first place. So the atmosphere isn't going to be the same in all different places. Even if it's the exact same in this picture, 365 days a year, I will be surprised, because that's not how atmosphere works. It is different everywhere you go, different pressures, different temperatures, different air densities. That's what causes the Mirage to begin with, and that is not even the same in the same place 365 days a year, let alone in some other place that you're going to show me a picture of.
The problem is, for me, like I said, it doesn't have the characteristics of a Mirage.
What characteristics would those be? Because what I see is...
I already told you, every refraction or Mirage I have seen with my own eyes or observed on images always seem to tend to have this wavy form, right? But we can actually even look up what are the characteristics of a superior Mirage. A superior Mirage occurs when there is a temperature inversion. The air below the line of sight is colder than the air above. Passing through the temperature inversion, the light rays are bent down, and so the image appears above the true object, hence the name superior. Okay, that's just a short... Okay, most superior mirages tend to be stable, as cold air has no tendency to move up and warm air has no tendency to move down. Superior mirages can make objects below the horizon visible, at least in some form, or distort the image of an object at the horizon.
I'm not interrupting you, but while you're speaking on that specifically, I want to make a point that is very important to what you're saying. So you're talking about, so the main kind of cause is air moving around and stuff like that, right? But since air doesn't really move up and down, you're not going to typically see it distorting up and down, right? But there's also the fact that you have to take into consideration there's not a lot of side-to-side wind either, and we know this because we're not visualizing any waves going on this image right now. So that's why they're probably not wavy, because it's not a windy day. There's not a lot of side-to-side wind friction or wind shear, as it would be typically be referred
temperature. When it comes to measure about temperature, have you ever?
Yeah, but if there's no air moving, it's not going to distort the images side to side. Just like if there's no up and down movement of the air, it's not going to distort them up and down.
But the Mirage in itself occurs when there's a temperature inversion. The problem is, I have seen this in reality myself. This also happens. We have an oven in our living room, and when I look straight down towards the living room, I sometimes could see in front of my eyes, through the heat that was going to be suspended from the oven, you can see little waves, right? Literally in front of your eyes.
Yeah, everybody's seen those. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But for that to be... So whenever you see that, typically, like let's for instance, like talk about where it's coming from. Whenever you open the oven, what happens? You get blasted in the face with all that warm air because the air is moving. The air in this image is likely not moving very much at all, and that's why there's no distortion.
Right, I think air is always somehow moving, right? Because of temperature differences. on the ground or in the sky?
It would depend. Like even if you look at the skyline, you can like visually see how much of this vast area is just consistently being heated by the sun. Like the actual Chicago skyline in reference to the rest of this image is a very small scale of the image. You know what I mean? Like that's like looking at like whatever. So like if you're standing there looking at your oven and you watch the like immediate burst of heat coming out, it's like it only distorting that specific spot, and it's not distorting the rest of your kitchen.
Are we discussing this nice sunset image, guys? Sorry.
But
Yeah.
at the end of the day, it's gonna be you know, what is it called? Assumption against assumption, right? For me, I personally, I would say regarding looking at the description of Superior Mirage and also the examples given through pictures you can look up yourself, I would say it is if Chicago would be still declared as a Superior Mirage, it would be one of the clearest and nicest that are out there captured in an image.
I just debunked.
If you can find me, if you can find me another one that is better, then I would like to see that.
So realistically, I just debunked your image by looking at it like a little bit more closer and zooming in. If you look at it, and this is proof that the refraction and the image distortion is correct, because if you look in the background, if you zoom in like very close into the back of the Chicago skyline, you can see the ocean is up halfway, is at least 500. I mean, it's up halfway above that skyline, the background ocean. That is like, it's like a very faint, distinct, very distant amount of the ocean. And it's up halfway up of that skyscraper. So by my calculations, most of that city would be underwater if there wasn't any refraction taking place here and the image wasn't distorted and the skyline wasn't distorted. And you can even verify that is the ocean, because you can see a boat over there to the left of it. Not the little lighthouse thing that's to the immediate left of the city, but even farther left, there's a white boat that's out there sailing on that part of the ocean that would engulf the entirety of the skyline of Chicago. So this image is very basically proven that it's refraction.
But I don't get your point. Do you say that the whole ocean is being reflected and that there's
you can see the ocean that runs directly up to the Chicago skyline, the very bottom of the skyline. You see that bright blue ocean. Beyond that, there's a faint grayish blue ocean with a boat sailing on that specific part of the ocean that would have engulfed the entirety of Chicago. Basically, the entirety of Chicago is underwater except for the tallest skyscraper.
Yeah, but how can that ocean, if it's a globe, how is
it's good question. Because of refraction, it is angling all of that up. That is not actually where the ocean is. It's the distortion in the image that you're seeing. You're seeing the refraction at play because the ocean actually isn't that high. Otherwise, Chicago would be underwater.
That makes no sense to me, because Chicago is just in the middle of the picture. Why is the ocean disappearing on the left and right too?
It's not. I'm telling you, if you look closer, if you zoom in on the ocean, if you zoom in on Chicago skyline, you'll see this faint, distinct gray line running the entirety of the picture from the entirety of left to right.
This could be also due to the whatever stuff in the sky in the background. The other thing is, if you go left, when you go very far to the right, you can see.
It can't be stuff in the sky because there's a boat sailing on it, my guy. That's why I brought that up. The first things first.
I don't know if that can be both. This could also be a reflection of light from something else.
So then you're saying that this entire that spot is refraction. So if that's a reflection of light, then that would mean that spot entirety is a refraction of light.
But go to the very right side of the image.
Sorry, 1 sec. How do you know that that's a boat on the left-hand side?
Well, if you click the image and then you click open browser and you hold control and you scroll in on it, you can see very clearly that it's a boat.
Can you put a screenshot in the chat with you seeing it being a boat?
Yep, hang on.
But I also want you to pay attention if you go to the right-hand side of the image. You see how that line you're talking about is almost invisible.
I actually don't have
almost
perms to
vanishes.
post pictures. Can I get perms to post
You can
pictures?
send it to one of us. It's not. We don't give out the perms.
Who's that?
You can send it to me, Timbo.
Why do you think you deserve some sort of perms?
Well, we don't give the perms out. The politics server gives out the perms. We don't give them out.
All right, that's a zoomed in version of it. I sent Dick so that way I could get the conversation open, so I could click image. But you can see very off to the left when you zoom into it. That's a type of boat.
Yeah, go to the very right side of the image.
I've actually owned a similar
look
boat to that.
Can you see the very right side of the image?
And I got to go back to the chat.
I
Clicked
can
off the
post
image.
your boat.
Can you post that again? Like
Huh?
Can you post your image again? It's buried beneath the memes.
Yeah, it got buried, and those weren't memes. Those were actually we were responding to the discussion. So those are you would do good to actually review all of the images there.
But I personally don't see a boat there. But anyways, I just wanted to ask you, if you look at the very right side of the picture, can you see how the
Storm,
line
did you send that to me?
Yeah, I sent it to you. It's probably in your message request. I sent it to Timbo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
sent
think
it to you.
the blue line you're talking about is just the clouds or chemtrail layer or whatever
Oh,
it
the
might
black
be.
line. No.
No.
You
Look
can see
at the very 1 second. Listen to me, man. I'm not just making this up. Go to the very right side of the image and then also look at the middle of the skyline of Chicago. You will also see that the blue line is almost not there at all. It's not very
it's
constant.
faint, but that's because it's being reflected through light. That's what I'm saying. It's not a perfect image.
Bro, I think that's a false assumption, to be honest. I mean, I can be very objective, but I can't see that what you're trying to point out there. I don't think that's.
If it was something to do with, if it wasn't a reflection of the ocean and it was something to do with the clouds, it would not be a perfectly consistent line, consistent with the ocean throughout the entirety of the image.
It isn't. That's the point. Zoom out of
It
the image.
even gets fainter on the right side due to the fact that the clouds, you can see the clouds, making it harder to see, getting in the way of those rays, of those visual rays that you can see. You can see the clouds making it faint.
You're trying to construct something I personally would not support. It doesn't seem like
I can't help you see. If you don't see what I'm seeing, then that's I can't help you with that.
See what
there's
you
a
see,
there's a white object literally sailing on it on the left side. On the right side, you can see the clouds visually get more gradient and cover it more and more as the farther you go right. And on the left, where it's crystal clear and there's not as many clouds, you can see a boat sailing on it. And you're telling me that boat's sailing in the sky. And
so is that boat in front of the Chicago skyline while it was sailing, or is it like, since when is there water behind Chicago?
That's my point. It's flipping the image. It's like when you look through when you go to like a DMV and you look into like the little thing that you use to do the eye test. Whenever you're seeing it, you're seeing a flip of that image. That image is put in their reverse and upside down. And they use refractors that bend the image around your eye so you see it as a perfectly straight up sensical image. That is what's happening here. It's tilted to the image. It's like if you drew a perfect line where the ocean ends, where you see the end of the ocean at, and then took everything after that and tilted it towards you from the top towards you. That's what's happening in this image, and that's refraction.
I personally cannot. From the superior mirages I have seen, I personally cannot not adhere to that.
Well, you personally witnessed it at play then, and you're still denying this proof, even after I've explained it to you, even after I've showed you a boat sailing in it, in places where it should be clouds.
No, I personally believe we shouldn't be able to see the way we see it. If it's 2,000 feet behind curvature, and that's how curvature works, then that's pretty weird.
Actually,
Okay, where's this guy standing at whenever this is happening?
He's standing at what is the park called?
The Shoulders of Giants.
Warren
1
June
second.
State Park.
So you're telling
I've
me
just
if you
posted a
go,
link.
if you're
Just
telling me you
posted a
can see
link to
the
a video that he took the shot from, and you can see some
He's
very strong
standing-
refraction towards the end.
He's standing at Grand Mere State Park, 5 feet high, elevation height.
So you're telling me that if you can see the very bottom of, or like almost the very bottom of this skyline in Chicago, you're telling me if I go and put a 10-foot pole on this state park and go to Chicago and try to see it, you're telling me I'll see it. I'll put a 10-foot pole with a flag on it. You're telling me I would see it?
It depends. The problem
It doesn't
is
depend. Not on a flat Earth theory. It does not depend. You will see that. You will see that pole.
No, that's not true. We have you can have different atmospheric conditions on. There's actually a cool video that Deza posted where you can see that happening.
I'm saying no
Yeah.
atmospheric conditions at play. You have the same visibility as you do in this picture. If I put a 10-foot pole with a flag on it, and I'm standing in Chicago, you're telling me I'll see that pole?
Maybe, I don't know. I don't live there. I haven't tested.
Yeah, I
it.
don't do I don't knows. I do yes or no's.
Yeah,
what
I don't know. How should I know? I haven't done it.
Fair enough.
You should try it. You might have to go fly 1,000 feet in the air before you'll see the pole, and then maybe you'll understand that it was refraction. That's why you couldn't see the flagpole.
But wouldn't the pole
And
be
just
also
have him go
reflected
down
by
the
your
yellow
logic?
brick road and get to the end of the rainbow.
Yeah,
to
how
find that
dare
golden
you?
pet.
Yep. Yeah, what a
X
fucking
marks the spot.
disgusting globe earther. How dare you suggest I prove my point? What a fucking idiot. Damn globe earthers. Damn fucking proofers. Idiot.
The globe has no proof. That's what we were talking about. I don't think you got it.
You think there's no
Just-
proof that the Earth is a globe? No proof? Tell me why you
didn't
can't see
say
to the
that.
other side of the Earth right now.
I said there's a plethora of evidence to support flat Earth.
Why is it whenever I'm 50 miles away from Gatlinburg, Tennessee, I can't see a single mountain?
It's
How are we unable to see all the way across the Earth, but we can see stars?
Yeah, that makes no sense too. They always say it's like
How would that
angular
work?
occlusion or some shit like that.
When you say
Is the government hiding the
all
rest of the Earth
way,
from my eyes?
all-
Like,
what is?
universe
What
is
do you
meant-
mean by when you say all the way across the Earth?
why can't
Are
I
you
see
really
infinity?
seeing
If the Earth is flat, I would be
all
able to
the
see all the
way?
way over.
Or did you just say something really
if the Earth
cognitively
is
minimal and
Okay, I'll let you
contextualization?
explain how you describe the Earth as being flat. Let you explain it.
Level.
Topographical
Like,
plane.
you think it's like just like actually just flat, like it's just a disc.
No, it's a
Do you know what
topographical
level
plane.
means?
Okay, there we go. We got an answer. A topographic
Yes.
plane.
Do you know what words mean?
Okay, thank you. You just didn't help me. I asked for your description of what you thought.
No, I
the
am.
Earth
I'm
was, and you-
calm down. Take a deep breath. Take that deep air pressure into your lungs
Take what?
and exhale.
I don't need
Breathe
to.
again. Keep breathing. Air
I'm-
pressure.
So do we exist in
Let
a
that air
three-dimensional
pressure in your
plane,
in
or
your lungs.
the guy that said this is?
He said topographical, so that means there's like. layers
Yeah, it
on
has
top.
mountains, valleys.
Yeah.
It has
Well, yeah, that's what
mountain valleys.
topography is. I mean,
Okay,
I'm talking
so
about.
Tell me why. If I go to the ocean, like let's say I waddle my way over to Virginia Beach, okay, and I'm looking out
I don't know
across the
how you would
ocean.
get
Why am
there.
I
It would
unable
be
to
by
see the
being
other
a
side of the
bum.
land? Why am I not able to see land on the other side, but I can look up and I see the sun? How am I unable to do that?
You see land
flat, I would be
below
able
your
to see to the
feet,
other
and
side.
then you look 180 degrees up, and you see the sun. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. No. No, I'm saying why am I not able to see all the way across? If I'm able to see so
Why
far.
are you not? Okay, so now we're talking in another vector. Well, that would be a simple perspective
If the Earth
issue.
was flat, I would be able to see all
Do
the
you
way across
agree
the
that you
ocean to
have
the
an
other
eyeball?
side.
Do you agree that you observe everything through optics?
Yes. That's what
Okay,
I've
there you
been
go.
told by
Boom!
scientists.
There you
yes.
go.
Hey, wait.
Okay, so you're just deflecting
all you
my
have to say.
question because
No,
you can't
you need to say
result an
thank you
answer
when
to the
somebody
question. that-
instructs you on something that you ask. You need to say thank you.
Okay,
I don't think
I'm not gonna say
you haven't
thank you
learned
for
what respect
deflecting my
is. You have
question.
no respect.
What? I have no
You
respect
have
for
no
what?
respect.
I have no respect for the fact that you
You
can't
have
seem to
no
figure
respect
out
for the
that when
fact
you
that
look
you were taught
when you look
something and
straight
you
across the
will not
ocean,
acknowledge that you were taught
you
something
can't
that
see
you had no
infinitely
comprehension of.
far. If you're in a
Good for you.
plane, you can literally see the curvature. Not only that,
No,
but you can
you're a
literally not
clown.
see all the way across the earth because of the curvature. It drops off. You can't see
I
it.
have eyes to see. You're a clown. You're a troll. What are you
Yeah.
doing here? Why are you so
Yeah,
pathetic?
I'm just lying. I'm making up that the earth is curved. All of these people, all these
Yeah.
billions of people have just been
You're not.
lying for
No,
all these years.
it's worse. It's much worse than you lying. It's literally that you're retarded and you don't know what words mean. Because nobody told
Can't tell me
you.
serious.
It's you saw cartoons and then you made some sort of imaginary fairy tale reality for yourself.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
pathetic.
no, yeah.
Well, let's answer the question as to why you can't see all the way across the earth. One, you have a perspective optics limit, like your eyes can only see so far, and there is a basically like where all the resolution point, like a
What
vanishing
is that
point
limit?
for all things.
What is it?
I'm
What is it?
not.
Can't
I'm
define
not
it, can
done
you?
yet.
No,
I'm
stop
not
spurging. Stop
not
spurging. Let him go. Let him address the other person. Stop spurging. We'll get to your specific spurg
I'm
in a
not
minute.
done speaking. Do not interrupt me. Come on, bro. Okay, so also, I'll just continue through you to me. I'm so sorry. Your sentence began in the middle of mine. Anyways, so there's
No, you're roboting. Sorry.
Yeah, you're
and the
lagging
more
like
answer
fucking
is,
crazy,
like
brother.
as it goes, let's
Yeah, you're
see.
lagging.
You're lagging. We don't
You're
hear
lagging.
you,
The
dude.
satellite man came to and slashed your line,
Can
dude.
flat earthers not afford internet, bro? What is wrong with you guys? Are you all
It's
unemployed
because
and
the
uneducated?
satellite. No,
There's been like 4 of you tonight.
The
The
satellite
Discord
man
thing,
comes
it
around
really
and slashes the internet lines.
it's a Discord something. I don't really know, but it happens.
Yeah, might be.
They okay. Half this room can attest how friggin' angry and like DMing I was on a frenzy like a year ago because it was my
There's
first.
internet lag, so it's a globe.
I was so enraged. I thought it was all personal and like
The internet lag, so it's a globe.
not another attack. No, you know, it was funny.
Not what anyone's saying, Break. You're an idiot.
Well, I was being hyperbolic, and that was humorous. I guess it wasn't funny enough for you.
I like believable dryness. It's like you and Jim Waterworld do it really well. Yeah. Impressive even to me.
All right, you gonna try this again, Brandon? What were you saying? Brandon, what were you saying?
I don't know if I can, honestly.
Sounds a little bit better now.
That sounds better now.
Yeah, I'd give it a
Well,
shot.
I mean, I'm about to lose all. Like, I live in the country, so my phone service is about to lose service for this stretch of road.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
Anyone else?
All right. One else wants to argue why you can't see to the other side of the earth when you look on
Yeah, I think my connection is good. Yeah, there's such thing as level.
Level?
Level. Wow, that's an
Level.
interesting theory.
Let me Google this real quick. I'm
Is
not
it a
sure.
theory? Google
Level.
it.
You're telling me I
Like
can't see the rest of the
Google
earth
it.
because of level.
Oxford and Merriam will both say it's a level. Level is a horizontal condition.
A horizontal planar line with respect to the
So, do you
distance.
know what a horizontal is?
So if
Now,
the
this is
entire
where
earth
you,
was
like, we
level,
get
The entire
into
Earth is if the entire Earth is
defining what words
able
mean
to see
because
all the way
you don't
across the Earth.
understand the terms. Everybody knows that level is parallel to the plane of the horizon. That's how we build.
what
That's
is
how we understand and we
okay.
we
I
know
didn't know what the
things.
plane of the horizon is.
What do you? How do I understand?
What do you
that?
mean,
I
man?
see it. That's what we're trying to understand. This is the exact
Okay,
question.
are you not
we're
willing to
gonna
accept
use it.
that in a very expansive planet, like a 24,000 mile circumference planet, are you telling me that it's
Yeah,
not
pretty
at all
tiny.
possible that would
It's
be
so
so
tiny.
large that if you stuck a
It's
6
so
foot level on
actually
it, it
tiny
wouldn't
that you
appear
would
to be
see that there's
horizontal.
you're on a 24,000 mile
Okay, do you understand?
with a radius
Okay, if you're trying to tell me
3,959
we're on a
miles,
small
you would
planet,
see that
you
you're
just
on
don't
a tiny
understand.
little
No,
ball
stop,
all
stop,
the time. You
stop.
would never not know that
Stop.
you're on a fucking
I'm
tiny
about to
ball
make you look
with
like a
the
moron.
circumference
Stop.
just okay,
Stop.
you're gonna wait.
You
Do you know
in the
your
perspective of the
geometry?
universe, in
So
the
you know the
perspective of the
circumference.
okay, listen,
And
please, listen.
Okay,
Please
so
listen.
now this
Please, I
tiny
let you
ball
speak.
Earth that you can't even see that you're speck on. Now I'm gonna make another fairy tale.
Can't see.
No, we've already been through that.
Standing on
That's
it.
where
Are
your
you
whole
done?
NASA.
Standing on
You
it.
Are you
watch the
done?
obelisk penetrate the sky goddess, the
Okay,
Isis
listen.
ritual
Anyways,
that you think that is something scientific. Yeah, no, son. No, you're telling me a fairy tale story,
no,
and it's
I'm going to tell
simply
you a
You don't
fact.
realize
objectively
that
true.
people
You
are
don't know
capable
what
from going to
what your geometry is.
California
Hold
and
on,
they're able to go to
who
Japan.
is talking right now? Hold on. It's between me and this guy who thinks that his spiritual rituals make him think
Spiritual
he has
rituals.
some
What is
wisdom.
blood yapping about?
See, now you're assuming. Anyways, so like I said,
And no,
it may be
no
in the expanse of the universe. We are
other
on a
than your
very
own.
small planet.
When you
But
say that there
no,
is
stop.
a
Listen, can we
really
mute this
big
idiot? He's not going to let me
circumference
talk.
of the globe.
I literally let him go on a tangent, and he's not stop talking.
No, you went on a tangent, and I'm correcting you.
No,
It
you
was a
didn't.
simple
You've been talking for
correction
3
of your
minutes now.
deviation. No, it was a correction of your deviation.
Now we're arguing
because
about how
now
long
you're
you've
saying
talked.
because you're
Can we
saying
get back to the topic,
24,000
please?
miles in circumference, and